did was put my all into it, put it all on my back. I never took the fall, now they all want me back. I never got the answers, now they calling me back. Feeling like I'm Santa, got them all on my sack. I did the math on it, I put the weight on them. I grabbed a bull by the horns, I never weighed on them. Now every single thing I do is so sick, I should've stayed home. Somebody better put a mask on them, so I had to come and blast on them. I'm taking no prisoners, only listeners. It doesn't feel right doing something light, I'm only throwing finishes. Bright light, turn your day into night, we came out of that diligence. You done swipe right on a nice fight, got you throwing your dinner up. Now listen up, baby, I know you think you got it all figured out. You know what you're facing till they all in your house. You must pay attention, I've been stalling you out. What you're seeing isn't real, it's a facade. Now you down for the count. Now you down for the count. Oh, now you down for the count. Yeah, now you down for the count. Yeah, now you down for the count. Now you down for the count.
T-Pain for Aska, Uncle Gumball, Little Morphine Annie, Susie Clem, says BLM. Biceps in Bikini, Saul Gracchus, Stud Aeon, Sue Vixen, Seo Vixen Speaks, oh my god, Evelyn, I'm sorry about butchering your name, Spyro Gal, Valhalla Video, Palm Dad, Windleby, Mesmerized, Agent Mad Hat, Space Girlfriend, Intentions Nasty, Page, Punk Corpse, Fells Informa, Spots 97, Somniostatic, Hexy 72, Gay Fed, Nuts, Mycena, Ether, Better for the Potato, Knox Christie, Scully, a lot of apples, Posadus John, CO Vixian, got you this time, Fish, Sneeze, Gay Aaron, Meek the Outraged by Field Mice, Fafella, Bespoke Meat Suit, Mixed Dizzy, Zygote, Trans Girl Jade, Twos, Intentions Nasty, Prosy Rosie, Cat Calculus, Aska, and so many others. Wait, we have to do the YouTube chat. Eddie Spencer, Ashley the Dragon, another board person, Misfit Satanist, Paul M. Midwest Avenger, Tori Cassiatori, Lillian, Leith, Tennycap, Laureate, Law K Butt Draws, Boink, Zach Miller, Pop-Up Renown, VCCTV, Data Expunged, Chainsaw CCC, good to see you again, A Good Dog, Pseudonym, Rhodes, Nies Newstone, Ron's KFC, The Legendary, Yasmin, and I think we got pretty much everybody. Maybe I missed some. Ryan Phoenix, In League with Satan, Outer Cat, Reese Shaw, Ink Frog, Indicat, Dust Aeon, my lovely imps. Oh my god, is it hot today. I am, if it seems like I'm in like one of those old-timey cartoons where I'm crawling through the desert and I see a soda machine in the distance and I'm like, oh, so thirsty. And then I get closer and it's just a big rock because it was a mirage, and then I look and there's a diner in the distance and I'm crawling towards it. It's because right now it is sweltering in my studio right now, and I am frankly miserable, but I'm miserable for you. So just know that today's entertainment is going to be extra strong because I will be powering through the unbelievable heat. It is fucking awful here right now. I can't even believe it. And we're gonna talk about so much stuff. Oh my god, we have so much to talk about. Oh my god, it's apparently cold outside, but I'm having an HRT themed hot flush. The good news is that HR themed hot flushes pass relatively quickly, whereas the weather usually doesn't. Not that I'm trying to be like, oh, don't worry about it, but I guess I'm trying to offer hope while also continuing to find a way to complain about the weather. Anyway, thank you all for being here today. If you are here, please. Oh my god. I have to okay, this is the test. This is the moment of test. I forgot to plug my, hold on a second, where'd it go here? Oh, whoops. I forgot to plug my soundboard back in. It's stuck. It's stuck. Let's see if it actually works. Hold on. Oops. Woo! There, you got the little Windows noise, so it detected it. But the soundboard doesn't work. Man, I gotta get new software ASAP. It's okay. That's what that's next on the menu for upgrades to the stream. We have a lot of shit I gotta fix. It really sucks that software that you purchase a lifetime license to just fucking dies because of enshittification. Because they decide to go to like an ad-based model, and then the ad-based model doesn't work because it breaks everything. Doesn't that suck? Anyway, regardless, if you're here, all the more reason to press like, which normally there would be a cool Death Stranding themed sound effect here. Let's see if I can even get it working. If it works, then I'll be happy, but I don't know if it's gonna. Let's see. Ah! Can you hear that? No. Wow. Isn't that busted? Isn't it busted? It's bullshit. It's actually bullshit. It should be working. The output should be working. That's so weird. Maybe if I go like No, it's not even detecting anymore. It's just totally borked, which really sucks. Wait a minute, maybe if I switch it to this, it'll work. Nope, damn, just totally busted. Really sucks. Oh well, you know, such is life. Nothing good can last. Well, whatever, we're gonna have to do it without sound effects. No sus, no nothing. I know, we should have it. I overused the sus sound, yeah. A Causality with the incredibly generous $13. I'm glad to see you'll be ranting about the environment today. I will be ranting about the environment today, as well as reacting to a really, really cool video with you all. In fact, today's gonna be actually a little bit of a 3-part react stream. It's gonna be a react stream today. We have a lot of stuff to react to and talk about, although I will admit that the environmentalism segment is going to be a lot more of me talking than reacting. The other stuff, well, actually, knowing my style, it will be a lot more of me talking than reacting as well, because you guys know I'm a bit of a pause Andy. Is the Anna video the cool one? No, and nor is the Emma Vigeland versus Tim Pool, which we are finally getting around to. Today is going to be really, really cool, because we are going to be catching up on a bunch of stuff that didn't happen on my last stream. As many of you who were here will know, last stream ended up turning into an emergency drama mama stream. And I have to say, I'm extremely happy that I covered the Miranda Sings nonsense when I did. A lot of people have covered the apology, and not a lot of people have actually taken the time to go into the background of it. So I actually made a wise choice to be one of the few people who didn't just react to the ukulele cringe, but instead decided to, you know, continue forward and talk about the stuff that actually mattered about the issue. Now, thankfully, I have a very small update, which is Miranda Sings has started having shows being canceled. Numerous venues have begun canceling her shows. So it does look like this is actually beginning to reach a major impact. Apparently, people have been forwarding the various sources of coverage on this to venues, and they've been canceling her show. And keep in mind that since I covered it, even more crap has come out, though it's been somewhat disorganized. I mean, for example, there's been a clip that emerged of her doing blackface, which is certainly a move. There has been a 2018 account of a parent, that's right, from 2018, years before even Adam McIntyre's story came out. There has been a whole a thread that was written by a parent who went to one of the events and who was saying that, like, all of the adults at the event were drinking beer and all of these inappropriate jokes were being done and kids were going wild for them, but the parents were basically just drunk, and meaning basically everything that we talked about being a risk at a show like that was of course further cemented. Yeah, it's bad. Yeah, so, and also, of course, I wanted to do a quick shout out. Thanks to Vosh, some of you may know who that is, for hosting my coverage of the Miranda Sings stuff. Vosh did a small react to it and followed up with a video talking about some of the dangers therein, which I appreciate. And he also hosted my deep dive, which was great because a lot of people, like I said, a lot of people just reacted to the ukulele cringe and didn't actually dig in to the stuff that was going on there, which I think was pretty important. So I appreciate that. Nuts with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. Deeply appreciate that. Spectacular Snyderman with the tier 1 gifted sub, thank you so much. Raised by Field Mice with the tier 1 sub, thank you all for being so generous. Thank you so very much. It really means the absolute world to me. Thank you all so much for supporting me. Yes, I saw that Swoop covered it. I haven't gotten a chance to watch Swoop's video, but I really appreciate the videos I have seen by Swoop. Swoop seems to be a very responsible content creator, and I really appreciate that. Swoop seems to take these things quite seriously, and I really, really like that, because In fact, I think Swoop's little saying is, it's not drama, it's dangerous. And I really appreciate that, because a lot of times there's a problem with calling everything drama on the internet, because everybody calls things a drama as if there aren't real people involved in these things. Every single drama is just, it's like, by calling it drama, it gets like siloed off, like it's just some funny thing on the internet that doesn't have any effect on real people. But keep in mind that in this particular drama, and I am to a certain degree guilty of this as well, because I call my show Drama Mama. Which admittedly I didn't, when I first started my show, I didn't really realize that. And maybe I should, I don't know. On one hand, lots of people come and check it out, and I think that I'm pretty careful in my messaging to make sure that people know that it isn't just drama, but I do think it's a problem with always referring to everything as drama, something that I am self-critical of as well. Anyway, all I'm trying to say is, that was a little rambly, but what I'm trying to say is that the people involved in this particular drama are children, were children when they were victimized. These were children who were taken advantage of. These were children who were exploited. These were children who were put in inappropriate and uncomfortable and traumatizing situations for the gain of a ukulele playing comedian, which I don't think is cool. Probably Posadas John. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair, Gayfesh. Yeah. And sexually compromising, that is, of course, true as well. Yeah. So we have a lot of stuff to talk about today. Just for those of you who are here right now, again, please press like on the stream. Those likes mean the absolute world to me. But also, just so you guys all know what we're going to be doing today, we are going to be covering Anna Kasparian's Why I Left the Left interview with an interesting, very right-leaning podcast. And then we are going to be covering, finally, the Tim Pool and Emma Vigeland debate, which is also, I think, going to be very informative. And then I'm going to be ranting about environmentalism. In fact, we're probably going to do the environmentalism thing first, because it's fresh in my mind and I want to tell you all about my thoughts, because I have a lot of them. Yeah. Oh yes, I wanted to check this out, so we might watch this too, depending on how much energy I have. Hey, Ron's KFC, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Thank you for supporting the show. Here's $5 for the 5 fingers I didn't lose yesterday during the fireworks. Congratulations. I am very happy for everyone who managed to escape the 4th of July unscathed this year. In fact, I'm probably just gonna talk about the 4th of July in my environmentalism segment, because I think that they go together very well. Oh God, the fireworks were so bad this year, guys. It was out of control. Maybe I should just rant about this first. Okay, let me just, this is the warm up, so you guys get to hear me talk about my life and stuff. I've had a bit of a rough go of it lately. The last week or two has been a little rough for me. But I got stomach sick a couple of days ago, which was absolutely miserable. I don't know if it was food poisoning. I think it was probably food poisoning. And I was basically just like, I was just really sick. And that's part of the reason why I didn't end up streaming. I wanted to do Patriot Mama this year. Okay, I say I wanted to do Patriot Mama. A part of me wanted to do Patriot Mama, but another part of me just literally, I just don't, like, I don't even feel like, I couldn't even feel like I could get it all, the energy together. I don't feel even like parodying the situation in America right now. It just feels miserable here. But I wasn't feeling good, and so I've been taking a little bit of time to breathe. For those of you who don't know, I have a Mastodon account. I think we have it here under Mastodon. Is that there? There we go. You can actually click that. If you guys haven't checked out Mastodon, I actually made a very long post on my Mastodon this morning talking about Just some general things I've been feeling lately. I've been a little depressed and a little bit anxious. This has been a really busy year, and so I have been trying to take care of myself to the best of my ability and not exactly 100% succeeding. So if you guys want to hear more about that, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on stream talking about it, but you can go read the full thing over on Mastodon if you want to. Guys, oh my God, we didn't even talk about Twitter. There's been so much stuff I've missed in the last few days. I can't figure Mastodon out. Yeah, I actually did a video about Mastodon, on how to get set up on Mastodon. You can actually just search my channel, just search Mastodon, and it'll tell you about how to get started up. It is a little weird at first, but personally, I like Mastodon the most of all of the new social media sites. There's no algorithm per se on Mastodon. You follow who you follow who your instance is connected to. It has a very organic feeling. And while it's not as good for like timeline scrolling as Twitter was, of course, obviously, it's not quite as addictive as like a TikTok. The quality of posts is a lot higher, and personally, I've had a lot of success on Mastodon. I have a lot of followers on Mastodon compared to all of these other sites, with the exception of Twitter. But as everyone knows, Twitter is in the trash zone. For people who aren't on Twitter, just the other day, Twitter had basically a total meltdown that has seriously further damaged the reputation of the website. Basically, Elon Musk announced that there was going to be tweet reading limits. Yeah, you heard that right, that there is a maximum number of tweets that you will be able to look at per day, which is completely insane. That is like insane to the degree of like making all of the investors panic, making users mass exodus to the degree that Blue Sky, which is a app that was started by the original founder of Twitter, Jack Dorsey, or the original CEO of Twitter, Jack Dorsey. I don't know if he actually founded the original company of Twitter, but maybe he did. I can't remember. But anyway, Blue Sky actually crashed from how many new users were jumping on board the beta. That's a pretty big deal, actually. When your competitors are having their servers explode from the sheer number of new people coming to sign up on your site, that's a pretty bad sign for for Twitter. That's a pretty bad sign for the the competitor, Yeah, it's bad. As many of you know, I don't spend much time on Twitter anymore. My Twitter usage has been consistently lower since since Elon took over, but it has been drastically lower to the degree that I basically just use Twitter to retweet when people say nice things about me, and once in a while to make a joke. Some of you will know that I when Twitter was breaking and after they announced the read limits, I may or may not have tweeted some Sonic feet images, and I may or may not have tweeted some Legend of Zelda inflation images in order to help Blue Sky, or in order to help Twitter members use up their daily views. Yeah, that was fun and funny. Gaming Blows says the limits were a lie. Elon made it up to cover for Twitter going haywire from a bunch of other issues. There's no limit today, and on that day the limit was arbitrary. Okay, so I don't know if that's true. I don't know what's true anymore. In fact, it's nearly impossible to know what's true on Twitter anymore. It's basically impossible to know exactly what's going on and what's true. Now, it does seem to be that there was a number of other issues at hand. For example, there were fairly credible rumors that that Elon Musk, that part of the reason why Elon Musk turned on the tweet limit was because he was overdue on his server bill to Google, which is hilarious, but nobody knows for sure if that's true. It's very difficult to tell exactly what's going on. Some people said it was because a change that was uploaded to Twitter caused Twitter to basically glitch and DDoS itself. Nobody knows for sure. But regardless, this website is a flaming trash heap. And by the way, the discourse on this flaming trash heap is as predictably even worse than the trash heap itself. It's the toxic fumes that are raising from the fire. At least a fire might keep you warm, but the fumes that are lifting off of it are doing no such thing. So yeah, it's been odd. Oh boy. So yeah. What else? Hold on a second. I'm noticing something weird, which is, why is I feel like every single stream, my audio gain is getting slightly lower. Isn't that weird? I've been having so many strange audio issues lately. It's so frustrating. I hope that am I clear to everybody? Just on the listening end. I'm watching, you know, I can hear myself fine, and I'm looking at the numbers, and I don't know why it's the case. I'm clear? Okay, everybody's saying the audio levels are fine. Nobody has to crank it up to like 1,000. Okay, that's actually better. Okay, that's good. I don't think it's a failing cable, because everything sounds fine. Usually when you get a failing cable, it's not a gain issue. But I guess maybe I'm just used to the gain being slightly higher or something. You're one of the few streamers I have no problem hearing. That's great to hear. Okay, all right. Maybe I'm just being a little paranoid because of the other issues we've been having, which I solved, by the way. I figured out what was going wrong with the, robot voice. You guys who were here, you hardcore Demon Mama fans who were here for the robot voice, I figured out what was going wrong. There was because of somewhere in the pipeline of the various apps I use to manage my audio, it was crashing the Windows audio driver. So I had to just manually restart it before stream, and so I'm just gotten into the habit of manually restarting it, and now that should never be an issue again, hopefully. Yeah, so yeah, that's fixed, which is good. Yeah. Yeah, anyway. Yeah. A short meme for chat? All right, let's check it out. Let's check it out. Let's check out the meme real quick. Inappropriate for some users? All right, that's what I want to see. Let's do it.
Okay, I'll come for you next time, Nick.
Yeah, honestly.
Nick, bro. Now we have to. Yo, Nick, you're so tall and
It's okay. It happens to the best of us.
That would be the non-toxic. Okay,
Wait,
just
I'm
sorry.
wait.
I'm sorry. No.
Good. Yes.
No.
it happens to the best of us.
I'm free!
man.
Finally, after all this time, like, can you guys stop hitting these goddamn exclamation points, man?
Ah,
That's a
me in
question
the
mark.
ash! I hate this game!
It's not that difficult, guys.
Come on, baby. No, Daisy, you motherfucker!
It's okay. Look at Nick in the back just suffering.
my
Isn't that just
God.
pleasant to the eyes? Keep on
You
writing.
guys got this.
What?
Yes,
Bro!
yes,
Mother
yes,
f***ing piece
yes.
of shit.
Maximum rocking, rocking,
Oh, I never
maximum
failed
rocking,
this, bro.
maximum
I
rocking.
was doing
First time for
exactly what
everything,
you
loser.
I was copying Brent's homework and he failed me. What the f***, man? All right.
Okay, this was a great clip. This was an excellent Mario. Look, I'm a fan of Mario Party, okay? Even though Mario Party tends to be a little shallow, and sometimes you sit down with your friends and you're like, let's play Mario Party. And then you're like, wait, how many turns should we put it to? And then you pick 25, and then you realize that 25 turns is actually really, really long. And so like 4 hours later, you're still sitting like hot and sweaty in the middle of summer on a couch, still trying to finish that game of Mario Party. You know? Yeah. But I still like it anyway. I still think it's great. It's true. Come on, tell me you haven't had that experience. Anybody who's played it, knows that you sit down, you think 25, that's not too long, right? But you forget that it's 25 like mini games that you're gonna have to play, plus all of the bonus mini games, and it's actually like 4 times 100 actual players going. That's wild. That's insane. You know, it's like it's too much. Old school 55 turns, deranged. Deranged. No one has ever finished. I don't believe anybody in the world has ever finished a 55 turn game of Mario Party. I just don't believe it. I'm sorry, I don't believe it. I'm sorry. I don't think it's true. Okay, the obligatory Kinniku Man clip of the day. Kinniku Man clip of the day. By the way, Mr. Krabs, before we continue watching these amazingly animated Kinniku Man clips, I've started getting recommended a bunch of Kinniku Man stuff because of you, so thank you. Thank you for invading my recommendations to the degree that I now get regularly recommended Kinniku Man stuff. Even though, whatever, let's watch. Oh shit! The juggle! The juggle! The Greek slab! Hello, Muzzy! Hope you're doing well. I'm sorry. I know there are some people who hate it when I play these Kinniku Man clips in chat, but the animation is always off the absolute charts. So I don't know how anybody can complain about these, because that is just, the animation for these things is deranged. The amount of love that is put into making these wrestling moves look off the charts is just hard to believe. It's incredible. It looks like a fake game they would play in Ed, Edd n Eddy. I know, but it's real. It's real. That was awesome. I love it. It's incredible. Anyway, thank you for the excellent clips today. Mr. Krabs123. Thank you very much. Sammy Starby says, maybe not Mario Party, but I have long-standing games that my friends refuse to finish. Let them go. Release them. Never, ever, bind your friends. That's how you get ghosts. Do you want ghosts? That's how you get ghosts. Binding people to an unfinished game. You must let them go. Release their souls from torment. Release them. Oh my God. Release them. Don't Jumanji them? Yeah, true. Turn 55 game of Mario Party equals a 5-player game of Risk. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh boy. Oh boy. Not the Binding of Isaac, the Binding of All My Friends. Yeah, true. If you make a game that they all have to play, their ghosts might haunt you because you won't let their spirits pass on to the next life. That's the power of video game. I mean, of games generally. People don't understand it. It's dangerous. You have to be careful. Why do you think death is always depicted as playing games? As we know, every fairy tale is always true. So, you know, death plays games because games tie to the soul. Obvious. Come on, guys. It's obvious. Kaboka, are you reading any manga right now? I feel like you should become a One Piece person. It's legit trans as fuck. No! No! I refuse! I refuse. I cannot. I'm actually planning on reading Berserk. I am preparing my soul to read through all of Berserk, but no, I will not become a One Piece person. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? No offense to all of the One Piece fans out there, of which there are an incredible amount. I understand there are tons and tons of people out there who love One Piece, but that show has almost 1,000 episodes. It eats your mind. It eats your soul. It's too big. It's too fucking big. I know that there's trans characters and I know that there's gay characters, and I think that's wonderful. For all of you who really like, you know, One Piece, that's awesome, and I'm proud of you, and congratulations. But that is a huge undertaking. Do you know how much time I have in my life? Not enough. Not enough. I do not have enough. Berk is only 380. I know. One Piece is like 3 times as long as Berserk. And it's just... Retcon says, lol, I love One Piece, but I would never tell my friends to watch it. Yep. Everybody keeps telling me to read and watch One Piece, and I just say, no, I'm so sorry. Please, I can't. God, no, I goddamn can't. Please. Please forgive me and leave me alone. Leave me alone. Okay, I'm not trying to be that mean. But have I started Strange New Worlds yet? No. I am trying. I haven't had any time. Admittedly, I have been doing literally nothing over the last few days because I felt like hell, except for yesterday, in which I was on dog duty all day. Okay, can we just rant real quick? Can I just talk about the 4th of July? This is gonna be a little bit, you know what? I'm gonna separate the 4th of July rant and the environmentalism rant, but they're gonna follow each other up. I need to talk to you about the 4th of July, okay? I desperately need to talk to you about the 4th of July, okay? Everybody, the 4th of July, okay? Everybody knows it's the American holiday where Americans start wildfires, blow their fingers off, kill themselves, literally, and do property damage, all in the name of remembering the time that a bunch of soldiers got shell shock from British troops bombarding them in a tiny fortress on the east coast of America. I can't remember where. I think it was in Virginia or something. I don't fucking remember. Who cares? The point is, Americans celebrate a holiday where we ritualistically blow things up in the sky. Now, in ye olden days, okay, in ye days of yore, fireworks were not like super commercially available, okay? And people didn't really like people throwing sticks of dynamite around for no reason. And so, you know, you would get pretty limited fireworks shows, which would be facilitated by like a town or by a city, and usually the fire department would be involved to make sure that it goes off safely, and there would be a big show with a big finale. It would be about an hour long, and you'd see all the amazing lights, and people would eat some stuff. Now, however, in nowadays, we have this thing called consumer grade fireworks, which are incredibly popular all across the United States, and are horrible. Okay, I'm just gonna be completely honest. They can be fun in extremely minimal doses, okay? But every other house in a major city deciding to personally fire consumer grade mortar shells into the sky is a bridge too far, okay? I hate to be the parade raider. You guys, the parade rainer? What the hell was that? I hate to be the old man yelling at cloud. I hate to be the party pooper. You guys know that generally I have a pretty rebellious spirit. But this isn't cool. It's not cool, okay, guys? It's not cool to just shoot an ungodly amount of mortar shells into the sky for no reason at all for a week surrounding the 4th, okay? It's not fun, it's not cool, and it's actually really terrible for basically everyone, okay? Every firework that goes off affects an incredible amount of people, okay? I'm talking one firework affects a single firework fired in a suburb affects like 100 people. In a city, a single firework could affect thousands of people. Some of those people might have like actual literal heart conditions. Some of those people might have PTSD. They might be veterans and they might have PTSD. Tons of people will have dogs, birds, and cats which cannot comprehend or deal with fireworks, which is generally why fireworks shows are historically confined to waterfronts or large lakes where you can shoot them off with relatively few people being affected, except for the people who want to be there. This shit of everybody firing them off in suburbia and in the middle of the city for hours and hours on end is fucking, it's unacceptable, okay? It's just, yesterday, let me tell you my personal story, okay? I am not particularly stressed out by fireworks personally. It doesn't bother me. The booms are whatever, I know that they're fireworks, and I don't have any explosion-related triggers or anything like that. However, my dog does. My dog is terrified of booms. And when I say terrified, I mean like shaking convulsions level terrified. And every 4th of July, no matter what we try to do, my dog is scared shitless all day, the entire day. And we do everything we can to calm her down, but it literally drives her crazy. And there's no reason for it to go from the 2nd of July, sometimes well into the 6th. People were still firing mortar shells near my house off at 3 a.m. this morning. I was woken up by mortar shells personally, and I know for God's sake my dog was, okay? Not to mention, let me just talk about another thing, which is Americans do not have a social spirit, okay? Americans are like the most unhealthy and antisocial people on the entire goddamn planet. So there isn't any like cool, chill day afterwards where everybody cleans up their garbage. Instead, Americans, they basically say, well, you know, the authorities say we can fire fireworks on the 4th. That means whatever says goes. This morning, our yard, our car, our porch, we fired 0 fireworks. Our roof, our yard, our car, and our porch was covered in accelerant, debris, pieces of gunpowder, colorful wrappings, unexploded ordnance. And none of these people who were firing them over our house so that they could see them from their house came by to say, hey, here's July 6th is cleanup day, where we go around and offer to clean up all the trash in the yard. No, you just have to clean up everybody else's garbage that they literally fire into your yard as a projectile. It fucking sucked. That sucks, okay? I'm sorry, even if I was totally 100% chill with everybody in every other neighbor bombarding the skies for hours on end, the trash alone is it's heinous, and nobody cares. The roads are covered in garbage now. All of our side streets covered in fucking garbage. Wildfires are caused by this shit. And that's not even me getting into the worst part of all. The true sin. Because as all humans, we deserve the fruits of the society. I don't believe that. I don't actually believe that random people deserve the punishment of the society they believe in. But regardless, it would be, you know, all of us live in society. We all contribute in our own way, whether we want to or not. It's bad enough. But let me tell you, the wild animals that didn't ask for society to be this way, for 3 days, we have seen basically no birds in our yard. All of the birds have been hiding and taking cover. There's no way to even know how many are dead. I'm sure that tons of them are accidentally eating poison. The waterways are completely and utterly ruined in the following days after fireworks shows because of how much gunpowder ash settles down into the waterways. And let's not even begin with the air quality. You don't believe me? Go right now. If you live in a major city that had fireworks shows last night, go look up your AQI in your city right now, and you will be fucking shocked to find out that it is severely dangerous, to the degree that you can actually feel it. If you go out on a walk in the morning after a fuckload of fireworks shows go off, you will feel your lungs burning from how much gunpowder and lead you are breathing in. It is horrible, and animals have to live in that shit. They have to live through all of it. They have to live through the bombardment. They can't go inside. They don't have anywhere to hide. Okay? I don't know why Demon Mama keeps apologizing for this obviously sensible take. Thank you. The reason why I keep apologizing is because I get it. Fireworks can be a lot of fun, and I think that I get it. Okay, I get why people have fun with them. It's cool to be able to shoot something up into the sky and be able to see the colors and you know, make your mark on the world in that way. But it's not fun anymore when, like I said, every other house in a neighborhood with hundreds of houses, or in the downtown area where there's thousands of people living in buildings that are tightly packed, have to be subjected to explosive noise. Not to mention the risk of injury, not to mention the wildfires and all of this crap. It's really, really pathetic, and it really bums me out. And also, maybe I'm just a softie, but my heart was like ripped in half all day yesterday because I can't stand to see my dogs suffer like that. And there's nothing I can really do. I mean, maybe next year I can plan a camping trip out into the middle of the woods, which is something we thought about doing but didn't really have the time to do, especially given that I was sick for a couple of days. It's depressing, okay? It's depressing, and it's frustrating, and it's irritating. And yeah, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of you know, like I said, in the days of yore, it was a ritual. It was you would remember the American Revolution, you know? Remember what the brave patriots had to undergo from the British bombardment. And you go for an hour and you subject yourself to extremely loud and explosive noise. But now we're just literally replicating it. Now it's just like, welcome to America. From the 2nd of July to the 5th of July, you have to undergo an actual bombardment. And let me tell you something. The average person does not know how to safely fire fireworks, okay? I'm serious. They really, really do not, okay? Like, last night, multiple people were firing their fireworks at an angle, which meant that when they detonated, it sent reverberations into people's windows and was setting off car alarms. I can't even count the amount of times that car alarms all across our neighborhood were just like all across the neighborhood from people firing these things at an angle so they thought that they could see it more. But really, whoever's house that lands over, that could fucking blow out their windows. And yes, as Goddess Trans Girl says, don't forget that if you live in a major city, you also have to play the is that a firework or a gunshot game. Do you know how many, do you guys don't want to know how many mass shootings there were yesterday, do you? Oh man, can we bring that up? Can I bring up that stat? Let me see if I can find that stat real quick. I was reading an article about it this morning. The 4th of July overshadowed by 16 mass shootings across the United States. 4th of July mass shootings kill 13 and injure more than 80 across the United States. Yeah. NBC News cites 17 were recorded across the country over the 4th of July weekend. So that's not just the 4th of July, that's the 4th of July weekend. Absolutely deranged. Oh, look at this. Thank goodness Forbes has come in. While there were 18 mass shootings over the 4th of July weekend, there were fewer shootings this July 4th than in the past few years. That's encouraging. Wow. Oh, I know. I bet I know what you're going to talk about, Dustayon. Is it the drone performances? I'm sure they're really cool. America, fuck yeah. Look, I get it. I genuinely understand. People want to have their fun. People want to celebrate. They want an excuse to celebrate a holiday, and I totally get that. But you want to know what's more base to do on the 4th of July? Cook some delicious food, seriously. And it's way better for your health, and it's way better for the health of the world. It's way better for the environment. It's just, oh man, it's too much. Become grill pilled. Become grill pilled. And also your chances of hurting yourself or a loved one goes way down. You know, people like unironically, seriously, regularly hurt themselves with fireworks. Like really bad. And wildfires. Wildfires every year are started by fireworks because people fire so many, and there's only so many volunteer fire people to help put out fires when they happen, and some of them get out of control before anybody can stop them. The US is a PvP zone? Yeah, it does kind of feel that way sometimes. Again, I wouldn't feel so bad about all this if there was like other stuff. If there was some level of like social cohesion in the United States. If in the US there was a general culture of actually caring about your neighbors, of being somewhat respectful. If there were, like, for example, I don't even think I would have as much of a problem with all the fireworks if there was just like a generally understood social rule that you don't fire them after 11. There were fireworks, the loudest bout of fireworks was around midnight. That was when it was going the craziest. People were going nuts. And also on the 2nd, when it tipped over on the 3rd, when it tipped over to the 4th at midnight, people fired off a huge volley of stuff at 12:30. From 12 o'clock to 12:30. Boom, 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 boom. Just like, man, what the fuck? Why? Just be chill. Why not why can't people just be like, there's so many levels more than is reasonable. Like so many things where I'd be willing to be like, whatever. Maybe I'm just being a grouch. Maybe I'm just being a complainer. But like, I don't know. I think it's unreasonable to expect every house that has a dog, every house that has like old people with heart conditions in it, every house with a veteran to just suffer for like half a week because some people want to blow up a shitty firework that they overpaid for. Just sucks. Oh, straight up, another bored person in YouTube chat says, man, wouldn't the fireworks be better if every neighborhood just did one big cookout where they all fire them together all at the same time and then get it over with? That would legitimately be so much cooler. It would legitimately be acceptable if everybody got together, cooked a bunch of food, hung out with each other, and then they do one fireworks show, make it a big show if you want to, fire a bunch of stuff, and then call it good. Call it good. They should be banned within city limits. It was much worse this year than any other year that I can remember. Last year was really, really bad. And the year 2020 was one of the worst years because in 2020 there was like, people were so pissed off. Like the general populace was super pissed off on July 4th for a number of reasons. It was a very tense year, but it led to a week of constant fireworks. And I mean, like, I'm talking the place that we lived in 2020, like people would go out in the middle of the night and fire them off in the parking lot and it would blow up right next to our fucking window. It's insane. Insane. Yeah. Anyway, I'm done being a hater, I guess, on the fireworks, but it was sad to see all of the animals that are normally in our yard, all of the birds just disappear for a couple of days. It was horrible. It was I felt like shit all day yesterday because I spent the entire day holding my dog while she shook in fear, and while she tried to, like, my dog, when she got to points last night where she was trying to like climb the back of the couch to try and find a safe place to hide. At one point she crawled behind our couch and was cowering behind the couch, and it's just so depressing. Oh, we got a YouTube raid. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for to No Justice, it looks like. Thank you so very much for the raid. Deeply appreciate that. Also, David Cookmeyer, thank you for the $10 super chat. I'm fine with Elon burning Twitter to the ground. Thank you for your content and work. You're very welcome. Thank you for supporting the show. Have you tried an anxiety vest? Yes, we actually have an anxiety vest for Yoda, but the problem was it was really hot yesterday, and it was pretty clear that she was already overheating, so we didn't want to put the vest on her. Yeah. We didn't want to put the vest on her when it was so hot. The best solution that we ended up doing was we ended up taking Yoda and giving her a bath in cool water during the peak of the fireworks. When the fireworks were really going off, we took her into the bathtub and we ran cold water and we just washed her, and she really seemed to appreciate that because the water noises were drowning out the sounds of the booms and the cold water was keeping her cool. It was surprising that she was actually happy to get a bath, because usually she doesn't love getting baths. She likes swimming, but anyway, that's me just complaining about the fireworks culture around the 4th of July and why you guys might think that I had some big, deep lefty take for why I don't love the 4th of July, but the real reason is just that it makes me sad every year, because I feel bad for people who have to deal with that much noise, and it seems to get worse every year, where it's just more and more commercial fireworks getting blasted into the air. We have to clean up so much debris. Doe and Fawn spent like 40 minutes picking debris out of the yard. Our porch was covered in debris. I'm not kidding you. It was like covered in it. It sucks. I think that people need to cool it down a little bit. Just cool it down, you know? I guess that makes me a bleeding heart. I guess that makes me a fucking hippie. But so be it. I love animals and I love dogs, and it makes me sad that we torture them for literally nothing other than setting off a bunch of fireworks. Anyway, if you found this rant interesting, make sure that you press subscribe down below and leave me a comment. What are your feelings? Do you feel like I'm out of line? Do you feel the same way about the 4th of July? Do your pets struggle? Tell me in the comments, because I would like to know if other people feel similarly to me. Thank you very much. Wow, look at that. 4th of July segment. Wasn't even planning on doing a full segment on that, but there you go. There we have it. Did you guys hear that? Did you hear that beep? Somebody's just going crazy out there. I guess everybody's pissed off after the 4th of July, huh? That was wild. I'm happy there are some dogs that don't, Petscop? What's Petscop? What's Petscop? Oh, it's a web series. I've never heard of this. Wow, it looks pretty popular. I've never seen it. A horror series? It's an indie game? Oh, okay. I don't know what Petscop is. That sounds interesting. Okay, everybody. All right. I want to talk about another thing, okay? This is going to be a little bit of a rant, okay, everybody? My lovely imps, who in chat, put an emoji of put your favorite emoji in chat if you are currently or have been a fan of the Diablo game series published and created by Blizzard Games, now known as Activision Blizzard. Put an emoji in chat if you're a fan, okay? or you used to be, okay? Because I gotta talk about this real quick. I gotta talk about Diablo 4, okay? And I got some hot political takes too. So if you're here for the politics, don't go away just because it's Diablo 4. Okay, everybody. Wow. Okay, so a lot of people are into Diablo. All right, I see this. I see a lot of people talking about it. All right. A lot of you are fans of Diablo 4, and I have actually been playing a whole bunch of Diablo 4 since its launch. I bought it like the day after launch day. Apparently I still qualified for the pre-order, which is kind of cool, I guess. I got some fancy horse stuff. There's a lot of stuff to say about Diablo 4, but I'm going to talk about the political thing first, and then I'm going to talk about the rest of my thoughts on Diablo 4. Because I've been as many of my viewers will know, I am a recovered Blizzard fangirl, okay? I used to be the most hardcore fan of Blizzard games. I have, like, the first games that I fell in love with as a kid were Blizzard games. Warcraft 2 and StarCraft. As a kid, I was like, couldn't imagine a cooler game than StarCraft when I was a kid. And I couldn't imagine a more forbidden treat than getting to play Warcraft 2. After all, as many of you will know, my family was super Christian. Warcraft 2 has a lot of demonic imagery, so I only got to play Warcraft 2 in very limited doses, but I loved it. Now, as I got older and I was finally allowed to play games like Diablo, I came to quite like Diablo. And I've played Diablo 1, Diablo 2, Diablo 3, and now Diablo 4. You guys know how when George Bush was president, I know that sounds like a whiplash, get the whiplash, okay? You know how when George Bush was president, there was like a period where every single like video game and movie had like, they called them Bush era, and music too. Like all of media had all of this, like there's like a distinct thing. George Bush pissed a lot of people off, okay? I'm about to do it to you. That's right. You know I had to do it to you. I'm about to hit you with it, okay? You know how when, George Bush Jr., of course, W. When George W. was president, okay? There was so much media. There was, because for a lot of reasons, and not without reason, like I should say. I mean, he lied about fucking about Iraq, and that was a whole horrible nightmare that Americans still do and should feel a lot of guilt about. The post 9/11 era was one of the most bloodthirsty and deranged in America's history. It showed America to be basically a rabid dog. You know, we invaded a country that had absolutely nothing to do with the attacks on 9/11 and the pure justification that 9/11 happened to us. So we killed a ton of innocent people under the justification of somebody else killing a bunch of innocent people in our country. It was a terrible, terrible, terrible period of time. And and so in that period of time, a whole bunch of media had commentary about George Bush. Some of the most famous being like the Star Wars prequel trilogy, a ton of video games. They all had, like, there would often be a George Bush, like, a metaphor character, like an analogy character for George Bush in so much media. If you go watch media from, you know, from the early 2000s, it's so much of it is like there's a George Bush guy, going so far as sometimes they would even have like a president who like you never see his face, but he talks like George Bush, okay? Diablo 4 is that, but for Donald Trump, okay? I'm serious, okay? Bear with me. I'm not kidding you, okay? It's that. Transformers, yeah, all of them, all these movies did that shit, okay? But let me tell you, they did it, okay? They literally made a Diablo game that was about Donald Trump and MAGA. I'm not even fucking kidding you. Okay? You guys might be right now, you all, a bunch of you in chat are gonna be like, this is hogwash. That's hooey. Get this out of here, Demon Mama. I'm not fucking kidding you, okay? I am not kidding you, okay? Now, there's going to be minor spoilers, but the story of Diablo IV blows completely. It absolutely sucks. Don't worry about it at all. You're not missing anything. But Lilith is Donald Trump, okay? Lilith is straight up Donald Trump, and they bungle their own analogies really bad, but straight up, I'm not kidding you. She literally says, at one point in the game, she literally says, "We will do this to make Sanctuary great again." I don't know if that's an exact quote, but she says almost exactly that. She says, "I'm doing this to make Sanctuary safe again," or something along those lines. And she's the queen of succubuses, so she's enticing, but her message is ultimately that the strong should prevail. It's the most Donald Trump analogy that I could ever imagine in my entire life. And I see some of you in chat realizing it right now. I can see it in the chat right now. I can see some of you realizing that I'm correct. Oh, yes, I knew it. I knew this was going to be worth it. Oh, man, it's so wild. It's so funny. The whole story is all about a bunch of random people who otherwise shouldn't agree with Lilith deciding to agree with Lilith, and she represents a third option between the two-party system of Sanctuary. In Sanctuary, there's the eternal conflict, the demons versus the angels, and the angels they represent like a stuffy order that is ultimately they're better for the people overall, or so you think, but ultimately they're too stuck in their ways. They're the Democrats. And then there's the demons, who are, of course, completely chaotic and want to eat you alive and kill you and all of that stuff and chew on your souls, which is obviously the Republicans. And Lilith is supposed to be the queen of demons. No, she's the queen of the succubus, specifically, and she defects from the rest of the demons. And she offers a third way, which you later find out ultimately would benefit the demons. Kind of like how Donald Trump pretended that he was going to drain the swamp, but ultimately just ended up being another Republican. I'm not kidding you. I wish that you guys would. Does that make Elias Rudy Giuliani? Yes! He even has black goo coming out of his ears. Yep. I knew it. I told you. I fucking told you guys. And is Biden Mephisto? Oh no, actually, I don't think there is a Biden, okay? I think you're just viewing this through modern lenses as opposed to this being a pretty bog standard set of tropes. This is a reach. I'm sorry, I've played No. I've played all of these Diablo games, and they definitely have a lot of tropes in them, but they've never done a third way message with a character that's going to make Sanctuary great again. Literally, her entire message is that Sanctuary was not supposed to be the plaything for the demons and the angels. There's multiple points that could have been lifted straight out of a Trump speech, and it's so obvious. The entire game, they try to make Lilith seem like the good option, only at the end to be like, but you can't side with Lilith. Sorry, I see it. I see it. And you can't tell me that all of the writers at Blizzard aren't terminally online Twitter heads, because half of those guys are Donald Trump reply guys, or they were back when Donald Trump was on Twitter. Does Lilith literally drain a swamp at any point? I don't think she does. There is a big swamp segment, but it's different. It's slightly different. Does that make your character Bernie? Yeah, more or less. It's, oh man. Danny Fallen says, Diablo 4 completely misunderstands Lilith's motivations and why she wants to kill Inarius. No quotes about Inarius killing their firstborn son or the end killing their grandson. She just wants to kill Inarius because he opposes her and not because he wants to kill all of her children. Oh yeah, the writing is terrible. Guys, I'm serious. I'm dead serious. The storyline is so dreadful in Diablo 4, it actually made me laugh. And that's coming from Diablo 3, which had such a dreadful story that basically everyone just forgets everything that happened. Do you guys remember a butterfly killed Deckard Cain? Oh, okay, hold on. Let me just say one thing, okay? Okay, let me just give you some credence to what I'm saying, okay? At how stupid this is, okay? In Diablo 4, they give you a new old man Haradrim, okay? So the Haradrim are an ancient caste of monks. They're an ancient sect of monks who believe in preserving the balance between good and evil through the power of knowledge. They have all these ancient artifacts, and the famous one is a guy named Deckard Cain. Stay a while and listen. That guy, Deckard Cain, you know, have a potion. That guy, Deckard Cain. He's an old man who's in Diablo 2 especially, really, really famous character. Everybody loves him, blah, blah, blah. And they kill him off in Diablo 3, which was supremely unpopular for obvious reasons. And in Diablo 4, they give you a new old man with a funny accent who's also a Haradrim. And get this, okay? I'm not kidding you. Get this. At one point in the game, there's a whole quest line where you come across an old friend of Deckard Cain's who's like an alcoholic, and he sees your friend and he goes, Deckard, it's good to see you. And for the rest of that entire chapter of the game, the character that they wrote in calls the replacement Deckard Cain. I'm not kidding you. And it's the most embarrassing thing because I feel like they were trying to be self-aware and it just failed. He just does it once? No, he doesn't just do it once. You're actually incorrect about this. I had to play through that quest line twice. He does it multiple times. There's the whole time when you're walking through the desert and every time he stops, he goes, it's a good time for a drink, eh, Deckard? It's not only once. I would be willing to put money on it. It's Meshif from Act 3 in Diablo 2. Yeah, I know. He keeps calling him Deckard Cain. I think the lore suffers for being set 50 years after Diablo 3. Yeah, it does. Oh, Jesus. Dango Bangle, you should send me a... thank you for the $5. Can you send me a clip for that? Or a link for that? I'd like to see that. So anyway, there's the funny thing, okay? You can think that I'm crazy, but if you don't believe me, just watch all of the story or play Diablo 4, and you will see how much of the like Trumpism stuff is written into there. It's a real deal. Thank you very much for that link. I'll take a look at this in just a few minutes. Yeah. Listen, it's goofy, okay? Now, I have to talk about other things about Diablo 4 because this is going to be ultimately a little review segment of Diablo 4. In truth, I've actually been having quite a bit of fun with Diablo 4. However, that comes with a number of asterisks. I have been having fun playing my druid character. And I actually think that there is some pretty good stuff in this game. I think that especially when it comes to the visuals for this game, it looks fantastic, okay? Really, really, really great. The combat is quite fun. And I'm very excited for the seasonal stuff to begin, because in Diablo 3, I really love the seasonal content. For those who haven't played seasonal content in any Diablo game, basically whenever a new season begins, you can create a seasonal character, which means you start from 0 and you can only play that character for that season. And the goal is to get as far and as powerful as you can while the season runs. And there's usually some sort of special universal reward for it, whether it's a visual thing. In Diablo 3, there were seasonal sets, which were basically these wacky armor sets that would do crazy things to your build. They were uniques that would totally modify the way that you played your character. They were awesome. I really, really love the seasonal system. So I think that's cool and looks really, really cool and fun. Neon Treon, thank you for the $5. Glad to catch you, but bedtime for me. Have a good stream. Make sure you catch the VOD, and thank you for supporting the show. Deeply appreciate that. Yeah, there was a bunch of other stuff too. There was pets that you could get. There were special wings that you could get for your character, which is a whole thing from Diablo 3 that they got rid of for Diablo 4, which was kind of weird. And I like the seasonal system, so I'm excited for that, and I'm definitely going to be playing it. With all that said, we got to talk about, I got to criticize this game because there is a lot of problems that I have with this game. And I'm going to start with the first and biggest complaint. I already complained about the story, which is actually probably my biggest complaint, but I don't expect anything from Blizzard anymore, because Blizzard writing was, especially for Diablo, they have been phoning it in for a really long time, and I did not expect there to be good writing for this game, and they didn't disappoint, okay? It was terrible. It was laughably terrible. It was baby brain terrible. Oh, I should just be, let me just explain one more thing, because I only said that the writing was terrible. But when I say the writing is terrible, there was a, let me just give you an illustration. I posted on my Blue Sky an illustration of why I felt the writing was so terrible. I'm gonna just share that image real quick because I think it'll make you guys all laugh. I think this is basically how the entire storyline of Diablo 3 felt like, or Diablo 4, sorry. Objective, kill Hitler, time remaining 5 minutes and 18 seconds. Jake, we're picking up a reading of some sort of the city. Can you confirm? Jake, achievement unlocked, go underwater with a gun. It looks like you're underwater. Would you like help? Get help with swimming, get help with the plot. Warning, return to the surface too quickly. Returning to the surface too quickly, slow ascent immediately. Call, push X to select, press X to not die. Fingerless glove meter, help, I'm being attacked, help me. No joke. Oh, with the little warnings all up in here. There is a part in the game where there's like a little miniature like cutscene, and it's like, you must travel beyond the wrecks of the eastern sea coast. There will be 3 shipwrecks, and beyond it you will see the coffin that will take you to the dark place. Something along those lines. And while you're walking there, you have 3 different NPCs that are following along with you, all of them constantly reminding you to get to the coffin. And it's like, and when you get there, they're like, so you have a marker on your map, you have quest text, you have them telling you in the screen in the story, the people remind you, and when you arrive there, they go, do you see anything that looks like a coffin beyond 3 wrecks? And they're like, there, out to the east, I think there's a coffin-looking object out beyond 3 shipwrecks. I'm like, oh my God, enough, stop, God, stop. And that's not the only time, that was just the worst time. The amount of times where people are like, make sure you go to the objective, and then the next person's like, yes, it would be bad if you missed the objective. And then the other guy goes, you fool, everyone would know to remember the objective. And the other one goes, shut up, would you? We're going to the objective right now. I'm just like, Jesus Christ. Can we please? The dynamic of the characters is literally that. When I'm shitting on the writing, that is the dynamic, okay? There's your gruff, rude Haradrim guy who's like, you know, You may not know this, but it's an old Haradrim secret that you can press left click to use your core skill. And then the rogue lady's like, don't speak down to the hero. Everyone knows that you can use left click to use your core skill. And then Donan comes in and he's like, yes, Haradrim, why do you have to be so stuck up? Even I knew that you can use left click to use your core skill. I'm just like, come the fuck on. Can we cool it? Can we fucking cool it? Oh, it actually got me all, like so angry. It was to the point where like I don't know, like okay. That was the 0.5. Now I have to do the 1.0. The world map, okay? The world map. Many people who are veterans to the Diablo series will know that Diablo always had at least when you played online, there was no static world map. There were bespoke zones, and each of those zones would procedurally generate pathways through them. And some people didn't love this because, you know, it's kind of weird to not have like a single map for every zone, which makes like guides and stuff like that a little complicated. But it gave a very organic feel, and it meant that the games relied on that bespoke zone design. Oh my God, I'm blanking. You're in Tristram, okay? And you go below Tristram, and the Tristram catacombs have a unique feel. You're in Ked Bardu, and you go into the sewers of Ked Bardu, and they have a very distinct zone feel to them. In this game, that is gone. There is one universal world map, and it sucks, okay? I'm just gonna be completely honest. The world map fucking sucks. It is enormous. The map is huge, but can I just show the revealed world map? I'm gonna show you something, and I want to point something out. Oh God, oh Jesus Christ. This is not a meme image, by the way. This is from Icy Veins. Jesus Christ. That's from Icy Veins. I didn't look up a meme image. Okay, but honestly, let me get one that doesn't have the large icons, okay? Here we go. Wait, is this accurate? Here we go. Okay, yeah, here we go. Here's the big world map, and I'm gonna show you something and why I criticize it, okay? So this is the world map. Now, looking at it, that probably seems a little overwhelming, but I want you to notice something about the design of this map. Nearly every area of the game looks something like this, okay? It's all honeycombs. Every single area they take an open area, they take like a butterfly shaped open area, and then they put a bunch of dots of land masses in between. But basically, you're just weaving around all of these little spots in every zone. Look, I'm not kidding you. Every single one, here you go. But just randomly shaped blobs put into a generally, you know, a certain shape. This one's like sort of like kidney shaped. This one up here is kind of like a kidney shape but turned upwards. And most of the zone design in the game, here you go, here's almost the identical shape as this one here with the same basic structures in between. It's very blobby. And obviously, I mean, these little areas, you can see this is just a shrunken one, but they're all basically like that. Now there's these really cool areas that I'm gonna show you. Let me find one right here. Here we go. Here's one right here. See where my mouse is going right over here? These areas are actually the most interesting ones in the game. There's these little connector areas. Here's another one right here where my mouse is going right now. There are these tiny, seemingly linear connector areas that are visually incredible. One of them has you walking down, weaving behind waterfalls as you're going from one area to another. Those are really cool because they actually feel like a bespoke area that isn't just sort of a copy-pasted honeycomb of zone design. Now, I understand that they wanted to make a really big world, that they were going for something a little bit more MMO-like. And keep in mind, this isn't like I'm gonna go into a whole review of this game. I have a lot of things to say. The map design, however, is not its strong suite. It does not, moving through these zones is like, it's hypnotic in the worst way. It is, there is a ton of areas where you basically can't tell where you are. You don't know, outside of the like general region that you're in, there's no reason to assume that you're anywhere special whatsoever. And it kind of sucks. Actually, it massively sucks. The map, as a result, becomes very forgettable with the exception of a few key areas. And also, the outside ends up feeling a whole lot like the inside of a lot of dungeons, because dungeons follow the same basic design, just on a smaller scale. They are sort of large areas punctuated with little paths you have to run through that reconnect to each other. Every place is basically a loop, and there's not a whole lot of like, you're not ever asked to move in like a specific way through any area. And that's very different from the way that it was in other games. Although Diablo has always had, you know, tons of enemies filling up like a sort of like not a death tunnel, but like a combat tunnel. They're combat focused games. You can't avoid it to a certain degree, but this game, Diablo IV, just goes too far into the honeycomb zone design, and it leads to a very forgettable world map, with some areas being like almost literally copy pasted. Like for example, there is a region of the top part of the map up here where you fight drowned zombie pirates that are blue, and then down here, an almost identical area of the map, you fight drowned zombie pirates that are purple. In this area, you will fight bugs that are green, and in this area, you will fight, I think it's this area, you will fight bugs that are red. And that's a big problem for me, you know, when you get to a world that's so big that you're copy and pasting to that degree, just shrink the world. Seriously, just make the world smaller. So that's my biggest critique with Diablo IV. Besides the story, obviously, which is painful, but the story is only one aspect, and I don't play Diablo games for the story. I haven't since Diablo 2. I knew Diablo 3 was going to have a rough story, and I knew Diablo 4 was going to have a rough story. But that world design is very MMOified, and that's actually, there are pluses and minuses to Diablo 4's MMOification. It is a very MMOified game. There's all kinds of sort of randomly generated quests. They now focus on a lot of world events and timed events. So like things will happen in the world. There's these things called hell tides, where like a big zone will become taken over by demons for an hour, and then it'll go away for an hour, and then later it'll come back for another hour, and you go through and you do little world quests, kind of in like a lot of it reminds me of Guild Wars 2, if anybody's played Guild Wars 2. There's world bosses, there's these rotating quests that pop up on the map, and some of those are very fun. I think that a lot of them can be kind of fun to grind if you're like just trying to level up and whatever. However, there's a downside to the reliability of that type of grind, which is that there's a lot of flattening that has happened in Diablo 4. Let me tell you something that is a fantasy of all Diablo players. And if you're a Diablo player, you'll be able to tell me that this isn't true. You can tell me, but I know that it's true. Every Diablo player has this fantasy of getting 100 enemies, 100 little demons or goblins or skeletons to chase the shit out of you, and then you just got a brand new legendary item and you turn around and you blow them up immediately. You're just like fireball, or you know, you set a bunch of traps, or you do some crazy combo and the whole stack of enemies just blows up, and you see the numbers all over the screen and the treasures flying everywhere, and you're like, yeah, you get that power moment. Does not happen basically at all in Diablo 4. And the reason for that is because it's a static map, and because of the way that enemy spawns are designed, you can't actually, look, everybody's telling me I'm speaking the truth because I know, I do. I tap into the Diablo brain because I have it, okay? the way that the spawns are designed, they're MMO spawns. They leash. For those who aren't familiar with the term leashing, leashing is when an enemy has a maximum range from their spawn point that they will wander before they automatically stop trying to attack you and run back to their spawn point. That's called leashing. They're on a leash. Kind of makes sense if you think about it. And in Diablo 3, there wasn't any leash radius, I don't believe. In Diablo 2, no leash radius whatsoever. Enemies would follow you as far as you could take them. You could gather an entire zone of enemies to the point that it was lagging your game and then blow them up with a massive spell. And it's a huge draw to the fun of Diablo. It's just getting a build that can let you stay alive so that you can blow up 200 enemies at once. It feels great, and it's a really, really cool core Diablo experience that doesn't happen almost at all in Diablo 4. And I'm gonna be fair to the people who are really fans of Diablo 4. There is one exception to this rule, okay? There is an event during Helltides where it intentionally spawns an incredible amount of enemies that is designed for being played in a giant group, and you can get that fantasy in a very small dose. And 2, there is a event type in Dungeons, which is it's like a cursed shrine. You go and you activate a shrine, and it's cursed, and a bunch of enemies start dumping out of it, and you can get that experience to again, in a small dose during those events. I want to be as fair as possible to Diablo 4 because, like I said, I am having fun with Diablo 4, even if I can greatly acknowledge its huge flaws. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. It's unfortunate that you can't, like, do that. And also in Diablo 4, it's kind of combined with the fact that now there is level scaling, which is, again, it's another one of those changes that has both positives and negatives, okay? Level scaling means that all enemies in the game, they scale to your level. And there are some modifiers, like some zones are designed to spawn enemies that are slightly higher than your level, and some zones are slightly lower, but it's very flattened. The plus side of this is that you can play with anybody basically at any level whenever you want, which is cool because it facilitates social play. The downside, of course, is that there's only a select avenue for challenging yourself. And you can't pull off some of the cool things that you used to be able to do. And there's another downside that a lot of people don't think about, which is that it has the effect of making leveling feel less impactful. When you hit to the next level, sometimes you actually are weaker than you were the level before because of the way that scaling works, which to me, like, that needs to be fixed. There should never be a time in an RPG where you level up and you feel worse than you did because the enemy scaled up to match you, but you haven't gotten loot yet that's not good, okay? I mean, if you went into another new zone, maybe you know what you're getting into, but you could be fighting enemies in the same dungeon and you level up and they auto scale up and all of a sudden it's taking you longer to kill the exact enemy that you were just fighting. Which is unfortunate. Really, really unfortunate. And I understand why they did scaling, and I think that they didn't do a horrible job of it, and I do like that it promotes, like, social play, because the playing with other people is really fun. I've been playing with some of my friends from back home. I've been playing with my partners, which has been really, really fun, and I have been enjoying the social aspects of these games, and they really seem to have wanted to encourage people to play in groups, which is awesome. I genuinely like that. But it does feel very bad if you're playing solo, or the leveling experience can feel really, really unfortunate. And yeah, those are this is my third criticism, and then I'm going to send out this segment with the things I do like about the game, okay? My third criticism. Why, what's with this classes? The classes in Diablo 3, okay? Witch Doctor, Monk, Crusader, necromancer, sorceress, demon hunter, okay? The classes in Diablo IV, rogue, barbarian, druid, sorceress, necro. So the necromancer is the one real standout, and the rest are all of sort of default fantasy trope classes. They got rid of monk, they got rid of witch doctor, they got rid of crusader, they got rid of demon hunter, which seems crazy to me, because the demon hunter was like the biggest, it's the demon game. So, and that's my last criticism, is I don't really know what they were thinking. Now, unfortunately, oh wait, I lied. There's actually a fourth criticism that I almost forgot, but that I have to talk about. We'll get to that. I know why they did this, and it's because they are planning on doing a bunch of DLC. So almost assuredly, they're going to be reintroducing Demon Hunter, Witch Doctor, Crusader, and Monk as DLC. Yep. So, which brings us to my fourth point. Cash shop DLC crap. Diablo 4 is, Diablo 4 has launched with a cash shop for cosmetics, which is insane to me. Absolutely, and absolutely motherfucking insane to me. And I'm talking, when I say a cash shop, I mean mobile style. The cash shop in the game has one of those screens where it has like it has a stack of coins and it says $4.99, and it's a stack of coins, $9.99, and it has a huge stack of coins, and $20.99, a treasure chest overflowing with coins, $12.99, a big vault exploding with coins, and then the last one is like $59.99, and it has a billion diamonds blowing up in the screen, literally in the game all the time. It's terrible. And let me just tell you, they put some really cool ass outfits in the cash shop, which is heinous and an insult to all Diablo players. And let me tell you why. I understand why free-to-play games, which Diablo 4 is not a free-to-play game. It is a $60 full-price game. You have to pay to get into this game, okay? Free-to-play games, if you want to have a cosmetic cash shop, we can talk about that. I still don't like it, but it's all right. You're a free-to-play game. Anybody can get in, and you want to make some money selling fancy cosmetics. Diablo is not a free-to-play game, and Diablo is a looting game. Diablo is all about finding rare loot that you can show off on your character that makes your character feel cool, and seem awesome. It's a role-playing game. If you make a cash shop that allows you to buy the sickest looking armor set in the entire world, it really deflates the rest of the armor you can find in the game, doesn't it? And it really sucks because my favorite class this time around, Druid, has some pretty underwhelming armor options in the game, and then in the cash shop, they have some absolutely bonkers, out of this world cool designs that cannot be found in the game. You cannot do anything in the game to unlock the really cool outfits that they sell you in the cash shop in this full price game, and it's trash. It's trash. That is horrible. And I hate it, and I will not buy any of their cash shop crap. I won't even look at it. It's really unfortunate. They can't do worse than the auction house in Diablo 3. The cash auction house almost killed Diablo 3. Like, Diablo 3 was a disaster until Reaper of Souls came out, at which point it had a small redemption because they did so much crap. It's all this rent-seeking, money-grubbing crap that absolutely ruins games like this. Have I forgotten the D3 auction house? No, I haven't. But but at least they got bullied into getting rid of that. They should be bullied into getting rid of the cash shop for this game because it's an insult. It's an insult that they, and by the way, let me just be clear about this, okay? Let me just be 100% clear. The cash shop is heinously priced, okay? I'm talking 20 bucks for a set of armor in Diablo 4, 20 real world dollars to have an armor set on your character that's this big on the screen, okay? It's deranged, absolutely deranged. And unacceptable. It's obscene. It's one of the things that threatens my interest in the game to the largest degree. I've been having a lot of fun playing my base version license of the game with my friends, but the cash shop really sucks. And I think in a game that is loot focused, it's an actual insult to the game design itself. It's an insult to the genre. It's an insult to the players. The reason why people play loot games is because they can go seek out that amazing rare loot, that you go bust into some really hard zone on an extremely high level, you kill a boss, and you get the coolest looking armor that you've ever seen in your life. In this game, the only way you're gonna get the coolest looking armor you've ever seen in your life is if you bust out your wallet, which is pathetic. Danny Fallen says, just wait, they're going to sell stash tabs for $10 a piece. They nerfed the number of stash tabs available since the alpha test, and I'm about 10,000% sure it's because they're going to try and sell them as microtransactions. That's fucking pathetic. That's fucking pathetic. Paying for loot is fucking insane. Yes, it is. I agree. Let me wrap this out, though, with the things that I do like, okay? The class design overall in Diablo 4 is, in my opinion, very fun. There are some numbers issues. There are some builds that are not viable. For example, a lot of sorcerer players, as of the time of this recording on July 5th, 2023, there are a lot of sorcerer players who are complaining that the way that the numbers work out, a lot of builds are not viable, that basically if you want to have any shot at being competent, you basically have to use a specific type of enchantment slot, which really sucks. But those are things that can be fixed with rebalance. Those are things that are to be understood in a game that's as class-based as this. But the overall design is really cool. Let me give you an example. Druid. Druid has Storm Druid, where you are wielding the power of storms, wind and thunder and lightning. They have Earth Druid, where you're summoning rocks up out of the ground and smashing people together. Think Earthbender from Avatar, The Last Airbender. Literally, there's actually an ability straight out of Avatar where you slam the ground and two stones come up and crunch somebody like this. Super cool. Throwing boulders. Then you have Werebear, where you turn into a huge bear and trash everybody as a big tanky bear. And they have Werewolf, where you're obviously a werewolf. It's like Werebear, but you're a wolf. And you get all kinds of quick slashing abilities, ways to dodge damage, self-heal, and poison. I've been playing both Storm, Elemental Druid, which is like Storm and Earth mixed in one, and I've been playing Werewolf, and I've been having really fun with both of those, even though currently they're considered low-tier classes overall because of their damage output. Still been having fun. One of the things that's really cool is there is a lightning electrocution sorcerer set that feels completely and utterly different from the Storm Druid. The Storm Druid really gives you the feeling that you're like this barreling storm building up in power and then unleashing on your foes and blowing them away. And that's really cool. Whereas the Lightning Sorceress is like you're moving all over the place, teleporting and electrocuting people like you're some sort of evil Sith going, you know, it's super cool. Very different feeling for otherwise, you know, lightning themed abilities, but in very different directions. The Necro has like really cool setup. I've been really impressed with both the appearance and the play style of the Necro abilities, although Necromancer is really strong right now. Pretty much like a lot of people are playing Necromancer because of how strong Necromancer is, but you know, whatever, that's how it is. The Rogue is also very, very powerful damage-wise, but has a lot of different ways you can play. You can play with double daggers where you're like teleporting around and getting backstabs. You can play with a bow where you're like bouncing out of and shooting down like rain of arrows. You could play where you're dropping traps and grenades and shrapnel and all that stuff. Very, very cool. The variety of class design is great, and they all feel very distinct, and I really, really, really like that. I think the abilities look really distinct. I think they're really fun to play. Oh, the Barbarian is really awesome. The Barbarian has this whole thing where they're like a moving arsenal. They get to wield 4 weapons at once, and you switch between your weapons. So they go from like a club to like a huge Zweihander to like double weapons. It's really awesome. They get to like just switch between all these different weapons, like a big blunt weapon to like a Zweihander sword that they're swinging around their head to like 2 weapons that they're dual wielding, like double axes and stuff. And the whole like the fantasy of the Barbarian is getting to switch between all these different weapon sets in the middle of battle. Awesome stuff. Isn't the meta necro right now minionless? No, not at least from what I've seen. In fact, most people pushing the highest level stuff want the minions because the minions can absorb so much damage. The minions have an ability that lets them damage gate, but I don't want to nerd out too much on the details of that. Yeah. There's a lot of really cool variety. This is one of the things I like most about Diablo 4. I know that there's rebalancing that needs to be done, but the classes themselves, in my opinion, are really solid, and they're really fun to play, and they feel very different, which is great. There are definitely some issues, but I have been really impressed with how cool and fun they actually feel to play and how unique they are. Playing a sorceress feels absolutely nothing like playing my werewolf druid, and I like that. I like that there's a lot of distinction there. Another thing that I like is the unique items in the game. One of my favorite things about Diablo 3, I know I'm gonna be praising Diablo 3. One of my favorite things about Diablo 3 was the fact that Diablo 3 had really cool, unique item sets, which basically I mentioned this before, but item sets would make big modifications to the way that you played. Like, I mean, some of them were totally ridiculous. Like, they would change how your abilities looked and what your abilities actually did, meaning that you could basically unlock a totally new way to play if you found a rare item. I think that's awesome. And there are items like that in this game too. An example, I have a chest armor as my druid character that makes my default form my werewolf form. So I don't play as a human anymore. Now I play as a werewolf, and if I want to shapeshift, I have to shapeshift into a human to do a human spell, and I automatically turn back into a werewolf, which is like really cool. And I really like that, and I love that there's a bunch of those like that. There's a bunch of other ones too. Like there's a sorcerer item that like turns your teleport into your teleport is normally used kind of like an escape tactic, like, oh shit, I'm in trouble, let me teleport out of danger, let me move around really quickly. And there's a sorcerer ability that turns your teleport into a gravity well, so when you land in a place, it sucks all enemies around you into that space so that you can blow them up with like a cool spell. Awesome. Super awesome. Love that shit. A lot of praise for the unique item stuff, and it's one of the parts of Diablo that still feels very Diablo-like. Like, I'm hunting for this unique item that I really want to get that's going to change my build and make things, you know. Oh yeah, there's somebody mentioned there's one that turns your pet wolves into werewolves, so they benefit from all of your werewolf abilities and they look a little different. That's super cool. I love that stuff. I'm really happy that they took some time to make cool, unique items. And from what I understand, they're gonna be bringing back item sets. I hear that they were originally in the game and that they deliberately took them out so they can put them back into the game later as seasonal content, which that does suck. However, I'm glad that there are unique items in the game that fulfill a similar role to the way that item sets did in the last game. And as long as it's free and there's no DLC crap, yeah, then okay, fine. And the last thing that I'm gonna say is this is a big praise for Diablo 4, okay? Big praise for Diablo 4 incoming. Ready? Ready yourselves. I know, I've been so harsh to the game. Bosses are so much better in Diablo 4 than Diablo 3. It's not even funny. And even Diablo 2. The bosses in Diablo 4 actually have design. Now, if you're like a veteran raider of an MMO, or if you play a bunch of Final Fantasy, 14, excuse me, goodness, got a hiccup there. If you play a bunch of Final Fantasy 14, you might not be super impressed with the boss design in Diablo 4. However, for the Diablo series and for what Diablo is, which is it's supposed to, the way this one is it's a mini MMO. It's an MMO that you can play in 30 minutes to an hour instead of 8 hours a night or whatever, The boss design is really, really good. There is a couple of, unfortunately, they reused some world boss stuff. I don't like that. However, there's also a whole, each of the dungeons has a boss at the end that has moves that you actually have to respect if you're playing on a high difficulty. They actually have mechanics you have to engage with, which has never really been the case in most of the Diablo games. In Diablo 3, they tried to do it a little bit, but it mostly just kind of failed. In Diablo 4, the bosses have mechanics. They actually have things you have to engage with, and you have to use your brain a little bit in these fights, and it's really, really good. So that's one of my biggest praises for Diablo 4, is the fact that the bosses are actually worth fighting. And in fact, the most memorable first experience I had of Diablo 4 was doing an optional dungeon early on in my first character and seriously struggling to beat the boss. And the second most memorable experience I had was playing with a friend of mine, a local friend of mine, where we died like 8 or 9 times trying to clear this boss. It was seriously difficult, and we had to get his mechanics down just right so we could beat him, and it was super satisfying when we finally did. And that was only on World 2 difficulty when we were leveling through fresh at the beginning of the game. Now, obviously, I'm a little more familiar with how to build characters. I don't struggle as much on most of the bosses, but the fact that there's actually mechanics for the bosses and they're not just giant meat sponges like they were in previous Diablo games is a big improvement in my book. Oh yes, and of course everybody is mentioning the Butcher, which I have mixed feelings. I do think the Butcher is novel at first. He starts to run out of novelty, but I will say it's a very cool first experience running into the Butcher in this game, and yeah, it's cool. It's a cool thing to get busted up by a Diablo game where a lot of the time you kind of just blast everything that's in your way. Anyway, that's my review of Diablo 4. I had a lot of stuff to talk about. Lilith is MAGA, Donald Trump, pretty obvious. It's a Trump era game, very clearly to me. And I'd love to hear what you have to say about it. If you think I'm way out of line, tell me in the comments below. Let me know what your thoughts and your experiences with Diablo 4 are. I want to hear what you have to say, so tell me down below. Overall, I think Diablo is a very fun game. The cash shop is a big problem for me, and I think that everybody should be super vocal and complain about the cash shop as much as possible, and do not buy shit from the cash shop. Cash shops in a game like this are an insult. The story writing is terrible and hand-holdy. The map could use some work. However, the class design is really awesome. The core gameplay is very fun. The bosses are fantastic. So I have to say, play Diablo 4 with friends and you're gonna have a really, really good time. Even if it's not a perfect game, and even if there's a lot of Activision Blizzardisms that I don't feel good about, specifically the cash shop. If the cash shop gets worse over time, I will probably stop playing Diablo 4. But as of right now, I'm having a really good time playing Diablo 4 with my friends and my partner. So that's my review of Diablo 4. Again, if you think I'm way off base with Lilith being Donald Trump, tell me in the comments. If you think that there's things that I missed, tell me in the comments. And of course, make sure that you're subscribed to Demon Mama so you don't miss any of my content. We're about to do a whole bunch of other stuff, but I needed to get my thoughts on Diablo 4 out there. I've been sitting on them for like a week. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you all very soon. Yeah, there we go. Damn, what'd y'all think about that review? Pretty banger review, huh? 430 people are watching right now. Please make sure that you press like on the stream right now. It would be deeply, deeply appreciated. We are about to jump into the main content of the day. I know that wasn't the main content. I snuck that one in. It was actually main content. I've been thinking and taking notes on Diablo 4 for like 2 weeks because I wanted to talk about it on the stream. And yeah, so yeah. Make sure you press like on the stream. Huh? I don't know what you're sending me. Why did you send me that? Fortnite asks, did you finish Jedi Survivor yet? I haven't finished it yet. I got distracted by Tears of the Kingdom, and I haven't gotten back around to playing it yet because I've been so fucking busy. Good review. I can skip this one. Yeah, that's fine too. Honestly, if this, I mean, I'm not gonna begrudge you if you don't want to play this one. It definitely is a lot more MMO. I have played a lot of MMOs in my time. I like MMOs. In fact, I've played quite a few of them. MMOs that I've played. EverQuest was my first MMO. I have played a little bit of RuneScape. I played a ton of City of Heroes. I played World of Warcraft to the point that I was a Mythic Raider. I played a bunch of Guild Wars 1. I played a bunch of Guild Wars 2. I played Warframe, which is definitely MMO. And I also played, why am I blanking? Why am I blanking on this? Whatever, doesn't matter. I got you all of them. That's all of them. There's definitely not another one that I just totally blanked on which I had played. I've played a lot of MMOs. I played Final Fantasy XI back when that was a thing. So I've played a lot of MMOs. Some I've played way more than others. I played a ton of WoW, a ton of Warframe. I played an absolute fuck ton of City of Heroes. And a lot of EverQuest when I played EverQuest when I was really young though, so I played it very poorly, but yeah. So I've played a lot of them. I don't mind certain aspects of MMO design, and the thing I like about Diablo 4 is that it's in very small doses. It's MMO design that's shrunken down so that you don't have to spend a ton of time on it. Like the grind is more meant to let you have fun with your abilities and try out different builds while blasting through enemies. It's not like actual grind that's designed to get you to pay for more monthly time. One more clip. All right, let's watch this clip real quick and then we're gonna get to the main content. All right, it's the last clip of the day. EverQuest was the GOAT. All right, let's see. Let's see. I'm gonna judge this clip.
まっすぐに来たバカの魂たとえその身が泥棒で死ねやしねこのゲーム何でもありかよちくしょう何やっとるんだジョースなんでこんなところでサボりよって
Is that Frieza? What's Frieza doing there? What's Frieza doing there? And why is he getting beaten up by a cop? The cop killed Frieza? The fucking cop killed Frieza?
終わってもいい。だからこいつだけを。あやー！
me of Tenkaichi. Was that the one? Dragon Ball Z Tenkaichi? Tenkaichi. Was that the one that this one reminds me of? I think this is the one I'm thinking of. Budokai Tenkaichi? Yeah, where they started doing the 3D environments. Cool shit. It's cool if you like jump. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. I never played this game, but it looks pretty awesome. It looks like a fun one. It looks like a classic, honestly. Dragon Ball Z Tenkaichi is getting a remake. That's awesome. That's fucking awesome. God, it is so hot in here right now. All right, but we gotta push forward. We gotta be strong. We gotta be strong because we gotta get to the. We got a lot of content to get through today. We got a lot of stuff to talk about today. Are you ready? If you are ready, press like on the stream right now, okay? Because we have, how many likes do we have? We have 440 viewers, which is awesome, but only 334 likes. I'm gonna need a lot more likes if we're gonna go through all the crap that we have to go through coming up here in just a minute. Because we got a lot of stuff to talk about, okay? So for those of you who are just tuning in now and don't know, we have 3 things that we're going to be talking about today. 1, I'm going to be ranting about environmentalism. 2, I'm going to be talking about Anna Kasparian's latest interesting arc. And 3, we're going to be watching the national treasure Emma Vigeland debate Tim Pool on his own show, in which Tim Pool absolutely loses his mind. Now, I have not seen the whole debate. I have only seen a handful, and I mean a very small like set of clips from the debate, but I have heard very good things about it, and I wanted to review it for us to enjoy because I really like Emma Vigeland. So we are going to start right now. My lovely, lovely imps. A couple of weeks ago, I made a video about Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks. For those who don't know, the Young Turks is a political commentary, journalistic outlet, which has, for most of its history, branded itself as being pretty solidly left-leaning, a voice of the left. They have always leaned very much into being lefties, and also specifically not just being like left-leaning liberals, but specifically that they challenge the liberal establishment, that they go above and beyond the Democratic Party, because they've always tried to brand themselves as sort of firebrand leftists who are trying to push the Democratic Party. In some ways and more than others, you know, but as of late, the Young Turks seem to be struggling with identity just a little bit, as far as their political identity. Over time, we've seen them embracing some positions that most people would charitably characterize as not progressive. And I think that, in fact, my entire last video, which if you're curious about what I'm talking about, I encourage you to go check it out. Just search Anna Kasparian and Demon Mama in the same line and you'll find my video about it. In fact, I did 2 videos, but they were kind of spaced out. Anyway, this was going over a very odd situation in which Anna Kasparian took a lot of time out of her day, multiple days, literally actually adding up to being a saga that went on for multiple weeks, to talk about this term that she had sort of characterized in a very unfair light, which is the term birthing person. And this became an entire thing because on one hand, there was these people basically saying, what? You're telling me that Anna Kasparian is wrong just because she wants to be respected as a woman? And on the other hand, you have people pointing out and saying, hey, wait a minute, that's not actually what Anna Kasparian said. Instead, Anna Kasparian made the argument that the term birthing person was in and of itself offensive, and also tied it to a bunch of other arguments in one place that actually crossed into the grounds of transphobia, to the degree that she was being called out not just by random Twitter users, not by an angry mob of keyboard warriors, not by, you know, just random YouTube commenters, but by other left-leaning media professionals, including Emma Vigeland, Sam Cedar, David Dole, Matt Binder, a lot of other people took time out of their day, and they weren't being harsh to her at all. In fact, in my video, I went through all of the major responses that she got from her colleagues, which she was characterizing as people like screaming and threatening her. We went and actually looked at the comments that she received from these people, and they were incredibly measured. They responded to her with arguments that she had made within the last few years on her own piece. And in fact, her own rhetoric in the past against people saying the exact position that she had was the opposite of what she was saying now. So there's been a lot of frustration on this particular issue since then. And unfortunately, since the initial incident happened that I'm talking about, Anna Kasparian has continued to engage in a very, let's just say, uncharitable manner towards people specifically on trans issues. That's the only way that I can really explain it. And it's unfortunate because it could have just stopped with a disagreement on a specific term. It could have just been like, I don't like this term for whatever reason, and people could have said, we don't agree with you. But it hasn't just stopped there. And it's gotten to the point now that Anna has done multiple on her show segments ranting about how trans activists and trans extremists have gone too far. Today, on social media, Anna Kasparian, who, let me remind you, is a self-purported journalist and is in possession of an absolutely massive platform with regard to left-leaning media and liberal media. Anna's platform is enormous as far as these things go. Has decided to devote her platform to screaming about how trans activists are making things worse for trans people, according to her, with, of course, no evidence or examples of this, and has even gone so far now to make an appearance on a right-wing podcast, which some of you may be familiar with. Now, the podcast in question is known as Adam and Sitch. They are not exactly what I would call like big timers, but they've been around for a while. And if that name sounds familiar to you as a Demon Mama viewer, it might be because they have obsessively made videos about me, despite the fact, let me just be clear, I did not fire at Adam and Sitch. Adam and Sitch have made an incredible amount of videos about me. In fact, let me just show you some of them. Batshit insane debate featuring doomer politics. Demon Mama argues that schools shouldn't be mandatory, XD. Demon Mama cannot define gender, Adam and Sitch. Demon Mama rage quits mid-debate. Socialist Demon Mama doesn't care about the lower class. Demon Mama wants to force a world of lies. Demon Mama wants to replace school with video games. Now, of course, most of these are literally just outright lies, but that's never stopped the right wing before. Like I said, I had never fired at Adam and Sitch. I never had any beef with them prior to them making an absolutely incredible amount of, and by the way, let me just show you, this video is a 9-hour and 41-minute video about me. This one, admittedly, is only a 15-minute clip. This one's another 11-minute clip, 11-minute clip, 11-minute clip, 11-minute clip. But this one is a 9-hour video about me. And so, yeah, this is the right-wing podcast that Anna Kasparian decided to make an appearance on to discuss where she stands politically. And we're actually going to react to that today. Because I have been told by a lot of people, and I have seen from her social media presence, which of course, let me remind you again, her social media presence is not some like tiny private account. It's her forward-facing public account associated with her professional identity, on which she has been arguing at and screaming at various people, including trans people, telling random trans people that disagreed with her that they are the reason that trans people are being oppressed, which is an insane thing to do and quite unprofessional, and also a pretty weird thing to do if you consider yourself a progressive leftist. Now, I've seen a clip from this debate, and it certainly has some questions, but today, we're just gonna, we're just gonna get right into it. We're gonna watch the clip raw. We're gonna see what Anna has to say for herself, and we're gonna react to it. I made my opinion on the way that Anna Kasparian handled the previous controversy quite clear in my other videos, but I'm gonna summarize it here. I think that Anna Kasparian is at this point willfully ignorant when it comes to trans issues, and might even be going so far as to be intentionally grifting to the right, using trans people as a wedge issue in order to grow her audience. Because as I show and demonstrate in my other video, again, evidence is all present in that video if you want to go see all of it. These are not the arguments that she's made when it was convenient for her in the past. She has started to make arguments that are contrary to arguments she's made on her show, and also to just go out of the way to do extremely weird apologia for anti-trans figures. An example of this, today on yesterday on social media, Anna Kasparian took time out of her day to defend Jesse Singal. If that name doesn't ring any bells for you, Jesse Singal is one of the most prolific anti-trans journalists out there. He has devoted his blog and his internet presence to basically spending most of his time talking about how trans people are part of a dangerous ideology that he does not substantiate. He's not a serious actor, and most of what he does is launder the reputation of trans exclusionary radical feminists, aka TERFs. He basically pretends to just ask questions while completely misrepresenting serious issues, while completely misrepresenting arguments, and while casting trans people in the most horrible light possible. He has been severely criticized by trans and cis people who take these issues seriously to a great degree. And we've even talked about Jesse Singal in the past on this show. But Jesse Singal is infamous for how hard how much time and how hard he goes on trans people, and how much he frames trans people as a part of some sort of dangerous group of people that are targeting your kids. It's really deranged. And Anna Kasparian went out of her way to try and defend this guy. It's a very strange move, and I can't say that I approve of it or understand it. I genuinely think that it's out of line, especially for somebody who has spent her entire career as a progressive and talking to a progressive audience. Now, let me just tell you, before we jump into this actual debate, this has not gone over well with Anna Kasparian's general fan base. On social media, she has received an incredible amount of pushback from her own fan base, which she has admitted. She has said that her own fan base is incredibly angry at her and that they feel like she's handling the issue poorly, and also has stated that she doesn't care. So, okay then. Anyway, I think I've given enough of a preamble to give us the necessary contextual knowledge to get into this. Let's see what Anna Kasparian has to say for herself on the right-wing podcast, Adam and Sitch. By the way, I'm being very charitable by calling Adam and Sitch a right-wing podcast. We have talked about Adam and Sitch in the past, specifically that they've made so many weird videos obsessing about me and misrepresenting my positions. But we've actually gone through and looked at all of their views, and I challenge you, if you think that if I'm not being honest with my representation of Adam and Sitch as a right-wing podcast, please go check out their videos and tell me if you think, what views you think don't align with the right. Because I would argue that not only, I'm being charitable by saying that they're a right-wing podcast, I would actually argue that most of the time their arguments are far right, not just right-wing. Adam banned me on blocked me on Twitter for saying it's right-wing. They're very touchy about this. Oh, I don't care how touchy they are about it. The opinions that they put forward on their show are consistently right-wing, if not far right-wing. So I'm being charitable by saying that it's a right-wing show. I think, I mean, look, let's just take a look. Let's take a look at what they put out for videos, and we'll see if we can get an idea just from what they put out here. Tim Pool's best take ever. After 2 kids, no taxes. Heated debate. FBI corruption, hidden truth or conspiracy. Sean destroys actual justice warrior, who is again a far righter, destroys leftist on Tim Pool. Leftists seethe over charity stream because money was given to somebody else, apparently, with them mad at Keffels. H3 versus Just Pearly Thing. Should women be allowed to vote? Just Pearly Things misquotes Thomas Sowell and doubles down on H3. Non-binary rant. Nobody has to respect your aesthetic. Here's them. Gross leftist cares more about policing hashtags than violent crime victim. Gamergate rematch. They are warping gay and civil rights to push identity politics. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I think that the content of their channel speaks for itself. Dave Pacman is a fucking idiot. Debating Sock Done Left. Wait, they debated Sock Done Left? That's kind of funny, actually. Okay. All right, let's get into this. No more preamble. We've had enough preamble. Let's get right into this.
Okay.
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite Supreme Court enthusiast, Adam Frenda.
Oh, yeah. I've been reading up on the Supreme Court, Sitch. I'm learning.
Have you seen Ben Burgess defending her? No, I don't need to see Ben Burgess doing anything, honestly. I am not a fan of Ben Burgess.
So much about how our country functions. It's amazing. And we have, look, a special guest with us here today, Anna Kasparian, co-host of The Young Turks. Do you want to introduce yourself? I mean, I feel like everyone, our audience definitely knows who you are, but you're probably doing other things as well.
At the moment, I'm not. I'm mostly focusing on TYT. But yeah, I'm the executive producer and co-host of The Young Turks, and have been since 2007. And, you know, I've done other things on the side at various points of my career, but for now, that's the main focus.
Okay, so we're very excited to have this conversation. We started talking a little bit before the show, and you seem open to talking about a lot of things. You seem to be going through kind of a political transformation, evolution. I don't really know the right word to call it, but I'll let you talk about that. But
wow, this goes right into it, doesn't it? By the way, just so we're clear, I have not seen this. I have only seen 2 clips from this entire conversation. So most of this, I have no idea what to expect. You're going through a political transformation. By the way, these guys are obviously salivating. They love it whenever a leftist leaves the left or whenever they even signal like they're going to. These guys love that shit. And of course, it's stupid because it doesn't mean anything. But for them, they can convince their audience that, like, oh, the left is falling apart, because that's what they always say. The left is falling apart. The left is falling apart. Even though, like, literally today, like, Gays Against Groomers, a right-wing organization, completely and utterly blew up because it was discovered that one of their leading members was a super Ron DeSantis guy working for Ron DeSantis and taking money from Ron DeSantis, even though like actual gigantic right-wing organizations are blowing up on the daily right now, and there's a schism in the Republican Party so great that they might not even be able to have a chance in the election because it's split so hard between Donald Trump and literally everyone else in the GOP. But yeah, it's the left that's blowing apart, you know.
First of all, people want to know, because you did mention in our little chat in DMs that I was wrong about the Daily Wire thing. Now, I make predictions on the show all the time, and I have never been wrong before. So people, I've been making jokes about you might end up at the Daily Wire. That's not true?
No. It's funny because, you know, I'm going through something very real and very sincere, and it's uncomfortable, and it has not been an enjoyable process for me. It's been difficult. And so the internet being what it is, all sorts of people from all sorts of political ideologies have theories on like what's actually happening with me, right? And the main accusation, both from the left and the right, is that I'm grifting, which is hilarious because literally nothing has changed about my work life. I'm in the same place.
What? What? I'm sorry. What does that mean? Literally nothing has changed about my work life. So that just means you were grifting all along? Is that what you're trying to say? Like that's what that's not a response that refutes the idea that you're grifting. That makes you sound worse.
Have the same audience. The audience doesn't like some of what I have to say or some of the new conclusions I've come to. And so I wanted to kind of set the record straight about what I have personally experienced. I don't know what my political labels are at this point, right? Because I feel like I don't really fit anywhere.
Oh my God! It's literally a How I Left the Left. Wait, this is literally a I Left the Left video. I was just goofing with my title. It's actually How I Left the Left. She sure said she was a progressive a few years ago. No, guys, let's be 100% clear. Anna Kasparian has been extremely loud about being a leftist, has been extremely loud about what the left should do. Anna Kasparian, even in recent weeks, has been spending a ton of time telling the left what the left should do. That's been her position for almost her entire time. The left is the demographic that she has been batting to. She fucked up on this point, and she really fucked up. I need you to understand that this isn't like some giant cancellation. She was fucking dead wrong to the degree that people were posting her own clips back at her, and she would just block them for showing that she obviously understands the argument and is just digging her heels in. Again, on my last video, I went through all of the professionals who also make left-leaning shows who actually said, hey, here's the reason what we're taking, this is the reason we're having issues with you making this point. And also, not just that you're making this point, but that you're quadrupling down, that you're then going after trans activists during a time when the entire right wing is obsessed with the most heinous with propagating the most heinous lies about trans people you can possibly imagine. For those of you who are watching right now who don't usually watch my content, okay? I talk about the trans issues in America a lot because I am trans, okay? It's an important issue to me, and I feel like I have a lot to say about it. I made a video about the threat of trans genocide in America that is fully researched. I have all my sources laid out for you. You can search it on my channel. It's super easy to find. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about what the right is doing in America right now. The right is obsessed with trans people. The Dylan Mulvaney situation, where the entire right completely latched onto a random trans celebrity, a trans celebrity who isn't even super political. Dylan Mulvaney is not like some super activist. She's just a regular person. They latched onto her because she got a promotional beer can and have freaked out about her to the degree that they were accosting her in person, stalking her, making threats on her life, threatening her in person, just for being trans and a publicly existing trans person. So Anna Kasparian isn't just going after trans activists, misrepresenting arguments, making deranged and totally logically incoherent arguments about trans people. She's doing it in the middle of an unprecedented targeting of trans people in the United States of America. She's chosen, and just so for the record, that was the thrust of most of her media professional colleagues critiquing her. They were saying, first of all, your argument is messed up, but what makes you think that you should be using your platform, your limited time of day, and the limited airtime that you have on your show to further target trans people? And of course, her answer has been, fuck you, I do what I want. The kid gloves that Anna Kasparian has been treated with by the general left is unbelievable. Unbelievable, the amount of kid gloves that most people have held. Now, I was a little more mean because I'm a little bit mean. And I know that, and you guys know that. I'm pretty honest. When I think somebody's being a fucking piece of shit, when I think they're being deliberately obtuse, when I think that they're lying, and when I think that they're grifting, I'm not afraid to be a little mean. I think that's well within my rights. But I am only one, and I am not even close to the biggest voice. The biggest voices that came after her did so with kid gloves.
And that's just full honesty. It's, again, very uncomfortable for me. And I want to say that out of any point in my adult life, this is probably the point where I'm the most malleable and open to new information because of what I've experienced over the last few years. And I can get into details about that in just a moment. But that was the reason why I told Adam that, no, this isn't like a Daily Wire thing. I have no interest in working at the Daily Wire. I have no interest of leaving TYT. If anything, I just feel a responsibility to kind of correct what I got wrong in the past to the best of my ability and just do better moving forward. And the reason why I've been at TYT as long as I have is, despite what any of you might think about Jank, he has never once tried to censor me or tell me what I can and can't say. That's the reason why, we get into these fiery debates and there's never any retaliation for it. And as long as I'm free to speak my mind and genuinely speak my mind the way I have been, I plan on staying there. And there's absolutely no monetary or financial incentive for me to do anything I'm doing right now.
Well, Sitch and I box.
That's bullshit, by the way. That is complete and utter bullshit. Just 1000% bullshit. And you want to know the easiest way that I can prove to you that this is false? $20 anti-woke beer, okay? The right wing is they're so willing to part their ways with their money as long as it makes them feel good about their political agenda, that they are able to actually make money off of $20 per 4-pack 4% alcohol by volume anti-woke beer, okay? The idea that there is no money in grifting to the right is complete and utter bullshit. In fact, it's funny that she's saying this in the same sentence as the Daily Wire. Do we not remember that just a few months ago, Steven Crowder revealed that the Daily Wire was offering him a $50 million contract to work for the Daily Wire, and that he said that that wasn't enough because he was making way more on his own show? Do we not? Have we forgotten so quickly? The right is very easy to pander to, and there is a ton of money available in pandering to the right. That's why we have a bunch of idiotic corporate yes men who work for the right, who get the Coke money, who get the massive dollars for just saying the stupidest shit you can possibly imagine. Where do you think that the Daily Wire comes out of nowhere? The Daily Wire has an insane financial backing. The money is easily available on the right. You don't get money for being a lefty. You don't even get money for being a liberal in America, okay? Not unless you literally work for the Democratic Party, okay? You don't get that kind of money on the left. It just doesn't happen. The reason why people stay on the left is because of their genuinely held beliefs, not because they're making all kinds of money. This idea that there's like no money in pandering to the right is just patently false. And you know what's funny? Anna Kasparian has talked about it on her show. I guarantee you, there are TYT listeners right now in the audience. Any of you guys TYT listeners, how many times on TYT have you heard Anna Kasparian and Cenk go off on how much money there is on the right? It's practically one of Cenk's favorite things to talk about. Oh, you guys know, it's tons of money. The corporations love the right. They'll dump money into that, but us over here, we gotta be viewer supported. They talk about it fucking constantly. So she's full of shit. She's lying because it makes their audience feel like, oh, look, she's honest, see? Fucking bullshit. Any of you out there in my audience who are fans of TYT, if you guys have been watching TYT for a while, one of you should put together a compilation of all the times on TYT that Anna Kasparian herself has talked about how much money there is on pandering to the right. In fact, I think she's shit specifically on Dave Rubin for pandering to the right. I think she's specifically gone after former TYT member Dave Rubin for going to the right for the money. Absolutely full of shit. This is the thing. You see? This is why I get so frustrated at this shit. And this is why people are calling Anna Kasparian a grifter, by the way, because she'll lie straight to your face. She acts as though most of the people criticizing her aren't people who've watched her show, aren't people who followed her. I, personally, have followed Anna Kasparian for a very long time. I used to watch every single appearance of Anna Kasparian on the Michael Brooks show. And I know that she's lying to our faces right now. Jesus fucking Christ.
A lot on this show. And I think people, you know, I think they like that. I think they admire that we are able to fight with one another over a policy position.
Michael Tracy. People are pointing out, yeah, let's see. I wonder if she's ever talked about Michael Tracy grifting to the right for money. She and Michael ridiculed Dave for cashing in on the right. Wow. Almost like Anna thinks that her viewers are fucking stupid. Well, the good news is she's pandering herself now to people who are stupid, people who don't care. The thing is about the right is that you hollow yourself out to become a right-wing grifter. Those motherfuckers will eat dog food as long as it confirms all of their biases. As long as you're telling them, oh yeah, the left is fucked up, the left is cancel crazy, and everybody was so mean to me, they'll be like, ooh, yeah, we're into it. Pathetic. Hollow on out. Oh yeah, don't forget Jimmy Dore too. I believe we've watched a segment of her saying Jimmy Dore did it for the money on this show. In fact, I did a drama mama favorably covering Anna Kasparian in the Jimmy Dore drama. TYT is like a factory of grifters. It's a fucking factory of grifters. Jimmy Dore, Michael Tracy, Dave Rubin. One after the next of people getting all set up in TYT and then full on grifting to the right. Man, it's pathetic. And then they fucking lie to your face like this with a smile.
Position and still walk away friends. So I spent the last...
Hassan is the only good one to come out of TYT. He left TYT. He deliberately left TYT because he was tired of their shit. Oh wait, Emma Vigeland. Oh wait, did Emma start at TYT? Hold on, did Emma Vigeland start at TYT? Because if so, I might have to do myself an ouch. Okay, to be fair though, Emma has also been really critical of TYT since then. There, I'll amend my statement. I went a little too hard. They did produce Emma Vigeland, and I fucking love Emma Vigeland. Not in a non-parasocial way, like I just really like Emma Vigeland's work, and I think Emma Vigeland is like a banger choice to be the host of the Majority Report as a like nearly decade-long listener to the Majority Report. Emma is a treasure. But she also, I will point out, not to completely undo my point, I'll own that I was wrong about that part. They're not a complete bad person factory. But she's criticized the shit out of him. Let's continue.
Last week, I was watching a bunch of your most recent videos. And I mean, you're snapping back at Jank quite often. I mean, it's actually quite refreshing. There's a couple things, and we have questions on these, but I'll let Sitch. I don't know. Do you have anything that you want to ask before we get started?
So yeah, it turns out that Anna is a massive fan.
Emma's initial response about Anna was bad too, though. Remember, no, it wasn't bad. She was being very charitable. And Sam went a little further, and then when Anna quadrupled down, Emma called her out. Emma was, like I said, like many people, being kid gloves. The kid gloves that were broken out for Anna Kasparian in this particular case, it was off the charts, okay? I'm serious. Sam, of course, is... I have always been a big Sam stan, okay? For a long time. Sam was my first entry into the left. As far as like content online goes, when I got out of the Christian cult that I was raised in and I was trying to figure out politics on my own, Sam Cedar was one of the first entries I ever had into the left. Like literally. And I've always respected Sam. And one of the things I've always respected about Sam is that he's not only always been super progressive when it comes to trans issues, but that he's always been willing to listen to people who know more about trans issues than him, like to a massive degree. And I've always respected that about Sam. And it's something that continues to make him a strong figure, because he doesn't dig in his feet and get reactionary. He's constantly willing to learn and improve his positions in a way that like is better than half of us. Almost nobody in these spaces is good at improving his positions as Sam. Sorry, it's just true.
Of our program. She's seen every episode, just huge fan, right?
Well, okay, so I happened to come across a video you guys did about me. It was the stream on I hate to name names, but you guys were covering the leftist mafia and their insane gaslighting video about me. And
the leftist mafia's insane gaslighting video was not an insane gaslighting video. We watched it. They correctly represented her opinion, and they were, with one exception, incredibly gentle to her. The only person who was not super gentle to her was Olay. Olay, who said what everybody else should have been saying, which is, nah, that's bullshit. She is a grown fucking woman. She knows her opinions. She's said opinions to the opposite in the past and never acknowledges them. She's wrong, and I'm gonna call her wrong. And Olay was based for it. And by the way, Anna Kasparian was the one who had a fucking meltdown about Olay, not the other way around. The rest of we watched that clip of the leftist mafia, and they were, you know, we don't want to be mean, but you were wrong. You should reconsider this. Even though Anna Kasparian was so fucking wrong that you can literally play a clip of her from 2 years ago, directly refuting her current argument for the correct reasons that all of these critics were laying out. I hate to harp on that, but holy shit. She's just so fucking full of shit.
You guys were the only ones, as far as I could.
Yeah, and people are pointing out Anna jumped on Olay in a Twitter thread that wasn't even about her. Yes, it's insane. She's been fucking going off the shits for no reason. It's just a giant public hissy fit that conveniently allows her to grift to the right. Oh God, well, we'll look into that.
See that actually did a good job in highlighting how badly they were gaslighting me.
Right.
And so I thank you for doing that, because, you know, when everyone around you, everyone who alleges to be your friends, tells you something you know isn't true, but they keep repeating it to you over and over again, you start asking yourself, like, am I the crazy one? You know?
The answer is yes, you are being crazy. I'm not kidding you. I'm not fucking gaslighting or anything like that. It is a crazy thing to get so pissed off of a tiny podcast. We actually talked about how small the Leftist Mafia podcast is, to the degree that you then derail your own content from your media professional studio with your millions of followers, to the degree that you are melting down over someone very gently criticizing you, to the degree that you are misrepresenting what everybody else, the so-called friends, you won't even honestly represent what they actually said to you publicly, which everyone can see. Anybody who cares about this issue can go and look and see what was said to you and the way that you characterize it, and then you say they're gaslighting you when all they said was, hey, think you're wrong on this, here's the reason why. That is a crazy thing to do. That is a crazy thing to do. Yes.
So that, I really appreciated that. But, you know, you guys have put out a ton of videos about me that have not been friendly or nice, and it's okay. I mean, I can be a good sport about it, and I do think that you guys raised a few valid points, and I just need to be willing to accept where I was wrong and where people are critiquing from good faith. Like, you guys have a little bit of an edgy style, so I'll acknowledge that.
An edgy style. Oh yeah, a fucking edgy style. Wait, do you guys remember when we watched, hey, throwback for the old school Demon Mama fans, do you guys remember when we watched TJ Kirk arguing, and Adam Friended and PSA Sitch said that the science didn't matter because it was trans science, and that therefore invalidated it, as if any science that was done by any organization that has come to a positive conclusion about trans people, that it should just be thrown out because it was degenerate science. Do you guys remember that? I do. I fucking remember that. Yeah, edgy style. Spending half your content going insane over trans people and trying to push the idea that there's a gender ideology, calling trans people groomers. Yeah, edgy style. Also, yeah, let's just remember, oh my God. Yeah, let's not forget that she had a meltdown because Vosh called her, and I quote, a retard. And she had a fucking on-stream meltdown about that. But now she's on a show that regularly fucking calls trans people groomers. Yeah, okay.
But I have thick skin, so it didn't really bother.
And of course, JQ's like crazy.
Bother me that much.
I mean, that's commendable. You know, we're on this kind of like internet environment where everyone's very attacky to each other.
Totally.
Especially when they're not like engaging with them in person.
Hey, what do you call it? What would you call it when PSA, Sitch, and Adam made like 6 videos lying about me and I'd never spoken about them at all? Do you think that's maybe attacky at each other? Do you think maybe that's a little attacky at each other? I wonder what their, by the way, I wonder what their motivation for targeting me could have been all about. Huh. I wonder what, wasn't their first video about me not being able to like define gender or something? Weird. I wonder what they're mad at me about.
So,
yeah.
You have to have kind of a thick skin. And I know, but I mean, you're talking about earlier, and one of the things that we always commended you on was, you know, when you publicly came out and you said that you were wrong about the Rittenhouse video, which, I mean, most people, when they make a mistake, they just try to hide it or they try to shift blame. You know, Jimmy Dore very famously shifted blame to his producer. And I thought it was really commendable that you came out and you're like, no, I got this wrong. And you were trying to show, not just do this for your sake, but just say like, listen, audience, you need to understand that this is the story. And I don't want you guys to have the wrong information.
Yeah, there was, look, the one, I guess, through line you'll notice in the various things that we're going to talk about in this conversation is that it just became abundantly clear to me that where I was getting my information, and I'm not just talking about independent lefty outlets. I'm talking about legacy media outlets, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them, it's not that they report misinformation, it's that they omit details of the story that would, maybe the additional details of the story don't change your mind at all, right? But it's not up to them to decide that. We should know every detail. I think the Amy Cooper story is another example. It was fairly recently I came across Camille Foster's very in-depth investigation into that story.
The Amy Cooper situation? Wait, hold on a second. The Amy Cooper situation is the Central Park bird watching incident where that lady was choking her dog, freaking out at some random dude because he was black, and then she said that and then she started acting like she was being attacked on the phone when you can see in the video that he's not moving towards her at all. Come the fuck on. Are we really at this level? Are we accelerating that quickly? Yeah, I guess it's that. Yeah, no, you know what? Nah, fuck it. No, Puerto Rican musician, this ain't the fucking white woman solidarity. Maybe it's the white identified woman. Cause I do think that Anna Kasparian takes her white identity a little more seriously than somebody like me. But not to call it out, but I got the light skin as well, and you don't see me fucking standing in solidarity with freaks like that. So with all due respect, blame this one on fucking Anna Kasparian, because most of the whiteys realized that was fucking crazy behavior.
And there were so many details of that story that were intentionally omitted or left out of the legacy media reporting of it. And that painted a picture in my mind and in the minds of many others that, there's no justification for the way that she was, panicking when she was on the phone with the 911 dispatcher, right? But then you get this, then you find out, based on what Camille Foster had found out and reported, was that she didn't have good cell reception. So the person on the other end of that conversation couldn't hear her. She was.
Oh, come on! Oh, come the fuck on. You've got to be fucking kidding me. That's fucking insane. Do we need to, no, wait, do you guys remember? Do you guys remember the debate that I had? Some of my old school fans, I had a debate on the Hippy Dippy podcast with Dylan Burns. And I believe it was it I Hypocrite or was it Actual Justice Warrior? Where I literally, on my side of the stream, I played the video because the guy was just lying about it, and he was trying to say that the guy was walking towards her, and all of these they have a mountain of lies that they will make up. And so I said, you know what, we can't do this because this is a panel, so I can't put my video in. But anybody who wants to, I'm gonna just play the video real quick. Do we have the short? Is it on the TikTok account? I should check my TikTok and see if we got it on there. Oh, shut the fuck up. Whoa, hey! TikTok autoplay, shut the fuck up! Fuck TikTok, never mind. See? This is why we never do TikTok. Fuck TikTok. Should I just play the clip right now? How long is it? Full video. It's 1 minute. Let's watch it.
Would you please stop? Sir, I'm asking you to stop.
Please don't come close to me.
Sir, I'm asking you to stop recording me.
Please don't come close to me.
Please take your phone off.
Please don't come close to
And
me.
I'm taking pictures calling the cops.
Please call the cops. Please call the cops.
Oh, it was the cell. It's the cell reception, right?
Tell them there's an African American man threatening my life.
Please tell them whatever you like.
I'm going to call the police and tell them there's an African American man threatening my life.
Excuse me?
As the dog is literally choking and struggling, by the way.
And there is a man, African American, he has a bicycle helmet. He is recording me and threatening me and my dog. There is an African American man. I am in Central Park. He is recording me and threatening myself and my dog. And my. I'm sorry, I can't hear you either. I'm being threatened by a man in the ramble. Please send the cops immediately. I'm in Central Park in the ramble. I don't know.
Thank you.
Actually, it was because of the cell reception, actually.
Panicking because she genuinely thought that she was at risk after, here's another thing that was omitted in a lot of the reports, after she was literally threatened by the bird watcher, right? Who said,
Right.
you know, if you're going to do what you want, I'm going to do what I want. And you're
literally threatened as she walked towards him and did physical damage to her own dog. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay.
not going to like it. And then he proceeds to try to lure her dog to him. And listen,
yeah.
you might still feel that her behavior was uncalled for, whatever. That's up to you.
No. Her behavior wasn't just uncalled for. Her behavior was completely out of whack and was actually racist. Saying, I'm gonna walk up to you and then I'm gonna threaten you and I'm gonna call the cops and tell them a black man is threatening me. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. This is the reason why people are getting fucking tired of Anna Kasparian's bullshit. Why is Anna going to such an extra mile to be a piece of shit? Because she knows that she's sitting here pitching to potentially new people who will throw her money because she did a little song and dance for their show, pandering to the right, peddling their racist narratives, and now peddling their anti-trans narratives.
But you should know all those details.
Is this an old clip of Anna? No, this is from literally 3 days ago. This was streamed 3 days ago.
And I will say, from my personal opinion, if I'm alone at a park and some random guy tries to lure my dog away from me, I'm gonna freak out. You know, like I just am. And so, okay, with the Rittenhouse story, I was gonna cover the trial and I just needed to go back and just like really, really look at all of the details and remember all the details. So when I do the story, I get.
Here we go. Don't fight it, Anna. Here's a donation from Adam and Sitch's chat. I'm just going to read this real quick. Don't fight it, Anna. Let the right-wing institutions that burn deep in your soul guide you. Take the red pill. Its metallic sodium core will leave scarring, but you won't be sorry.
Get the facts right. And then as I'm doing that, I come across a New York Times video. And this was a really, really well done video that they posted on YouTube that showed you in slow motion, like how everything transpired that night.
Mm-hmm.
And once you see it for yourself, it's really, really difficult to argue that in those moments, he was not acting in self-defense. And this is an area where, you know, Jake and I disagree because, you know, if someone's hitting you over the head with a skateboard, that could kill you, you know? And so, you know, Jake is he's a strong-minded person and he's not one to back down from a fight. So in his mind, you know, someone confronts you with a skateboard, he doesn't see it as a threat, but I do. And Rittenhouse is not a big burly guy who can like defend himself against someone who's like hitting him over the head with a skateboard as he's lying on his back. So once I saw all those details, first of all, I had to convey them to my audience and be honest about what the reality was. The other thing was, you know, there was a lot of misreporting about how Kyle Rittenhouse was in possession of an illegal weapon and that he crossed state lines with that illegal weapon.
Yeah, it definitely is fucking weird, Somniostatic, that she brings up two extremely racially charged examples first. She's literally walking to the fence-sitting liberal. This isn't fence-sitting liberal. She just opened the video by saying she doesn't know what her political label is anymore. This is blatant grifting to the right. Blatant grifting to the right. Bringing up Rittenhouse as your first example and then arguing over the most minor detail of the entire thing. I'm sorry, but the was it self-defense is like the least interesting part of the entire Rittenhouse situation. The strange part of the Rittenhouse situation is that a literal minor was brought in with a pseudo militia group to defend a random gas station that he wasn't even asked to defend. They just came in to defend, armed defend during a racial rights protest. And he shows up armed to the teeth. All of the events leading up to that, the fact that there are children being brought in and given weapons, driven across state lines to go defend from rioters, is a much more interesting portion of all of this than going back and forth onto whether the incident of the actual shooting was self-defense. The fact that you set yourself up with a gun in a situation almost designed to get yourself into a conflict, almost as if you and the groups that you were associated with were actively seeking out an opportunity to inflame a situation, is, in my opinion, more interesting. But of course, there's always going to be the sort of plausible deniability of going back and forth being, well, technically it was legally self-defense. Well, technically, there's all kinds of technicallys you can do about everything. I mean, let's not forget the technically people who came out about George Floyd. Well, technically he was breaking a law, which means that it's okay that somebody died, that somebody was murdered by a cop. Stupid.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that was a lie. And it's not a lie that I just made up in my mind, right? That was how it was reported initially, which is why I would mention the state lines, but not because, oh, how dare he cross state lines. Anyone in this country has the right to cross state lines.
Obviously anybody has the right to cross state lines. Crossing state lines as a minor with a weapon that you can't legally own to partake in a cop fantasy at a place that you know that there is currently unrest because of the unjustified murder of a black man.
It was because it was reported that he was in possession of an illegal gun,
Right.
and he traveled across state lines with an illegal gun, which is a serious charge. But it turned out that he did not travel across state lines with that weapon.
Yeah, he didn't do that. Yeah, the weapon
Right.
was in the area already. Yeah.
Well, technically, come the fuck on.
Exactly. He bought it from a friend when he was already in Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
Sitch, the night of that event, I mean, maybe a day afterwards, Sitch and I were watching those videos online as they were breaking out. And I saw the reporting was basically wrong on CNN the night the viral videos were released. Don Lemon was saying...
Even certified boomer Bill Burr said that the real issue was that Rittenhouse had no fucking business being there in the first place, let alone armed. It shouldn't be a hot take to say that. It isn't a hot take. But see, you can give yourself this idea of plausible deniability while you go out of your way to try to publicly pander to the right, who literally... Guys, can we not... Is there a memory hole going on at how the right wing treated Kyle Rittenhouse? How they've been sucking this guy's dick every single day for the last fucking 3 years, 2 years, since 2.5 years since it happened? Like, it's insane. Let's not forget, that's like their favorite guy to bring up when they want to go, yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse is a hero.
You know, a white kid shoots into a crowd of Black Lives Matter protesters. And I'm like, what?
Yep.
That's insane. So they kind of poison the narrative from the get-go, and then everyone just kind of gets caught up in it.
Yeah, and that's how misinformation spreads. And that was a pivotal moment for me because, again, misinforming the audience is not something I have any interest in. And I might give them the facts and they might not like it, but I can't withhold information from them because I'm afraid that they might not like it. So I'm going to give them the facts. But, you know, I've learned to be better about, first of all, the sources I trust. I make an effort to just be cognizant of the filter bubbles we all exist in, the filter bubbles I exist in. And I've broken through that bubble a little bit to, you know, look at other sources that I typically wouldn't have looked at. And then the other thing that I do now is I just wait. You know, I think the story involving the so-called city bike Karen is a good example of that. The main show, because TYT consists of many different shows, right? The show that I'm the executive producer and host of is the main flagship show, The Young Turks. And prior to that story breaking, I had a meeting with my team and I was like, listen, I don't want you guys pitching.
The city bike Karen, wasn't that like a TikTok thing that blew up and stopped in like 2 days? I've heard of it, but who talked about it? The city bike Karen was clarified quite fucking quickly. Was it a major nationwide news event? Was it? It was dragged out for a whole week. It was pretty small. The Karen made a big statement. It caused a massive conservative uproar. Okay, guys, a massive conservative uproar means nothing these days. They get mad for one day about everything. I don't know. We didn't cover it, so that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I didn't cover it, so who cares? There you go. There you have it. That settles it. No, but honestly, I don't know if this is an example of like mass misinformation. It's also, let's just real quick, hold on a second. Let's just remember, Anna Kasparian is citing the city bike Karen TikTok misinformation as an example of leftist misinformation. She just said, you got to be careful about your bubble, and that's the leftist misinformation. Meanwhile, on the right, vaccine denial is one of the most popular common beliefs. Anti-masking has been one of the most popular beliefs for the last 3 years. You want to talk about a little bit, a city bike Karen is the best thing you can come up with? That's your idea of misinformation? Maybe just log off of TikTok a little bit more. Fucking newsflash, the right wing lives in an alternate reality. They're calling every trans person who so much as takes in a breath of air a groomer. They've spent the last few years denying vaccines to the degree that we're having risk of fucking gold rush era diseases coming back in full swing because people aren't getting their kids vaccinated anymore. You want to talk about fucking misinformation?
Stories about random individuals in the country who are caught in an out of context video allegedly behaving badly. I think these stories are divisive. I don't think we usually have the full details before we talk about these stories. And honestly, at the end of the day, engaging in these witch hunts is actually causing more division and hate in the country than anything else. So like, if there's a story that's particularly like jarring and you guys really do want to cover it, that's fine, but just understand that we are going to wait. Like, we are not in the business of breaking news. I don't give a shit about being the first in reporting the story or whatever. I want to make sure that when we do, we actually report it correctly and we don't have egg on our face later. Now, there are a bunch of other shows on the network that I have no say over, that I have no control over, who, you know, inaccurately reported on it and had to issue retractions. They had to take videos.
Wait, I'm sorry. You're a producer, aren't you? Like, you're really high ranking there. You do actually have, you're doing what Jimmy Dore did and blaming other people. It's your network, aren't you? Aren't you like a producer for the entire network?
Down and all that stuff. And I just think that was a teachable
door
moment,
move there.
hopefully a teachable moment for
Dooring it
everyone in the
up.
company. But certainly, you know, this is an ongoing conversation I have with my team. And luckily, I don't know how I did it. I feel like I found unicorn producers because they're really smart, super open-minded. You know, they're less interested in this left versus right or partisan garbage, and they're more interested in making sure that if we're going to report stories, we get it accurate. And so we're moving slowly but surely.
Oh my God, she's milking them so hard. Are you guys not, is anybody else not catching how every other word out of her mouth right now is literally out of the fucking How I Left the Left playbook? Like, yeah, I brought on a bunch of rare producers who really they don't care about the right versus left, they care about the truth. That's what it's, oh my, this could be a Tim Pool segment.
Direction that I
Milking
think
that
is
audience.
better. Not
I
just
gotta give it to her. Girl bossing that right wing swing. Girl bossing the shit out of that. You got those points practiced and polished to a hone. To a honed sheen. That's what I meant. Get that right wing bag. Hollow. Just melon ball your soul right out.
For the show, but I think better in terms of like what we add to society. Like the last thing I want to do is be the other side of right-wing disinformation, right? Like if we're going to be critical of disinformation we see happening in various videos and that are produced by other people, we should at least look inward a little bit and make sure that we're doing our due diligence.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's interesting.
Bro, again, the right wing in America has like a majority of people that no longer believe in the efficacy of masks or vaccines. The right wing en masse, their most major figures are pushing anti-vaccine rhetoric. The right and the left, quote unquote, they're not even in the same universe of misinformation. If the best thing that you can come up with is some TikTok Zoomers jumping the gun on a TikTok video about the city bike Karen, that's your best example of left-wing misinformation, fucking wake up. But again, remember, this is educational for us. This audience is they're cumming their pants going, yeah, we got another lefty. She's literally practiced these points.
Saying how with the media, a lot of the misinformation.
Oh yeah, she did miss an opportunity. She should have brought up Hunter Biden. That would have been killer. Hunter Biden is like one of their big ones right now. But that one might have gotten her in trouble because that one is so full of misinformation. See, she could have actually gotten in trouble with her network for that one. So maybe she's just doing ones they don't care about, you know? But that would have been the real milker. If she had hit on Hunter Biden, these guys would have they would have gone and subscribed to TYT immediately.
Comes from like they leave stuff out, and that's been my experience too. Just this intentionally.
Gen X Uncle Key says she's been talking about and complaining about how much money the right has and that she doesn't have for years. This is a blatant cash grab. Yeah, I know. Anybody who's watched her show knows they talk about this shit all the time. It's like one of their main fundraising pitch is that the right wing and the mainstream media get all the money. You got to give us money and support TYT if you want us to be able to fight back. Skull Muncher, hey Dio Mama, first time catching your stream live. I love your show. Thank you so much and welcome to chat. Everybody give Skull Muncher some cool hug emojis in chat and some love emojis in chat. Welcome to the website chat. Happy to have you. This is a perfect opportunity, by the way, for those of you who are watching on the lovely YouTube side. Did you know that I have a live chat, a cozy website chat at demonmama.com/live? It's super easy to make an account on my site. It's free to join the chat and you can appear up on the screen and get all kinds of cool emojis and meet all kinds of cool people. We would love to have you on the site. We've been actually seeing a lot of new people come by the website, which is really awesome. And also, if you are here watching, please make sure that you're subscribed down below and that you press the like button because I would love to grow this channel. I put a lot of work into my show, keeping you all entertained and informed in as best as I can. So your love, your subscribes, your likes mean the world to me. Do I have to be an imp or can I be a succubus? You can absolutely be a succubus. The imp is just the general term for my fans. Let's continue.
Leaving out of key information, or they'll like the headline or the subsection will kind of frame something in a very specific way. So even when you get to like kind of the contradictory information, your mind is already like made up by that point, so it doesn't matter. And so it leads to this kind of effect where like once a person once that story hits that, like you or me or anyone, because I kind of went through the same experience, where like once something hits me in a specific way, like it's like I'm free of the matrix. Suddenly I'm starting to see like things a little bit differently. All the dominoes kind of start to fall, and I say, oh wait, I start to see like where all the misinformation is coming from. Was the Rittenhouse thing like, was that like the key moment, or was there something else that kind of like made you shift your thinking?
So that was one of the pivotal moments, but honestly, I would say everything for me started when I started getting gaslit on the crime wave. And it's really interesting to talk about these various political issues in the abstract. But then once you personally experience something, and once you see something happening in the country with your own two eyes, and your political side is incessantly gaslighting you on it, it makes you question, well, what else are you guys?
She loves the term gaslight because gaslight is one of those popular, it's one of those pop phrases that doesn't mean anything anymore because people just say it to mean whenever somebody disagrees with me, it means I'm being gaslit. Also, what she's referring to is that, if I'm not mistaken, Anna Kasparian was the victim of a crime. By the way, I was also the victim of a crime. Many of you will know that my car got carjacked and completely and utterly destroyed last year while we were moving. It was literally carjacked by people who took it for a joyride, went and did a drug deal that I witnessed, and they left used crack pipes in our car. And I still don't I'm not a fucking conservative. I don't fucking think like homeless people need to be blown up. I didn't swing to the right. I just acknowledge that crimes can happen and that my political views are still correct, even though I had an anecdotally bad experience. By the way, just so we know, just so we keep the context in there, my car was stolen. We called it in as stolen. We caught it being stolen within 5 minutes of it being stolen. The cops didn't show up for an hour and a half, and we were the ones who located the car. The cops only ended up 3 days later, actually, 3 days, not 2. 3 days later, recovering the car from the property where it was being held. We actually found the car. We went and tracked it down. We witnessed them doing a drug deal in their car, in my car. And I'm still not a fucking right-winger because I still believe in my beliefs, because the facts are still true, even if I experience something bad. It's no fun to be the victim of a crime, but that doesn't suddenly make it less true that crimes are tied directly to socioeconomic status, that over-policing doesn't fix things, that it actually makes crimes worse, that over-policing makes the likelihood of crimes go up. It doesn't actually protect you. Funding the police makes things worse because you live in an authoritarian society where people are being broken by having stormtroopers covering every single corner of the world who are looking at the world through a racially biased lens. All of those things are facts. That doesn't change even if I experience something extremely traumatic, like having our car literally stolen in front of us and destroyed while we were trying to move house. Sorry, guys. I didn't suddenly overnight turn into some sort of Law and Order fucking Starship Troopers ass freak.
About. Or what else are you guys gaslighting about? And that's what happens.
It's not gaslighting if people disagree with you. People disagreeing with your outcomes and your statements and your anecdotal bias does not make them gaslighting you. That's not gaslighting.
So, you know, during the pandemic, there was absolutely a crime wave in the country.
I didn't even mention the time that I was fucking assaulted in my parking lot. In the parking lot of our apartment. It's been a year and a half since that happened. since some fucking freak who was hopped up on drugs flipped the shit on me and punched me in the face. I didn't even bring that one up. I should have brought that one up. You can ask any of my partners, they'll tell you. I was walking back from my car after being out at, I mean, fuck, Gayfesh can tell you. I called and messaged Gayfesh afterwards because I came back from Gayfesh's house and I was getting my stuff from the car and some guy freaked out and hit me in the fucking face. And I still didn't become RoboCop. I still don't believe that RoboCop would have done anything there. In fact, I know cops wouldn't have done shit there. Nothing could have stopped that from happening. Except for maybe the world being a better place where that person didn't fucking feel the need to be violent. What did he do it for? He thought I was looking at him wrong. Because when I was walking past, I can tell you the story. Just so you guys know what happened. I was walking by and I heard a bunch of slams, like a head being slammed against glass in a car. So there's a car in the parking lot and I see the car going like this and I hear slams of a head against glass and I hear a woman screaming. And I understandably looked over and got freaked out. And I was looking over because I heard somebody screaming inside of a car and the door flew open and this woman inside the car just started just screaming at me, fuck off, go fucking get out of here. And I said, what the fuck's your problem? Why the fuck you screaming and slamming shit? Is all I said, right? And then this guy comes flying out of the car, little dude, right? And he just walks right up and gets all mad at me and just fucking sucker punches me right in the face and immediately runs and hides behind his girlfriend who starts profusely apologizing to me. She's like, don't do it, don't fucking do it, because I was ready to fucking crunch this guy. I was like, I'm not kidding you. I'm 6'2", okay? This guy was tiny, okay? And he's literally hiding behind his girlfriend. And I walked over and I'm like, I'm gonna fucking kick your ass. And she's like, please, I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to get you involved in this. I'm so sorry. Please. I said, fuck you, get the fuck out of here. And then I just walked inside, picked up my glasses off the ground and walked inside. I'm not even kidding you. He didn't take me down or anything. Like, I'm big. He hit me in the face and I just shook it off. I was absolutely ready to fucking kick his ass. But still not RoboCop. Still not fucking RoboCop. That dude, by the way, got saved by his girlfriend because I would have kicked his fucking ass. Fucking sucker punching me for no reason because he was beating his girlfriend in the car. I'm sure his life is worse than mine. Wow, Washington seems so pleasant. Washington is great, but for a while I lived in a really, like, one of the highest crime areas of this region. It's just where that's just where we could afford to live. When I started streaming, I mean, right now I make just enough that we've been able to get a place that can, you know, we have a house, you know, we moved a few neighborhoods over and we have a house now and it's nice. I'm not rich now, not even close to rich. We just have enough, we have 4 people in our polycule. You know, we needed a place that was bigger, but the place that we lived at the time was in a really rough neighborhood. A neighborhood that is severely over-policed for all the wrong reasons. They're looking to harass people and target druggies that look bad. It's tragic how our system makes the most dangerous places the cheapest to live. Well, of course, that's just how it works. When you have yeah, that's how it works. But anyway, that's where we used to live. Washington as a whole is pretty nice, but the truth is bad things can happen to you anywhere. Guys, hold on, let me tell you another story, okay? Because I feel like when I used to live in the beautiful state of Maine, I once was working on a small film project with my friends, and we were filming at a public beach. And my friend was he was from the town that we were in, and some dude who knew him from high school, I'm talking like my friend was like 35, so he hadn't been in high school a long time. Some guy who saw him and thought he knew him from high school completely misinterpreted what my friend was saying and thought that he was saying some bullshit. Like, I don't even understand. This guy was, I'm not kidding you, methed the fuck out, okay? This guy was taller than me, probably like 6'3", fat as fuck, okay? This guy was a ham man, okay? Big, fat, sweaty meth head, starts freaking out on my friend, okay? Absolutely fucking freaking out on my friend. And we're like, we're out of here. Fuck this shit. So my friend's like, I don't want to shoot this shit anymore. Fuck this guy. This guy knows me from years ago and he's freaking out on me. He thinks I'm doing some shit. Nothing. It's completely insane. The guy was just losing his shit. So I grab my camera and I start walking back from the beach through the woods to my car. And I turn around and I notice this fucking fat meth head freak is following me. Okay? And I'm like, I'm in the woods, away from the beach and away from my car, and this guy's fucking following my ass, okay? And he comes up to me and he starts screaming at me. He starts going, he starts calling me a faggot. He's like, oh, you're fucking art school ass fucking faggot shit. I'm gonna drown your ass. I'll drag you over to the beach and fucking drown you. I'm like, bro, what the fuck is your fucking problem? I don't even know who the fuck you are. What the fuck is your problem? He's like, you fucking think you own the beach. I'm like, we were minding our own fucking business, man. You're the one who's freaking out. Dude's red in the face, completely irrational. And he's like getting up in my face, and I say, all right, buddy, this is it. You have one last fucking chance. Get the fuck out of my face or I bash you in the head with this camera stand. And he goes, oh, fuck you. He backs off, and I walked away. That was it. That was it. And I never saw him again. And it was in a rural area. And it was a meth head white guy. A crime can happen to you anywhere. A dude can lose their fucking mind over anything. They can just lose their fucking brain over shit. You never know. No matter where you live. And it's especially true when you have a country where rural areas are devastated by opioid and meth addiction because there's absolutely no psychological services, there's no addiction services, there's massive poverty, there's nothing for them to do. Jobs have left their region, so they're dying of despair, which is literally what it's called in a legal sense, deaths of despair. When many areas in the city are stricken with poverty and over-policed for all the wrong reasons. As it turns out, bad things can happen to you when you live in a country like the United States, actually where you live anywhere. But that doesn't give you a right to become fucking RoboCop and believe that people need to be treated inhumanly, or that you start subscribing to irrational, fear-based politics. What's the worst fight that I've been in? Probably one that I was in high school. A guy punched me in the stomach and it hurt. He sucker punched me in the stomach because he thought I did something, but it was actually another member of my group of friends who they pulled a prank on him, and he thought it was me for some reason, and so he just sucker punched me in the stomach and it hurt really bad. And then I ended up beating the shit out of him. Anyway. Yep. I mean, my friends were being assholes, to be fair, but I didn't know that they pulled a prank on some random fucking asshole, and he had no right to fucking sucker punch me in the stomach. In high school, I was a lot stronger than I looked, but I was a really quiet nerd. I didn't really talk to anybody. And there were multiple times where I got hit in high school and never did anything back. But that time I did. I got, somebody hit me in the head with a math book once really hard just because they thought they could push me around. Another kid slapped me in the face once for no reason. I don't really know why. He just wanted to try and like, I got bullied in high school. Regardless, all of this shit is to say, all of this is to say, I have been the victim of literal violence, sometimes completely random violence, other times misunderstandings where people overreacted, and that doesn't give you the right to become a supervillain, or to act like you are, or to support mass incarceration because you're personally scared or because you have some traumas. A lot of us have traumas. A lot of us have experienced bad things. And guess what? To bring it back to the topic at hand, because this is a complete and utter distraction, although I think it's more valuable overall, let's just remember that at the end of the day, it doesn't give you, I can't even remember what I was to say. It doesn't give you the right to fucking grift to the right. All right, everybody, let's fucking get back to this stupid fucking reaction. This is why we watch you. I know this is why you watch me, because I tell you stories about my life and I talk fucking real and from the heart, and I don't do this fucking PR speech bullshit. Don't fucking grift to the right just because you had a bad thing happen to you. A lot of us have trauma. Doesn't mean you can be wrong.
Mostly in like major cities. Los Angeles happened to be one of them. And, you know, I talked about how I, you know, was assaulted. Well, actually, let me give you the details again, because there's an element to that story that I've never shared with anyone that also explains where my head's at now. So, you know, as I was walking my dog one day, there were these two guys. They appeared to be homeless. They appeared to be on something. They looked like they might be methed out or something, because they were kind of acting erratically. But, you know, typically when I come across guys like that, if I ignore them, they won't do anything.
Right.
That wasn't the case this time around. You know, they're coming toward me, and my dog, Charlie, like, he does his business. And as I bend over to pick up his business, one of them grabs me by my hips and just, like, with an erection and everything, just starts like humping me, like right there in like broad daylight. And it was terrifying because, like, I didn't have any weapon with me.
That is terrifying, and that's fucking terrible. Okay, maybe it was good that I talked about what I've been through recently.
No taser, no pepper spray, nothing. And luckily the guy, he did that, and then he and his friend walk away while they're like laughing at me. And if I felt so degraded, scared.
Yeah.
And
for the record, that's fucking degrading and scary. That's absolutely degrading and scary.
like the first thing I did is I called my husband, and he came down and he's like, "Where are they?" And he started looking for them. We couldn't find them. The cops wouldn't come. Like, we actually had an incident in front of our building like a few weeks prior to that. That was really scary. We called the police, and the police just wouldn't come. Like, it was amazing. And now in retrospect, I realized the reason why is because there was a shortage. And I think that there was like an unofficial...
No, it's not because of a fucking shortage. It's because the cops never come for shit like that. They don't care. It's the same reason why they showed up an hour and a half after I reported fucking Grand Theft Auto. It's why it took them 3 days when we had already told them the location of our car, that they didn't fucking recover it for 3 days. It's because they don't fucking care. They have things that make them money. They have things that they care about. They're all wrapped up in the war on drugs. They don't care about your problems. They don't care about my problems. This has never been, funding has nothing to do with it. I'm gonna tell you another joke, okay? This is a joke, okay? But it's based off of a true story. But it was a joke that I used to be told a lot by my best friend's grandpa about a time that they had a home invasion in rural Maine. And he would always tell in a joking light, so we never knew exactly how true it was. But this is a story that this punchline, you probably may have, if you live in a rural area, you probably have heard somebody say this. Home invasion, call the cops, Cops don't show up. Wait 20 minutes. Call the cops again. There's somebody broken into my house. Get out here. Get out here right now. Cops don't call. Call them a third time. I just shot and killed a burglar. He's dead on my floor. And then the cops show up in 5 minutes. You guys, some of you may have heard that type of joke or that type of story before. The idea that the cops don't care about these types of crimes is not exactly an old concept. It's not exactly an old thing. It's a well-known thing to the degree that it is broken into pop culture for generations in most rural areas, okay? Rural area cops don't have a hard time getting funding, okay? They're doing pretty damn good as far as funding is concerned. It's just that that's not what cops are told to go after, especially since the drug war era. In the drug war era, the cops care about drugs. That's where they get their funding. They get those pictures of them standing with a perpetrator and all the drugs spread out on the table. Then the funding rolls in. That's what they care about. That's where they put their money. And then the other part is their fucking tickets. They love those fucking traffic tickets because that's easy money. Low danger, high reward for the department. It's all about the fucking money. Is this Anna's first interaction with the police? Probably. I've told you guys in the past my experience is getting fucking harassed by rural police. So let me tell you, I've lived, as you guys can tell, I've lived a pretty interesting life. But I got harassed like fuck by the police when I was younger, okay? If your first run-in with the police is cops coming late to the party for your incident, that's honestly a good first run-in with the cops, let me tell you. And again, I want to be 100% clear here. What Anna went through, the whole reason why I told my stories just a few minutes ago is because I completely understand how fucking terrible it feels to be the victim of a fucking crime. Of any crime, let alone a fucking sexual crime. Which I've told that story on stream before. But that doesn't mean that you have to go RoboCop. That doesn't mean that it's correct to go to suddenly start arguing that we need to explode funding for the cops. It just doesn't. That's just not how it works. It's the definition of an anecdotal thing. It doesn't diminish that you suffered to say, but that conclusion isn't correct. You know how many people justify racism by talking about a bad experience they had sometime? They say, oh, I had a crime done to me by somebody of that race. And then they become a racist? That doesn't make them right to be a racist.
Strike, considering what happened in 2020 and all the...
Jessica Metal says, I was arrested and thrown into a men's jail as a trans woman for trying to get an abusive man to leave my house and stop beating my cousin. Still not a right-wing shill over it. Based. Based of you for saying strong. And I'm sorry you had to go fucking through that.
Protest. So they just wouldn't show up. And I just didn't even think to call the cops because I'm like, what's the point? These guys have already like left and they're not going to be able to find them. But anyway, I opened up about that. And I also started opening up about, you know, just what the statistics were indicating in regard to crime and how it's obviously having a negative impact on all communities, but mostly the communities that like BLM and leftists claim to care so much about, the disadvantaged communities. You know, crime on the metro system in LA has been unbelievable. And the majority of people who take the metro, who take buses and public transportation, they're usually like...
Has anyone done a transvestigation on Anna? Oh, Jesus. Wow, the really awesome chat they got going on here, making jokes about her situation. Jesus
Immigrant
Christ.
workers, they're usually, you know, blue collar workers who, you know, don't have enough money to buy a car, for instance. And so I was like, why are you guys cool with just having these people deal with this kind of violence? There was like a phase last year where people were literally being set on fire randomly on buses. And that would get no attention, no news coverage, and it would infuriate me. And so when I
Did it really get no news coverage? Is that really true? Or maybe it just, because I feel like that probably gets a lot of news coverage. How the hell, also, did you cover it? I don't know. I've seen, yeah, the chat has been spending most of this saying that, oh wow, Anna's hot, I love Anna's face, hate her opinions, all this kind of stuff. But, you know, whatever, who cares? It's their stupid, shitty chat.
Opened up about what happened to me in my own neighborhood. What I thought was telling was how everyone, not everyone, but some people accuse me of pushing racist stereotypes. But I had never, ever disclosed the race of these two individuals, ever.
Yeah.
But they just assumed
saying?
that these two guys were black.
But is that what people were accusing you of racial stereotypes for, or was it perhaps other things that you said? I don't know. We have to, again, she's just recounting to us what people said, quote unquote, on Twitter. So, okay.
They weren't black. They were two white guys. But like, I never shared that publicly because I didn't think the race really mattered, right? What actually happened mattered. And I thought the reaction to it by the people who were supposed to allegedly want dignity for everyone reacted to it. Like, that really bothered me. So that was the beginning of it. I would say that's what started me questioning everything and wanting to like look deeper into everything. And then other things happened. So the misrepresentation of what was happening to Asian Americans. So there would be all these videos of Asian Americans getting sucker punched or hit over the head with, you know, whatever. And
Uncle Gumbald with the tier 2 subscription. Olay comes in on the Vanguard after they reacted to this. It's only a couple minutes and it's great. All right, I'll keep that open. Maybe we'll react to it afterwards. I want to continue this.
the main narrative on the left was, this is anti-Asian hate.
Yeah.
But actually, if you look at all of those stories individually, it usually involved like a repeat criminal or someone who's just been left on the streets with severe mental health issues. Like, people basically carrying out these acts of violence because they don't have their head in the right place.
No, I don't think that's true. The mainstream left, when they were talking about anti-Asian crimes, was not talking about random punching incidents, to my knowledge. They were talking about the statistics that showed that Asian businesses were being targeted, Asian individuals were being targeted for hate crimes, that Asians were being called slurs in the streets, following Donald Trump's insane behavior around COVID, blaming China all the time and saying Chinese people were coming to get you. To my knowledge, I don't remember anybody saying that it was because of random videos that they saw on the internet. It was because of stats. It's been elevated since 2020. It's ongoing. This is just stupid.
They need help,
this is just
whatever
her
it
whining.
is. But like, to
this
just
entire
brush it off
segment,
as,
this entire segment has been her whining about some people on Twitter said something and then her framing it as the mainstream left narrative with no citations, just a massive citation needed. This whole thing has just been citation needed. Oh yeah, and of course, Nuts, as Nuts points out, they have barely talked at all. They're just sitting there letting her, they're going, yeah, oh yeah. Have you guys ever seen, we've reacted to like 2 Adam and Sitch segments in the history of this entire show. But anybody else who's familiar with Adam and Sitch, have you guys ever seen them be such dick suckers? They're just like, oh, wow, yeah, you're so amazing. It's so good. You're such a truth-telling centrist. Incredible. They're just like, ooh, yeah, this is perfect. They know. Well, she's milking them, to be fair. I'll give them that. She's just absolutely milking the whole audience.
It's just anti-Asian hate that's been inspired by the right wing.
Most of the time, these guys can't shut the fuck up. Remember that time we watched the TJ one and they were just jumping down his throat constantly? Another bored person with the $5 super chat says, step 1, collect anecdotes. Step 2, question. Step 3, profit. Unironically.
It just wasn't true.
Yeah.
And, you know, I just thought it was wrong to frame it that way, when in reality, there was a real issue with, you know, repeat offenders, and in some cases, people with severe mental health issues honestly randomly targeting all sorts of people. But, you know, since a lot of this was happening in areas like San Francisco, where there's a sizable Asian population, the narrative on the left became, oh, it's just anti-Asian hate that's been inspired by the right. And I just didn't really see much evidence of that.
I don't believe
then
that
there was-
I don't believe that was the left-wing narrative. I believe that the left-wing narrative, quote unquote, was based on statistics that have been well established, showing that crimes in general against Asian Americans have gone up, including hate crimes, including hate graffiti shit, and not just random punching incidents. I'm sure somebody somewhere at some point talked about these as perhaps one example, but I don't believe that this is like the narrative. I don't believe it.
The attacks on straight news journalists who were doing their jobs. For instance, when Li Fang was reporting on the BLM protests, when he was accurately reporting on the BLM protests and some of the violence that took place during those protests, his own colleagues at The Intercept tried to paint him as a racist. I've known Li Fang for many, many years, since I started working at TYT. Guy doesn't have a racist bone in his body. For them to paint him in that way, I thought was disgusting, and it had a chilling effect, right? The whole point is to intimidate.
Just another random example with no citations. Like, what did some people say that they felt like he was being racist? What is who did this? Who, what, where, when? You're just saying his colleagues painted him as a racist, and it had a chilling effect. Okay.
Journalists from
All
doing
over the
accurate
fucking place.
reporting on what's actually occurring on the ground. Then there was what happened to Jesse Singal, which I found disgusting. I didn't know about that until...
Wait, what happened to Jesse Singal exactly? I want to find out what happened to Jesse Singal. Just for record, Jesse Singal is the guy who pushed that fucking fraudulent ass story. He was like the main guy. Hold on. He was the one pushing that insane University of Washington bullshit from his Substack. Jesse Singal has been Jesse Singal is a fucking lying piece of shit. He's like the laundromat of the TERF movement, where he tries to make them seem legitimate by just asking questions and by latching on to any deranged parent, even when the children and the other parent disagree. Even when there's no evidence there, he'll latch onto a parent being like, they trans my kid! They trans my kid! He pushed that shit all over the place. So what happened to Jesse Singal exactly? Because to my knowledge, Jesse Singal is doing just fine, pushing his bullshit, getting jerked off, and given a bunch of money by TERFs. What exactly happened?
At some point this year, I would say earlier this year.
With the trans stuff? Jesse's been on the show before. Yeah, he's done great.
Wow, what a surprise. Wow, you mean Jesse Singal went on a right-wing podcast? Wow.
Good faith. I think critical thinker. I'm subscribed to Blocked and Reported. I have listened to endless podcast episodes from Blocked and Reported. I haven't seen anything from Jesse Singal that communicates to me that he is a transphobe, that he is a bad person.
Jesse Singal posted fucking fraudulent statistics about the increase in trans people self-reporting their trans status, and he said that it was evidence that a gender ideology was taking over, and that it was going to continue to double until everybody thought they were trans. Jesse Singal pushed just the most deranged shit you can about trans people. Jesse Singal has been pushing for years the idea that like the gender ideology with no evidence is grooming children into becoming trans. Jesse Singal is people who criticize Jesse Singal for being transphobic aren't coming out of left field by saying that. And also, he's still successful. So a whole lot of good that cancellation so much did. The gender-demic shit. He's been all over the fucking social contagion shit. Yeah, he also posted private information of trans patients that was a part of the whole, I believe that was a part of the whole UW situation, wasn't it? What a fucking piece of shit. There's a very good reason why people call Jesse Single transphobic. Hold on real quick. I just want to hold on. One second. I'm thinking of something. You need to give me just 1 second here. Who was it who wrote? Someone wrote a piece-by-piece takedown of Jesse Single's claims. It was, why am I blanking on her name? Trans writer. Hold on, I think, no, not, who am I thinking of? Why am I blanking on her name? Not Aaron Reed. Not Aaron Reed, although Aaron Reed may have done that as well. Julia Serrano. Julia Serrano wrote a whole thing on this. Hold on. Here we go. A statement on Jesse Single canceling and deactivating my Twitter account. On December 5th, 2017, I penned a blog post called My Jesse Single Story, which chronicled bad experiences I had in online settings with singles circa 2016 to 2017. On July 28, 2018, Single insinuated that one of the claims I made from a previous piece was hysterical, so I responded to that incident in another post. Since the summer of 2018, I have not shared either of those links or publicly raised these matters again. I seriously want nothing more than for Jesse Single to leave me alone. On March 14th, 2021, without any provocation on my part, Single attempted to relitigate those 2016 to 2018 incidents on his Substack, misrepresenting my claims in the process. On March 16th, 2021, I updated my story to address his recent misinterpretations and to link to a series of other incidents where Single has harassed and or tried to smear the reputation of other trans women writers. This was intended to show that this is a general pattern for him rather than just my complaints being an outlier. On March 17th, 2021, Single sent me a letter about these events. In my response, I said there is nothing I want more than to let these back and forths go, and I largely had. If you wanted to let what happened between us between 2016 and 2018 go, I would be more than happy to never bring those incidents up again. In his response, he seemed to agree. On March 18th, 2021, some rando on Twitter tagged me into a Bari Vice tweet in which she shared a just published Jonathan K. Collette article defending Single. In that article, K reiterated all of Single's one-sided renditions of what happened to us between us in 2016 to 2018. I don't know if Single knew this piece was in the works. If he did, I consider it a breach of our previous agreement to de-escalate things. So this is just a statement, but you can actually go and read the full story with all citations, including Jesse Single, including Julia Serrano going into some of his claims about trans issues. This is a pretty fantastic rundown of how obsessed Jesse Single is when it comes to going after individual trans people. Also, the body of his work is obsessed with targeting this idea of like a gender contagion spreading throughout. The doctors are trying to prey on trans kids and turn them into, or gender confused kids and turn them into trans people. I just wanted to be clear about that. I recognize the post that I just read wasn't it has the link to it. So I'll provide those links real quick in chat in case anybody wants to go read the full story there behind those. Cause I feel like that's a pretty important thing. Here, I'm gonna grab these three real quick. Let me drop those in chat. When people say that Jesse Single is a transphobe, it's not just out of the blue. It's not some deranged nonsense. And also, most of the people who've attempted to disagree with Jesse Single have done so without calling him a transphobe. They have done so on the basis of his writings, which are bullshit, okay? There you go. There's some of those. Let's continue. Let's continue. We got to get through this. I can't stop on every one. We got to go.
He did straight news reporting on basically what, some of the risks could
No, he did not do fucking straight news reporting. That is bullshit. This guy is a fucking editorialist. This dude just fucking writes on a blog. He didn't do straight news reporting on anything. That's fucking, oh my God. I can't
When it
stand
comes
this
to
fucking
transitioning
shit.
literal kids with puberty blockers and then
Transitioning little kids, as if there's no aspect of consent whatsoever, as if this isn't a doctor-patient relationship. There's no kid that is forcibly trans, you fucking freak. Fuck Anna Kasparian.
process
Holy
hormones.
shit.
And through his reporting, which I'm very sad to say I didn't really come across until this year, I learned that I was wrong about a bunch of other things, right? So for instance, it is a lie that puberty blockers are reversible. In some cases, they are not, and they can cause irreparable harm. And look, you might think
there is no drug that is 100% reversible all the time, obviously. That is not even fucking Tylenol is reversible all the time. When people are talking about puberty blockers being reversible, which they are, it's because in the majority of cases, the purpose of a puberty blocker is to delay puberty, which is reversible because you can stop taking the puberty blocker and puberty will resume. Now, is it possible that there are negative effects? That is true of nearly any medication on the planet, some of which are sold over the counter without a prescription. You guys don't want to, you guys want to know how many people have hurt themselves with Benadryl, have hurt themselves with Tylenol, have hurt themselves with over-the-counter medications of many types? There is no 100% safe drug. When people are talking about the reversibility of puberty blockers, they are talking about the data that exists, the general case. And of course, I should also reiterate that when children are prescribed puberty blockers, the majority of people who are prescribed puberty blockers are cis. Historically, the vast majority of people prescribed puberty blockers are not trans, but are cis and are getting them for one reason or another, usually for precocious puberty. Nobody gave a shit then. This is done with a medical professional. This is done with consultation of parents and consultation of the patient. This is done on an informed basis. Nobody is forcing kids to take puberty blockers. Anna Kasparian is full of shit and is now just straight up repeating right-wing disinformation.
okay, but you got to do a balancing act. And if a child or if a teenager has severe gender dysphoria and it would actually be better for that person to go on puberty blocks. Okay, I mean, we should be able to balance that out. But
that's what doctors are doing, you fucking idiot. You're the person undoing that balance. That is already being balanced out by medical professionals with their patients. People like Jesse Singal and now yourself are the ones undoing that balance. You are trying to just ask questions and fearmonger your way into misinformation, legitimately for no reason. Yes, let's not forget, of course, let's not forget that the right wing is absolutely getting devastated right now in the courts because there is no reliable information showing that there is an actual danger, a meaningful danger from these puberty blockers. They're getting owned in court because they lied, because they fearmongered, because people like Anna Kasparian and Jesse Singal and the rest of these right-wing grifters are acting on prejudice. Because they are acting on prejudice about trans people, they are fearmongering about trans people, and they are not doctors. And they are not reporting accurately on what doctors are doing. This is bullshit.
Point here is withholding the information because you don't like the information getting out there ain't the way to go, because that destroys any opportunity
That's not
for
what
us to
anybody's
actually
doing. No one has done that. No one is saying that whatsoever. People are pointing out that that people like Singal misrepresent the data and fearmonger, that they misrepresent the risks in the name of pushing a prejudiced agenda.
Have a good faith debate about what we should do moving forward. What are the pros and cons? So there's that, you know, all of this stuff it started adding up. And through listening to Blocked and Reported, I found out I got a lot of stories wrong as well. Rebecca Jones ended up being a liar and a grifter. And I wouldn't have known that. I wouldn't have known that had I not, opened my mind up to other voices.
Rebecca Jones was the one that went after DeSantis, right?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And she's a complete liar. And we uplifted her, we enabled her, and I feel disgusting that we did that. So I issued a retraction and a correction on that story. I don't know what the reaction was.
My reaction was good.
Yeah.
What is some of the reaction? Like one of the problems?
I think Rebecca Jones is the person who accused Ron DeSantis of suppressing COVID information. I think. I don't know what that has. I don't know what any of this has to do with trans issues.
We often have, obviously we're labeled right-wingers all the time. Anyone who watches our show knows we're pretty much like disaffected liberals. Like to call us right-wing is just, it's kind of laughable. But we are.
No, it's fucking not, dude. Why do they do this? This is one of the things that I hate the most. I know they're gonna get super mad that I call them a right-wing podcast. 90% of their takes are right-wing. There's no disaffected liberals going on here. Nobody is in illusion about this, especially not their chat. Well, I don't know why. It's cowardice. That's why. It's because it's not. It's because if they pretend that they're centrists, then they can lure in people who aren't sold on the right wing, or people who have the right wing has a bad reputation. Let's just put it like that. There's a reason, by the way, why conservatives are always coming up with ridiculous new names for themselves that don't actually mean any difference. Like the difference between like a paleocon, an alt-right, a neo-reactionary, alt-light. What's the next one? What's the new one? What's the one that's after the alt-right? They have another term for it. They're always coming up with new ways to be like, no, I'm not that. These guys are right-wing. I'm sorry. I don't care. They can be mad about it all they want. They can deny that they're right-wing, but we've watched them. We've listened to their takes. Their takes are consistently right-wing. Sorry. Dissident right, there you go. They've always got a new name every other day because they make their names look so bad. Everybody distanced themselves from the alt-right after Charlottesville happened because Charlottesville took their mask off. You guys know about the mask off thing, right? Like masking on. They always say, never reveal your power level. That's a far-right saying. And the reason why they say that is because they know that people are turned off by the far right. So they hide their power level like little fucking cowards. They hide behind fake names and they say, no, I'm just asking questions. It's fundamentally cowardly, and they all do this. Do you guys remember, they eventually drop it inevitably. It does eventually fall off for most of these people. They will eventually, and they also slip up a lot of the time. Do you guys remember when Sargon of Akkad used to insist on being called a classical liberal before then, of course, he gleefully accepted being a member of the alt-right, gleefully accepted becoming a part of a far-right party and ran for that far-right party. But for a long time, he insisted that you call him a classical liberal. Come on.
We're constantly called right-wingers just because we don't straw man the arguments that are made on the right. And so many people on the left.
No, dude, it's because of the arguments you make. Nobody is calling you a right-winger because you don't straw man the arguments. They're calling you right-wingers because you present right-wing arguments.
All they are familiar with is the straw man version of the trans issue or some particular news story. So what is some of
what's the non-straw man version of the trans issue? The right wing at large, the GOP, just spent the last 3 months fucking obsessed with a Broadway star TikTok influencer because she had her face on a beer can as part of a tiny ad campaign with Bud Light. I'm sorry, there's no what's the non-straw man version of that? I'm sorry. Sargon was in chat this stream with Anna. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. Not right wing though. We're not right wing. Teehee.
The reaction that you have gotten to that.
No one buys this shit.
Well, I mean, the reaction has not been great. I mean, look, that leftist mafia stream was unbelievable to me. Like the accusations that were thrown out there, Olay implying that I'm racist because as a woman, I don't want to be called a birthing person. Like that has, I mean, race didn't come up at all until she brought it up. And then she was the only one on that stream who brought race into it and like made it abundantly clear that she's got an issue with white women and just thinks they're all the same and like, you know, whatever. and then after I basically called her out on it, she's like, oh, you're attacking me and only me because I'm black. And it's like, no, you're the only one in that group of people who attacked me and accused me of being racist because
notice how notice the way that the leftist mafia stream has been misrepresented. So apparently the only person attacking her was Olay, but the whole leftist mafia stream was her getting gaslit, and it was totally crazy, but it was only Olay who was doing it, right? So which one is it? Was the leftist mafia all going in on you, or was it just one of them? Which one is it? Because what I saw and what we all saw when we reacted to that stream, when we watched it on this stream, what we all saw was a bunch of people being super gentle with you, and one of them called you on your bullshit a little harder than the rest, and you had a fucking mental breakdown on Twitter over it. Despite the fact that this is a tiny, tiny channel and you're a gigantic channel with a huge voice, you freaked out because one of them was a little too harsh on you. And you've since used that incident to paint everybody else who was baby gloving you, everybody else who was giving you very clear, simple, and kindly worded critique to act as though, oh, everyone's attacking me and I'm the victim here. This is just so pathetic.
Because I personally want to be called a woman. So, I mean...
Yeah, apparently I'm missing the multiverse technology necessary to be able to self-gaslight. If Anna's going to use gaslight, I'm just going to say she's gaslighting herself about this. This is self-gaslighting. We're playing fast and loose with the word gaslight today. Self-gaslighting. There you go.
I'm not sure that they fully understand the damage that accusation can do. And if they do, that makes it even more.
They understand.
Okay.
They understand.
I mean, that makes.
Oh yeah, what damage? Anna, no, Olay saying shit about you, criticizing you, whatever, didn't do shit. The only damage that's been incurred in this entire situation has been from yourself, doubling down and being an asshole to all of the people who actually tried to reach out to you. You could have ignored all of this and it would have been just fine. You're bleeding your own supporters because your own supporters can see that you are bullshitting, and now you're going on little right-wing podcasts and crying about how everything's bad and how you don't have a place on the political spectrum anymore.
It's even more horrible. I think she published a video of you that was you saying the N-word, and it was back when, you know, YouTube didn't have this big prohibition on saying the N-word, and you weren't, it's not like you were calling people the N-word, you were using it, quoting stories. So all of these.
Wait, did she say politically homeless? Did I miss that? Dear God, if Anna Kasparian is politically homeless, you better hope to God. She better hope to God there's better policies than the ones that she generally supports for homeless people. Holy shit! Did she actually say that? Damn. Oh man, hope they don't break down her political encampment. Holy fucking shit. Do you think she's testing the waters by going on a tiny podcast like she plans to make the jump to more official stuff later? This is her getting the word out, because Adam and Sitch are well plugged in the right-wing sphere. So she goes on Adam and Sitch, who are like a medium-sized right-wing podcast, and then the word goes out that she's going on podcasts. So yeah, she'll get all the invitations after this. Just watch. It's gonna happen. It's inevitably gonna happen. This is it's not even just like a yeah, I mean, I guess the way you worded it works just fine. This is the signal. It's saying, hey, everybody, here's the easy one. I know these guys are gonna softball me, and that I can pitch to their audience really easily. Get the word out that all of your connections. If Sargon's in chat, if you got Actual Justice Warrior in there. Actual Justice Warrior was just on Tim Pool. Yeah, she said politically homeless. Wow, what an unfortunate choice of words on her part.
Are taken out of context, which is completely unfair.
Yeah, I mean, look, so it's really funny because that compilation video wasn't made by her. If you guys remember, at some point last year, everyone was going after Rogan for saying the N-word. And
wait,
so
they just fucking did misinformation and she just rolled right by it. They were like, Olay made a video about you saying the N-word, when that's not even true. She didn't even make the video. Incredible.
So someone on the left had made a compilation video of all the times he had said the N-word on his podcast. And then in response to that, someone on the right made a compilation of all the times like I had said the N-word, right? Or me and Cenk had said the, so someone on the right made that video. And we had a company meeting, the producers, everyone, we got together, and this is like years and years ago. The last time we actually uttered that word on air was in 2012. But we sat down and we talked about whether we should actually say the word when we're quoting someone that we are condemning as racist, or should we sanitize it and say N-word instead? And so we had a vote, and we decided at the time that it was better to actually read the quotes verbatim as opposed to sanitizing it. And I knew it would eventually come back to bite me in the ass, and it did. And I'm not going to apologize for it, because context matters, intention matters, and what people like Olay are trying to do is erase all of that, right? To make it seem as though intention is totally irrelevant, context is totally irrelevant. If she says someone's racist, then by definition, that person is racist, end of story, period. And I just disagree. I also disagree with racism of all.
Is that what was claimed? Is that was what claimed, or did the video just get posted? Was that the claim that was actually put there?
All sorts, right? So I find it disgusting when people make generalizations about Black people or migrants or any group. Why would I somehow be okay making generalizations about white women or white people, right? So I find it gross and divisive. And look, at the center of all of this is I've been doing this shit for like 17 years and things have gotten worse. And I just don't think whatever strategy the left thinks they're engaging in is an effective strategy.
You, Anna Kasparian, have been one of the biggest voices on the left. It's your motherfucking timeline. You subscribe to it. It's your motherfucking left. You built it. You, Anna Kasparian, have one of the biggest openly leftist platforms on the entire fucking in the entire fucking world. Anna Kasparian and Cenk have loudly for years been, we're the leftists, we're building the left, we're building a left. You motherfuckers built it. This is so pathetic. It's so like, oh, my 5 million subscribers show. We just can't handle the Twitter bants. People were so mean to us on Twitter. Bullshit. I think it's actually bullshit. I call bullshit. I'm sorry. You all are smarter than this. That's right. I'm pointing at you all. I'm pointing at the viewers. I'm pointing at anyone in here who's watching this shit. You guys are smarter than this. You're so much fucking smarter than this shit. I know you guys don't buy this fucking crap. Anna Kasparian has built the modern left. At least a big part of it. At least a big part of it.
Cause more harm than good. I think their rhetoric and their discourse is a lot of times ignorant of the facts. And I think that they go around accusing people of doing things that they themselves engage in. And I was part of that too. I'm trying to do better moving forward. But a lot of people are going to look at this and think, oh, well, then that means she's a right winger. Whatever. You can call me whatever you want. I don't care what you label me as, but
Just not birthing person.
don't call me a person with a uterus. Yeah, exactly.
I don't
Well, then good. I guess she doesn't literally just gave me permission to call her a grifter then. I don't care what you call me as long as you don't call me a birthing person. Well, first of all, nobody fucking ever called you a birthing person. Notice that Anna never, ever, ever even remotely referenced when she was called a birthing person because it never fucking happened. It never actually happened. She just made that up. It was something that happened in her mind. She was pissed off on Twitter one day and she stepped in her own fucking shit and made a big shitstorm about it. And when people corrected her, when people were correct in presenting an argument, she had a meltdown over it. And now here we are. But anyway, I've just received permission to call Anna Kasparian a grifter from Anna herself. So congratulations.
Blame you at all, so.
Yeah. I don't know.
grifting
I don't know
person.
what my labels are at this point
Right.
because I don't fit in anywhere, I feel like.
You feel like you're becoming politically homeless, maybe a little bit.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
What do you think?
Wait, there's the politically homeless. Ooh, boy. Well, you better hurry up and get yourself a house before the cops arrest you. Remember when Anna Kasparian, actually, it's funny, the first thing that Anna Kasparian got roasted for, the first thing that the left criticized Anna for was not actually the birthing person thing. It was her takes, it was her getting mad that her city council decided to stop doing homeless sweeps. Like sweeping homeless encampments. For those of you guys who don't know what a homeless encampment sweep is, if you're lucky enough to never have had to think about that or witness it, it's basically when cops come in riot gear and bring in bulldozers and they blare a bunch of sounds and they tell homeless people get the fuck out, and then they flatten all of their shit. They throw away all their tents and possessions for the purpose of getting rid of the homeless encampment. It's completely heinous. It doesn't do anything to actually fix homelessness, and it actually makes it worse because those homeless people now have their possessions. If those homeless people were making progress towards some level of stability, they've now been knocked out even worse. They've been put into worse conditions, and now they're forced out to other areas. It's a inhumane and insane practice. It's literal RoboCop shit. It's the most vicious and evil crap. And her town, the progressives in her town voted to stop enforcing anti-encampment laws because it's obviously inhumane. And where the fuck are homeless people supposed to go when you have a housing waiting list that's sometimes 3 to 5 years long, which it was at the time that she was opposing these changes. So that was the first thing that the left got mad at her for, was her getting mad at progressives for fighting against anti-encampment legislation. That was the first cancellation. And what I mean by cancellation is people disagreeing with her and saying that's shitty politics. The irony of becoming politically homeless in a time like this.
What do you think's causing sort of this shift in the left and in media? Or, I mean, first of all, I'm assuming you think there is a shift that's happening.
Was it her crime take that people got mad about first? I could have sworn that it was the homelessness takes that were before the crime take, but you might be right. It might be her crime takes that people got mad about. I could have sworn it was the homelessness takes. Maybe my timeline's a little bit wrong. I apologize.
On the left and in media.
Mm-hmm. It's funny because, you know, a lot of them LARP is like anti-capitalist, like revolutionaries or whatever.
LARP, okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Nice.
But it's true. And so it's...
Man, they have nothing. They're just jerking her off. Valerie Torelli with the $5 super sticker. Thank you very, very much. Hi, Demon Mama, you're the best. Oh, wait, no, that was a different one. Sorry, Valerie Torelli, thank you so much for the super sticker. Truly disappointed with the $5 super chat. Hi, Demon Mama, you're the best. Thank you. Chabub Dreamer. Wow, actually watching this, I didn't realize how profoundly reactionary and dishonest Anna is being. And then today's Twitter meltdown. Oh, we haven't even gotten to that yet. We haven't even gotten to the Twitter meltdown today, which is one of the funniest things. But we have to get through this first. Thank you all. Taco Face, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Deeply appreciate that. Jason Ashby with the $1 or with the one gifted membership. Thank you very, very much for supporting the show. Daedalus Media with the $2 from a little bit earlier. Is Diablo 4 as easy as Diablo 3 at low difficulty? Yes. Low difficulty is easy. Yes. And that's all of those. Thank you so very much. Are we even going to have time for the Emma debate? If I have my way, yes. If not, we'll do it soon, but I hope that we will. This is taking a lot longer than I thought. I have a lot to say. Let's get back to it. I'm so shocked you decided to start playing D4. Yeah, but whatever. Let's go.
Really funny because what they do is they are positioning themselves to attract a very specific niche in audiences, right? So they're going for the purists, the people who like to think of themselves as like far left communists.
Oh yeah, the purists, a notoriously valuable audience to go after. Totally super valuable to go after purists historically. Yeah, dude. Tons of people make tons of money going after, you know, it's definitely not the lowest common denominator that you would target if you were a grifter.
Socialist, whatever. But like the whole thing is, I mean, you can see it in the various streams. Like they'll talk about things through the lens of we're the most pure, like we're the most sincere in what we're saying, whatever.
The real
and
left,
like,
yeah.
Exactly, we're the real left. So when they do that, what ends up happening is they become more and more extreme in what they are saying, right? In what they claim to believe.
Who are you
and
talking
at
about?
the heart of that, like what they're
Who is being talked about here?
actually doing is trying to attract a niche audience for what? To make money. Like I think there's a financial motive behind it.
Anna, you talking about a financial motive as you obviously practically pitch yourself to a right-wing podcast on your show where you make a fuckload of money. You make so much more fucking money than any of these people. Don't even fucking start. Your show is huge and you guys run crazy ads. The one thing I've complained about TYT for the entire time I've been a streamer, my biggest complaint about TYT is how often you guys shake down your audience. Ad after ad after ad. Subscribe, donate, ad. Fucking come on. Bullshit. This is fucking bullshit. You're full of
they're
shit.
competing with one another for, a particular niche, a particular ideology that's reflected in these audiences. And
there's Sargon of Akkad, by the way, in chat right there.
I think I'm probably self-sabotaging right now, career-wise.
Yeah,
but
totally.
I don't know. The problem is once you see certain things, you can't unsee them. And I can't just lie. I can't do it with a straight face. It's just not who I am.
What do you mean? Are you talking self-sabotaging by talking to us or talking about these things in general? Because it's an interesting dynamic that we have here on the internet, because I do agree with you, and we've talked about this on the show many, many times. Like the incendiary voices in the political space are the ones that get attention, blow their channels up, get views.
You mean like Anna Kasparian, who has a history of going really fucking hard on people and blowing up on her stream and calling people fucking stupid, liars, grifters, assholes? You mean like she did for Dave Rubin and Jimmy Dore and all those other people? Exactly what you do? Like you go toxic and go hard on people? Fuck this shit. Man, this is the thing that gets me. The thing that's so disappointing about all of this, and honestly, I don't know if we're gonna watch this entire thing at this point, because it feels like it's kind of going in circles now. Maybe we will. We'll go through as much as I can, because I do want to get to the Emma Vigeland, Tim Pool thing. It's just, they're such liars. All of it is just so fucking stupid. Like Anna Kasparian pretending like she's oh poor me when she makes more money than any of these people. They fucking union busted, for God's sake. TYT union busted so they could make more money. They fucking specifically fought back against a union forming at their own company because they were afraid it would impact their profits. I'm not kidding you, that was their reason. They said unions can be good in some cases but aren't good at ours. We're a small company. They're huge. They're bigger than any of the shows she's vaguely referencing. She's bigger than almost any of the other shows on the left, with a very few exceptions. I think maybe Sam Cedar is a more like, the Majority Report is a more like concentrated left show. They should probably have a bigger, strong leftist argument. It's just so much fucking dishonesty. All this shit is so much dishonesty. It's all just vague posting and acting like you're not making any money and saying like, oh, I'm gonna get destroyed by the left. Again, your audience is one of the biggest groups on the left, okay? If the left is toxic, you better look inward, because your own fucking audience and your work have been building the left as it is now up to this point.
Come rich, basically.
Yeah.
Conflict entrepreneurs is what I always call them. And we're in a kind of a, you know, we are in the same kind of position that you've kind of come to. Like, we want to give an honest, a fair assessment of both sides of the argument and try to kind of come to some sort of truth. And one of the paths that I think we've kind of fell into is just, I think us, Sitch and I, arguing points makes it interesting enough that we can kind of build an audience. And watching the videos of you last week, it kind of feels like that's kind of the direction you're going. It seems like Jank is saying over the top things and you're reeling him in, which is, I got to tell you, when I'm watching your show, I'm going, oh, look, Anna is just like Sitch. She won't let...
Yeah, Anna never says over the top things ever. It's never Anna saying the over the top things.
Jank, have any fun.
Are you saying you're the one saying over the top things?
Look, constantly.
Also, keep in mind, oh God, let's just go.
Constantly. And Sitch is like no, Adam, you know, that we don't know that yet. So, but I think our audience understands that there's a little bit of a dynamic
so
going there. That's fun. But at the same time, they are getting the information. So, unfortunately for my reputation, it's like, don't listen to Adam. You know, he's always...
That's funny. Yeah, I mean, again, credit to Jank, because...
Again, have you guys ever seen these guys? Anybody who's an Adam and Sitch watcher out there, if you're out there, has Adam and Sitch ever jerked off a guest this hard? Have they done this before? Is this normal?
He's not like one of these like people who get super offended if you correct him right there on the spot. It's just, I kind of went along with some of the more hyperbolic commentary, mostly because I was reading the same sources and I had the same... You know, I think he's doing better and better. Like, we have a lot of conversations about a lot of these issues privately, and I'll just be like, look.
So Sitch does the same thing to me.
Yeah. And I'll just be like, look. I mean, before he was going to go, he asked me if I thought it was a good idea that he was going to go debate Destiny, and I said no. And it's mostly because I see a lot of clickbaity stuff going on in that realm too, like with some of the debate stuff that takes place. But also I asked him, like, what are you guys going to debate? So first he said, oh, we're going to talk about like the Democratic Party and our disagreements about it. I was fine with that. But then he mentioned, he's like, and then we're going to talk about Rittenhouse.
So he knew Rittenhouse was...
of course. Marinara says, so you were a bad journalist and that's somehow the left's fault? Yeah, it's funny because Anna Kasparian constantly like touts her journalistic creds.
Going to come up.
Yeah, I think they agreed on the topics ahead of time.
Okay, wow, okay.
And you know, we had it, look, Jake is his own man. The best I can do is share my perspective. And I just told him, I was like, but he was...
Yeah, is she claiming that she hasn't been sincere for years and she's just been lying? I mean, I don't think anything that's being said here is truthful at all. I just think she's saying whatever she thinks is going to play well to this audience, and it's clearly working because they are just gassing her up at every opportunity. All of this has just been whiffle waffle, nothing, vagaries. Everything has been vagaries is the word I was looking for. It's all just been vague nonsense. It's all been fluff and puff with the hopes of, I'm sure she's happy that this is going to reach out and echo throughout the right-wing net, and a bunch of them are going to go, TYT based! See? Oh my God, Anna Kasparian told the truth about the trans agenda. Yeah, see? Those trans freaks, they always cancel Jesse Singal. Yeah, that's right. She said the left was freaking out about Kyle Rittenhouse based!
Acting in self-defense. But look, Jank just has a different perspective. It is what it is. Like, I'm not here to talk shit about Jank. You know, like we and again, I want to give him credit because we can have the conversation on air, this exact conversation, and he's gonna say the exact same thing. I'm gonna say my piece, and it's not gonna lead to like an uncomfortable relationship with him. It's not.
Anna seems awesome. There's been, oh my God,
retaliation, and I really commend him for having an open mind. But to him, he just couldn't. He just disagrees about it being self-defense. He thinks
They're
like you didn't need to
jerking
like
her
shoot the
off
gun,
so
you didn't need to kill
hard.
people. I hear you. I wish it didn't end that way. But if I were in his shoes,
Yeah.
I would have done the same thing.
Yeah, I probably would have prayed and sprayed. So I mean, Rittenhouse did the right thing. Like, it's a good thing he was in control of the weapon instead of me. So.
Adam friended mass shooter moment.
Yeah.
It's funny that like this gets thrown around a lot. Like people accuse you of grifting or other people of grifting when they start changing their beliefs, even though it's like you're changing your beliefs in a way that would like be more likely to hurt your career as opposed to help it.
I know.
Like, yeah, it's like insane.
Yeah, totally. Even though we're jerking you off on our show, and Anna herself, Anna and Cenk have both spent an incredible amount of time on their show talking about how much money there is in the right. Yeah, totally. I know I'm hurting myself in my career right now, guys, as I grin from ear to ear, knowing just how much money is going to flow in from me grifting to the right.
You know what? Like what so many people on the internet want is they just want you to choose one side very comfortably and to like fit into it and to just say like these are the hyperbolic talking points. And then if you're like, well, let's add some nuance here, which pisses off your audience more often than not, you're like, well, you're a grifter. Like, well, who am I grifting to exactly?
So I'm going to stick up for my audience a little bit because to their credit, I think the majority of people in the audience are open-minded and are open to new information. I think that there is a small but very loud minority in our audience and on the left in general that really give the left a bad name. I think they're overrepresented on Twitter and they're children. They act like children. I think some of them literally are like minors and they see everything. And look, if they're young, I don't blame them. I think when you are young, it's a little more difficult to grasp nuance.
So then why has this entire podcast so far, the 30 minutes of this podcast, 36 minutes of this podcast that we've watched, been you complaining about supposed children that got to you so bad? If you think it's just children on Twitter, then you should do your job as a fucking established journalist with a huge platform and actually focus on the issues and not get super triggered and have meltdowns. All of the professionals who reached out to you did so very peaceably with very few exceptions.
And how complicated and complex a lot of these issues are.
Again, this is just, it's just the waffling. The left is full of children who don't matter, and yet they totally matter and totally canceled me and ruined me. My audience is leaving me en masse. This is taking a damage to my career, but really my audience is full of really smart people, and the children don't matter. Just, okay, fuck, whatever.
One of the things that Jesse Singal says all the time that I love, and he says it repeatedly, is it's complicated, because it is. Like, all of these issues.
Wow, what a sick quote of Jesse Singal. As my friend likes to say, as my really smart friend likes to say, what? As my incredibly genius friend likes to say, hello. Amazing, incredible.
Are way more complicated than the way they're being portrayed in partisan media. And so what I want to do is actually understand those complexities. But here's the other thing. Understand the other side in good faith, okay? Because I think that there are some stereotypes that the left has kind of bought into about what the arguments are on the other side. And, you know, it doesn't make us sharper to misrepresent what the other side is actually saying. It actually makes us weaker. If you understand
all that you have done in your most recent spat with the left is misrepresent what others have said. This entire thing has been you demonstrably misrepresenting what other people said to you and fixating on random, in your own words, children on the internet in lieu of the people who actually tried to criticize you. I was one of the meanest people criticizing Anna, and I came very late to the game, okay? I let all of the friends of Anna Kasparian say their piece first, which they said very kindly. This is going to be, I'm sorry, but I don't know that we're going to watch this entire podcast appearance because this is really long and it has been a giant circle so far. I should say a giant circle jerk. This has been the same topic over and over again for 36 minutes. It's just been her saying, yeah, the left is sucks and I'm politically homeless. And really, in truth, everybody always misrepresents me and I never misrepresent anyone, even though I demonstrably misrepresented what other people said and I misrepresented the argument that people made about birthing people, and I misrepresented the people criticizing me, but everybody else is wrong except for me. This is so fucking boring.
Arguments are. It'll then allow you to reflect on what your own weaknesses might be in regard to the arguments that you're making. And so, and then one other.
Here you go. Red473 with the $20. Hello, Anna. I've really valued your willingness to reflect on the craziness of the left. Would you be willing to talk to actual Justice Warrior? He's a big fan of yours. He was just on Tim Pool with Emma last week. There you fucking have it. Woo! There it begins. The cycle.
Thing, and this was an unexpected outcome that I was talking to my husband about just last night. I've been a lot happier lately, like a lot happier. And I think it's because once you actually, and look, I want to make the distinction and like draw out a caveat. I'm not talking about like far right, like militia members. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about just mainstream conservatives, Republicans, whatever. Once you actually understand what their arguments are or where they're coming from, it's a lot more difficult to be hyperbolic about things, right?
Yeah. And that is not how, this is not how Anna has talked about the right wing and GOP on her show. My God, I hope TYT fans are willing to actually call her on her shit and show clips of her talking about fucking just ragging on the GOP, talking about how the GOP has completely lost its mind and the average GOP voter is completely distanced from reality, because I've seen those clips and I'm not even a fan of the show. This is so funny. She is putting on such an act. Notice how different this Anna is on this show. You know, once you get through it, I'm not talking about the militia members, but the average Republican, the average right-winger really isn't so bad all of a sudden. Fucking fraud. Fraud.
So you kind of start seeing the world around you for what it really is. And
this is a call to action to all of the TYT fans and TYT former fans out there. Do your job. This is your chance to show how much bullshit this is. You guys should be more offended than me. I'm not even a fan of TYT. I've basically disliked their show for a long time, although I have stanned Anna in the past. I've been a big fan of Anna specifically. I never really liked TYT, I'll be completely honest. I think watching Benny Carollo's video about leaving TYT would be great to watch after this. Yeah, we'll probably switch over to that too, especially if they loop again. If they're just gonna loop and this is just gonna be a constant going back and forth of her saying, I'm so reasonable and the left is so unreasonable, that's why I'm politically homeless, I'm gonna check out. This is like the so little substance, all just vague crap and pitching directly to the right-wing audience by being like, I know the average right-winger isn't so bad.
A certain amount of fear that kind of starts to dissipate, a certain amount of like hyperbolic thinking that starts to go away, and you start to see things a lot more clearly, and the world isn't as messed up as people would have you believe, and that's a good thing. Now some people might get super offended at me saying that because they've completely bought it.
You were just talking about the crime wave. You were just talking about how fucked up the world is 10 minutes ago and how much crime there is everywhere. Do you see what I'm talking about? This is maddening. She's all the fuck over the place. Is the world super fucked up or isn't it? You're saying that Jesse Singal, the guy who says that there's like a social contagion transforming tomboys and tomgirls into trans people that's being perpetrated by a secret conspiracy of trans activists, and yet now you're trying to say the world isn't as crazy. Which one fucking is it? Is there a giant mysterious crime wave that isn't reflected in the statistics? Is there a giant gender ideology commanding the minds of your kids? Or is the world less crazy than you think? You can't have it both ways. You fucking can't have it both goddamn ways. I'm getting whiplash and this is boring. Also, they just repealed, yes, as Baven Tarson points out in YouTube chat, they just fucking repealed Roe v. Wade. So which fucking one is it?
To the hyperbolic thinking and they think the world's coming to an end. And there are terrible things happening. I don't want to minimize that, but we need to be realistic about what's actually transpiring in the country, and for areas where we need improvement or different policy solutions.
And your idea of that is to focus on trans people? Your idea on that is to freak out on trans people on Twitter and yell at them and say that it's trans people that are causing, that are making things worse for themselves, and not the insane right wing that is freaking out about trans people? Are you fucking crazy? This is fucking insane.
We should actually have good faith debates about it and come up with those solutions. And I think that the current discourse is standing in the way of that.
That's really fast. I never thought about that, but it makes perfect sense if people go into politics and have this very like the other side is either composed of like all racists who want to enable, you know, some kind of fascistic regime against me, or like the other side is all made of like, you know, communists who want to take over the country. Like it's gonna put you in this headspace. You're like, oh my god, like I'm in this fight for my life. Like this is like the most important thing ever. And then you're like, well, once you start to see like, well, yeah, there's small pockets of that exist, but the average person is not that. You're like, oh my god, this weight has been lifted from my shoulder. I don't feel like the world is about to end.
Yeah, totally.
I want to say two things. First of all, and I don't know your take on Jordan Peterson, but it is like the first rule is tell the truth, and I feel like coming to a place in your life.
This is going to be a real test. If Anna Kasparian can't denounce Jordan Peterson to this audience, by the way, Anna Kasparian has denounced Jordan Peterson in the past, obviously. We all know this. So this is a real moment, okay? This will tell you let's see if she's able to denounce Jordan Peterson in front of this audience. And if she's not able to firmly denounce Jordan Peterson in front of this audience, you will know for a fact that she's grifting to this audience. Because any fucking person, any liberal worth their salt should be able to denounce cultural Marxism, Jordan Peterson, the deranged Jordan Peterson and his bullshit easily. Let's see what happens. Let's see.
Life where you're like, I feel like I'm honestly telling the truth now. I can see where that would make me feel completely better. I'm one of these people who just hates thinking I'm being dishonest, or if I'm in a position where I'm forced to be dishonest for a job or something like that. I just, it's horrifying for me. So, and I do think it is kind of politically expedient for a lot of people to categorize far-right, racist, Nazi pieces of shit who, you know, none of us are in favor of, for moderate Republicans who just want some, you know, they have a different.
You have Sargon of Akkad in your audience right now. You have your chat is suggesting people go on actual Justice Warrior show. Come the fuck on. Come the fuck on, dude.
Different spin on some sort of.
Do you disavow? You disavow? Do you disavow? Everybody knows that meme now, by the way. Good thing everybody knows they disavow.
Policy prescription, which my thinking of the world.
Super chat for $20. I am now pro Anna. Kudos to all three of you. Followed up by, ask her take on the race war in France.
Is, you know, you've got the conservatives on the right who are kind of playing defense for society, and you have liberals and progressives on the right who are kind of, or on the left who are kind of playing offense for society. They're the ones that are pitching all of these crazy policies for making society better, and conservatives are kind of saying, well, we're kind of good where we are now. Should we take the risk of doing this? And you really need, I mean, what sports team that doesn't have a good offense and a good defense is going to be a winning team? So a lot of the political polarization I see as part of the problem here. And one of the nice things about you is starting to realize, you know, there are people on the right that aren't just crazy, insane racists, and maybe you can communicate their arguments clearly to your audience, which is a great position to be in. We might be able to deal with some of the political polarization.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are, look, I disagree with many of the policy ideas they have or the perspectives they espouse, but there are...
Okay, I'm sorry. This is totally funny. A $100 super chat in their chat. Sword and Scale. TYT recently defamed me by intentionally taking a tweet of mine out of context. Will they be apologizing and issuing a retraction? I'm sorry. That just made me laugh. Okay, I know that's not any incisive or deep political commentary. That just made me fucking laugh. Okay, I want to know what the tweet was.
Are good faith, thoughtful conservative Republicans out there. Like, I think Glenn Loury is a good example. You know, again, I might not agree with everything he has to say, but he's a thoughtful person, and he is not in any way justifying, you know, white supremacy or some of the like hyperbolic things that he might get accused of by those on the left. And again, it's really about understanding in good faith the other side and being able to, I guess, debate the issues, as opposed to like what I see happening right now is I want the left to engage in the argument as opposed to what I see happening, which is them engaging in like...
She completely dodged the Jordan Peterson thing. You notice that? He asked her a direct question about Jordan Peterson and she just completely ignored it. Incredible, right?
Ad hominem in a lot of cases, character assassination, or like statements about the individual's character based on their preconceived notions and based on what they heard other streamers say about the individual. It's like, okay, just take a step back for a second. You need to address the point that this person is making. And if you're not addressing the point that this person is making, and instead you're turning around and throwing all sorts of like accusations at them to make them seem like they're immoral or they're bad people, then that tells me that you don't really have an answer to what they're saying, you know? And I see that happening more when it comes to culture war related issues as opposed to economic issues. And that's the other thing. I mean, I think that the left has completely, and they'll deny this, but I mean, just go to Twitter right now. They've like abandoned economic policies.
Oh my God! She's speed running it. Yeah, they just don't care about class. They only care about stupid identity politics, which I choose to talk about all the time using my platform as a formerly major leftist, loud, avowed leftist content creator. You made it. You made it. You made it. You have a huge platform. You could choose. You could have chosen to not do a segment about birthing people and to instead do a segment about unions. You could have chosen to do that, and you didn't. And in fact, when people pointed that out to you, you got mad at them and told them to shut the fuck up. Oh man, this is so pathetic. Remember, everyone, even though there is a lot of money to be made in grifting to the right, as even Anna and Cenk have repeatedly acknowledged on their show, you will never get any self-respect. It is, you have to, like I said earlier, melon ball out your own soul. You have to fucking scoop your own soul out and debase yourself and become a hollow, empty shell of a person that shifts to whatever audience you're in front of, so that their fifis don't get hurt, because the right is the biggest snowflakes on the planet. And guess what? Fucking Anna Kasparian has gone on rants about the right being snowflakes. You ever like, this is so dishonest. It's so fucking pathetic. I hope this path eats her alive. It always does. Have you ever seen a happy right-wing talking head? Because they don't fucking exist. There's not a single fucking one of them. Tim Pool, when you know, remember that clip of Tim Pool like sadly admitting to that life coach on his own show that he can't get laid? Remember all we've seen about Steven Crowder and his miserable ass life? There's not a single satisfied one of them. Their path does not bring happiness. It's just true. It might bring you money, but guess what? Money can only buy you so much happiness. You only get so much happiness from money. Money only brings you happiness in that you don't have to worry about the bills anymore. And after that, you gotta find a way to live a good life. You gotta find a way to live a full life and have full beliefs. And I can tell you, shucking out your soul so that you can appeal to the audience of Adam and fucking Sitch is not gonna do it, okay? It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna do it. Theory Cow, thank you very, very much for the $5. I might actually try that. Thank you very much.
And instead hyper-focused on incredibly divisive, like, identity-related issues, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, and like
which one? Which issue? Name it. What hyper divisive identity related issue, huh? What's the one? Name it. Are you talking about trans people? Is that the one? Are you talking about what's the one? Is it about racial justice? What is it? Which one is it? Notice how vague she is. Notice how fucking vague she is. I really want to know what's the super divisive issue that has the left split up, because I don't know what it is, and I've been pretty fucking critical about the way that the left argues in infights, but there's not like there's some fucking giant single divisive issue that's splitting up the left. I couldn't name it. What is it? And I'm fucking critical of the left all the time, but I'm also not a fucking fraud, so I guess that's it.
Their take is always, oh, well, the other side wants us they're racist, that's why. They're transphobic, that's why. And it's like, no, you got to do more than that. So if you're gonna, if you're gonna refute what they're saying, then actually address the points they're making. And if you're not
just doing it again, we've looped again. She's just misrepresenting the arguments of people who disagreed with her, while simultaneously saying that the people who disagreed with her are only children on Twitter who supposedly don't matter, but apparently their opinions are so divisive that it completely overwhelms her gigantic platform. Apparently a handful of children on Twitter have been able to completely undo her little media empire. We did it again. We've looped. This is the 4th time that she said this.
To do that, you're going to come out looking incredibly weak and childish.
You probably don't know this, but we talk about MMT and UBI on the stream quite often. It drives people crazy. I mean, how do you make affordable housing sexy? It's not necessarily a thing.
Well, I mean, it's surprising because I did a story just last Wednesday on Airbnb crashing.
I
And,
watched
you know,
that vid. Yeah.
Yeah, and that video, I'm kind of shocked. It got like 200,000 views. It was not something I expected. I thought like, oh, it's a dense, like statistics-driven, video, but it did well. And I think that there is a hunger for those types of videos and for that type of content. It's
Then do them. Then everybody, all of the major critics would prefer that you do a video about housing than you getting mad about a fake situation that you invented in your mind about birthing people, misrepresenting an argument that you've already demonstrated you were misrepresenting, and then treating a bunch of people like they're insane and telling trans people that they're like their own they're the problem. Oh yeah, and of course, can we just take a second? Let's take a break for just a second. Can I bring this up real quick? Man, this is so fucking funny. Let me just show you. Did anybody see what Anna Kasparian was getting into today? Let me just show you the clip. Hold on, let me just bring it up. Here you go. Here. The civil rights movement did not use the same strategies as the trans movement. They didn't barricade speakers they disagreed with in a classroom for 3 hours. They persuaded through nonviolence and showing America their humanity. Yeah, the trans movement has never attempted to show their humanity. The trans movement has gone too far. Now, of course, she got completely and utterly obliterated by this, and I'm literally seeing people still calling her out on this right now. But guess what? That was part of a much larger conversation, let me tell you. An incredible, absolutely fucking incredible moment. Just amazing. Hold on, let me see if I can get you the rest of the context for that real quick, because I want to show you guys the rest of the conversation. Yeah, here we go. She got into a beef with a trans shit poster, not an activist, a trans shit poster named Juniper. Some of you are familiar. Now, these tweets have been deleted now. I wonder why. I wonder if what she said here might have been really fucking stupid. I guess history will never know. And Juniper said, "You intentionally misunderstood what I said, you moron." And then she says, "No, I didn't. You said barricading people you disagree with is non-violent. If an alt-right group did that to a trans speaker, I'm sure you would change your tune. You're dishonest, childish, and batshit crazy. Not sure if you've noticed this, but states are currently using violence against trans people. Curious as to why you seem to care about the grifter who terrorizes trans people more than the trans people who are being affected by this legislation and violence. You don't watch the show, so you have no idea what I talk about or how often I defend the trans community. Go check out my previous video to find out how often Anna Kasparian goes out of her way to defend the trans community. Because let me tell you, it's not all that often. I think the fringe shit and activists like you turn the country against people, meaning trans people. You're just too stupid to see it. This is an excellent thing to say. Oh, and here's the response, by the way. The sad thing is I used to watch your show growing up. You and Cenk, you both inspired me a decade ago to take bold stances on issues that might be hard to defend because you truly believe in them. It's pathetic to see how you've fallen from grace and turned into something like this. Incredible. Yeah, notice, yeah, I think the fringe shit and activists like you, literally just a shit poster, turn the country against trans people. That's the implied there, against people, meaning against trans people. You're just too stupid to see it. By the way, let's just take a look here at the difference in follow count. 530,000 followers, 230,000 followers. So a 300,000 follower difference on just Twitter alone, let alone, let's not forget that this is Anna Kasparian's professional account for her 5 million subscriber show. But this is what she's taking her time and using her platform to do. And let me see, can I find, oh, she deleted, this is where she deleted the that other one that I showed you. But let me just show you. Hold on. Optics frogging a meme account? Yeah, literally. But it shows you where her mind is at. It demonstrates explicitly where her mind is at on this issue. That she thinks it's trans people's faults. That the world is in the state that it's in. It's blame the trans people because I'm mad at them. And completely, again, this was part of that thread. This was one of the 2 deleted tweets. The civil rights movement did not use the same strategies as the trans movement. They didn't barricade speakers they disagreed with in a classroom for 3 hours. They persuaded through nonviolence and showing America their humanity. By the way, the incredibly and forever wise Doe brought this up. In 1969, actor Samuel L. Jackson was expelled from the historically black Morehouse College for locking board members in a building for 2 days in protest of the school's curriculum and governance. Included in the group of people who were held hostage was Martin Luther King's Jr. own father, Martin Luther King Sr. God tier Doe coming in with actual history once again. Yeah, as it turns out, and let's be real, Anna Kasparian is full of shit, pretending that the civil rights movement was all made up of like, you know, feel good, always peaceful activists. That was not even the half of the movement, okay? That was one part of the movement. And there were a whole lot of different perspectives on that. And I'll let you know, even Martin Luther King Jr., the most recognized peaceful advocate of the civil rights movement, was in his time framed as a violent person. You guys have seen that cartoon, right? Hold on, let me see if I can find the political cartoon. Let me see if I can find the old political cartoon. Many of you, I'm sure, have seen it. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. This is the one. Is this the, can I get the full quality? Yeah, here we go. This is that famous political cartoon from the time. I plan to lead another non-violent march tomorrow. And it's a picture of Martin Luther King, and there's a dead white guy in the street, and all the cars are on fire. Yeah, they acted like he was violent at the time too. Interesting. It's really fucking amazing, isn't it? The villainization that trans people get, that Anna Kasparian is participating in real time, while also using her giant platform to freak out at a random shit poster who didn't even start out by being harsh to her, who didn't even start out by being rude to Anna Kasparian. Yeah, here's a picture. Oh, cool. Look at this. They got a picture of that incident. Here's a photograph of the incident in which they took those people hostage at the college. Here's a picture. Just so we know. From that incident. They're all armed. They're armed to the teeth. Austinox says, this ought to get your leftist card revoked. What the fucking hell? She blocked me and then deleted her tweets coming after me. A shame it's come to this, says Juniper. Screenshots are forever. Wait, this is what she said. So, oh my God, Juniper wasn't even tweeting at her. Juniper just said barricading speakers, or maybe this was a response. This might have been a reply. Barricading speakers is not violent. You are genuinely stupid if you cannot see how insane it is that you are comparing trans people defending ourselves to groups like the KKK. And she replies by saying, you're fucking brain dead. Don't gaslight me to say that barricading someone in a fucking classroom for 3 hours is non-violent. The speaker had nothing to do with the KKK. Disgusting. This was a reply. I want to see, can we get the original reply? I want to see what the original reply is. Here we go. I don't give a shit how many viewers turn on me. I will never minimize any political violence of any kind. It's what losers do when they can't strategize and win an argument. This is what started it all. This is the full thread. Oh, I want to look through. I want to see if we can get the full thread. I want to see the it's hard because of the deletions. Oh, here we go. So here's what started it. What are you talking? Oh, she deleted this one. What are you talking about? Violence was used in a critical part of the success of the civil rights movement. You are just historically wrong. Are you guys genuinely this stupid? The movement made a point to be non-violent, and the violence used against them is part of what changed hearts and minds. Trans activists barricading a speaker at SFSU runs counter to that strategy. Holy fucking shit. I wanna know this one. I didn't make things up, and my point is that this stuff turns people off. It's really not controversial. David Dole asks, honest question. Now, David Dole, by the way, is one of those people who's treated Anna Kasparian very gently. David Dole is another leftist content creator, a member of the leftist mafia. Honest question. Here's David Dole. What do you think is the impact of comments like yours? Do you think that this group you referred to, assuming that they're real, are now going to stop? The reason why the right turns anecdotes into national stories is to specifically demonize the entire trans movement. Assuming they're real, I just linked to it. The right turns these anecdotes to national stories because they know it will turn people off. My argument is to be a little more strategic and tactful to secure healthcare and housing for the trans community. That's my point. Stop with the concern trolling. Just stop it. What is the original story? Let's look at the original story that she linked. I want to see what it is. What? This is the story that she linked to? Why bonus hole is going viral on Twitter and what the term means? After spending a little time on social media today, you might be wondering what is a bonus hole and why is the term all over your Twitter feed? Joe's Cervical Cancer Trust, in partnership with the LGBT Foundation, an LGBTQ charitable organization, began suggesting the term bonus hole be used as a way to support trans men and non-binary women, or non-binary people. Sorry, wow, misread. According to the glossary, a bonus hole is an alternative word for the vagina. And recommended checking to see which word someone would prefer to use. They also suggested using front hole as an alternative term. So some random people doing a fundraiser made a joke about bonus hole and said it could be a way to be more more accepting in certain contexts? Huh? Who fucking cares? What the fuck is this talking about? Who fucking cares? It's some random thing that somebody said at some point. What is this supposed to mean? And why is it justified by her giving it more time of day? What the fuck? To be clear, since apparently this has to be spelled out, no one, literally no one, is saying the word bonus hole is mandatory for anyone to use, be they cis, trans, or non-binary. It's simply a suggestion presented for some trans men and non-binary people, and anyone who prefers it could use. This is not hard to grasp. This is in the article she sent. She sent this article and it's in here. It's saying this is another word that some people could use if they wanted to. God damn it. Do you see why I say that all of this has just been her being just disgustingly dishonest? And this led to her calling people fucking brain dead. and stupid and saying, oh, you saying to a trans person, this is why people don't like you and people are turned against you. What an absolutely insane situation. What a fucking stupid, embarrassing, pathetic way to go. Do we even need to watch any more of this? Do we need to do more of this? Here's a silly meme. Here's a silly name you could say. I took this personally. It's literally her freaking out for no reason.
Not going to go super viral like some hyperbolic, you know, video about like a police shooting or about an alleged Karen, right? But I don't really care. Like I just, look, I don't want to be part of the problem. I don't want to add to this toxic discourse that does nothing to improve.
Is that why you freaked out and called a random trans person like brain dead and then said it was their own fault that there's a hate campaign against trans people in this country? Man, fuck Anna Kasparian. Straight up. Conclusion, I don't give a shit about Anna Kasparian anymore. I am tired of her concern trolling. I'm tired of her being toxic as shit on the internet and then pretending that it's only everyone else who's being toxic to her. I'm tired of her obviously being literally obviously misrepresenting history when it suits her, when you fucking know that this is not her genuinely held position. You know goddamn straight that Anna Kasparian doesn't think that the civil rights movement was only made up of peaceful people. You know she doesn't fucking believe that. You know she knows that's not true. This is bullshit, is what this is. And I'm calling bullshit on it. And everybody can cry and complain, and I'm sure Anna Kasparian will hear through the grapevine that the trans community, the queen of the trans community, has canceled and put a fatwa on Anna Kasparian. But the truth is, I'm just tired of your bullshit. I'm just tired of you looking at the camera with your practiced language and saying, you know, the right wing isn't so bad. And I've always known that. I was just too afraid to say it because of the big scary people on Twitter who I also call teenagers and babies who don't matter at all, but they do matter. They matter to me, and they were keeping me silenced from my giant 5 million subscriber platform in my air-conditioned and fancy studio with a production team that I'm a producer at. I'm done with it. I'm fucking tired of it. I am tired of pretending that we're not being bullshitted. We've reacted slowly and surely to an hour of this fucking interview, and it's gone in circles. It's gone in circles of Anna Kasparian playing, oh, poor me, boo-hoo. So instead, we're gonna watch something else. We're gonna spend, you know what? We're not switching topics though. It's the same topic, but we're gonna watch Why I Left TYT by former TYT member Ben Carollo. Let's do it. Here we go. Here's the video. Why I Left TYT. This dropped 1 day ago. And the description is as such. Over the past several months, Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur have taken increasingly transphobic stances, especially regarding trans women in sports, but also more generally when it comes to trans youth getting access to gender-affirming care. They have begun to lash out at anyone that calls them out on where they are wrong and have basically refused to learn. Recently, Anna went so far as to defend Jesse Singal, who is very well known as a transphobe. Let's watch it. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it.
Alright, so in case it wasn't obvious from the title of this video, I'm done with TYT. Now, before we get into like everything about this isn't about all of the hosts.
Benny uses she, her pronouns? Alright, good to know.
Actually a ton of people at TYT that I think
Wait a second. Wait a minute. I know Benny. I didn't know this was the same. Wait, is this the same Benny from... Oh my god, it is! This is the Benny that I followed independently on Blue Sky, and I didn't know this was the same Benny. Wow. All right, let's do it. Let's do this. Let's do this.
Genuinely cool people. This is mostly about Cenk and Anna. But of course, since like they're the people that are like the big names on the network and Cenk kind of like owns the company, it's a pretty big deal when they do something like I don't know, become incredibly transphobic and start what appears to be a ridiculous right-wing grift. I mean, literally everything from the things that they said about homeless people to the stuff that they said about abolitionists and their general sort of like refusal to hear the people that are criticizing them and saying, no, this is what people are actually trying to say. You're not really hearing what we're saying, or you're not listening. Now, we're not going to focus on literally all of the right-wing things that they've been doing lately, especially in the past year. They've done this pivot where they go after prison abolitionists, people who say defund the police, homeless people, and anybody that they think is a radical left. Because, you know, doing the enlightened the centrist thing is really a smart move in this the year 2023. Right, I still got that calendar right. No, we're mostly going to be focusing on their transphobia, which they have been escalating rapidly, which I guess is something that everybody really predicted would happen starting, I think about...
Okay, small hot take. Okay, real quick, everybody. I think that we should stop using the term transphobia. I think that we should stop using the term transphobia, and we should pivot completely. Just... if I could send out a message to all other trans people using the trans neural net, which definitely exists, the psychic link between all trans people, I would like people to adopt anti-trans and trans hate instead of transphobic. Because the truth is that a lot of it isn't strictly transphobic, it's actually just anti-trans. It's just, they are anti-trans. They're not engaging in just phobia anymore. They are explicitly opposing. A lot of people are explicitly opposing the advancement of trans rights. They are anti-trans. Transphobia is like when a movie has a scene where they go, do you think she's got a dick, bro? That's transphobic. It's this idea that there's something scary and dangerous about trans people. Transphobia is implying that all trans people are groomers, but the way that is definitely transphobic, but it goes far beyond that because it's part of an agenda to strip the human rights and the ability to exist publicly of trans people. So I think we should move to saying anti-trans and trans hate. I just genuinely believe that. I think that would be stronger, especially because it will completely fry the brains of people who are like, you called me a transphobe and my career was ruined. Even though I'm still bringing in tens of thousands of dollars personally a month, my career has been ruined. That's what I would like. I would like people to stop using transphobia and instead say anti-trans or trans hate, because it is. It's more than that. I know why people use it, and I don't think that the term is necessarily inaccurate. I just think that it's been memed to death, and that we've like, people have, they are like, I was called a transphobe. They'll say they were called a transphobe even when you're not called a transphobe. I mean, you guys know some famous incidents in my own history where I explicitly went out of my way not to call someone a transphobe, and they still said that I called them a transphobe, which is really funny. But yeah. Yeah. But a lot of this is beyond transphobia. It's not just transphobia. It goes into being actually anti-trans people. It goes into being actively hateful of trans people. Let's continue.
About 6 months ago, 4 months ago, when Anna Kasparian put out a tweet complaining about the use of the term birthing person, which is really, really funny because she kept on talking about how, like, it erases women, and it minimizes womanhood down to just body parts, except for it literally doesn't. Everybody very immediately pointed out that that's a silly thing to say, that in fact thinking that the term woman and birthing person are completely interchangeable actually does reduce women to body parts. And what
that was the point I was making in my video. That was the point I was making in my video when I said that actually what Anna is doing is worse. Anna is implying that that being a birthing person necessarily means you're a woman, that her argument is the argument that she's actually mad at, but she's pretending to be mad at the other argument. A genuinely, just a stupid, God, it's so stupid. Let's continue.
Precipitated this is even more silly because it was originally in reference to AOC and other politicians using the term when they're talking about abortion rights. And I don't know if you know this, but abortion rights are pretty specific to people with uteruses who are capable of having children. And so the term birthing person is a pretty useful term to be narrow enough to be specific, but also cover all of the relevant people, and that's why politicians have been using it in that context. Since posting the original tweet, literally it seems like they keep going back and forth whenever they hear that argument. Basically, if there's somebody reasonable in the room with them saying why the term birthing person might be used, then they're like, yeah, I guess it makes sense in that context, but I just don't like it. But when somebody reasonable isn't around, then they just go and complain about the term birthing person again. And that really is why so many people predicted that they were going to go into this extreme TERF pipeline, because, of course, that's a very common starting point right there. The trans people are erasing women. Oh my god. But then everything escalated when they decided to talk about trans people in sports, which is a very common thing that a lot of cisgender people like to complain about because they don't understand how hormones work. And instead of attempting to try and get any type of understanding, they just want to sit and argue about their assumptions about how they think hormones should work. They come in with all of these assumptions about biological males and think that there's some sort of
literally all misinformed assumptions. That's all that it is. It's all just gut feelings. They don't ever actually look at the science. They never actually care about the science, and they never actually care about women's sports. They don't give a shit about any of it. If they did, they would actually look into it and discover it's not a fucking big deal. And in fact, most major sports organizations already dealt with it and had rules for it that were totally reasonable.
Secret advantage that just exists persistently regardless as to what hormones are literally dictating what your body is doing at the time. And that's
Marinara says, I think Anna resents that the existence of trans people makes her feel insecure and defensive about her own view of her womanhood. I think that's possible, but I also think that Anna Kasparian is has become a spiteful person, and that she realizes she can make a ton of money by pitching to TERF audiences by throwing a minority under the bus that she doesn't particularly care about, because she's mad that some of them owned her on Twitter. That's my read of it. I don't know if there's any sort of deep-seated thing there. I just think that Anna Kasparian has realized that she doesn't particularly care about trans people that much, that she's mad that a bunch of trans people roasted her on the internet, and so she decided, well, fuck you then. I'm gonna make a bunch of money fucking you over. Fuck you. Look at me. Look what I can do. It's a spite position that lots of people in power with, it is true, by comparison to the people that she's mad at, she has a whole lot more power. She's a producer at a well-recognized media company, media corporation. So I just think it's that. That's my guess.
where I came in, and I started tweeting at some of the hosts saying that, hey, you're wrong about this, that, or the other thing. You're missing these details. Hey, you're literally just being transphobic right now. I even reached out to people within the network to say, like, hey, I would like to maybe sit down with Cenk and maybe even have an on-the-air conversation where I could talk about how all of this stuff actually works. You know, I may not be a doctor, but I like to think that in my master's degree in biotechnology and my experience literally being a trans person who, by the way, most trans people will do a ton of research about hormones before they get on them because a lot...
So much. I can't even tell you. Researching hormones was like a full-time job before I transitioned. It's like all I did.
A lot of doctors don't really know that much about it, so that's actually something that I did, where I spent a ton of time like reading through like research papers about what would be like the...
Chandra says, I think that your read of Anna is a fair read. I've watched Anna Kasparian for a long time, and she's gotten very burned out over the past couple of years, and then seems to have become very spiteful. Yeah, I read it as a fuck you. I can do this, and you pissed me off, and I don't care about you that much, and so I'm gonna just bat to the TERF audience. I'll just bat to the anti-trans audience because it's easy and an easy way to make a quick buck. What a great way to get revenge spitefully on people who've pissed you off than ruining their lives. It's spite-fueled mentality is, by the way, I make references to this all the time, but becoming a spite-fueled person is a form of hollowing. I know. Nerd shit warning, bing bing warning, nerd shit incoming. There's a video game series called Dark Souls, made by the incredible studio FromSoft. And in Dark Souls, there's this concept called hollowing. And it's basically when someone loses grasp on their humanity once and for all. They become a ghost, like a zombie-like creature. And often hollowing is the result of losing the things that would otherwise make you human. You know, becoming so obsessed with revenge that you lose sight of everything else, and so you become a monster that is only obsessed with revenge. Becoming completely compromised by greed, such that you become a gold-covered zombie, but there's nothing inside of you anymore because your soul was let go in pursuit of this one obsession. Sometimes it's just giving up completely and fainting into a complete despondency, a corpse-like despondency. And I unironically believe that becoming a fully spite-fueled person is a form of real-world hollowing. I think that when you become so angry and hateful and lost within yourself that the only thing that fuels your actions is spite, that you just eventually lose all of you that ever existed. And that's what it seems like here. Because I've noticed that people who become primarily spite-fueled end up debasing themselves, like we saw Anna Kasparian doing today on social media and the other day on this idiotic podcast, where she's just saying all the right points, despite the fact that all of us here, all of the people watching my show right now, we all know Anna Kasparian's history, that it's not like she was like, oh, I'm not a leftist. Like, Anna Kasparian has been loud about being a progressive voice. Anna Kasparian has been engaged actively, vocally, openly in building a leftist project for a long time, and now all of a sudden is pretending that she's politically homeless because one disagreement happened? Sorry. It sounds like hollowing to me. That's hollow behavior. Spite-fueled hollow behavior. That's all it is. Yep. Let's go. Let's continue.
Best for my transition, how it would go, and things like that. So I'd like to think with my background, with some experience in biology, and, you know, reading a ton about how specifically hormone replacement therapy works for trans women like myself, I might know a thing or two about all of these things. And I figured, hey, if Jank doesn't know about this, maybe it'd be interesting for him to learn. But with that though, he wasn't really interested in having an on-the-air conversation because, you know, he seemed pretty intent on not changing his mind, but he was open to having a phone conversation. So I handed to him on that, like, yeah, great. So we had a chat over the phone. Now, obviously, I'm not going to get into the details of literally every single thing that we talked about. I'm just going to give you a brief synopsis, because that's really all that's important. And there are two main sticking points that I really want to touch on that happened within that phone call that I think were really a sign of like how far things were gonna go, and honestly how much further things might go from here still. The first sticking point was Jank seemed convinced of this idea that I'm living in some sort of bubble. They've even said it on the air, that people fighting for
Anna just brought that up in her video like 14 times about this living in a bubble. Imagine telling a trans person, a heavily politically engaged trans person, who is reaching out to you to try and inform you about their experience during one of the most unbelievably unprecedented, you know, anti-trans moments in the history of this country. A moment where an entire wing of the political branch is daily obsessing around trans people, targeting them, slandering them, calling them dangerous to children. The amount of trans hate and anti-trans sentiment on display is constant. Imagine all of that and telling that person that they're in a bubble. That's off the cuff. But again, I wish I could say that it's not what I've come to expect, but from a lot of people, specifically liberals who would like to think themselves lefties. It's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. Piftle Cakes with a tier 3 sub, been listening at work, but finally escaped capitalist hell and made it to chat. Welcome, and thank you very much for supporting the show, seriously. All of you out there who've been listening to this long segment while I die in the sweltering heat of the studio, please consider supporting the show, first of all, by pressing like on the video below. I mean it, your likes. We have 616 viewers today. That's banger. This show is growing so much, and your likes make sure that we get out to even more. So please make sure you press like. And secondly, consider throwing a few dollars via my website, demonmama.com/donate or /subscribe if you want the fancy emotes, or throwing a super chat my way. It means the world to me. I am a small show, a very small show, with a small team of people who do my editing, thumbnails, etc. So please consider supporting my tiny show as we grow and keep you entertained even when it's really, really hot. We recently hit 25K too, so I'm feeling pretty good about that. That's a big deal. Anyway, let's continue. Just wanted to do the little shout out as we have to do. Let's continue with the coverage. And thanks for being here.
Trans rights are all living in some sort of bubble. The problem with that is I have a lot of
Welcome,
random
Straw Hat
trans
Monty.
people from a ton of different political perspectives that will like reach out to me about like, hey, how are things going at TYT? Or hey, you're really inspiring. You know, stuff like that. And I also have like a decent circle of friends and family, many of which who are sort of all
Thank you very much, Gay Aaron 13 with a $5 donation. Deeply appreciate that.
over the place politically. I told Jenk very specifically, you know, I have friends that are like big Joe Biden fans, right? Like they are theoretically to your political right. His reaction to that was quite literally laughter, which I just thought was like so hilarious. And he just kind of wouldn't believe. He was like, no, you're in a bubble. You're in a bubble. And I kept pressing. I was like, no, Jenk, you don't understand. I matched with a random person on Tinder, and the first thing that they started talking to me about is how transphobic TYT has been lately. Because I think that they had just kind of figured out who I was. And Jenk was like, no, see, you're living in a bubble. And it's like, yeah, okay, buddy. That completely random person.
Thank you very much for the $5 super chat from Phoenix Wildfire. Phoenix Wildfire says, I'm just so tired of all of this anti-trans BS. Changing my pronouns did not turn me into a bad person. It just made me less suicidal. All solidarity to you. Thank you for supporting the show. Remember, this anti-trans period of history will end. We will fight through it, and I like to believe that we will come out victorious because there are a lot of us using our voice to fight back. And you know what? There's a lot of us calling out bullshit like what Anna Kasparian has been spouting about trans people recently. There's a lot of people pushing back on that, and I like to think that if we keep our minds together, we stand in solidarity, that we will actually be able to overcome this.
That I matched with on Tinder is just part of the bubble that I'm magically living in. But really that kind of gave me the vibe of like, oh, Jenk really thinks that like every trans person is part of some sort of ideology, that we're of like a strict like political viewpoint, and that we don't just exist as like a type of person that exists, you know? It really did seem like Jenk was of the mind that to be transgender is to subscribe to a very specific political viewpoint, which
You know how many minority groups get that treatment? Basically every single minority group gets that treatment. You get stereotyped that every person in X minority group has the same exact political view, even when it's blatantly obvious that that's not the case. And it literally is also the trans ideology bullshit. It's basically claiming that there's like a single belief system that unites all trans people, despite the fact that we very obviously couldn't be more different politically from one another. No one in fights among trans people like trans people fight among trans people. It's just how it goes. Yes, and it's also literally, yes, as Brim points out, this reminds me a lot of the cultural Bolshevism shit that the Nazis said about Jewish people and how they all wanted to destroy their Aryan society. It's the same thing. It's the same old song and dance. There's a reason why I have constantly on this channel brought attention to the similarities and the solidarity that can be found between the trans community, the Jewish community, and the overlap therein. the history of the Jewish community and the history of the trans community are inextricably linked. We have so much in common. So much in common. And the gender ideology is just the same thing. It's cultural Bolshevism reworked.
I don't know if you know that.
By the way, thank you to the brand new chunky imp member, Adrienne Vixen. Thank you so very much for joining at such a high tier. Thank you so much.
But that's actually something that the most unhinged transphobes are spewing as conspiracy theories and stuff like that. They're like, these trans rights activists are all part of this strict ideological group and they're infecting people with this radical gender ideology. Is literally what these unhinged right-wingers are saying. But it does kind of seem like Cenk is just kind of in that camp of oh, if you're trans, you must by definition be some sort of radical leftist. Clearly not connecting the dots about people like Caitlyn Jenner or Blaire White existing. Which honestly was just really, really frustrating to have in that conversation. Because the people that are in my circle of friends are people who literally have been homeless in their lives and people who literally are making ridiculous amounts of money. I have a pretty broad circle.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Anderson, for the 5 gifted memberships. Deeply appreciate your support of the show. Thank you so much.
Something that kind of happens sometimes when you're a polyamorous trans woman that's a little bit popular on the internet. It turns out that you can build a pretty wide circle of people from different perspectives and backgrounds and stuff. I know, what a shocker. But then there's the other part that was even more disturbing, which was I pointed out something that Anna had said on the air, where I was like, hey, Anna said this bit about doctors giving hormone therapy to children because they were afraid of being called transphobic. And I was very clear. I was like, that's not happening, right? That isn't happening. And Cenk's response was, I don't know. See, I could see it happening, though. And I'm like, no, but you couldn't, because if that actually did happen, that would be medical malpractice, and it would be a federal case to just give kids hormone replacement therapy because you didn't want to seem transphobic. That's ridiculous. On its face is ridiculous. Anybody who knows anything about politics would know that not only would that be a federal case, but it would be national headlines. Every single newspaper would turn that into the biggest story for months. I mean, literally, the biggest story transphobes have had for the past 2 months is Dylan Mulvaney being on a can of Budweiser. So do you think that they really wouldn't make it national headlines even if it just happened once? But no, Cenk still doubled down and was like, I don't know, I could see that happening. And it's great.
Dude, come the fuck on. But again, you guys know that Cenk is the person who I think the lowest of all of TYT, so.
Here's somebody who is the head of a news network who is basing political opinions off of things that he could see happening. What a wonderful position to be in at this.
And again, what a terrible situation for Benny to be in. She's got to deal with so much. To have to the network that you're a part of, the leader of that network, and you're doing your absolute best. You're going out of your way to be as informative and helpful as possible in the midst of an unprecedented attack on your general identity group on completely fabricated grounds, and the best that you can get is just somebody sort of shrugging their shoulders and going, I don't know, you guys seem like you're the type that would intimidate a doctor. That's fucked up.
Point. The real brilliant 5-head political take
fucking
right
embarrassing.
There. I could imagine this scenario, and that really says something about society, doesn't it? And that had to be one of the most unhinged parts of that phone call. But whatever. I sent him some research papers about trans people in sports that went into detail pretty clearly about hey, there's no evidence that there's any reason to discriminate against trans people in sports. And that was the conclusion that it came to pretty firmly, right? Hey, there's no evidence that we should discriminate against trans people. What a wild concept. It's amazing.
isn't this just the 90s to 2000s? The gays have gone too far after gay marriage because libs pushed back against that back then too? Yeah, it's the same shit. Of course it's the same shit. History is just repeating itself. They're literally carting out the same old arguments that they do every time. Because as it turns out, those arguments appeal to people who are acting out of spite and hatred and distrust and fear very well. Those arguments those arguments work when you've turned off your rational brain or when you want to get people to turn off their rational brain, which they're doing. These arguments are designed to act on prejudice.
I know. But Cenk apparently has learned the wrong lesson from that, especially when you look at some of the clips from his most recent rant about trans people that he just did the other day regarding trans people in sports and the extreme radical activists that support trans people in sports. Now, let's listen really quick to some of the clips from this rant to see where exactly Cenk is on these issues.
No, the hormone blockers do lower the testosterone, they do even things out a lot, right? But the men still have other physical advantages, like we maintain mass much better. And to give you a sense of how unfair this is, that where she won in Canada with 275-pound bench press, I bench press 275, okay? And that's not a big deal for a guy.
This is so ridiculous. This is literally so ridiculous. Okay, think about this. He's like, oh, this trans woman won a competition where she broke a record.
He doesn't even get it. He doesn't even fucking understand that his own argument is proving him wrong. That the trans woman who's on hormone therapy can only weightlift as good as he, a stupid fat ass who sits in a fucking air-conditioned room on a studio set, can bench press. And she's a professional weightlifter on hormones. He doesn't even get that he's making the opposite of his argument.
Bench pressing 275 pounds. And clearly, that's unfair. Because I, a cisgender man, can easily bench press 275 pounds. Therefore, there must be an advantage. And it's like, my guy, she literally broke a record. Like, what are you talking about? She clearly wasn't having like an incredible...
The current record for a cis woman is 605 pounds bench pressed. Cenk, you gotta go a long way to go, my man.
Easy time. You're stumbling so close to the point. Like, Cenk is literally incapable in this moment of separating trans women from cisgender men in his own brain right here. Like, he is fundamentally refusing.
Man, TYT is just, they're just so stupid. It's just so dumb. This was like the segment we reacted to about Ukraine, where they were just all over the place in their conclusions.
Using to connect the dots that hormones maybe actually have an impact on, I know this is wild, your ability to maintain mass. That maybe perhaps, like...
Gas leak theory confirmed. You know, honestly, I'm starting to get closer to the gas leak theory every single day. That there's just like, maybe there's just gonna be a revelation that they like built their studio on top of like a natural gas reserve and it's been leaking up through the floor, slowly how do you make the argument that goes to the opposite of the point and laugh about it like that so confidently? Oh, this trans lady lifted 275 pounds. That's what I lift and I don't work out at all. She's a professional weightlifter on hormones. You have testosterone in your body. What, do you not understand? You're making the opposite. Oh God, it's just, I can't do it. Ignar Husky, thank you so much for the $10. That sounds awesome. Thank you so much.
Your biological traits are not dictated by some ethereal assignment of gender that you were given at birth. And maybe
Can we please watch the Tim Pool thing? We're getting there. We're gonna get to the Tim Pool thing. We're gonna finish this video and then we're doing the Tim Pool thing. I promise.
Perhaps are actually dictated by...
I need Emma Vigeland. And I haven't streamed in a couple days, so I'm gonna try and push through. We're gonna get there. Let's go.
the hormones that are like flowing through your body, telling your body what to do? Like, could he have used a sillier example? He's trying to say that trans women have an advantage in sports because he personally, as a cisgender man that is
I promise I'll try my best, okay? I mean it. I'm really gonna try. Let's go.
never taken estrogen, would be able to beat them all at a bench press competition. This is just on its face ridiculous. But just wait, because it's gonna get worse.
I mean, it's okay, but it's not that big a deal. You're gonna put that in the women's division. I don't care how many hormone blockers you had. It's gonna make a difference, okay? And in the limited cases, they're not like instantly breaking every record like Trump is saying, right?
But that's not true, by the way. It's just not true, especially for weightlifting. Weightlifting is one of the ones that has been most studied. The only sport where like residual bone mass has even shown any bonus is in like rowing. Nobody's fucking talking about professional rowing. In the studies of weightlifting, hormones affect you the most. They affect you the most in weightlifting. So basically, your advantage gets obliterated. Any advantage that testosterone gives you gets obliterated by going on hormones in weightlifting. Completely destroyed.
But they're doing better than the average bear.
That's not true. Like, literally show me any statistic that shows that trans women are performing better than average in sports. In fact, that's part of the research that I showed Jank, that it actually isn't happening. It literally is not happening. There is yet to be a trans woman win at the Olympics, despite the fact that trans women have been allowed at the Olympics for a long time now. Once again, it is almost like Jank is refusing to take in the information that people are presenting to him and is just making up things in his head and taking that as reality.
And here, I'll add one thing that's really important. And we shot a show, I don't know if you guys are ever gonna see it, we shot a pilot just this weekend with a mixed Republican and Democratic family, okay? I asked them about trans rights. Should they have the same rights, same exact rights in housing, employment, etc.? Every one of them, including hardcore Trump people, were like, yes, they should have the same exact rights.
Exactly.
When I asked about this topic, every one of them, except one, 6 out of 7, were like, no, not competing in sports. Doesn't make sense. Men and women are different, okay? And so whether that's, we can get into the...
Yeah, super Trumpists, super noted for being really scientifically intelligent, for being super up to date on actual data and science.
Continue that scientific debate, but as far as the American people go and politics go, you're gonna lose them. Whether it's right or wrong, it doesn't matter. You're gonna lose them.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We should.
Killjoy points out that statistically, trans sports statistics show that trans people tend to place well below the top 3. And the loudest voices in anti-trans sports are people who place well below the top 3. It's literally just women who are mad they weren't able to cut it, and they wouldn't have. And so they grift and said, yeah, they wouldn't have been able to cut it against cis women competitors either. It's completely stupid. It's a completely fabricated and invented thing. All evidence, all studies that are on trans sports show that the advantage of being born male is negligent. It's negligible. It's nothing. There's like one sport that's been barely studied, and that's rowing, and there's some advantage that nobody has even fully done, and that's rowing. Every other sport that's been heavily studied, it doesn't fucking make a difference statistically. They're just inventing an issue because they can get, again, because it plays on prejudice.
Adjust all of our...
Yes, exactly. Yes. Gayfesh says, remember when they framed a trans woman coming in 6,000th out of 12,000 women in a marathon of beating 6,000 women in a marathon? I remember that. That was one of the best examples of a completely misleading headline. Where they were like, trans woman destroys 6,000 cis women in race out of 12,000. She didn't even place in the top half. Complete insanity.
Political opinions based off of what's popular and what's unpopular, right? Because here's the thing, Jank. You personally, as somebody that works in the news, have a responsibility. You have a responsibility to actually inform people with the facts and not worry about like, oh, how are they gonna worry about like what I'm saying? No, you just have to like give people the facts. And that as somebody who is working in media, you do actually have an influence over people's opinions. But it's playing this game of, oh, I want to sound and seem really smart, regardless as to whether that or not something is actually true. And so I'm going to say something that's not true, just because it's a big smart brain thing to say. You know, I think discriminating against trans people is okay as a smart galaxy brain strategic move, because we gotta win over all of these people who just don't understand yet. Like, can we stop doing this? Can we stop playing this game of like, I really want to look smart, so I'm afraid of saying something that is literally true? Or like standing up for what is just morally correct? I mean, quite literally, if you don't have enough evidence, why do you think the default should be discrimination? Explain this. Why is the default discrimination? And heaven forbid we stand up for people and say, no, trans people should just be allowed to play in sports. That's good, actually. That's fine. There's
Robo Blue says, why is heteronormativity so homoerotic? Because, and I know that you're joking a little bit there, but the truth is that heteronormativity is also super patriarchal. Heteronormativity is male supremacist. Heteronormativity as a construct unironically believes that women are inferior to men and that men should be put above women. And so it does end up having this weird homoeroticism to it. But they never admit that, and they won't call it what it is. It's just a passive thing. It's very fucking weird.
No evidence to suggest that we should discriminate against trans people because of...
Didn't Cenk just literally make the argument that trans people aren't their actual gender with the men and women are different comment? Yeah, he did, passively, by saying, no, men and women are different, you know? That's just saying you don't believe that trans women are women. He just didn't say it outright. He said it in a roundabout way. So yeah, he did make that claim.
Some sort of biological advantage, because of course that's like a silly, nonsensical idea. And also, wild concept, women with PCOS have a ton of advantages in sports. Are we going to discriminate against them too? Right?
True!
Once again, this is a failure to understand that trans people are just a type of person, right? This is thinking that transness is something extra, which is another vibe that I got with Cenk over the phone, was just this feeling that it seemed like he thought that transitioning and being trans was like this extra special thing that people did for fun or to make a political statement, and not just literally part of like who trans people are. Once again, this is just a failure to understand transness as just a type of person that exists. And the idea of, oh, you're just losing the average person, you're losing, I could win over Republicans on like the housing and all these other things, is just absurd on its face. Because really, Cenk, are people just gonna vote for a Republican because they're very angry that
yeah, I can win over the Republicans on equal rights, except for not actually equal rights, because we'll still allow them to be discriminated against in sports, and we'll also still allow them to be discriminated against in medicine. But, you know, we can get a conservative, wow, you can get a conservative to say that they actually believe in freedom for everybody when they're put on the spot, and they know that if they say no, that it'll sound like they're, like if they go, no, I don't want equality for trans people. Conservatives never, some of them say it outright, but most of them put that little mask on and go, oh yeah, I want everybody to be equal. I don't see race. I don't see gender. I'm colorblind, yo. And then they go, you know, but in sports and in medicine, we don't want to trust the doctors. We don't want to trust the science. Yep.
there's a trans person playing sports ball. Come on, like be real. Be real.
Yeah, and of course, yes, as Skull Muncher so correctly brings up, let us recall what I stated in the last time that we had to talk about this. Cenk couldn't even fucking come close to winning a local election. When it comes to knowing what the populace wants, when it comes to being able to successfully sell a message, Cenk has a lot of other problems standing in the way. Part of the reason being that Cenk is an unlikable, loud, annoying, arrogant piece of shit who's constantly wrong about everything and often literally disproves his own argument by putting his own foot in his mouth. So, you know, maybe just take a step back, man. Maybe we don't really need you to be the warrior the warrior that's winning over the right.
Actually, because, and this is another thing that I pointed out to Jenk, if you look at the states where Republicans made their entire campaign just attacking trans people in sports, you know what happened when Democrats actually stood in defense of trans people? Oh yeah, that's right. The Republicans lost miserably. Nobody is thinking about this. People are not struggling to fall asleep at night. Oh my God. Oh, I can't even believe trans people are playing sports. What am I gonna do? Nobody's doing that. There's a tiny group of people who are obsessed with trans people that are like going on a tirade, but that's not the majority. If you look at Michigan, in Michigan, the Republicans made their entire campaign just like we.
Oh, Paisa, thank you so much for the $10. Just dropping my periodic thanks Satan for Demon Mama. Thank you for supporting the show.
Hate trans people. And what happened now? Oh, the Democrats have a trifecta in Michigan now. And every state where Republicans have tried to focus on just attacking trans people, it has literally undermined their own support. So what is happening right here seems to be very clearly Jenk hiding behind hypothetical people's opinions in order to mask his own opinion. He doesn't think that trans people should be allowed to play professional sports. And instead of just saying that, which I guess on some level he does, he hides behind, oh, you know, the American people aren't ready for trans people to play sports, you know? But it gets even worse because he basically follows this up by blaming trans athletes and anybody who dares to just support trans people existing for all of the transphobic legislation that is passing across the country and for Republicans winning.
That is incredibly selfish of activists who are betraying their own community. Because when you say I don't care about elections, who cares about the Democrats? That isn't the point. The Republicans introduced over 600 bills against the LGBTQ community. That's because of elections. And over 70 of them have already passed. When you say I don't care about winning and I don't care about elections, what you're saying is I'm super selfish leftist activist and I'd like to build my cloud. But meanwhile, I'm willing to throw trans people and the entire LGBTQ community under the bus, knowing that these bills are gonna pass because we're laser focused on a losing issue.
And he's like, oh, if Republicans win because
trans rights are a losing issue, so give up your rights so that the Democrat, that's nonsense. That is a nonsensical, incoherent argument. He's just yelling and bloviating as usual.
If trans people want to play sports, it'll be all your fault. And like, how disgusting is that actually? You were genuinely gonna blame people whose existence.
Melkor in the Void, my humble tithe and thanks for all your work. In the face of all things on fire, rule number 1 is more important than ever. Yes, for those of you who are watching, first of all, thank you for supporting me. But secondly, we've been covering a lot of really deranged anti-trans shit, and it gets pretty depressing. Just remember rule number 1 of the Demon Mama community, the most important rule. Do not fucking die. We fight till the very end.
Is like actively being criminalized by Republicans for their own oppression. Give me a break. This is actually your fault more than it is any trans person's fault. Jenk, personally you, it is more his fault because what Jenk is doing is
exactly. If you spend your time on your platform demonizing trans people, trans activists with vague terms, instead of actually convincing people to support trans people, you are just giving up the playfield. You are just surrendering to the right and being a spineless loser. TriStar, thank you so very much for the 1332. Thank you very, very much for supporting the show. It means the world to me.
Is going to an audience of people who are presumably on the left and telling them, no, it's okay to be transphobic. It's okay to compromise with the rights of trans people. It's okay to say that we should just discriminate against trans people in some ways if it makes these Republicans happy. And like, that is unbelievably disgusting. It's such a shameless thing to do. Like, how on God's green earth do you think that you get to call yourself some sort of like principled leftist who's out to do the right thing? How can you call yourself the home of progressives when you are actively cutting deals with
that's their fucking byline of their show. The home of progressives. Oh man. How did I blank on that one? I'm politically homeless. I just don't understand the left. My show's just the home for progressives and the home for the left on the internet, but, you know, I'm just politically homeless now. Oh, come the fuck on. Come the fuck on.
about the rights of trans people.
Thank you very much for the raid. President Sunday, welcome to all of the President Sunday viewers. We are deep in the muck with the TYT nonsense, but we're in it together. Thanks for being here.
People, and then spreading transphobic nonsense to an audience of like millions of people. It is deeply irresponsible, and fundamentally it's pathetic. This is genuinely embarrassing. The degree to which this is irresponsible just knows no bounds, because there are so many people that are literally looking to people like Jenk for opinions, and he's literally just giving them an open invitation to be as transphobic as they want to be, because it's politically strategic.
They'll say that, but okay, you don't care about the politics? Let's just, for once in your life, think strategically about what that means. That means that you're gonna continue pushing the Democratic Party to unequivocally support everything that the trans activists want, even if it's unpopular among the electorate.
Huh? Apply this to any other discriminated against minority group. You fucking coward. You fucking pathetic coward.
That means they're not getting reelected. That means they're gonna lose to Republicans. Republican lawmakers who—
It's your fucking job to make the electorate educated on the issues, you idiots. It's not your job to spend all your time getting mad because somebody disagreed with you on Twitter. It's your job to educate the electorate so that trans activists can successfully win rights for trans people. Ostensibly, as a progressive, that should be your goal. Sorry, that just fucking, that was a, what the fuck? Fuck these people. Fuck these people. Holy shit.
Passing draconian, disgusting legislation in various states right now as we speak against the transgender community.
Look at this. You're gonna push your Democratic Party to unequivocally support everything the trans activists want. Like, shut up. Literally, shut the fuck up. This is so embarrassing. Like, Anna Kasparian, and like, look, I'm gonna be real. This is my personal opinion, but whatever. I think Anna Kasparian is genuinely personally transphobic. I'm just gonna say it right now. She's like saying and doing all of the things. She's referring to every trans person as a trans rights activist. Referencing—
We saw that live today. By the way, we saw that live. She called a random trans shit poster that she was arguing with a trans activist. She literally uses it like it's that silencer meme. You know, where it's like the slur on the gun and then the silencer is trans activist. And it's the T slur on the gun. Just want to be friendly to the YouTubes, you know. She literally did that today. We just talked about that 5 seconds ago. She also misgendered Benny on stream before catching herself today. For real? Oh wait, that's this clip. That's this clip, isn't it? Doesn't Benny works with their show? They definitely know her pronouns.
So unfortunately, Benny has decided to leave TYT. I am definitely heartbroken over her decision to do that.
Remember what I said about the spite-fueled thing? Remember what I said about the spite-fueled thing? Do you guys, you really think that was a whoopsie? Benny works for their company. Worked for Anna's company for over a year. Had direct conversations with both of them. I don't know. If I had the sus sound effect, boom, 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 boom. If my soundboard wasn't broken, I'd be hitting it right now. Let's continue.
Every trans person is a trans rights activist is just, on its face, literally transphobic. And it's one of the things that transphobes have been pushing.
Also, apparently 2 other LGBTQ staff members have left TYT. I didn't know that. That's wild. So that's 3 now?
For a long time is just calling every trans person a trans rights activist. I mean, and the media more broadly does this as well. And this whole idea of like, you're gonna lose to Republicans, you're gonna lose to Republicans if you cater to these trans people, once again, is entirely debunked. Most people are fine with trans people, and when Republicans make their entire platform about attacking trans people, it actually does undermine their political success. We just live in a country that is very much not a democracy. It has all this gerrymandering and all these other things. And so Republicans still have like seats in a lot of places. I know, wild concept. But genuinely, if you look at their poll numbers in response to them focusing on just trans people existing, it's not working. It is genuinely not working for them. It is undermining the electoral success. But of course, you can't not take the opportunity to blame trans people for their own oppression. Am I right? It's really great that Anna Kasparian is doing this.
And by the way, you schmucks, you're falling exactly into the right-wing trap. The Republicans, they tried everything. They tried anti-gay stuff, it didn't work. They tried trans bathrooms, you remember that? That didn't work. Kicking the transgender community out of the military, that didn't work. They drilled in until they finally found a little tiny nugget.
Wait, kicking them out of the military did work. It got undone once Biden took office. And you right now are countering your own argument. You fucking bloviating idiot. As always, literally shoving your fucking giant boot in your giant ass mouth. Again, this should show you that their culture war issues don't matter. That you should fight for what's right and not worry about what the boo-hoo little GOP Trump MAGA heads feel about trans sports. It should be pretty obvious by your own fucking argument. But again, I actually don't think that Cenk has like 2 brain cells to rub together. I actually think he's experiencing some kind of mental catastrophic failure where he just gets mad at things and then says, "Cenk mad!" and yells about it, but doesn't actually think about where he's going with it. Because how can you say all of these things and then come to the conclusion that you should back off on the issue because of the right's meaningless complaints? How do you go on a rant about how they don't win on these issues and then say, well, we should cede ground on these issues? What the fuck?
Of like, hey, trans folks in like competitive sports seems a little bit much. And you don't engage them in that fight. They lose on everything else. But idiot activists, yes, I just called you an idiot. Activists go in there and go, no.
This is literally him blaming trans people for their own genocide. He's going off on a tear here, saying that trans people who he is even saying are correct here. In this argument, he's saying they're correct, but that they just won't give up the fight. What a fucking moron, okay? Just, if there's one takeaway in all of this, it's unironically that Cenk is a fucking idiot. Actually can't compute his own arguments. To be fair, Cenk has a really bad track record with genocide.
Fall right into that trap, and I'm going to fight on the only losing ground we have so we can elect more Republicans so they can pass more anti-LGBT.
It's not losing ground. They're wrong. They're lying. The Republicans are lying about the science. They are lying. You fucking idiots are supposed to educate people that they're fucking lying. But you can't do your job because you're compromised. Because you motherfuckers have lost the plot. You've let the money seep into your brains. You've gotten comfortable in your little studio and you've forgotten what you supposedly believed in. Oh my God, these motherfuckers.
Laws. Great, well played. I'm sure you're...
To be fair, he also has a bad track record with effectively campaigning. True, but I've pointed that out many times.
Clout and your brand is doing great.
These clips are just so infuriating, genuinely. Like, that talk about betrayal is just so, like, pathetic and embarrassing and shameless. Coming from Cenk and Anna right here. Like, oh, you're betraying the trans community by fighting for trans rights. How dare you just say that trans people should be treated equally in society? Don't you know that you're supposed to live as second-class citizens so that I can feel better about myself when I give you rights? Literally, spare me. This is ridiculous. But I think the real icing on the cake here is this tweet where Anna Kasparian has decided to unilaterally declare Jesse Singal to not be a transphobe, despite, and this is what's really wild, they just want to suppress anything that questions the safety of puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones for minors.
Oh man, we went over this
Singal
earlier.
literally talking to whistleblowers at a medical facility that appear to have made some significant HIPAA violations about their patients in sharing the information that they did with Jesse Singal. And of course, you have him running around spewing all of the same
When was the last time Cenk actually did any activism? He mostly sits.
Transphobic nonsense that basically your average transphobe is gonna be spreading. You know, the types of things about like, oh, we don't know about hormones, and oh, HRT for kids, and oh my god, it's so terrifying. Oh my goodness, they're turning all of our kids transgender. Oh my god.
Singal is a good faith, I think, critical thinker. I'm subscribed to Blocked and Reported. I have listened to endless podcast episodes from Blocked and Reported. I haven't seen anything from Jesse Singal that communicates to me that he is a transphobe, that he is a bad person. He did straight news reporting on basically what, you know, some of the risks could be when it comes to transitioning literal kids with puberty blockers and then cross-sex hormones. And through his reporting, which I'm very sad to say I didn't really come across until this year, I learned that I was wrong about a bunch of other things.
Like, Jesse Singal literally is one of the, like, more notable transphobic people that is out there putting out misinformation about trans people and actively stoking the flames of this big wave of anti-trans legislation. And it's just deeply shameless to come in and say, no, I definitely think, as a cisgender woman, think that Jesse Singal is not transphobic at all. So, yeah, it's good. It's fine. Trust me. Trust me. And then, of course, she starts talking about, like, oh, puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones for children. I think the important thing to understand here, and this is a line that I've, like, continuously told people and, like, said on TYT myself, that, like, really what it boils down to is hormone replacement therapy is literally just puberty. Like, at the end of the day, it's just puberty. And yeah, whether it's puberty with estrogen or testosterone, it's gonna carry some risks just like it does with cisgender children. That's just part of puberty. And it's actually not all that different if it's a trans puberty or a cis puberty, believe it or not. And so anybody fear-mongering about the effects are permanent, yeah, that's kind of the whole point, isn't it? You know? Isn't that like the whole point? But
yeah, literally, yes. Normal fucking puberty is permanent. That's the reason why. Whatever. They don't care. They don't care.
If the effects were really entirely permanent, then transitioning as an adult wouldn't really work, would it? And yet, of course, it does. And you know, it's funny because their biggest fear for what happens to children who are on hormone therapy is that a cisgender child might accidentally get gender dysphoria. You know, the thing that trans children just deal with if they're not allowed to get hormones. And so literally, this is just a nonsense argument of throwing all trans people under a bus out of the hypothetical fear that a cisgender person might take hormones and just realize that it's not for them. Which at that point, by the way, they could just stop taking hormones. And so really, when you take all this together, it seems like Anna Kasparian is fully engulfed into like the conspiracy theories against trans people. And I genuinely think that she believes a lot more than what she's saying, because I've just seen hints of like just some like extremely rabid transphobic nonsense. And with Cenk seems to be following Anna Kasparian along and kind of seems to be of the vibe of like, oh, no, I'm this big smart news guy and I've been doing this for a long time. I couldn't possibly be wrong, and very much relying on his lack of any type of understanding of biology and just making ridiculous assumptions about the difference between men and women and thinking that that's some sort of like universally applicable thing, not thinking about how hormones play a role in that, and of course is bouncing off of Anna's deeply transphobic energy. And of course, he can't help himself but frame himself as like the brilliant galaxy brain reasonable person. And of course, all these trans people are just ridiculous and out there and just radical. And couldn't possibly be, you know, referencing like very basic science that is easy to go through. And any attempts to educate either Anna Kasparian or Cenk has kind of just been met with a lot of stubbornness, of digging in their heels, rejecting.
Boy, oh boy, haven't we seen that. Boy, haven't we seen
information and replacing it with their own imaginations about how they think things should be. And it just continues to escalate over the past several months. And that fundamentally is why I just can't be a part of TYT anymore. It's just too much. It's ridiculous. Because at a certain point, it becomes embarrassing for me. Because how can I, as a trans person who actually knows the science behind this, who actually is like actively trying to support trans people as somebody that people look up to me, right? People literally like send me messages.
Based and spine-pilled. Benny has more of a spine than Anna Kasparian's entire lineage, okay?
To me, like, I'm so inspired, you know, you being a TYT, like, it made me want to come out, or like my kids watch your show, and you know, it just like, it gives them so much hope, and they're so excited to see a trans person in the news. And I have to deal with messages from them now asking about, hey, what's going on with TIT? Hey, what the hell is happening here? Like, why is Anna saying—
you want to talk about somebody who's taking a financial hit. Remember earlier today when we were just a few short bits ago when we were listening to Anna Kasparian go, yeah guys, I'm gonna take such a financial hit from pandering to the right, which I regularly acknowledge makes tons of money for saying bullshit. Oh, you want to see what it actually looks like to take a financial hit? Talk about giving up a juicy job at TYT because you're taking a stance on an issue you care about. Spine-pilled. Based and spine-pilled.
This? Why is Jenk saying this? And that is just like the amount of like psychic damage that I have to take every single day dealing with not only the transphobic nonsense of the Republicans, but also whatever Jenk and Anna are on right now. It's just too much. And I just, because at a certain point it becomes embarrassing, because then people think that I'm like endorsing their views, and I cannot. I will not. I refuse to lend any support to those views whatsoever, because fundamentally they're dangerous and they're ridiculous and like they're straight up evil. It is just this shameless, selfish ignorance that is fueling this, and just this self-importance coming from both Jenk and Anna, this idea that they don't actually have to listen. So no, yeah, I'm done with TYT because I can't let anybody think that I have any type of support for their opinions here, because they're just ridiculous. And it's just gotten to be too much for me to deal with all of this nonsense. And the last thing I want is for them to be able to say, oh no, it's fine. We have like a transgender host, so it's all good actually. Because no, it's not all good actually. It is in fact quite bad.
Damn. Based and spine-pilled. All right, everybody. It's time that we wrap up this many hours long segment reacting to the extended pathetic saga of Anna Kasparian. All of you, I'm gonna link Benny's channel here. I'm gonna link Benny's channel. There we go. There we go. Boop, boop, boop. Go check out Benny. That's really cool. Let's see, what do I have to say in summary? Well, first of all, if you enjoyed this coverage, make sure that you're subscribed to Demon Mama, smack that subscribe button and ring the bell below. And please leave me your thoughts in the comments. I want to know, are you a former fan of TYT? Are you angry at TYT? Do you think I got something wrong? Please tell me in the comments below. Not only will you be helping the video, but I love to read your opinions, and as many of my fans will tell you, I'm very responsive in the comments. So go ahead and do that. Finally, let's do a quick summary. TYT are a bunch of loud, bloviating, greedy losers who have spent the last 10 years saying that they're the home of progressivism on the left, that they're pushing things to the left, building a left project, and now when they see that they can make some money, they're grifting by swinging to the right and pretending what happened, even though ostensibly as a massively popular platform on the left, they built the left, at least a big chunk of it to this day. So I find it very odd, very silly. And I'm gonna end this with a little call of action. To all of you out there in my audience who are fans or former fans of TYT, right now, in my opinion, is the perfect time to go and find all those clips of Anna Kasparian and Jenk admitting that there's tons of money to be made in the right, and put that right next to Anna Kasparian on Adam and Sitch's show saying, I'm gonna take a hit, there's no money to be made pitching to the right, and then just play it, right? Just make those videos, upload those to social media. That's my call to action. This is your opportunity to really, Put the pressure on them. You guys are the ones who've been, I'm not a fan of TYT. I haven't been a fan of TYT ever really. Maybe a little bit at one point. I've always liked, until very recently, I have liked Anna Kasparian's work, although we've had some disagreements on certain issues. I've always generally respected her, although her last few issues on social media and the way that she uses her platform, obviously I don't approve of, and I think they're pretty crap and embarrassing. But you all who've been supporting the show, you guys have a right to hold these motherfuckers to task. You built their platform. You gotta call them to task, okay? Be cool about it. Don't be an asshole. But come on, hold your content creators to task. They got a huge platform off of your donation bucks, off of your views. Don't let them get away with this fucking grifting, manipulative crap. Because come on, what we saw today was Anna Kasparian just lying straight to everyone's face over and over again, completely misrepresenting people, criticizing her, completely misrepresenting her own intentions, even misrepresenting her own behavior. And you guys all know it, okay? You guys all fucking know it. That's all I have to say. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you all very soon. My live viewers, it is time now for me to take a very short breather, and then we are going to be watching the Emma Vigeland versus Tim Pool debate. It's getting late, but that's okay. I think we can make it through. I actually don't have to go to the bathroom right now. I just want to stretch my legs a little bit. That's all. I just kind of want to stretch my legs a little bit. Don't go anywhere, because we're about to watch that Emma Vigeland debate that I've been wanting to do, and I really want to do it. It is so hot in here. I feel like I'm dying. No bathroom song? No bathroom song. No, because I'm actually just gonna try something real quick. Watch this, okay? We're gonna try something. Hold on. Hold on, everybody. Ready? Will it work? It's working! It's working! The standing desk, it works! It works! I got all the cables figured out, but unfortunately the camera angle doesn't quite work right. My head is deleted. But I can stretch my legs while we take a short break. See, I'm too tall. Ha, 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 ha. Now I can stretch my legs by doing these little miniature squats, and now I can do a more deep squat. Star Wars music. I know it's too high. It's because I would have to stand like back here and assume the position. I use the standing desk when I'm off stream, but I never use it on stream because I never think about it. We should have the Demon Mama stretching song. Is this a meme? You've sent me a meme? What is this? I don't trust this. I don't trust this meme, I'm sorry. It looks scary. Can we get much higher? Actually, I am gonna go to the bathroom. Fuck it, we're gonna play the bathroom song, then we're gonna do the Tim Pool. I'm gonna play the bathroom song after all. And I am gonna go to the bathroom.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song.
I'll be right back.
She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break.
It's time. Liars. Liars.
Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out.
Ah, yes. My lovely, lovely imps. There are still 505 of you viewing, although I notice over 100 of you checked out just for a break. Really? And you wonder why YouTubers have to work so hard. It's so difficult, but it doesn't matter because there's still 500 of you wonderful people here. Chub Up Dreamer with the $5. Jank and Anna are cowards. For them, people like Trump and MTG winning were them staring into the abyss and blinking. My black queer self can't. True. Let me make sure there's no donations that I missed from the website real quick. I probably missed a donation or two. Let me just make sure. I'm gonna make sure that I got them all. Let's see. Anna Aresian, oh my God, thank you so much for the $50. I'm so sorry for the delay. I missed that one earlier. Anna Aresian, listening to your stream helped me get enough work to not get yelled at done tonight. So have some of the money that I can keep on earning with the $50 donation. Anna Aresian, thank you so very much. I hope Anna Aresian, hold on. Oh my God, I feel bad that I missed that one when it came through. Thank you so very much. Decoy with the tier 1 sub, thank you very, very much. Biceps and Bikinis with the tier 1 sub, thank you very much. Sprodman with the tier 1 sub, thank you so very much. I believe that's everyone. I believe I've gotten everybody else. Yeah, it looks like it. Gaming Blows, thank you so very much for the $5. I really appreciate you all who are supporting me. It means a lot. This show does take a lot of work and a lot of prep. And I know that you all, it means a lot that you all support me. Seriously, thank you so much. Have you seen this Blaire White clip?
Category.
Okay, but okay, hold on. Is this going to be the least surprising thing ever?
Be real. I consider trans women to be a category of men, not a category of women. That is my opinion as a trans woman myself. So don't you dare tell me I can't have my opinion. Lord knows if I sat up here talking about I'm a demi girl that is poly and I also identify as a bookcase. Everyone will be saying, oh my God, that's valid. But God forbid I say, you know what, I'm not really the same thing as a woman. And it's like, you can't say that. Okay, can I just...
Wow. Wow. I don't know. I don't know. What a surprise, right? Does Blaire White consider herself a man Well, she probably does now, right? Because keep in mind, she's been taking a browbeating from the right. Like, over the last few years, they've gotten so much meaner to her. They were never really nice to her to begin with, but they've gotten even meaner. She's been just, time after time, she goes on these podcasts and they just say, it'll be something named like the paleo-conservative savior of the West, John 3:16 at patriot.com. On a show with like some Nazi podcaster, and they'll be like, honey, you are a disgusting perverted child molester and God knows it. And Blaire just has to be like, yeah, you're right, I am. It's just how she is. I talked about this a while ago in her conversation with Lauren Witzke, who was just doing literally that to her, that like Blaire White, her future is one of just utter damnation. It's only going to get worse for her as she gets older. She will never be treated with respect in all of her life, and her misery is only going to increase. It's the end. Like, she doesn't have anywhere to go from here. She's going to get older. Conservatives already hate older women generally. They especially hate older trans women. She has literally no future, and she knows it. It's again, remember what I said about the hollowing? That, like, you know, grifting to the right might make you a few bucks, but it shells out your soul and you become a hollow. It leaves you an empty person. Talk about an empty person. Blaire White is not a happy person. Let's just be clear about that, okay? Let's just be 100% clear about that. It's a grim, grim future. Blaire is like the final boss of hollowing. Blaire is like one of the most visibly miserable people that you can ever see, and if you don't believe me, just watch her conversation with Lauren Witzke. Watch her soul die in real time as 3 of her fellow conservatives spend like a solid 15 minutes explaining to her that she's a disgusting man and will be never anything but that. And she just sits there going, I think you're being really uncivil right now. Horrible. Horrible. Nightmare. Nightmare inducing if you're any person who has even a drop of empathy. Anyway, shall we get to the business? Shall we get to the business that you've all been waiting for? I know you've all been waiting for me to cover this, and that's the reason why I'm pushing and burning the midnight fuel tonight, because if we don't hurry up, I'm gonna be up here all night and I will pass out from exhaustion tomorrow. But it's time. Tim Pool. It's fucking time. Let's get it. Wow. Damn, there's been a lot of reactions to this. The Culture War, episode 18. Emma Vigeland and Sean Fitzgerald debating crime and social issues. Now, my lovely, lovely imps, here's the proper introduction. It is time. Wait, hold on. My lovely, lovely imps, it is time for us at long last to react to the star-studded debate between Emma Vigeland of The Majority Report and Tim Pool of Tim Pool Beanie Industries. I don't know, whatever. This has been a much discussed topic. I've wanted to react to it for a little while. It happened like 10 days, 12 days ago. So in internet time, that may as well have been 400 years ago. I am basically digging up a dinosaur bone. Just kidding. Fuck that mentality. Straight up. It's okay for things to be a couple days old when we react to them. I suspect that I'll have a lot to say about this. I have seen 3 or 4 clips total from this entire conversation, and I want to watch as much of it as possible together with you. Most of it I'm going in completely blind on, so I'm fairly excited for us to get to watch this at long last together. I'm not going to spend any more time rambling on about it because I don't have much else to say. I just want to react to it together. Let's do it. Tim Pool and Emma Vigeland at long last. Oh, I wanted to say I really like Emma Vigeland. That's my bias. I really like Emma Vigeland, and I always have. I've been a big fan of Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report. Oh yeah, I should say I'm a long-time listener to the Majority Report. I've been listening to the Majority Report for like almost 10 years, right? No, more like 7 years. That's more accurate. 7 years is a little more accurate. And I really, really like them. Always have. They were my introduction to the left in a meaningful sense. And I think Emma Vigeland is totally poggers. So let's do this.
Got some people. We got Jack and Seamus. So thank you all for that. This is the first The Culture War podcast we're doing live, as we're now getting into the purpose for what this show is. When we do shows on Timcast IRL at 8 or so p.m., we'll often have people come in who are either disagree with us on certain issues, and or that's primarily it. When they do, the show transforms from topical news into political and cultural debate. And so we decided we need to make a specific show that just handles those conversations and expands upon them so that we can actually get to the core of what people think, feel, why they want certain policies and why they don't. And a topical news show doesn't really work for that. So Friday mornings, you know, here's what we're going to do. And we were posting this at 1 p.m. Before, but now we'll probably end up doing it live just because. So without further ado, without wasting any of your time, we've got two awesome guests. Sean, do you want to...
Oh, yeah. I remember Emma mentioning that. I remember that Emma mentioned on Majority Report that they said it was going to be pre-recorded at first, and then at the last minute they said it was going to be live, and that she was like, why would you do it that way? That's really weird. Not that it mattered, because she said that she had preferred it live anyway, and like Tim Pool insisted that it was going to be pre-recorded, not live, and then at the last minute said it was going to be live. Which to me just makes me think, knowing that Tim Pool is kind of a dumb guy, did he think that they were going to try and do a Sam Cedar switcheroo like they did to Steven Crowder on H3H3? And if so, well, again, I'm trying to put myself into dumb guy brain. Why would they ever repeat that again? And secondly, Tim Pool already debated Sam Cedar and looked like an absolute jackass. It was one of the funniest debates I've ever seen in my entire life. For those of you who don't remember, that's the one where Tim Pool goes, "Have you ever seen the Avengers Infinity War?" And then Sam Cedar went, no. And then Tim Pool went, well, there's this guy named Thanos, and you're basically Thanos. Thanos is a bad guy. And then Sam Cedar literally just said, "I don't care." And it completely defeated Tim Pool because he had nothing else to follow up with. It was, I'm sorry, I have to play this. I gotta play the clip. Just the "I don't care," okay? Oh, can I get just the "I don't care"? Oh no, nobody's got just the clip. Oh, okay, well we'll just play it from here then.
He's like a nice debater for a while.
You know what, one guy actually...
I don't care.
Yeah, so for instance, and I admit it's I will tell you something you won't like to hear though.
I'm willing to sully myself if that's the outcome.
But I'll tell you something you're not going to want to hear, and I admit it's I'll call it dickish. Utilitarianism is typically the villain in most movies.
I don't care.
Utilitarianism is the villain in most films, you know. In most Marvel movies, that utilitarian is the bad guy, and Sam's just like, "I don't fucking care." Incredible, masterful level. Just absolutely beautiful. So, again, that was a bit of a tangent. I don't know why he was scared of that. Really weird to do that. Maybe it literally was just poor planning on his part, but seems like a weird thing to do, to like insist to your guest that it's like, "No, this is gonna be pre-recorded. Actually, we're doing it live. Let's go."
Introduce yourself first.
Oh, I'm Sean Fitzgerald. I do YouTube at The Actual Justice Warrior. I cover primarily criminal justice related issues, and
Do you guys remember when I debated this fucking loser? Anybody remember that? Any old school Demon Mama fans remember when I debated Actual Justice Warrior? Anybody? Anybody? I debated Actual Justice Warrior, and he got so shut down that he basically checked out for the rest of the conversation. to the degree that he got all petulant and just stopped participating in the conversation. It was just sitting there going like this and fake yawning and being like, it was so fucking funny. Oh man, you guys can go just look it up. It was on a Hippy Dippy podcast. Somebody, lovely fans who remember which Hippy Dippy podcast it was, please link it in the chat for everyone to watch.
Happy to be here for your maiden live voyage of the Culture War.
And Emma, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah,
Oh yeah. Sorry. One more thing. I gotta be a dirty piece of shit here. Okay. I need to remind you all of the fact that Actual Justice Warrior has a fake YouTube play button that he puts in the background of all of his videos, which is literally the most pathetic thing that I've ever heard of in my entire life. It's so fucking funny. He bought like a 3D printed fake YouTube play button and he puts it in the background of all of his videos to pretend like he's like apparently like look, it's fucking cool if you get a YouTube play button. No, no problem. Like, that's cool. Getting a YouTube play button is an accomplishment. That's a big deal. But not if you print it yourself. If you print it yourself, you're just a jackass. It's actually so pathetic. Actual Justice Warrior looks like he eats crayons and swears the different colors are different flavors. Bro, straight up. Straight the fuck up.
Vigeland, I'm the co-host of The Majority Report. Thanks so much, Tim, for having me on. I know that it was a little dicey with you and Sam in terms of him coming on, but I'm happy that you had me on. Honestly.
Absolutely, I'm glad you came.
Yeah,
you know.
and it's I just want to clear this up because I know that you didn't want to have Sam on because you called him a grifter, right?
Yeah.
And part of the reason that you called him that is because you said that we put your song through a filter on our show, and I just want you to know. I was hosting that day. We don't have the technology to do that, so I did not do that. So there you go.
Yeah, it was like
that up for you.
the song. So that specific issue was the song.
Oh my God, that's right. He got super triggered about that. He accused them of making his music sound worse.
We put out, played on your show, had like the mids ripped out of it.
We don't have the technological ability to do that. We're just a bunch of leftists with like a soundboard. I promise you, nothing was intentional.
You don't have Audacity? It's free.
Well, no, the issue here is likely
I don't really
that
know. I don't know anything about
if you
audio
don't
tech.
if you don't have proper ingestion, then like the audio is going through a TV or something, it's going to sound really bad.
Right.
Tim Pool is the epitome of insecurity. Like, no joke. Anything else that you say about Tim Pool, everybody's got their things to say, but Tim Pool is insecurity condensed into a single human being.
So if we were to like play music on the TV and then put the mics up to it, everything would be ripped out from it. And then if we were to say, listen how bad this sounds, it's misleading the average person into thinking that that's what the song sounds like when it doesn't.
But I played that, and look, I mean, we're here to have a great discussion, I think. But it's interesting that even though I played it, that was your justification for calling Sam a grifter.
Oh, it's not, though. The issue with Sam was that I put out a tweet where I said, we try to invite people on the left all the time. They always say no. And then Sam tweeted, challenge accepted, or something to that effect, like, I'll come on. And I was like, oh, this is great, because, Sam was actually the first person to ever shout me out, ever, in my career.
Yeah.
Praising me. And so I said, we will cover travel and accommodation. We'll fly you out. We'll take care of everything. Let me know what day works for you.
When Tim Pool started, he played the news bit really hard. So people gave him a lot of good faith early on. But he's been going a long time. It's been a long time since that shout out, my man.
And he said something like the 13th, and I was like, this is fantastic. And then he DM'd me and was like, I'm not coming on your show. And I was like,
it was because of COVID restrictions. I've seen the DMs. I told him he should put it on. I've told him he should put it on Twitter, but he's too good of a guy. I mean, maybe.
Well, no, I published all the
clarify.
DMs.
Yeah.
Because then what he did was, he then it's mostly water under the bridge, but he made some comment about me backing out or something, and I was like, what are you talking about? Like, and then I messaged him. I was like, are you kidding, dude? Like, we're gonna pay for everything. And then he was just like, no, I'm not doing it. Are you crazy?
Well, then just do it. Like, I mean, I'm sure he'd be down to come down soon, and you guys could actually hash
the issue has expanded more than that. I mean, so at the same time, there was Hassan Piker, who also responded to my tweet, and he said, I'd love to come. And I said, when can you come? And he said, let's figure out a date. And so I DM'd him and he said, I got to be honest, I'm actually concerned about COVID. And I said, totally get it. No worries, man. Thanks for reaching out. And that was the end of it. Sam, however, used it on like a video and then started tweeting about it because it was drumming up a whole bunch of clicks and views. And I'm like, okay, dude, I get it.
Yeah, Tim Pool has never chased clicks and views.
Interacting with this guy is just going to create drama that he uses to get clicks. I mean, the dude's got...
Oh, yeah, Tim Pool has never had any controversial guests on the show specifically to get clicks.
like 170 videos about Dave Rubin.
Yeah, we do cover that. I mean, I think part of what we do is we try to respond to some of the right-wing ecosystem on the internet because there's a vacuum truly left. You guys have a lot more money than the left-wing media space. We just try to combat it a little bit.
I think the issue with that, I can understand why you'd say that, but it looks like this is a great way to kick off the show, actually, like the start of the culture war. I actually don't think that whatever this space has more money because this is a fractured independent space of varying ideologies.
Tim, I'm in your compound right now.
Yeah, I'm rich. What does
I
that,
live
what
in
does
a
that mean?
one-bedroom. I mean, how did you get rich?
I started a website, took memberships, sold ads on videos.
Yeah, but the reason that you get ads and that we don't is because you more adequately serve capitalism and we challenge it.
We get our ads pulled. What do you mean? There's whole organizations dedicated to getting all of our ads removed.
Right, but the proof is in the pudding and where I'm sitting right now.
So this is memberships. This is almost entirely because people pay to become members of our websites. You know, if the Majority Report, you guys have been around a lot longer than I have.
Didn't his ads getting pulled was only his YouTube ads, not his personal ads that he runs on his show. He still runs ads on his show directly. And not to mention that his ads only got pulled very recently. He's been running his show for a long time. The dude was raking in ad money. Raking in ad money.
The inability to provide a product to a customer does not mean that one political faction has more or is granted more because of capitalism or anything like that. Like if Sam is unable to, I mean, Sam's had way more subscribers than me.
He's said before that his ad income is 8 figures. The fuck? I actually do believe that though. For a show of his size, yeah, I believe it.
For a long time.
Right.
And he just like and I'm not saying this to be like mean. I'm saying if he doesn't know how to turn revenue, the issue is more so you need like a COO or somebody who's going to say, here's how we provide something to a market that generates revenue so we can expand our business. So we're better at that here, I suppose, is the easy way to put it.
Well, no, because what you say here is more attractive to investors and advertisers. I mean, we're basically only members and well, other right-wing media like the Daily Wire and stuff like that. And even what I'm looking at a Rumble, what I don't know, what do you call that? Logo right there.
Looks like a rectangle.
Yeah, I mean, that's a David Sachs. That's a venture capital backed venture,
Yes,
I believe. At the very least,
Yes,
Peter
it is.
Thiel is involved and invested.
Wait,
There's no equivalent on the left.
Why wouldn't
Absolutely
you be able to
not.
get advertisers if like David Pakman and the Young Turks have advertisers? Your content's not like too
We do
dissimilar.
have advertisers. We just have, advertisers that are a little bit more within our system of values. And we're trying to combat corporate greed. We don't have a ton of advertisers that I think align with leftist, or we have advertisers that we try to include in terms of like leftist values as well. But just by the nature of left versus right, it's asymmetrical warfare. But honestly, Sam should just put
you're
put those
passing
DMs
on
out there.
advertisers that don't align with your values. So
Yeah.
like you
But
have
we do the
those
same
options.
thing. We do literally say we have like 4 advertisers. We have like
Right.
4.
Right. Okay.
So our website has no advertisers, and it's almost entirely membership funded.
Yeah.
So
I mean, look,
everything here is because people give us $10 a month.
we're really trying.
That might be, let's be fair to Tim Pool here. That might be true to Tim Pool. That's definitely not true for the Daily Wire. That's definitely not true for fucking Steven Crowder. That's definitely not true for the Blaze.tv. That's definitely not true for OAN News. Definitely not fucking true for Fox News. Sorry, Tim Pool, maybe you yourself personally, and that's a big maybe, okay? I'm just being charitable to Tim Pool here. Maybe Tim Pool is an exception to the rule, and he's totally viewer supported. He's not, but let's be charitable to Tim Pool. Every other person in the right-wing sphere that is absolutely not true for every other person in the right-wing sphere. I'm sorry, let's just remember that. You wanna know a great example of this? Here's a perfect example of this, completely divorced from your general right-left politics. Streamers who refuse to do gambling content because they believe it's unethical will not receive gambling sponsorships. Do you guys remember how much money Trainwrecks made? Hold on. Yeah, how much did Trainwrecks make from gambling? Real quick. Trainwrecks claims to have made $360 million just from sponsored gambling streams. $360 million. That's insane. I want to see if we've got the breakdown here to what he was being paid per hour on those. It worked out that he was being paid $30,821 an hour. $30,821 an hour peddling gambling to kids on Twitch. Now, somebody who has a principled stance against gambling will never be given a gambling sponsorship. So it is fair to say that the pro-gambling side of things has more money than the anti-gambling side of things. And there's a very similar dynamic at play when it comes to the right versus the left. The right is going to have funding from established moneyed interest, oil, capital investment firms that are invested in the idea of capitalism being the predominant system, massive corporate donors who are interested in favorable coverage, or at least non-critical coverage of large corporate interests. Those things are not going to go into lefty shows. It really is as simple as that. It's that simple. Thank you, Drizzle, very light Drizzle, very, very much for joining as a chunky imp. Thank you so very much. Deeply appreciate the support. Now this right here is a viewer supported show. Not only do half our videos get demonetized on YouTube, but we don't have any external advertisers. We might never have external advertisers. If a show doesn't align with my views on the world, or if a company doesn't do that, I'm not gonna work with them. That's just how it is. I've always said that and always will. This is a viewer-supported show. Thank you very much. Let's continue.
Trying to cover politics on our program, and I think that that's what is like our central focus. I mean,
why make a video about me and music?
Well, I mean, it was a little fun because it was kind of funny. But I mean, Sam comes from a comedy background as well. I would say that I think you misrepresent what our show actually does. The first hour, the free hour of our program before we go to the membership portion, is one that we literally have experts on Social Security, on international politics. It's not, honestly, something that is conducive to, it's dry. It's not conducive necessarily to a ton of capital investment or advertisers. And we're trying to make a difference in the world.
We don't have investment or, we have like 4 advertisers. Actually, we have 0 advertisers and we got rid of them all.
Okay.
So we ended all of our advertisers.
Oh yeah? Did you just get rid of them now? Why were you saying whatever? Whatever.
To be fair, on the podcast version of things, I think we have like 6. On the YouTube side of things, we've actually got
4, 0, and 6 all at the same time. Dude, come on.
Rid of all
it's actually funny because if he had just sat there and said, we only have 6 advertisers, he would have looked so much better. Now, and actually, Emma might have looked bad by sounding salty, by being like, you get advertisers and we don't. He could have made her look bad, but now he just looks like a lying idiot who's trying to hide how much money his show actually makes. Man, he's so fucking clumsy.
Advertisements. So now it's just like whatever YouTube does, they do.
Right.
And then we're starting our own companies. The reason we started our own coffee company, it's because I'm not going to say the name of this person, but there are organizations that lie in order to get our ads pulled. And so that's happened to us. One example is that there's, well, I don't get into too much of it, but there's a group that has argued that I have claimed that Donald Trump won in 2020. And they've used that to raise tens of thousands of dollars.
Okay.
I never said Donald Trump won in 2020. In fact, since Joe Biden got inaugurated, I said Trump lost, and these people need to accept it.
Right. Well, you said there might be a race war. There was that.
When did I say that?
I'm not sure, but you also said that.
I don't think that's a true thing.
The 10-year-old who got an abortion, who was raped, you call that a hoax. Have you retracted that statement?
So there's very deep context to that. What we're talking about when I say
that's been
hoax,
proven. I mean, charged.
Right, but
the rapist has been charged.
Oh yeah. By the way, we've covered Tim Pool insinuating that there will be a race war. We've covered that on this show, and we never covered Tim Pool. He used to say that a lot more. He used to say that this is like a sign that they're trying to. This is going to make sure that a race war will happen. He'll claim that like a law or something will ensure that a race war will happen. And I think, yeah, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, I think Somniostatic, I don't have a clip for this, I'll be completely honest. But if I'm not mistaken, he did actually call BLM a race war at one point. He used to say this type of shit all the time. He's avoided it recently.
And the doctor who provided the abortion fined.
So this is a really good example of the problem in the culture war, I would say. See, you don't know what I actually said, because I didn't say what you're describing.
You did. I just watched it last night.
Right, and so what I said was the fact that they politicized this to win a political point is the hoax, not that the child was abused.
How does that constitute a hoax, Tim?
So, like, let's say there's what's a good example of this? Ahmaud Arbery. Ahmaud Arbery is a really great example. Right, so here's
No, I'm talking about this example though.
Right,
the one that I just brought up.
So, right, if I can't explain to you that manipulating a story for political gain is the hoax, then I don't know
What's
what
the
else
manipulation?
Oh man, this is an old story. I have to pull it up. I think the issue was that they were able to actually get the treatment in state, but because of the law, they decided to seek it elsewhere. And I said, that is a hoax. I didn't say that it was.
Dude, come the fuck on, man. Just own you fucking lied. You jumped the gun, man, and you were fucking stupid about it. Man, he's losing. He sounds like such a loser. We have 0 advertisers. Well, we have 4 actually. Well, no, actually it's 0. Well, we have 6 on the podcast. So what? This is the problem with the culture war. Man, Emma Vigeland outclasses this motherfucker so hard it's not even funny.
The hoax that the girl was abused. I said, if they could have sought treatment in state under the exemption, I think it was Ohio, right? There was an exemption saying in the cases of abuse, the treatments are permitted, but they decided to make a public statement and leave the state anyway. I said, that is a hoax.
It was not a public statement.
Well, but that's my point.
No, rape and incest exemptions are non-actionable. This is like well documented with abortion activists. How long do you think it takes to prove a rape or incest case before you're able to use that carve-out to actually get an abortion?
Doesn't it depend on how the law is written? Do you have to prove it, or does it have to be alleged?
I mean, first of all,
let me just answer that point real quick
the
so we can clarify the thing on.
Sure.
I never said it was a hoax that the girl was abused.
Okay.
That is incorrect.
But honestly, this is a part and parcel of what you do, is you put that kind of statement out there and then you put caveats in to protect yourself.
Like
but
me saying that someone manipulating a story for political gain is a hoax.
It's not a manipulation. That is the kind of thing that's going to continue to happen as abortion restrictions happen throughout the country.
It's an
It was
opinion.
a particularly egregious example used to shine light on broader restrictions on abortion in this country. I mean, it's an opinion, but you haven't retracted it. It's false.
It's not false. If there is a story,
Dude, you just got clapped, man. I don't know if he realizes how bad he sounds here. Of course he doesn't. Or maybe he's just trapped in his own studio.
And the story is exaggerated or manipulated in an effort to sway people into believing one political faction over the other, you are engaging in a hoax.
I mean,
No,
isn't that
that's
what
not
you
what a
guys
hoax
do when you
is.
post like extreme videos of crime and things like
We
that?
don't do that. What are you talking about?
I mean, you respond to videos that are taken completely out of context, isolated
what?
instances.
I don't think you watch the show because that doesn't sound
I
like
mean,
what we
I do a little bit.
No, you don't. Because
Yeah,
we don't
I
do that.
Yeah. Yes, you do.
Well, that's not true because we don't do that. In fact, one of the points we make specifically.
In his debate with Lance, he pulled completely out of context. Literally was like, what about people getting shoved in front of subway trains? We watched that fucking live. Him just with no context. What about people getting pushed in front of subway trains? He does do that, and Emma's correct. She should have, I wish she had a clip on hand here that she wrote on a piece of note paper, because I feel like this would have been a spot where having a clip and a timestamp going, hey, here's the episode, here's the timestamp, would have been really powerful.
Specifically is,
You show subway crime to talk about all these inflated crime numbers. Crime is down in New York City in 2023, by every metric.
Down compared to what?
Down compared to 2021 and
But don't
2022.
don't change the subject, right? You accused us of publishing videos we don't publish.
If it's down in compared to 2021, and there was a giant year-over-year increase from 2020 to 2021, then you're talking about something that's
It wasn't
down.
giant. It was a small bump from the
A
pandemic.
47% increase in homicide in the city of New York is not a small bump.
It was homicides have been on a precipitous decline since the 70s, since the 80s, since the 90s. There was a bump because of desperation in the pandemic, and now it's back down in 2023.
So,
that's irrefutable. That's the NYPD's own data. That's on all major crimes: murders, rapes, grand larcenies, robberies.
This is an argument I'm often confronted with, and it's actually pretty terrible. So crime is down from the peak, for sure, right? In some years in New York City, we had 2,100 murders. I think that's the largest ever in the history of the city of New York. However, my standard it's not as bad as the worst time in the history of the city of New York.
We only need 20 more likes on my video until we hit 666, which is pretty based since you're watching Demon Mama. If there are 20 of you out there who haven't pressed like yet, smack that like button. And if we go past it, that just means we're stronger than the devil. That's just how it works. Let's continue.
See, murders jumped year over year from about 319 to 469.
What do you mean year over year? The 2 years that I just
year
listed?
over year, as in from 2020 to 2021. That would be a year over year increase. That is a dramatic increase, and it's the largest since, I believe, 2010. The greatest year over year increase of all time in the city of New York, by the way. But it's all the way back to 2010 numbers.
It's down again.
It's down compared to the increase, but it's not down compared to 2019.
This was a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic where people's desperation and their mental health was severely harmed. People were out of work, and that kind of desperation...
Gayfish says, okay, but just remember, there was another succubus who claimed to be overthrowing hell, but ended up just benefiting demons in general. True. Make Sanctuary great again?
To more crime. That's the reality of...
Here's a link to the murders per year in New York City. He's just lying. Do we have a live fact check? Murders in New York City, 1950 to 2020. This is from the criminal justice organization, City of New York. There were 462 recorded murders in 2020, up from 319 in 2019. The last similar year was 2009 with 471. While problematic, these statistics come nowhere near the levels of violence faced by the city in the 1980s and 1990s. So it isn't even the biggest increase year over year. It isn't. You can actually see it here. Look. Between 1989, wait, here? We've got between 1991 and 1992, there was a significantly larger and steeper increase than between 2019 and 2020. He's just full of shit. We have 676 likes now? Based! Thank you all very much. You all rock. And may the power of hell keep fueling this signal. 2020 levels are comparable to 2003 and 2011. So yeah, he's just full of shit. As usual, these guys are full of shit.
How crime works. Poverty leads to crime.
I
would imagine
this is inaccurate.
Why do you think 25 people got shoved in front of trains last year?
I don't know, dude.
Well, that's a legitimate question. You're saying that you're saying poverty and desperation results.
What an excellent response. I don't fucking know. That's 25 different incidents that I would have to look into.
And crime. I'm wondering why it is that you've had these homeless guys. They've been predominant. I think it's almost entirely these homeless guys shoving people in front of trains. Last year it was 25. And so that is.
So that's a mental health problem. I mean, we do have a mental health problem in this country. We have an issue with not having socialized health care, where people are unable to access health care, mental health care in particular, but also every other kind of health care. I mean, 28 million uninsured people in this country. That's a massive problem. I mean, what is your stance on Medicare for all and health care?
I'm for universal health care.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we'd have to have some kind of like basic coverage for universal standard, meaning like.
Notice that he literally did the thing that Emma accused him of, bringing up things out of context. 25 people got shoved in front of trains last year. Okay, were they all for the same reasons? Was it one guy pushing 25 people? Was it the serial killer? Was it the knife alien? In this case, the subway pusher alien? He never provides any context for 25 different people murdered. He just invokes them out of context. Literally, just straight up did exactly what what a masterful play to demonstrate him doing the literal thing she accused him of.
If you're having an episode, this is particularly where we bring you in, we help you. If you're broken bones, flu, things that it's like relatively simple and knowledge-based. The challenge with it is that we got limited space, we got limited doctors, but I don't think we can function as a society if we have people just dying in the streets like we do with drug abuse and,
Well, then
you
should promote housing first policies on your program. Like in Houston, what they did, there was a pilot program under Obama. It was a HUD grant. And they reduced homelessness by 63% over 10 years because they guaranteed housing. Do you think that the 25 examples that you cite last year, and there's like over 2 million subway riders a day, so you cherry picking that, I feel like is...
It's not cherry picking, it's... you mentioned that desperation leads to crime.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering why it is specifically that we saw this increase. Is it like someone's desperate, but why murder somebody? You know what I mean?
Was it an increase? How many? He provided no context whatsoever. He didn't give us the years prior. What if there were 27 people pushed in front of trains in the year prior? How many people you think got pushed in front of trains in the heyday of the mob running New York City? Huh? How many people you think, push you in front of a train, you pissed off the Don?
Well, I mean, they're experiencing a mental health episode. We do not have adequate health care in this country, mental health care. I hear a lot of talk often after mass shootings that
25 people were pushed, only 2 actually died. One of them was an accident because of an altercation over someone's phone getting knocked out of their hand. There's a drop of context. How many times have we heard Tim Pool bring up this subway murders, and it turns out only 2 people actually died, and the rest weren't even murders? Just complete lack of context. He's just completely proven Emma as 100% correct here.
Mental health is the most important thing in this country. Then we should have socialized healthcare so everyone can have access.
Talk about a hoax. By his own definition, he is committing a hoax right now. By his own definition, twisting the stories for political ends, to make a political statement, manipulating the statistics. Hoax. Tim Pool, by his own definition, is perpetrating a hoax right now.
And that paired with a housing first policy where cities don't become urban centers for just bridge and tunnelers who want to come in and see a show, or for restaurant associations, where places where people can actually live and there's guaranteed housing for people. If we were able to do that, we would be able to drastically reduce the crime that you guys are talking about here.
So when you're talking about poverty leading to crime, like what is that based on? Because after Prohibition was repealed,
all of human history,
during the Great Depression, crime fell. During the Great Recession, people with your line of thinking thought we would see a crime spike nationwide. It didn't happen. You could actually look at the crime wave if you wanted to pull it up. That didn't occur. And that was the largest recession in the history of this country since the Great Depression. So what we've seen throughout American history is poverty not leading to crime. What we actually see is the opposite, that crime drives areas into poverty. We look at store closures across the country due to the fact that we have shoplifting. That leads to decaying in the neighborhoods. When people abandon the neighborhoods and you see this blight, that has a psychological impact on people, and that drives people to commit these crimes.
I mean, you're working backwards from the.
No, you're actually working backwards.
Wait, but no. Poverty, clearly, this is a very simple concept, leads to something like shoplifting. Why would someone shoplift based on a personal pathology? They're shoplifting because they're desperate.
Not necessarily. Like, so we have a lot of lax shoplifting laws.
Whoopsies. Whoops, he didn't think that one through very well. He didn't think. That's typical of actual justice warrior, aka Sean Fitzgerald. He doesn't think anything through very well. He's a very intellectually lazy individual.
In California, for example.
So they're
and
doing
what
it
they
just
find
for
is we
fun?
have a lot of organized retail theft because there's no consequences for it.
It's profit.
For
I mean,
instance,
it's not.
People are trying to make money.
Well,
and they're desperate, and we have untold levels of income inequality in this country.
Well, is
Since
it
the
income
late
inequality or
since the late
poverty?
70s, 900%. That's the increase in CEO pay versus 12% for the working class in this country.
That's
you
very
don't think
bad.
that leads to levels of desperation?
So wait, is income inequality the cause or is poverty the cause? Because those are two different things.
I mean, they go hand in hand.
They really don't.
Yes, they do. Because all
Not
the
at
wealth
all.
is going towards the CEOs and to the billionaires in this country.
But it's not
and
a
it's
zero-sum
not trickling
economy.
down.
But
I don't know what that
But
means.
also, if income inequality is the driver of crime, then how come we?
Moron, actual moron here. You have to understand, actual justice warriors, entire audience is people who are frothing at the mouth to have a justification to be as racist as possible with the thinnest veneer of statistics. We've seen his audience before. We've engaged with him. We know the types of arguments that he uses. His entire brand is just pretending he's not racist while saying basically the most racist things that you can imagine.
We saw a giant crime decline after the mid-90s when income inequality was going up. In fact, we saw this happen all the way to 2019.
Can you repeat that?
We had a giant crime decline from around 1995, 1996 nationwide from all the way to 2019 while income inequality was rising during that period of time.
Right.
So why would that occur if income inequality is?
Because not all crimes are the same. A general decrease in crime doesn't always 100%. And also, there are breakpoints. If income inequality increases, but not to the degree where people are forced to steal things, then they won't steal things. But if it increases further to the point where they can no longer afford anything, then they might have to steal it. It's fairly obvious. Again, unless you're an insane person who thinks that every crime is perpetrated by some crazy person who just loves to steal, if you have a child's view of the world where every single criminal who commits a crime is wearing a black and white striped, outfit and sneaks around like this and has a little black strip around their eyes and goes, hee 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 hee, I can't wait to steal your cheeseburger. If you believe that type of thing, or that they carry those little bombs with the comically long fuse. If you think that's what every criminal is, then you end up in a position like actual justice warrior. If you're a smart person who has a working and functioning brain, you acknowledge that people commit crimes because it benefits them in some way, because they can't make money elsewise. It's not easy to do a crime. It's not easy. It's dangerous and puts you at risk of imprisonment. People take these risks when they have no other option. We already know this, and it's really funny because they'll acknowledge it on other issues when it's convenient to them. But not when they want to try and make a point about how all criminals are genetically predisposed or whatever racist bullshit they want to fucking cart out and imply. Yeah, exactly, Artemy. All criminals paint their faces and say, "Hey, you," when you aggro them, and then they try to stab you to steal your lunch money. They want your immunity pills.
Driving crime.
I mean, I'm not exactly sure you're the expert, but I do know that you're saying that there was an increase in crime in 2021 and 2022,
Well,
and it doesn't matter now
know
that
if you
it's
can see
going back
this.
down to 2023 levels.
This is just New York
I can't
City.
see this. Yeah.
I just pulled up New York City.
Look at that. Right. Exactly.
So at the start of 1990, crime was at its highest, and it dropped rather massively.
Yes.
into just
This is
before
murders.
2000, where it continued
Murders, not crime. Murders. This is murders only.
to decline. And then from 2019 into 2020, we see a huge increase. That's pre-pandemic.
Right.
So there's a couple interesting things to point out there.
No, to be clear, that's not
Also,
that's not pre-pandemic. That's the year-over-year increase. So it would be in the year 2020. To be clear, so 2019 would be the low number.
The increase actually the draw is before 2020, meaning that could be 2018 to 19 then, if that's the point you're making.
No,
it's
that's not how a graph works. Actually, I can't believe it, but actual Justice Warrior is correct here. I can't believe I'm saying that. He's actually correct here.
I've seen these numbers. I'm telling you, you're reading this chart wrong, because in New York City, do they have the raw number of homicides on the side? If you track it, you have around,
this is just
because this is
murders,
just
by the way.
murders right here.
Right.
You
Guys-
have about 300, and then it jumps to about 469.
I mean, crime dropped everywhere throughout the country since lead gasoline was outlawed. There is a massive connection, lead paint, lead gasoline predominantly affecting poor and lower income people, which probably did contribute to some of the increase in volatility in that kind of instance.
I agree, I completely agree. I read that report. It was fascinating that when we started taking lead out of the atmosphere, crime started to drop. But that would also make the argument that it's not poverty driving crime. It was like chemical imbalance or something.
It's both. It's absolutely both.
Well, I think it would. I think it would play a role. Like the lead would play a role because it was in gasoline, so it's in the air. Yeah, so it's impacting
and we know
everyone.
It depresses brain function and things like that.
True, but I think public policy has a huge impact as well, because again,
Right, exactly, of course. As Fought Knight points out, lead paint was being predominantly used in poor housing. Yes, of course.
we saw a dramatic crime.
It was used because it was cheaper, yes, but they're never going to get into that. They're just looking to wiggle their way out of this situation.
This crime wave started in the 1960s, right? And this is when we started embracing this idea that poverty was the root cause of crime, that this was more the realm of the social workers, all things that sound really familiar to today. And from 1960 all the way to 1979, the incarceration rate, even though in raw numbers it was rising, was dropping per capita. So we saw this crime increase, and what you would end up getting in 1979 for murder on average was something like 5 years. For rape, it was something like 3.4 years. And obviously, like, this created a problem because we just weren't prosecuting people. This is why we ended up going with a mass incarceration solution, which, by the way, did work, and all these other policies to get tough on crime. You laugh, but you're definitely
No, I mean,
wrong.
mass incarceration, we incarcerate more people than any other country.
We have the highest rate of violent crime for any modern Western country.
I mean,
that defeats your argument. Are you fucking stupid? If we have the highest incarceration rate and yet we also have the highest violent crime, maybe, just maybe, the incarceration might be contributing to endless cycles of violence? Are you fucking crazy?
I don't have that statistic in front of me, but we still, so how does that connect to the mass incarceration point? If it worked, then what does the violent crime rate have to do with it? You just want to warehouse more people?
No, I didn't say when I say it worked, we had we started expanding the prison population seriously in the 1980s to the 1990s. If you go to the Brennan Center for Criminal Justice, which is a left-wing organization, they say post the year 2000, mass incarceration lost its effectiveness. But most of the mass incarceration was pre the year 2000. So obviously it had some impact, and it ranges. Low estimates are about 6% on the crime rate, which is very low, but the high estimates are about 30%. And the reason it worked is because the philosophy behind mass incarceration is pretty simple. What you're trying to do is incapacitate criminals, because the same criminals are often reoffending. You brought up shoplifting earlier. You can actually pull up an article to find out that the same 300 people in New York City represent a third of the shoplifting arrests total for a single year.
Probably because
This
they're
is because they're
incredibly
repeat offenders.
impoverished and they need to find a way to actually sustain their livelihoods in this country.
That's put a very good way. That's phrased very well, to maintain their livelihoods.
Well,
So-
no, I mean, no, their life is a better way to maintain.
Sure, but like, I guess my point is, some of them certainly are desperate.
Ravio Lupe, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Likewise.
But when you see videos of a guy like shoveling stuff into a garbage bag, that's not desperation.
But
That's
again,
profit.
this is what you do, Tim. You return to anecdotal examples
We're
when
talking
I'm
about 300
trying to
people.
talk about.
We're talking about just the 300 people.
I am talking
which is the
about
anecdotal evidence.
What 300?
No, your anecdotal evidence was you saying you saw a video of a guy putting garbage bags in there, of shit in there. That's the anecdotal example. Are you an idiot? He actually is.
People.
He said the same 300 people are the ones committing the crime. I said, right.
A third of the shoplifting
These
arrests in New York
specific
City.
individuals are doing it for profit.
Okay, so we should have a
desperation.
system of mass incarceration because there are 300.
I didn't say that.
Because I'm talking to you now. There are 300 repeat offenders.
No, we should incapacitate repeat offenders so they stop offending.
Got
so
it.
If
so
you're
this is
arrested,
all about the fact that you're
baby formula and diapers are some of the most shoplifted items, alongside razors. You'll notice that if you go to most grocery stores, department stores in major cities, they'll put cages around all of the razors because people shoplift razors. You want to know why people shoplift razors? Because they need to fucking shave. They need to shave so they can live, so they can look somewhat presentable, so that they don't have, you know, scrungly hair, so they maybe can have a shot at getting a job or keeping their job. Milk, another common item. Diapers, baby formula.
not in favor of bail reform because in New York State, which is now currently being rolled back.
Emma has these motherfuckers on the ropes.
We decided that we weren't going to require cash bail for nonviolent felonies and for misdemeanors. And you think that that's a good policy?
To not require cash bail?
Yeah.
No.
I think that we're rolling it back.
I think look, if you're concerned about people not being able to get out of jail because of their financial means, then I can understand reducing or even eliminating the cash bail system. Because I understand if you don't have a lot of money, even though you really only have to throw down 10% for bail in most cases, unless it's
only 10%. Man, I hope this motherfucker has to come to terms someday with the system that he's built. It would be amazing. It would be amazing for this guy to have to deal with the reality of mass incarceration. But to be fair, you know, he lives in his little YouTube room in his comfort and has his fake YouTube play button. So I doubt he'll ever have to confront that. But it certainly would be amazing for people like this to actually have to confront the systems they advocate for.
Like a set figure for the bond, then I get that argument. But what you need, and the state of New York desperately needs this, is some kind of threat assessment. Like, you should be able to hold somebody if they present themselves as a danger or a repeat offender, regardless of bail, without bail, so that they don't continue to reoffend.
Okay, but do you know what happens when people are held in Rikers, for example, in a pre-detention center? How many deaths have happened there before they're even convicted of a crime?
Look, again, that's an issue for how the jailing system works in New York City, and I'm in favor of building out the jail capacity because
you're talking about cash bail, though. That is exactly the point that we're discussing here.
Yeah.
Right. So you're in favor of people being held before they're convicted of a crime.
Yes.
In Rikers.
If they show a propensity to reoffend, 100%.
What is a propensity to reoffend?
A history, like being arrested over and over again, prior convictions, yes.
So you think that they should be held in a prison that has been...
It's a jail, but yes.
Or jail, excuse me. A jail that has been proven to be one of the worst conditions in the country.
Well, it doesn't have to be specifically Rikers Island.
Dozens of deaths just this year, even if they haven't been convicted of a crime.
Convicted of a crime. Yeah, for sure.
But I think that
ever a cop, bro. This guy, you think this guy was a cop? I'm sorry. Look, I don't have high opinions of cops or the physiological condition of cops, but I'm just gonna tell you, this guy. I don't know if this guy can pass the fitness test of a donut shop, let alone a fucking police force. Just saying.
That's very anti-constitutional and anti-democratic.
How is it anti-constitutional?
The Fourth Amendment. It violates the Fourth Amendment.
Protects you from illegal search and seizures.
Well, I mean, you are the right to a speedy trial. People are held. Fifth Amendment. Yes.
I do think we should have reform on the speedy trial side, but the idea that it's unconstitutional to hold somebody pre-trial is ridiculous. Our law is based on English common law.
Damn.
Yeah, we're all bad. Our law is based on English common law, and the reason we have jails is that you would actually be held in a dungeon awaiting trial. So it's built into the system. Bail is like a courtesy. It's actually a progressive reform in response to that, where you lay down some kind of capital in place of yourself.
How much money do you want to spend on jails in New York City?
As much as it takes.
So just warehousing people before they're convicted of anything.
Well, again, it's not warehousing everybody, but if you have a propensity to reoffend,
This is not a fucking good look for these guys. They do not look good here. This guy sounds like mad cope. And the fact that he basically keeps having to basically say, yes, you should just warehouse anybody, even if they haven't been convicted of a crime yet, insane.
I think judges should be able to have judgment. It's kind of in the name, and assess these people and hold them.
So you just want to give it to the judgment of the judges, and it doesn't.
Yes, I would like the judges to have judgment. Yes.
Okay, but there should be guardrails in place to prevent judges from. I mean, judges are human beings; they can be unjust as well. I don't really put them on the pedestal that you do.
Obviously, I'm not in favor of like $1 million bond for somebody who's arrested for shoplifting, even if they're arrested 27 times. So yeah, you can have guardrails from the legislature, but they can't assess dangerousness right now in the state of New York.
They assess it in ways, the reason we put this law into place, which is now being rolled back, that were deemed inherently racist. They deem that it was just.
These 300 people committed minor shoplifting. They were charged 6,000 times, but we have literally zero data on the conviction rate of those said shoplifting crimes. These people need to be locked up because reasons. Yeah, Danny.
Proportionally black and brown people who are warehouse
Okay, but how's that
rikers.
racist though?
Because at their discretion, it was implemented in a racist way. It's
But
the
if you
same
look
way
at the
that
crime
stop and frisk.
statistics, they're
well, there you go. So that
disproportionately black and Hispanic.
this
Oh my
is
God,
what the reality.
We got to the 1350. He's doing it. He always does this. This is AJW's entire thing. He literally has nothing else. He makes nothing else. His entire content is just finding ways to weasel around and say 1350. We always get back to it every single time. Every time we have covered AJW, it's always ended up being about this. He always makes it about that. He's obsessed with it. It's insane.
Is for you is you believe that black and Hispanic people inherently are committing.
When did I say
more
inherently?
crimes. I mean, this
If
is.
you pull up like NYPD crime data, for instance, since you brought up stop and frisk, you can look at the shootings, like the shooting suspects in any given year. And if you find me a year where 92% or greater is not black or Hispanic in terms of the shooting suspects, then I mean, I would be shocked because I've looked at it for the past
suspects.
20 years.
So
Yeah,
that's the
suspects.
cops.
Holy fuck. Did he just 1392? Holy fucking shit. Based on suspects. Insane.
Discretion. So
No, it's you get a report,
right,
and you get a description of the suspect, and they are 92% every single year or above black or Hispanic.
Can I tell you guys a very famous New York story? There was a black cop, and he went to Central Park and started giving out tickets to white couples having picnics and drinking wine. And he said public alcohol consumption is a crime in the city, and he started giving these uppity yuppies tickets.
Right.
He got in serious trouble. The reason he did it was because the cops would go into the black neighborhoods and give people drinking 40s on their stoops tickets. And he said, how can these people at their own homes, on their own porches, get a ticket for drinking booze? Then when I go into Central Park and say, we're going to apply the same standard, I get in trouble for it. So New York's got serious problems. Even Bloomberg, like that guy's awful. He made a bunch of like. I'm not going to say that.
But the reason I just want to cut you off because you mentioned Bloomberg, and I want to respond to what you said. Under Bloomberg, 90% of the stop and frisks that were done were, by the way, they didn't find anything, but 90% targeted black and brown people.
Yeah, it was insanely racist. Stop and frisk is fucking insane. They targeted black people and they found nothing. They just were terrorizing black people. It was a occupation, a functional occupation, using the police to terrorize mostly young black people, and they didn't find anything. They got fucking nothing from it. It didn't do anything. It was just terrorism. Just terrorism.
You're taking.
So the highest number, by the way, is 86%, not 90%. But go ahead.
You're taking the data.
Oh, oops! He got his own stats wrong. Fucking idiot.
Data, and using what the cops did, where they over-police in certain areas, and then pretending like there's an overrepresentation inherently, criminally, in those kinds of populations, and it's
Okay.
a racist argument.
So you're wrong in a bunch of different ways. So let me just like run through them. So first and foremost, the highest year was 86%. And that was the year with
Wait, that was you being wrong, you fucking idiot. That was you being wrong. Oh, you were wrong in a bunch of ways. Here's a way I was wrong. Fucking idiot.
the dramatic increase in stops. And if you ask me if I'm in favor of just expanding stop and frisk, which is different from Giuliani's stop, question, and frisk, although you might not be interested in that specific difference, to the levels that Bloomberg did, I would say it's unnecessary. It aggravates people. It creates a whole bunch of problems. That being said, they're not over-targeted because, again, there is no year during the entire tenure of Bloomberg where the shooting suspects were any less than 92%. So what the NYPD does, because it's the most data-driven police force in the
talking about a different statistic?
Entire world, is they map crime through a system called CompStat. When there's a lot of shootings in a specific area, they send the police to those areas. The stops, questions, and frisks all relate to...
That is racial targeting. You are saying that because suspects, mind you, not convictions, because suspects, the cops say they're of this race, you believe in terrorizing all of the people in neighborhoods that are predominantly of that race. That is racial targeting. That is racial profiling. That is targeting innocent people for suspects. Insane. This guy looks terrible.
To where the
he said this exact shit years ago in his Bosch debate. I told you, this guy's a broken record. This is all he does. It's his obsession. He goes over it and repeats the same propagandistic talking points over and over again because he's fucking racist, in my opinion. That's my opinion, okay? That's my read, okay? Maybe that'll hurt his feelings, but I think he's a fucking racist, personally.
shootings are, and it just so happens to be those areas are Black or Hispanic.
Right, but
by the
do you get accosted on the street by cops regularly in New York City?
It happened to me when I was younger, yes, but like not
okay.
now.
But do you understand
But
how
to your point about hit
90%
rate, because you brought it up, hit rate was not the goal of Stop, Question, and Frisk. Like, this is one of the things where you're like, oh, well, this...
the goal was to terrorize Black people. That was the goal. The goal was to pass a do-nothing law while terrorizing Black people based on racist assumptions. To suppress Black neighborhoods. It was a racist policy.
Program didn't work because my standard that I look for arbitrarily shows that it was ineffective. That's like saying a plane doesn't work because it's not a good submarine.
No, it's
like
not
that doesn't
arbitrary.
make any sense.
90% of the stop and frisks came up with nothing.
True, but the point was to deter the carrying of firearms.
By punishing innocent people. Deter the carrying of firearms by punishing innocent people. That's like being like, yeah, we flew jets over this Iraqi suburb because we wanted to discourage people from having a good night's sleep so that they wouldn't be able to fight terroristly tomorrow. It's literally just admitting to the racism.
Illegal drugs in your life?
Maybe.
I have. I could have been stopped and frisked, and I could have gone to prison, or I could have been held if I had a little bit less money in Rikers indefinitely until my trial came, because a cop just decided, hey, I'm going to stop and frisk you, but they wouldn't do that to me because I'm a white woman.
That's nice, but anyway, it's about shooting.
No, that's nice, you fucking idiot. What do you mean that's nice, you fucking weak mugged piece of shit?
And the point of the program, and this is stated quite literally, to deter people from carrying illegal firearms.
And absolutely not.
It 100% is.
Are you in favor of gun control?
Is this what I'm trying to say? I'm a New Yorker, so I'm not like a big gun guy, but
let me. This is my point.
Target guns, and that's why.
You definitely got to target illegal guns.
I'm going to agree with Emma,
sure.
but Emma's not going to agree with me. The idea that the police can decide to arbitrarily stop people because they might be carrying a firearm violates the Second and Fourth Amendments.
Well, again,
stop and frisk is completely unconstitutional.
That's why Fourth Amendment was in my mind.
You're supposed to stop, question, and frisk, and usually it's based on reasonable suspicion, and they're supposed to.
I'm bearing arms.
They're
under the Constitution.
They're supposed to follow the Terry standard.
This idea that because a particular group of people may be carrying guns, we're going to go start stopping a whole bunch of them. I'm like, the Constitution protects our right to keep and bear arms in the first place. So now you're violating, you're ignoring the Second Amendment and using that and by ignoring it, now you're violating the Fourth Amendment. I mean, this is absolutely nonsense.
This is why I'm actually critical of Bloomberg's expansion of the program, because the way it used to work is that if you had a shooting... I'm going
to take a rare moment and give a little bit of credit to Tim here. For the first time in a long time, Tim Pool actually pushing back on his far-right guest. Doesn't happen often. Good to see. Small point to Tim Pool here. Small point.
Suspect, you would have a description, you'd send cops to the area, and they would stop people with that description, ask them questions, And if there was reasonable suspicion, they would conduct a search. This is why under Giuliani, the maximum amount of stops in a year, and New York City of 8.5 million people, was 90,000 people. And under Bloomberg, it was something like 700,000, maybe 800,000 people. So he dramatically expanded the program to the point where I do think it was constitutionally violative.
So you are kind of to the right of Donald Trump on this, who has been releasing nonviolent offenders.
Donald Trump's First Step Act is absolutely terrible. It sets up a bunch of incentives.
Well, I mean, you're further right than I'd imagine a ton of this audience is. I mean, that's fine. That's
like I'm not here
extremist.
I'm not here to win over the audience. Well, I will win over the audience because I'm correct, but
no, audience is mostly moderates.
But Donald Trump's First Step Act had a lot of language about going soft on youthful offenders, and that's one of the reasons why a huge portion of the increase in homicide that we're seeing is among young men, and specifically among young black men in this country.
I want to bring your guys' attention to this chart, because there's a lot that it shows. I know it's just murders,
right?
But we're talking about, you mentioned something about the 60s. For some reason, in 1962 to 64, we start seeing, from 1962 onward, a ridiculous spike in the murder rate, offenses per 100,000 population. I don't know exactly why. We can see around 1990, it starts to decline rapidly. There's a couple interesting points there. This is U.S. murder rate. So New York City's broken window policing has nothing to do with it. This is the entirety of the country. This could be one of two things.
Tim Pool coming in with the save now so that it isn't revealed just how racist AJW is.
The leaded gasoline, that was the, 80s, right?
I believe so, yeah.
We were getting rid of it.
And the last truck, I think for trucks, it was the 90s.
But this also coincides with one of the, if not the largest economic expansion, or I shouldn't say that now because who knows how you define it with the pandemic and all that stuff. But we had a massive economic boom in the 90s. So this would interestingly correlate with the idea that as people started to get more things, like their lives started to improve, crime, murder rate started to drop dramatically.
Yeah, and I would...
Amorphous Blob says, not to boil it down to brass tacks, but wouldn't the country make more profit if we had more productive citizens than incarcerating them? Only if you consider as a part of profit, like the flourishing of the future of a country. Because no, actually creating a class of people who can be legally used for slavery is actually a great way to offset costs of certain public requirements. If you create a class of people who can be legally enslaved, by the way, that is the case for prisoners. Prisoners can be legally enslaved, which is incredibly fucked up. And they are. It turns out that actually helps take care of a bunch of other things. Which makes a whole lot of cash profit. Now, you could argue that it's horrible for human flourishing, that it's a disgusting crime against humanity, that it is a stain that will forever live on in the history of the human race. You can argue that it deletes entire generations of mostly people of color who are over-targeted for criminal enforcement. But those things don't matter to people who only think about numbers and who only think about the cash in their pocket.
Say that that was a temporary kind of sugar high based on neoliberal policies of Reagan and Clinton, where there was a lot of money that was released back into the public because of massive tax cuts. I mean, we can talk about confiscatory taxation if you'd like, and the top marginal tax rate. You know, the top marginal tax rate in 1961. It's funny that you brought up that figure, 1960. It's 91% compared to 37% now. But like
it went down in the 60s.
Reagan cut a bunch of taxes during that time period, and a lot of people got an influx in cash.
Crime
and then
did drop.
Sorry?
Crime did drop.
Well, right, but that was temporary. Right. And then the income inequality kind of set in, and the rich got richer and the poor got poorer. And that's mostly what I'm interested in talking about on my program.
Let me show you guys something which will add some context to the current crime spike. So you see right here, this drop off after about...
Remember that for-profit prisons are literally money laundering for slave labor. We pay them with tax dollars to fill cells and force them to work for literal pennies. Yup.
Looks like about 2007, there's a major drop off in murder. And then it spikes in 2014. The problem with a chart like this is that it doesn't account for technology. The reason the murder rate declined in 2007 was cell phones. So when cell phones became ubiquitous, the ability to call emergency services became instantaneous. So when people were victims of violent crime, you had emergency service notified immediately. And so this resulted in a drop in the murder rate, but not in a drop in violent crimes. Not a direct correlation, meaning crime had been going down, but the murder rate dropped more than violent crime in general because people weren't dying. They were being stabbed, they were being robbed, they were being shot, and they were living. That's not murder, so it wasn't counted as murder.
Well, there is a chart, by the way, that you can look at because that actually pairs recessions with this murder chart. And again, the correlation is not really there. And as far as New York, you say that it had nothing to do with broken windows policing. This is actually
that map specifically was the U.S.
So yeah, I know, but you said it had nothing to do with broken windows policing, but that assumes that there isn't a greater decrease in crime in New York than nationwide, which is not the case. There was a greater decrease in the city of New York. Like Chicago had a decline too, but Chicago's homicide rate, which is almost on par with the city of New York, is 6 times higher per capita than the city of New York. And in terms of raw numbers, it's double, even though they're at a third of the population, which is the same thing that I just said with different math. So New York became the safest big city, and our crime rate actually declined. And in fact, Freakonomics actually attributes this to the legalization of abortion, which happened in the city of New York pre Roe versus Wade. It was one of the 6 states that had it legal electively. So this is like a known thing that people have talked about and speculated on what the result is. Now, also for the environmental point,
can I just ask you a question about that?
So doesn't that undermine his argument? If there are other factors besides broken windows policing, then doesn't that undermine his argument that broken windows policing was good, or was he? What was he? I'm getting lost here in his argument. I'm sorry.
Sure.
What does the connection to what does crime
That's what
have
Freakonomics says, that the legalization of abortion, and they compare it to Ceausescu, whatever country he was the dictator of. They say that correlates with crime because they say all these unwanted children end up being born and then they end up committing crime.
That is certainly a claim. So that's how that works together then. You're saying that abortion should be illegal for that reason?
No. It would be legal abortion leads to less unwanted children being born. And again...
Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one getting confused here, that Emma is also getting confused because this guy is babbling and I do not understand what he's trying to say.
You're
so
smiling,
are you in
but
favor of abortion?
I'm actually pro-choice, but not for this reason. But you're smiling, but the thing is, this is what was proposed in Freakonomics. I actually disagree with their analysis. They leave a lot of things out. But
so
again, I use that as an example to show that the New York decline did start before the national decline.
I'm almost positive that study has been called into question.
It is.
Just to clarify, you're saying more abortions meant lower crime? Is that what you're saying?
That's what Freakonomics asserted. It's in their little movie and it's in their original book.
I think that makes sense. If you've got 2 parents, if you've got one parent, they got a baby, that baby's getting food. You know, like you could have no job, you could be homeless. Someone's gonna find.
Well, you know what I would love to decrease desperation in terms of families in this country. I'm not sure if you've talked about it a ton on your program, Tim, but we should have made the child tax credit permanent that we expanded in the 2021 American Rescue Act.
Can you explain what that is?
Yeah. So there was a tax credit that was in place, but during the pandemic, it was expanded to be a monthly payment. It also, the amount was increased, so it was up to $3,600 a month for 6 and under, $3,000 for 6 to 17. And then it also was expanded to include people who had too little income to qualify previously. We cut child poverty by nearly in half, instantly. And the reason that we don't have it is because the entire Republican Party and Joe Manchin and Sinema essentially nixed it. But this is the kind of stuff that's possible in this country to make people less desperate. If you want less crime, make society a broader, more beneficial place for people with a bigger safety net,
She's just
so people don't have to turn to desperate.
Also, she sounds really good here because she's putting forward a tangible and actionable thing instead of Sean just going, yeah, well, you ever notice how the crime statistics, 92% are black? This little fucking gremlin, racist gremlin over in the corner. Meanwhile, Emma's actually putting her foot forward into like an actual policy that isn't just like nodding at racism for the fucking creepy groypers in the audience to go, yay, racism!
Real quick, this is the crazy thing, because I think the only people who disagree with that are establishment Republicans, like the prominent Republican Party members.
But you should talk about it more on your show.
I mean, I think that what after I'll go extreme
He
with
didn't even know
it.
what it was until just now. He didn't talk about that. Come on, dude. It's okay for you to say you don't talk about it on your show. It's okay to just own up to that.
If after your second kid, no more taxes. Income tax 0. Have 2 kids, no taxes.
I mean, I know that there have been certain proposals in places like Hungary that are like that, but they are heavily tilted towards heterosexual families as opposed to if a gay couple wants to adopt or have children. I don't agree with that because I want more taxation, frankly, so that we could have socialized health care. We could have a college for all act, which honestly you could pay for with a tax on Wall Street speculation. It would be incredibly easy. It's only $48 billion a year, which is less than the military budget increase that we did in 21 to 22, which was around $71 billion. I want to do that kind of stuff.
Unironically, though, a like college for all plan that allows people to just choose to go to college and not have to pay for it would be a huge investment in the future of the country. And any like weird nationalist type who doesn't get behind something like that, you really have to question their motivations for why they wouldn't support something like that. Something that was so clearly would be advantageous to the entire country in a time when it's more important than ever to have advanced education. As more and more tech jobs are created, as more and more specialized jobs, as there's a higher demand for scientists of all stripes. But no, you don't hear that very often, do you?
Stuff. And so getting rid of income tax, I would not be in favor of it.
for families.
But if you want to create tax incentives for families so that they can raise their kids and they aren't in poverty, I am all for that, Tim.
To your point about nobody would disagree, I would 100% disagree with that because again,
you don't want tax credits for people that have babies.
There is not a demonstration that these policies that these work in reducing crime. In fact, we see the opposite. If you put up that homicide chart, it starts increasing during the war on poverty, which is the greatest increase in. Sorry, go ahead.
Not talking about crime. In
relation, she said if you wanted to deal with crime, this is how.
Well,
you
I'm
do
trying
it.
to connect it to this, but like
right.
But
in the broader sense,
I think the most important thing to take away from this here is that every single Republican voted against the American Rescue Act and the expanded child tax credit. There is one party that is look, it's not good enough. I'm more obviously in the Bernie Sanders wing. I have
quick.
deep disagreements with Hillary Clinton-esque neoliberal politicians.
But
yeah, it's the Democratic Party in favor of policies that are going to be helping people on a day-to-day basis like this.
The Republicans voted against a broad bill that included one thing in it. Is that what happened?
Yeah, but they also fought tooth and nail about the actual child tax credit. This was a part of the Inflation Reduction Act negotiations as well. They were not in favor of that too. And Joe Manchin, your senator, right? We're here in West Virginia.
He's awful. We hate him.
I mean, you gotta you're a celebrity here, right, Tim? In West Virginia, you should call on Joe Manchin and say, hey, why don't you do this? Why are you not in favor of a child tax credit?
That dude is neoliberal.
Totally.
To perfection. It's like nobody in West Virginia wants the guy.
Right. I mean, he's very unpopular.
That's not true. He's actually the most popular politician in West Virginia history.
Go talk to some people in West Virginia.
I'm sure you could find people.
Dude.
I get
his poll numbers are in the tank right now.
I'm in right-wing nut job territory.
Listen,
this guy lost his mind.
I get why you're against him.
Maybe 4 years ago he was popular because the state, for whatever reason. But people are not happy with him today. I've not met a single person here who likes him.
I mean, they might be upset with him now, but
he's tanking in polling numbers in hypothetical matchups with Jim Justice in the Senate. That's actually a fact.
West Virginia, 86% Trump supporting state. Yeah. All of those people despise him for obvious.
I'm here for Emma and Tim telling AJW to shut the fuck up. I can't believe I'm actually here for it. I doubt it's going to last very long, but I'm here for it, okay? I'm here for it. They're actually having a more interesting conversation. Actual Justice Warrior is literally just there to be the racist goblin. It's me, the racist goblin. I'm here to drop 1350 or even better, 1392. And they're like, please shut the fuck up, racist goblin.
Reasons. But then you go and meet some of the more moderate, don't really care, middle of the road people, and they're just like, what happened to that guy? And
I'm the racist goblin. Have you seen my fake YouTube play button? They gave it to me for being so racist. And by that I mean I gave it to me for being so racist. Good job, me.
Look, man, I see what you're saying, but I'm telling you, like,
no, I get why you're against him. Because
it's not about me. I'm saying, like, we'll go hang out in any one of these, and this is the Panhandle. Don't get me wrong, but we were hanging out in Charleston, 5 hours from here. Not a single person I've ever met in West Virginia is like, I like that guy. Not one. I've talked to people who are like, who have told me in West Virginia that they don't like Trump. They would rather have DeSantis. And then they say, man.
See, Clippers, when I do the racist goblin, that's the time for you to do the clips and to put it in the clip channel, okay? That's one thing. Real quick, hold on. We have to take a moment. We have a lot of viewers right now. We have 450 viewers right now. The Clippers in chat, I call upon you. You guys saw the cool Demon Mama trailer, didn't you? That's only possible if people clip funny moments so that we can actually put them into trailers. You know, my editors do a lot of work, but we can't catch them all. If you guys see me doing something funny, you've gotta fucking press the clip button and put it over in the Discord in the clip channel. You understand? That's how it goes. You know what? I should have had faith in you. I should have had faith that Uncle Gumbald would have the racist goblin. It's me, the racist goblin. I'm here to drop 1350 or even better, 1392. It's me, the racist goblin. You gotta get the part two. We have to train Uncle Gumbald. We have to train the chat to be better clippers. You want to know? I know that I'm being a little bit egotistical here, okay? But I'm a streamer. Let me be a little bit egotistical, okay? Vosh, he's got excellent clippers, okay? The Vosh clippers are crazy. Now, some of them are a little crazy in the wrong direction and go into the trying to make him look bad, but he's got some damn good clippers. We need to build a clip culture here. How do I do it? How do I build the clip culture? You guys know I have banger clips. There's so many of them. Years of content with killer clips. You know how hard it was for me to find the Alex Jones Mama segments? It took me forever. I had to climb through my memory to remember all the times that I've done an Alex Jones impersonation over the years. Nobody could remember. Yeah, it's true. It is true. Twitch has a much better clipping tools. Yeah, it's true. Twitch clipping tools is way better. Plus, you want to know what's cool? On Twitch, I can search clips that have been made of my channel. On YouTube, I can't. It's kind of difficult, but we need to restart the Demon Mama clip industry. It would be such a banger if I got clips up and all that stuff. We got to rebuild it. Anyway, let's continue. That was just me being egotistical and wanting you know why? Hold on, I'm gonna rant a little longer, I lied. You wanna know why? Because clips help immortalize what happens on streams. Part of the reason that it feels like it just disappears is because the stream just goes into the archive. And some of you remember it, but it's hard for me to remember the most fire moments, the moments that made people laugh. It makes them feel more immortal. It makes me feel good. Clippers make me feel good, okay? I'm serious. Yeah, we gotta figure out how to make the site be able to clip things. Maybe there's a way to fix that. Anyway, let's continue.
He's gotta go. He's gotta go. We gotta get somebody else. He's awful. Because he's like...
Have you seen some of the Vosh out of context compilations? Yes, I have. They're amazing. That's why I said the Vosh clippers are amazing. I have so many funny moments. And if we got those, our community would be so much bigger. We would grow like crazy and you would make me feel good. That's just me convincing you all to become clippers, okay?
He's not a Democrat or a Republican at this point. It's like he's a corporate. That's it. It's like he's of the corporate party. He doesn't seem to be catering to anybody.
He has a fine line to walk, in my opinion, to hold a state.
True Theory Cow. We absolutely need to create a Demon Mama meme culture. You know, we had it for a while. There was a good period of time where there were tons of Demon Mama memes coming out. Anyway, let's keep going.
Like this as a Democrat, and this, like, I get why she, being more progressive, doesn't like him, but he's like one of the only Democrats that could have won here, which is why when they tried running progressive in the primary, like, that person got slaughtered by him.
But
I get why you would want to replace him. I want to replace him. The Republicans lost the Senate.
Jim Justice is very likely.
Yes. Yeah, sorry, I just want to point this out. Off the top of my head, I think Manchin's numbers are like 55% disapproval right now.
I can't see him winning. I mean, look, I don't know for sure. I'm not psychic, but everyone I talk to, it's like you've got, I think it's, who is it, Mooney, potentially, and Jim Justice. But Jim Justice seems very likely to get it. We'll see. I don't know for sure.
Well, you brought up Trump and DeSantis in West Virginia. I'm curious because I saw, Tim, you've been like upset a little bit about how DeSantis has been, or maybe not upset.
A little bit.
Okay.
No.
Oh, you're pissed. All right. Yeah. So I'll characterize it as you're a little pissed at how DeSantis has been using those AI images of Trump. Trump
used
hugging.
3 of them one time.
Yeah. What? I mean, can you expand on that thought?
Ron DeSantis' team, in order to smear Donald Trump, ran fake images of him kissing and hugging Fauci alongside real images, and then wrote real life Trump over the top.
Right.
And it's one thing.
That's actually insane. That's actually an insane thing for them to do.
To play politics, which I despise. When you get someone being like, Nancy Pelosi voted against this act. It's like the Saving Puppies Act, but it's actually a bill that like cuts taxes for oil companies. Or the inverse, where it's like, insert Republican voted for whatever. I despise all of that. But actually fabricating images, shrinking them down and placing them alongside real images and then writing real life Trump on it.
Can you pull up the image so I can see it?
Yeah. So, I mean, is that kind of the core of your, would you say as of now, if you were to vote today, you'd be voting for Trump?
Yeah.
But that's the core of your disagreement?
So, there's a lot more than that. Here, take a look at this. This is as I feel like this is campaign ending. I feel like this.
Really?
Yes.
I mean, it's funny to me. It's silly.
I don't think it's gonna be campaign ending, but it's definitely an absolutely insane thing to do. Talk about a way to is DeSantis an anti-AI accelerationist? Because let me tell you, if you wanted AI to get legislated in real time, the best way to do it is to pull off something like this. The absolute best way to make sure that AI laws get passed is to do something this crazy. That's an insane thing. That's an insane level of just blatant misinformation. Literally using doctored images.
Of fake images to trick people into voting for someone is, look, this is the open door. Ron DeSantis decided to be the person to stick his foot over the line and say, we will manufacture fake images to win.
I mean, they do say that they're fake. Like
No.
But people
this is
would
someone,
probably miss
They
this.
don't say it's fake.
No, it says right there, fake.
This is an image calling out the fake graphics. They wrote real life Trump, and this is NPR circling the fake images to call them out.
Right.
They ran.
Look, okay, so far in this conversation, Tim Pool and Emma Vigeland have had their whole conversation, and you can go back and forth as to who you think won between Emma Vigeland and Tim Pool. Obviously, I lean towards Emma Vigeland for a number of reasons. I think she just presented a better case, but one thing we can be absolutely sure of is AJW has absolutely lost. A charisma black hole who sounds like a fucking idiot, and Tim Pool keeps having to correct him as he's too stupid to fucking look at what's actually on the screen and understand what's being said, with one exception, which was when Tim Pool was misreading that graph.
It as real life Trump. Now, I understand if you scrutinize the images, you can tell they're fake. This one says Mahehap Wems. Okay, yeah, that's not English, and it's under the White House emblem. But when it's in a video that's a minute long, and you pass this, I've already had people tell me that they didn't realize it was fake, and I've already people say I talked to my parents about it, they thought it was real. And so what the DeSantis fans are doing now is they're like, can you believe Tim actually thought those were real? Like, dude, if you want to play that game and call me stupid and insult me for calling out DeSantis' campaign for doing this, I literally don't care. It changes nothing of my moral stance that this stepped well over the line. Now, I got to be honest. You go back in time to the first time a politician lied, and people were probably like, can you believe he actually lied to us? And we know that's bad, and I hate all of it. But this is the next level. This is like...
Yeah.
Holy,
Well,
it's
what are-
bad enough they're
right.
all lying.
Well, what's the core of your disagreement otherwise then? I mean, because if
he's weak?
it's with COVID, I would say I'm more on Trump's side with that kind of stuff. I liked Operation Warp Speed. Look, I would have done a little differently for giving
I
away
agree.
government money for vaccines. That we should have nationalized them, and the
Well-
intellectual property should have been waived so that everybody could have had access to it. Also in the global
Publicly
South.
funded should be publicly owned.
I'm in favor of that, Tim. So I mean, that's one thing that I think Trump is better. And look, just DeSantis is frankly an anti-LGBTQ demagogue, and that's where I think Trump's less
I don't
dangerous
think
than
he is.
DeSantis. Okay.
Like he is, but I think it's more so the Florida legislature that's doing it, and then he's latching onto it because I think when it comes to real issues related to stuff, he's mum.
He's been anti-wokeness is the center of his campaign.
Yeah, he kind of made that at the forefront of his campaign.
No, for sure. I like DeSantis
Trump
in a
wouldn't
lot of
even
ways.
send the National Guard against
He
the
backed off of that one pretty quick.
Black Lives Matter rioters.
That's a different question. That's not wokeness. That's like crime and law and stuff. DeSantis, I think, is mostly surface level. I like a lot of his policies. I think
What do you like about his policies?
I mean, at the beginning of COVID,
Good question,
he wasn't
good
particularly good, right? He did a lot of what everyone else did. But to be fair, I was very much like, I was very much, Thomas Massey didn't want to do this big spending bill, and I said, this is crazy. The economy, like, we don't know what's going on. There are people dying. We're seeing videos of people dying in the street. And so I think, hindsight being 2020, I look back and I'm like, I probably should not have just gone along with all of that. That was probably stupid. Ron DeSantis did initially, but then changed and said, you know what, this is not making sense. We're reopening. And I think that made a lot more sense.
It was also under extreme pressure. Like Andrew Cuomo was the most promoted governor in the country, and he was the most attacked.
So DeSantis did well in not the first, but he did well in reopening things back up.
But what policies do you like generally about him? I mean, besides the COVID stuff, what are
Again, good question. He really kind of dodged the question there.
the other policies like as governor? I mean,
I think
you think it's just the state legislature that's putting together
yes.
these anti.
I mean, I think it's mostly
Tim,
them.
you said
he's
that there
signing
was
off
a
on it.
grooming event happening at Club Q, and that was after the shooting, right? Which is essentially kind of saying, well, look, they had it coming a little bit. I mean,
No.
you didn't say that, but that's the
I actually said,
implication.
Actually, he pretty much did. He said the violence is going to keep happening until the grooming stops. He basically did. Yeah, he did. He said it without saying it. That's what was the core of his argument was, yeah, actually the violence is going to keep happening if you keep grooming kids. Even though no kids were groomed at Club Q. There was no child grooming that occurred there at all.
Really prevent these things from happening. If people, so I tweeted.
So you actually seem pretty aligned with DeSantis on the
Absolutely.
the anti.
But I don't think it's him. I think it's the Florida legislature. And if DeSantis becomes president, you think Congress is going to vote for any of these things? As for the Club Q thing, I said, if people keep saying wood chippers, what did you think was going to happen, right? I am saying, stop saying these things.
Saying what?
People keep going online and going, wood chippers, wood chippers, wood chippers. You know what that means, right?
For who, though?
That's not what he said. That is not what he fucking said. We've covered this on here. Hold on, I can do this in real time. Hold on, we're gonna bring up that Tim Pool. Hold on. I can find this tweet. Give me just a second. Hold on. Let's just do a quick fact check on Tim Pool. He was not talking about wood chippers, wood chippers, wood chippers. We shouldn't tolerate pedophiles grooming kids. Club Q had a grooming event. How do we prevent the violence and stop the grooming? He's just lying. By the way, this right here is the benefit of doing reacts to these types of live conversations, because this type of fact check cannot happen. Obviously, Emma Vigeland did great and held her own, but this is the reason why I take time to do reacts right here. This is the actual tweet that he tweeted. We shouldn't tolerate pedophiles grooming kids. Club Q had a grooming event. How do we prevent the violence and stop the grooming? Just remember that. He's just lying. He's trying to say that he was denouncing wood chipper memes, literally completely changing what he actually said, lying about what he said and making it sound like he was against violence, when in reality, he was doing apologia in the wake of a mass shooting, the literal day after a mass shooting. What a fucking piece of shit. All Tim's points have been stripped away. I give him no points anymore. Dimitri Graham, thank you so much for joining as a chunky imp. Happy to have you as a YouTube member and a chunky imp. Thank you so much. What a fucking
for
liar.
groomers.
Right. Okay.
And I'm like, what do you think is going to happen if you go online and keep calling for death? Like, don't do that. Stop that. Right? We
Listen
want
to
to
him
stop
lying.
child abuse. We want to stop violence. That's what we want.
So that's
not to
why
happen.
I hope you have dedicated so much of your program to talking about the Catholic Church, because that is the institution in this country right now that is most associated with child abuse.
Hands
and
down,
queer
yeah.
people, gay people, trans people, that is not a thing. What is your definition of child abuse?
They're most associated, but they're actually not more abusive than any other religious institution, and they're not nearly as abusive as
But no, I want to stay
system.
on this, and I also just
Where are the books at? Where did they get moved to?
Tim, though, what policies about DeSantis do you like in terms of what he's running on for president?
Culture war stuff mostly, but I think COVID policy was
plug
good.
for the show.
Oh yeah.
Right, but what's the culture war stuff that you like?
So yes, but the reason why
Damn, he's trying so hard to avoid answering this question. Holy shit.
I've not been. So last year I was like, I think DeSantis is probably better for one simple reason.
No, what stuff do you like now? What do you like that he's running on?
Yeah, culture war stuff predominantly.
But can you expand on that notion?
I think you want me to like pull up specific.
I mean, I don't know. It's like you said that you like certain things, that you're leaning more towards Trump because of AI images. I would hope that there's a little bit more substance to your disagreement.
Well, but every time I try and bring it up, you just ask me the same question again.
Because you're not answering my question.
So I'm trying to.
Okay, go ahead.
So now where was I before you jumped back in? First, the culture war stuff is obvious, right? Parental rights and education bill. Yes, that one's fairly obvious. I don't know about the Disney stuff. That's kind of absurd. What I was going to say is, let's go back in time to why I said I was for Ron DeSantis in the first place and why where I'm at now is not. The first thing was last year, I was having a conversation with the Daily Wire crew, and I said, Trump is brash. Many people don't like him. And he won't shut up about 2020. He's a sore loser. Ron DeSantis, at the very least, is dry and can get us something better than, say, Joe Biden.
I know, but I'm still not really hearing
Today.
a specific policy.
Right. So his COVID policy was correct. Okay.
Okay, that's not.
Wait, but you just said
these are
something with the beaches that you
yeah,
don't
yeah,
like
yeah,
the
that one.
closure.
You didn't bring it over.
Like his presidential platform. Like,
I don't
what
know
are
if
the
he's
things?
got one. Does he?
Okay, so you're.
I've not been on I've not been on board with him. So we can look at what
And
happened.
you
in-
said parental rights. I'm curious what you mean by that.
Yeah,
Because
like,
I'm in favor of parental rights, right? Like, I want parents to be able to, if their child is transitioning, to be able to work with their doctor with a plan and make sure that children are not being driven to suicidal ideation and that parents aren't restricted by the state from.
Let's talk about one of his policies. in
Okay,
particular.
go ahead. I don't want parents to be restricted from the state from giving healthcare to their children.
If I open this book
Yeah.
on YouTube, the stream will get taken down.
Okay.
Did you ever read this book? No. This book is in middle schools in Florida. Ron DeSantis had it removed. That's one simple policy he did. That's very good.
What? Why? There's all wait, I have a poster in the back of I have art all over the place that will get this channel taken down. You can get things taken down for all kinds of things. There's if you show a historical artistic photograph of naked people, you can get your stream taken down. That doesn't mean that it's appropriate to take a book out. I don't know what this book is. I don't know what's even in this book. What is he even talking about?
You've never seen this book?
I've heard about it.
Have you ever looked inside of it?
No, but I mean, I don't believe in censorship.
If
so
I show you a
don't
picture of a
believe in book
blowjob, would
burnings.
you be offended?
I mean,
Can I show you a picture of a blowjob on
I
camera?
wouldn't be offended. I mean, I
No?
think
Disavow.
that, honestly, do you know, Tim, that the more children learn about sexual education in the way that's productive and done in schools, the less likely they are to be sexually abused because they know what is good and what
I
is
can't
bad.
share this image on YouTube.
Do you hear me though
so
about
what?
that?
So
wait, who cares? There's images that are in puberty education books that you can't show on YouTube. That doesn't mean anything. This is a manipulative tactic. Whatever. Who cares? Let's keep going.
Oh, I think
The more children
the issue
learn
is
about sexual education, the less likely they are to be victims of pedophilia and rape.
I think that the issue is you're confusing sexual education with kink. Right? So I'm looking at this right now. I can't even hold it up because I can't point it at the camera. And I don't understand why school children should be taught How to Perform Blowjobs for an Auto-Androphile.
I don't believe they're being taught that. The
Why was
book
this
was
book in-
banned.
why was this
I
book
don't.
in
I
grade
don't
schools?
really know. Again,
Amazon
because
said-
this is
right,
another
so-
case-by-case example.
No. You
where
asked me
I am
about
not
what
in
Ron
favor of
DeSantis
censorship.
did. You asked
I
me
am-
what Ron DeSantis did that I liked.
That he
Here's
banned genderqueer.
That he's removing pornographic and kink books from middle schools is a very, very good
Is
one.
that a kink book? Is that what that is? This book was in one high school in Florida, but he's saying middle school. Sam Cedar did a fact check on this. So this was a book in a high school. In a fucking high school. And it clearly, I don't know anything about this book, but for all we know, it could have just been an educational book. They had books about fucking sexual health in my high school. That's not fucking anything dangerous. High school kids need to be able to research things, and better to learn it from a book than from fucking watching Pornhub or some shit. You fucking crazy?
And I would.
Well, for me, my politics are a little broader than that, Tim. I gotta say.
So, listen. If your argument to me is that I or anyone else should support your politics because you want to show blowjobs to children, you're going to lose.
Well, I don't think that that is a policy done by teachers in this country. I think that this is
book was in schools in Florida,
There
which
are
is
a
why.
ton of
Let's see, according to the correction, one school, one high school. Fortnite says, I've actually read this book. It doesn't even show the blowjob itself. It's just described because they wanted to convey that it made the main character dysphoric. That's how they found out that they were non-binary. Wow, how scandalous.
books that are in a ton of schools. I don't believe in censorship. That's not my bag, buddy.
So you think children should have Playboy?
I don't really think so. No,
What about
because that's
Hustler?
pornography. I mean,
so you think a
Tim, you're in
blowjob-
favor of censorship.
Yes,
you are.
absolutely.
Oh, that's good to know.
If you watched the show, you'd know this.
Oh, you're okay. You're
We
pro
talk
censorship.
about
I
how
am.
we're
I
for-
am not. I
Right.
want children to be able to have all the information that they need in order to
Including
make
pornography.
No, that's not pornography.
We back up record everything, and
We'll still be recording.
I think we're back.
We are back.
Whoa.
Oh, it's,
okay.
It's pretty
now-
stormy out.
It broke your
It's
saucer
stormy?
too.
Yeah, I mean
it's a little
it's
rainy.
rainy. Yeah.
Okay, I think we're live again.
Okay.
There we go. We're back.
Yes.
So the power just
went
fluctuated.
out. Yeah. That
We
was
have-
God striking you down.
That was the
Tim.
YouTube
Striking me down. You're the one arguing for.
You're the one
there you go.
arguing for censorship.
Yes.
I mean, I don't really mind that stuff. I mean, are you in favor of children seeing violence on television?
No.
That scares me a little bit more.
It depends. It's not so simple to say violence, right? But yes, censorship is a good thing, but when done bad, is a bad thing.
Yeah.
For instance, Ian Crossland, who is a co-host on Timcast IRL, used to be a moderator for Minds.com, and he had to filter out graphic depictions of murder and rape and child abuse. Censorship is absolutely vital in that regard. So if we're talking about a book like,
Is that
in
censorship?
particular,
Is
there
that
was
what
one called,
censorship
there was a
means?
teacher who provided a book to her middle schoolers called This Book is Gay. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
I have heard.
It
That's actually a
provides-
very good book.
And it provides instruction on she provided instruction to children on how to use adult gay anonymous sex apps. Yeah, I don't think that's appropriate. Now look, by all means, you can be in favor of them. I'm not
Maybe
telling you
she
you're
had
not
a
allowed to.
child. Maybe she had a child in her classroom
Who wanted to go on Grindr and have sex with adults? Is that your argument?
No, I mean I'm not saying that. First of all, I don't know. Again, this
Why
is
would a
another.
10-year-old need Grindr?
This is the thing that you do.
Wait, hold on. Teaching a child about, thank you. Teaching a child about things that exist in the world is not telling them to go do that thing. That's like saying, like, if you had a book that told children that a thing such as pornography exists, that they're telling them to go make pornography. That's insane. That's an insane leap to make. I don't know what this book is. He's talking about an award-winning memoir that was in high schools. Yeah. Just, again, this is that sort of out of context shit. What he's trying to do right now is he's desperately trying to make Emma look really bad. This is like a weird pedo jacketing thing. He's trying to get Emma with a gotcha so that he can say that Emma's like in support of grooming or in support of pedophilia, and that's fucking insane. And all he's doing is throwing out random books and saying, "Oh, you approve of sending children to the gay concentration camp? Wow, wow!" It's fucking pathetic. It's embarrassing and it looks bad. It doesn't look good to anyone but a frothing Nazi. Any normal person watching this makes him sound like a crazy person.
Tim,
Oh, that I
you're
do.
picking specific examples that
You
are
asked me for
inflammatory.
one. You asked me for one.
Okay, then go ahead. I
did.
don't
We
know
have the book.
Yeah, I'm
I
not
said
in
don't show children blowjobs.
Look,
You said you appreciate it.
I'm not in favor of censorship. I'm not in
As
favor
an
of
objective
censorship.
observer that's sitting here, you asked for a specific example, he gave it to you, and then you try to say he's broadly in favor of censorship.
Wait, no. She asked for an explicit example of Ron DeSantis's policies, to be fair, but whatever.
Censorship.
Yeah.
It's possibly to make a hypocrisy point later on when he complains about social
exactly.
media
As
censorship.
Chariot says, wait until Tim finds out that the main characters fuck in a scene in George Orwell. Oh, dude, you guys want to remember? Anybody here fucking read? Oh my God, why am I blanking on it? Aldous Huxley, Brave New World. Anybody read Brave New World and the crazy, the literal orgy scene that was in that book? I read Brave New World in high school. It has multiple orgy scenes. Should Brave New World be banned out of all high schools because it contains adult content? Oh God, should we ban it? It has legitimately problematic shit in it. It has a child gangbang in it, and it is in every library in the country and every high school library in the country.
Or something like that.
No,
but
I
it's
just...
like he's talking about this specific issue, and I remember I was working on an education series about this kind of thing years before it was popular. Yes, I was ahead of my time, and yeah, these kind of things were popping up all over schools, and I am happy that DeSantis is like doing something.
We
about
had
it.
Asra Nomani on the show. She brought in, I think, like 70 books of all of the weird racist indoctrination and sex stuff that they're bringing in schools.
Yeah.
And I said, look, man, it's really simple for me. If someone comes to me and says that they think this book, which Amazon says is 18 up only, should be given to children, I'll say, I will vote against you.
So should the Bible be banned from schools because it depicts
It is
sexual
banned
acts?
from schools, public schools.
The Bible
No, it is
probably
not.
is not appropriate for children.
No, it is not. The Bible is not banned from public schools, you fucking idiot. Are you stupid? The Bible is not banned from public schools. You can't teach the Bible like as a class in a public school. It's not banned from public schools. What a fucking idiot.
For a lot of reasons. And I am not a Christian, so I don't particularly care about whether or not they're going to give a book to children that has something like Deuteronomy 23:20 in it. I don't think kids should be reading that kind of stuff.
Okay.
However, I'm in favor of the parents deciding when it is appropriate for their kids, which comes with very difficult moral questions in that my morality is different from the morality of each individual parent. So that's why I'm kind of like, the government probably shouldn't be the one doing it.
Have you had an expert on sexual education on your program to talk about this kind of stuff?
Yes.
What did they say?
And
are you in favor of abstinence only?
No. It's been a very, very long time.
You're not in favor of abstinence only education.
I think abstinence only is
So
silly.
you're kind of hinging on this book that has pornographic material in it that like okay.
There's a difference between sex and kink. Right?
Okay, sure.
So the many individuals on the left have made arguments in favor of kink for kids, which is weird to me, and I think it's inappropriate.
Is that what they said?
I think
Is that what
kids
they
should
said?
learn.
Kink for kids, but also learning about the existence of kink is not the same thing as telling is like participating a child in it. I think that it's perfectly fine to discuss the existence of kink in a sexual educational setting. I think that's
sex.
perfectly
I think
fine.
the parents should decide when it's appropriate. This is why typically at schools they would give out notice to the parents like, we're intending on doing sex ed here.
Oh yeah, by the way, hold on. I can speak to this real quick. I can give you guys, many of you will know, many of my viewers will know, I grew up in an extreme Christian cult. I was taken out of sex ed as a kid because my parents wrote a letter to the school saying that they didn't approve. And you want to know what happened? They just, the school just said, okay. And then they had me sit in a desk outside of the room while everybody learned about sex ed. And I sat out on a desk and just read whatever I wanted. It was actually rather embarrassing. And I wish my parents hadn't done it. And then my parents had me listen to Focus on the Family's puberty segment which was on cassette, actually, which is really weird because that's kind of an anachronism even at the time, but that's what it was available on. It was on cassette. We listened to Focus on the Family, where I learned that masturbation is a sin, and learned an abstinence-only approach that was mostly Christian indoctrination and almost no actual sexual education. It was amazing. And by amazing, I mean terrible.
Here's the subjects we're going to cover.
Nothing's changed.
The
in that
issue
way.
with Florida was that they had a policy where they would not instruct parents and actually were told not to talk to the parents if the kids were suffering identity issues. Now, the state should not intervene and take away the rights of the parents in that in that way.
Can you say that again?
But that's not taking the rights away. That's just saying don't immediately run to the parents. It's just saying like a child can talk to the counselor, and it's not the school's job to immediately inform the parents because that can be very risky. As we know, there are a lot of very abusive situations that queer and trans and gay kids find themselves in. It's completely reasonable for a school to take precautions given the statistics that we know on that.
What about gender identity issues?
So in Florida, what prompts a bill like this, and it also happened with stuff in like Nashville, was that the schools, and I think they do this in like Washington and Colorado, the schools were actually telling teachers not to talk to the parents if the children were having some kind of identity issue. And so this led to suicides.
No. What leads to suicides is that children are being told that they cannot.
What do you mean it led to suicides? Citation needed, bro. Massive citation needed.
Operate and be who they are as the gender that is who they are in their heart. That's what's leading to suicides.
But I'm talking about one specific. Well, I think it's like
again, you're talking about one specific example. I'm talking about
you
broader.
can't ask me for like.
I talk about politics, Tim. I don't talk about anecdotes.
Well, he's talking about policy that they would not.
You asked me what the policy was.
You're talking about school district policy. I cover national
you asked
politics.
Me to.
Yeah. All right.
You can't ask me a question. Then when I explain where the policy came from, be like, no, that makes no sense.
You go into individual anecdotes.
I'm telling you why the policy was written.
Okay, go ahead, Tim.
That's why the policy was written, because there were children who were having identity issues, and the schools were instructed, the teachers were told not to tell the parents. This led to, I think it was a suicide attempt.
You can actually see him getting red here. He's starting to get red. He's getting really pissed off. And honestly, I don't think it's justified. She's squeezing him a little bit, but he looked like an idiot because she asked for a policy and he kept avoiding it. And then when she finally asked for a policy, she's correct in saying he's only gone on about anecdotes.
The parents got angry.
Who had a suicide attempt?
A little girl tried to kill herself.
Okay, again, this is one case. Go ahead.
And there was also another, right. I'm not talking about, look at this anecdote, let's set policy. I'm saying Florida set a law because, okay? I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I'm saying a thing led to a thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
My position is that parents should be fully informed about what's going on with their children, and teachers should not withhold that information from them. It is not up to the state to decide what is best for the kid. There are certain exceptions.
But the state is deciding what is best for the kid in these instances. They are essentially saying that children, take Florida, for example. You're talking about Florida. Let's talk about it. They're saying that children cannot, under the supervision of their doctor and with their parental consent. None of this happens, by the way, without parental consent. It's illegal. They cannot work with their doctor on a healthcare plan for them to transition into their gender.
I'm not talking about that. I mean, you're talking about medical intervention. I'm talking about
right, but you
like,
have spoken about this on your program before.
Yeah, I think like if a doctor prescribed a lobotomy to a kid, the government should stop that.
It's not
too.
a lobotomy. That's not what it is.
I'm saying that there are certain things in the medical world that we've prohibited.
Right, but this is not what
What an insane thing to jump to. Yeah, well, you know, if a doctor prescribed a gun to a kid, a shot in the head. Yeah, what if a doctor prescribed murdering the kid? Would you agree with it? You're an idiot. What a fucking unserious piece of shit.
The American
you
Journal...
disagree? You think it shouldn't be?
No,
I'm not arguing you're
every
wrong.
single expert that is reputable on this front disagrees. The American Journal of Pediatrics did a study about transitioning children. They studied them over 5 years. 94% of the children continued to identify as the gender that they were choosing to identify with at the beginning.
For 5 whole years?
Yeah,
wow.
yes.
When placed on Lupron.
No,
What a fucking idiot. Actual justice warriors should basically just check out of this conversation completely. The racist goblin should be shoved into a box and ignored. He has nothing to add.
Then the 6% that were remaining, 3.5% identified as cisgender, 2.5% went back, yes, but they were heavily weighted under the age of 10 years old,
But this is
where
not
they
material to what
never
I was
had
talking about.
any medical intervention. This is how actually trans care actually goes, Tim. 8 to 13 years old, you're put on puberty blockers. Those are entirely reversible. Then after that,
I'm sorry,
that is
that's-
100% true.
It's just not true.
That's 100%
They're
true.
not entirely
then
reversible.
16
To a certain degree, they can be.
Then why are they used in instances where
They're
someone
off-label
has
use.
puberty that
Precocious
that-
puberty.
Yeah, that's precocious
Right,
puberty.
exactly. And there's a carve out for that in the Florida bill, by the way. So cis kids can have it, but trans kids can't.
Because that's
then
the primary
then
label.
16 years
That's the
old.
primary use of the drug.
Okay, but that's not what doctors say.
That's
No. Then
meaningless.
16.
That's literally meaningless. The stupid on-label argument is a dullard's argument. Every fucking drugs are used all the time for off-label use. Fucking aspirin is used constantly off-label use. This guy's a fucking idiot. Only a dullard makes the on-label argument. Nearly every single drug that's prescribed is prescribed for an off-label use because the labeled use is whatever the drug was invented for.
16 years old, 16 years
Absolute
old,
idiot.
that's when hormones happen.
Genuine idiot.
Very, very, very rarely are there any surgeries under the age of 18. I don't hear you talking about rhinoplasties under the age of 18 on your
I've talked.
program.
We have.
Oh.
Maybe you haven't heard it because you don't watch the show.
Okay.
I've also said child beauty pageants are wrong and they're disgusting. I've also said Hooter is inappropriate for kids, and I said we should.
Yeah, of course. Viagra for erectile dysfunction started as an off-label use because Viagra was initially a blood pressure medication, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's stupid.
Be giving minors any kind of cosmetic surgery. I don't even like tattoos or piercings. So when it comes to
It's quite puritanical of you, Tim. I'm surprised. You have a lot
yes,
of swords
I don't think
and
children
beards and stuff in here.
I don't think children should make should be altering their bodies.
But you just said parental rights. So if under 18, parents have to give consent for piercings and tattoos and
Do you think a
for
mom should have the
rhinoplasties.
right to remove the salivary glands of her child?
No. Are
If a
you for
doctor
parental
prescribes
rights or not?
See, this is a
every right has limits.
What is actually interesting?
Yeah, do you think a parent should be able to blow their kid's head off? Man, what a stupid dullard. These people are so dumb. You know what? One of the things that annoys me the most is that these people are constantly crying about how nobody wants to debate them. Can you blame them? Can you blame anyone for not wanting to debate fucking idiots like this? And of course it's actually true that a ton of people will debate them. They're always lying about that shit. But really, could you blame anybody for not wanting to engage with a bunch of morons who go, when you go, hey, if a parent signs off on a tattoo or a piercing, are you really against that? And then they go, well, if a parent wants to blow up their kid with a nuclear bomb, do you think that's okay, Emma? After he spent like 20 minutes being the parents' rights guy. He spent the last fucking 20 minutes being like, I'm all about parents' rights. What a fucking moron.
Because what you're asking, we've actually talked in a great depth about on Timcast IRL. That
Are you for parental rights or not? I just asked.
That question right there leads in two different directions, which is, again, we've addressed. If you watched the show, you'd have heard the statement we've made about it.
Well, I heard you 5 minutes ago say you were
Right.
for parental rights, and now you're saying you're not.
Where do parents' rights begin and where do they end is strictly a moral question based on the moral frameworks of an individual. If there is someone who goes to a doctor in, say, Saudi Arabia and the doctor prescribes female circumcision, they're going to argue it's the parents' rights. We would argue
Another
against that.
hypothetical. I'm talking about
but
reality.
these things literally do happen in other countries.
But it wouldn't
The
be a
point-
But I'm talking about this
Dude.
country, and I'm
Right.
talking
And
about
so I'm
parental
making
rights.
a point. Right? The point is the idea that parents have a right is limited to what our moral limits are. Meaning, if you morally are okay with a child sex change, then you're going to argue in favor of parents' rights. If I say you shouldn't be able to mandate vaccinations, you'd probably argue against the parents' right, right? Should a school be allowed to mandate vaccines for children?
Yes.
But what about the parents' rights? Are you for parents' rights?
Well, I'm for public health.
But you're not for parents' rights. You see, that question leads
But
nowhere.
did she claim to be the parents' rights person? She didn't claim to be the parents' rights person.
No, I mean, look, Tim, I've never made parental rights a plank of my own politics. I'm saying this within the context of what you just said 5 minutes ago.
Yeah,
And I'm explaining.
That's what
Yes,
Parental
so you-
rights extends to my morality.
So, right, your morality says that you think that trans children and parents, even if they agree with their child and the doctor is supervising this kind of transition, you're essentially saying that you don't believe that they should have the power and ability and that the state should intervene. That sounds like big government to me.
Yeah, I'm not, I don't know if you know who I am.
Well, okay, then there you go. that the state should intervene.
What's that supposed to mean? What's that supposed to mean?
Because you don't believe that parents should, and their children, they're in agreement.
So at first, my position was, early on, you know, if the doctors are prescribing it and it's the best thing they can do, I think we're looking at, in the past 4 years, about 50,000 or so cases of cross-sex hormones for kids. You know, so be it. Then we started seeing like the Tavistock scandal. We saw Finland, Denmark, Sweden start pulling this. The research coming out showed that it was not particularly effective. And then we also had multiple studies showing that desistance rates for those who did not take any, who did not receive intervention, was actually upwards of 95%.
50,000. No. Sorry. The numbers that I'm finding here is 14,000. Between 2017 and 2021, 14,000 was cross-sex hormones. He just lied again. He just fucking lied again.
And then my position became, it probably is the appropriate thing for the legislature to say, we're not going to allow this anymore.
Okay, I just listed the American Journal of Pediatrics. That's incredibly reputable. Incredibly reputable. 94% of children continued care after age. Take a Netherlands study. This is Lancet. 98% continued hormone therapy and follow-up.
After what?
So the other one's a 5-year study. This is just a secondary
after
one.
what point?
Well, no, so this is the issue, right? Those studies were based upon whether a child was placed on puberty blockers or not. When a child is placed on puberty blockers, they tend not to desist. When a child is left alone, they tend to desist. So the issue is then, if according to...
No, you're misinterpreting that. No, Tim. No, you little liar. When you consider patients that got to the point of getting onto puberty blockers, the desistance rate goes down because it takes a lot more to get to the point of puberty blockers, so the desistance rate goes way down. When you consider all of the patients, including ones who never got to the point of doing puberty blockers, the desistance rate goes up because they decided not to start puberty blockers. Not because they didn't do the puberty blockers, because they desisted before starting puberty blockers. This is, oh God, it's so fucking annoying. I hate this. This is such a manipulation of the data, and Tim Pool does this all the time. We've called Tim Pool on this on 2 separate occasions on this exact topic of him completely misrepresenting what it says. If you consider all of the people who did and didn't end up going on hormone blockers, they desisted before they decided to get to the point of hormone blockers. And of course, if you then shrink the amount down to just those who start hormone blockers, the ones who get to the point of going on hormone blockers have a very low desistance rate, because as it turns out, doctors are pretty good at helping these kids decide whether or not hormone blockers are the right choice for them. This shit makes me so mad. This particular bit of misinformation completely pisses me off. I hate it. You want to know who else did this? Literally years ago, when I debated Rob Knorr, this came up. This exact topic came up, and I had to explain this exact misrepresentation. It's one of the most common misrepresentations on the right. Seriously, you can actually read the person who published the study, wrote an addendum to the study, specifically explaining this, that is in the text of the study. All current versions of the study have that addendum that explain the misinterpretation. Seriously, I'm not kidding you. We've looked at it on stream. Whatever, let's go.
10 prospective follow-up studies from child and adolescents found desistance ranging from 61 to 90%, then the safety of the children would lean towards non-intervention.
Look, go ahead. Again, we should probably agree to look at these kinds of studies before we're going to pull them up for a debate, because what I'm pulling up and what I'm referencing is inherently reputable, and you can find any information that you want on the internet. I am with a majority of doctors on this front. That's
a broad statement. I don't know about that.
No, that is actually a fact. That is 100% a fact.
Well, I've seen this movie before. So what's happening is you're referencing detransition under a system where they wouldn't be put on puberty blockers necessarily, and then they would go through the cross-sex hormone. So everybody who would have desisted at the point of puberty.
We looked again recently, like last month. Yes, I actually showed the statement during Tim Pool's argument with Lance from the Surfs. I brought up on screen the statement and the explanation and where the person who published the study directly addressing people misrepresenting the study, and they go into details explaining the exact way in which these studies are represented, and it's identical to what Tim Pool is doing here. They misrepresent it,
which is what you're referencing, is already excluded from her sample. So,
Right.
like, and I don't even think you would disagree
right.
with that, that once they're actually past the point of puberty and they still think they're in the opposite body or whatever, and they go through the process, there's a very low detransition rate. But you're specifically talking about desistance.
Look,
and I remember
I'm
this
saying-
because
No, no,
this
no,
happened
this is
when you
what-
argue with the serfs.
This is what it boils down to. I'm not a moralist. I don't have like the arrogance to believe that my personal preferences for how my life would be lived should be imposed on other people. I'm trying to make a argument for a case for, I'm trying to make a case for a broad set of policies that are going to make sure people are as happy as they can possibly be and can live their life to the fullest. So if you want to impose your morality on people, it sounds like fundamentalism. For me, I'm in favor of
have a real argument.
But if most
but I am having a real argument.
That's not an
You
argument.
just said your
I
morality
said, here's
is
a study.
Oh
that
man.
Here's a study that shows desistance rates up to 95%. Hold on. Desistance rates are shown up to 95% with non-intervention. So then we would lean towards non-intervention. And you said you're a fundamentalist. You didn't make an argument.
No, earlier you talked about how your morality is what you want to dictate in terms of this policy.
You see, this is what I was talking about with Sam.
Okay.
Right? The inability to grasp philosophical concepts. When I explained to you that you are opposed to parental rights because you're in favor of vaccine mandates, right? I don't think you can understand.
She didn't claim to be in support of parental rights. Excuse me, goodness, big sneeze.
Understand the duality of the statement you're making. Are you in favor of parental rights can go in one of two moral directions? You do have a moral stance.
I wasn't
you
talking
also
about
are a
I wasn't
fundamentalist.
talking about parental rights. I was using that as a way to talk about
Right.
your
My point
statement
is,
on parental rights.
If
And I
you
fully
if you have a
grasp
moral
concepts
position
of
on public
morality.
health
Tim,
and you want
I
to
have-
impose that, then you too would be a fundamentalist, and you've made a nonsensical statement.
If
you want to make an argument about why me using this data is incorrect, I'm all ears. If you want to tell me
I
I'm a
haven't
fundamentalist,
seen the data, so I can't.
well, then
I
don't make
can't.
an argument about it if you don't know the data.
No, I
All
do
right?
know the data. I use the American Journal
said
of
you didn't.
Pediatrics. I don't know the data that you just
You
pulled
did
up.
not look up desistance rates. You did not look up anything other than what fits your narrative.
Tim, what you just said is that you want your morality to dictate policy.
No, I didn't.
I want people to have freedom
I
to
certainly
do
did
what
not.
they want.
That's just not true.
You-
I said
So
that everyone's view on a question like parental rights is dictated by their morality.
One detransition study claims that an 80% desistance rate occurs in trans children. However, when the study was scrutinized, it was discovered that the methodology was deeply flawed. The study in question did not differentiate between the following: young people with gender dysphoria, young people who socially but did not medically transition, and young people who were simply exploring gender diversity. In fact, nearly half of the children involved in the study could not actually be located at the end of its conclusion. They were recorded as desisters by default and thus were listed as detransitioners. The only justifiable conclusion that could be drawn from the study on the subsequent review of the data was that strong gender dysphoria was a good predictor of future medical transition. This is the exact one that I was talking about. This is the Steensma one. This is the one that has been heavily criticized for exactly the reason. This is the one they're talking about. Oh man, this one is fucked. This article is fucked up. If you go into this article from the Huffington Post about the end of the desistance myth, this article is actually gets into such fucked up stuff. Like, for example, how some of the main people pushing this shit, like Dr. Kenneth Zucker, were literal child abusers. Until December 2015, by the way, Dr. Zucker was one of the big people pushing this shit. An independent investigation led to Dr. Zucker's firing and his entire clinic being closed. The investigation results were highly damning. They found that Dr. Zucker, they found methods being used were 30 years out of date. The clinic assumed that all gender variant children needed to be clinically fixed. i.e. they used coercive behavior modification on queer kids to make them act straight. Children were pressured into being photographed without their clothing. The clinic emphasized tests, treatment methods with no scientific basis in evidence-based medicine. CAMH staff asked prepubescent children that were questions that were highly sexual in nature. Former patients, parents, and therapists of former patients described this treatment as disturbing and harmful. CAMH hid affirming community and medical resources from patients. Dr. Zucker regarded being cisgender, heterosexual, and gender conforming as the best outcome, quote unquote. That's a quote from him. Dr. Zucker and his team could not conclusively demonstrate that what they were doing was not reparative therapy. And by the way, this was the clinic that they made all trans kids in Toronto go to. And this guy was he was the guy that pushed this detransitioning shit so hard. Zucker was like one of the biggest proponents of this Steensma study. Zucker was a conversion therapist who also abused a fuckload of kids beyond just conversion therapy. Anyway, sorry, we got off on a little bit of a distraction, just so that we know how dishonest the fucking, the people quoting the Steensma study are. Which is what he's bringing up right now. This whole desistance thing, he's referencing the Steensma study without actually providing context for it. It's highly, highly manipulative. It's disgustingly manipulative, honestly. By the way, here it is, just so we're quick, real quick. Hold on, I want to be sure here. Yes, this is by the way, Steensma himself, Thomas D. Steensma, the person who did that study, went back and reanalyzed the study later on. This is his analysis from 2013. Conclusion: the intensity of early gender dysphoria appears to be an important predictor of persistence of gender dysphoria. Clinical recommendations for the support of children with gender dysphoria may need to be developed independently for natal boys and for girls, as the presentation of boys and girls with GD is different and different factors are predictive for their persistence of GD. We found a link between the intensity of GD in childhood and the persistence of GD, gender dysphoria, as well as a higher probability of persistence among natal girls. Psychological functioning and the quality of peer relations did not predict the persistence of childhood gender dysphoria, formerly non-significant. This is exactly what we just read about this statement, which said that the Steensma study, the only thing that the Steensma study actually proved was that if you have really intense gender dysphoria, you are likely to end up seeking medical intervention. That's the only thing that was proven, because they did not distinguish between the time scale and the type of desister. People who had a moment of gender dysphoria and then ended up not seeking medical care were recorded as a detransitioner. I'm sorry, it's just, it's so, this issue frustrates me so much because it's used so much. I know you guys probably get tired of hearing me go through this, but
yeah. You do have one as well. People have a moral framework. You've told me that you're in favor of public health. Mm-hmm. That is a moral stance. So are you a fundamentalist? Do you want to impose your moral?
No, I talk about politics. I don't talk about things that are so abstract. I talk about.
You're in favor of vaccine mandates or not?
Of course.
That's a moral position. Not a scientific one.
No, it is a public health position.
Well, it's sure. Your morality dictates that the government.
Phoenix Wildfire with the incredibly generous $5. Thank you very, very much. I read the Finland study. The issue is with a sudden onset dysphoria as a kid. The prepubescent kids with dysphoria had around a 1% desistance rate. I think that's a different study, but yeah.
Can impose a medication on people against their will.
Thank you very much.
Because I'm trying to create a society.
That's a moral question.
No, because I'm trying to
That's moral.
Sure, I think I am more moral.
But you just said you weren't. You said you were not a moralist.
No, I'm not. I am dealing in politics, and politics can create outcomes that are moral or immoral, and I'm dealing in the ones that I think will create the most,
so you're
the best outcome. No, moralism in the way that I was referencing it is one that falls back on notions of fundamentalism and imposing morality that is individual to you on the rest of society. I am talking about creating a society
data that shows
creating a society that gives people the freedom that they
moralism.
No, that's politics.
You want to
bro.
create a society that does a works towards a goal of your personal perspective.
what you are talking about is imposing your narrow set of ideas about how society should be. Or
Based on the
how
scientific
things,
research I pulled up.
No. It's
I literally pulled a study
No,
up.
you want to restrict people's ability to do what they want to do with their bodies. That's what you want to do.
Do you think
I don't
that people
believe
should
that.
cut their hands off?
I don't deal in abstract, ridiculous hypotheticals because I deal in reality. I
Do you
cover
think,
politics.
So you're in favor of female circumcision?
That doesn't happen in the United States.
How much do you want to bet? How much do? No, you're wrong.
There are very small amounts. I am not in
So
favor.
you're in favor of it?
I wouldn't.
Would you want to restrict what people do with their own children? You're against parental rights?
That's
Don't
not
play
the
stupid
same
games.
thing.
That's not even close to the same thing. She's not arguing for a parental rights position. She's saying people should have the right to make a decision with their doctor about their own body. This guy is so dense, he doesn't understand it. He's not listening, and he's just getting angry.
A doctor is a doctor.
You want to talk about
looking
Dearborn,
over-
Michigan? I've
No,
actually
no.
gone there and done the research. I've actually done the boots on the ground journalism in this story. Okay? Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, right. Because female circumcision is a bad thing. We do not want these things to be happening. And even the parents were going to doctors to get it prescribed. There are limits. There's the famous story of the Kennedy. They got the Kennedy got it lobotomized because the doctors prescribed it. Just because there's current scientific research that leans one direction.
Hey, newsflash, motherfucker. People didn't volunteer for lobotomies, you fucking asshole. They were pressured into them. Lobotomies were forced onto people. Completely. Notice one involves someone actively seeking out a specific treatment, and the other one involves someone having their brain scrambled forcibly by an institution that they were imprisoned in. Fucking idiot. I hate these people so much. You guys, I hate these motherfuckers so much. And honestly, if it wasn't for Emma Vigeland reacting to this, I would not be or if it wasn't for Emma Vigeland being present here, I would not be reacting to this at all, because Tim Pool is just the most odious motherfucker. This shit drains the shit out of me. It's the same misinformation pumped out every single week, the same manipulative misrepresentations of studies, the same lies, the same completely asinine comparisons. It's just, God, it's so tiring. I'm so tired of this.
Doesn't mean we move absolutely in one direction. What we have here is a very prominent set of studies, which we've referenced on the show numerous times, showing desistance rates for minors who do not receive intervention in terms of affirmation or gender sex change is upwards of 95%, in which case science dictates we do not intervene. If you want to take the 5% chance that we then intervene in these children's lives, and that can result in even one kid being harmed, that sounds like an immoral action.
Now, these are extremely specific hypotheticals that you are maximizing in this current instance, and I am interested in creating a society that is that is more, yes, moral, but it's based on outcomes, not just.
That's what I just pulled up. Like, I mean, I can read to you again.
Right, but pull up the American Pediatrics study.
But we're talking about. Can I ask a hypothetical while you pulled that up? If it is true that prescribing puberty blockers prevents people from hitting that point of puberty where they would decide, and largely they would decide to desist, right, when they hit the point of puberty, would you be in favor of removing that from the gender protocol? Because this only is talking about desistance at the point of puberty. So, like, what he's concerned about is that if you stop people from going through puberty, you stop the changes in their bodies and all that, and then they can't, like, rationally make that choice because they haven't hit that point in their development.
I don't have the kind of, I guess, arrogance, I would say, to
I asked you a hypothetical,
about,
like, hypothetically.
Right, but again, this is exactly what reactionary conservatives do.
You know, it's a red flag
If
from
you deal with hypotheticals, because when you actually deal with the practical reality and the outcomes that you're dealing with and that you're prescribing onto society, it creates an inherently unjust society.
So as the right-wing conservative Destiny said recently when he was debating the left-wing pro-lifer, it is a definite red flag when somebody is unwilling completely to engage with the hypothetical. If you want to say why the hypothetical doesn't apply, that is totally fine.
No, because
but she has stated why the hypothetical doesn't apply. She absolutely has. She stated that that's trying to be like, when you say, well, a child should have the right to sit down with their doctor and decide the future of their body. And then you respond, well, do you think a kid should be able to sit down with their doctor and get shot in the head? That is not a serious hypothetical. That's not a comparable hypothetical. It's you goofing around and trying to look for gotchas. It's you shopping for stupid gotchas that don't, advance the conversation at all. She's been pretty clear about that, in my opinion.
For you to just like say, oh, it's a hypothetical, I can't talk about it, as if you don't know what a thought experiment is, it's kind of odd.
Look, I've asked you, we have here, I literally just pulled up detransition Wikipedia. We pulled up this study that shows that without intervention, desistance rates are from 61 to 98%.
And here I have general acceptance of standards of care. The overwhelming weight of medical authority supports treatment of transgender patients with GnRH agonists and cross-sex hormones in appropriate circumstances. Organizations who have formally recognized this include American Academy of Pediatrics, American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, American Academy of Family Physicians, American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, American College of Physicians, American Medical Association, American Pediatric Association, dozens and
Remember
dozens
when doctors
of the
said
most...
smoking was good for you? You're not citing science. You're citing government approval.
No, I'm not. I am citing
that's fine.
What does the government have to do with it? These are medical organizations.
Okay, sure. Fair point. You're citing medical
That's a pretty major
organizations, despite the fact that there have been numerous instances throughout history, in fact, basically all of them, where we've been like, hey, we were wrong about that. Like, maybe we shouldn't drink mercury if you get syphilis. But what I'm referring to is...
Okay, again, do you see how he's like, oh yeah, medical organizations have been wrong, like in 1300 when they thought you should drink mercury to cure syphilis. Yeah, the medical organization that was the Royal Alchemists of Great Brittany, which was 5 wizards who got together and met in the royal court. Yeah, dude. For real, man? He's such an unserious person.
Specifically is, if there is no intervention of a trans child, desistance rates are from 61 to 98%, showing the majority of kids are better off not receiving
Because that includes the kids who never sought intervention. Obviously, if they desist before they seek intervention, obviously, you fucking idiot. Obviously. What he's reading, if he continues, is that there's a but. Yeah, of course. But he always stops. Of course he does. They always do that.
Detransition Wikipedia.
Majority of intervention of a trans child, desistance rates are from 61 to 98%, showing the majority of kids are better off not receiving
No, look, I
puberty
mean, you're on
blockers.
detransition Wikipedia. I just listed a list of dozen
Again, he
of
mentioned
half a dozen.
desistance, not detransition. This is like very important that we nail down what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
right. What I'm saying is, if you have a trans child, or a child who is suffering from gender identity disorder or dysphoria, and you do nothing, there is a 61 to 98% chance they age out of it and grow up and are happy and fine.
That's made up.
It's literally right there. What are you talking about?
On Wikipedia.
At the point of puberty.
No, I pulled up the NIH and you said you can pull up anything. Yeah, so here you go, NIH.gov.
Tim.
Here you go.
Tim.
Are you happy?
Tim.
NIH.gov.
Deal with what I just said about
medical
the level
organizations-
of medical organizations.
That's
You're saying that they're all wrong.
I'm
and that
trying
you
to look at the exact one. I'm trying to find the exact thing that he's looking at here.
you have some sort of like special knowledge that you can supersede their expertise.
No,
in
he's
this
not.
area.
You're cherry picking American
And you're making an appeal to
organizations.
authority.
I just first of all, I just cited one from the Netherlands, but American Academy of Pediatrics, American
Appeal to
Academy
authority.
of Child
Appeal
and
to authority. Appeal to authority. Keep doing it.
I mean,
but not even that.
but I'm not a medical authority, and neither are you. So why
then all
wouldn't
I
you
can
appeal
do
to
is
the
point to a
authority?
study and say, wow, if this study is true, I'm opposed to it.
Remember, wait, hold on a second. Flashback, guys, real quick. Sorry, I have to. Flashback. Remember do you remember when Tim Pool was arguing with Lance of the Serfs and he refused to engage with any sort of meta-analyses? And he was getting mad because he was like, oh, well, those meta-analyses are, I don't trust those. And now he's like hammering on one study, and he was specifically talking about how he thinks it's bullshit that you can just pick any one. Now he's doing the exact opposite in this fucking conversation by just hammering one single study. Stupid. What an idiot.
But there's also all these European organizations that are getting rid of this specific practice that he's focusing on, which is the...
All these European organizations, he means one country. one country that has been heavily criticized for doing so, and that country is Finland, which has been fucking criticized for very good reasons because they made the decision to stop providing gender care to kids because of a controversial study, a study that has been well criticized by numerous medical organizations. One fucking country, idiot.
Puberty blockers, and like for some reason they're not on your list.
No,
which is
we are properly
you cherry-picked.
assessing when intervention is appropriate here. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
But why would they suspend in these better healthcare systems in Europe? Why would they suspend this specific practice that we're arguing
I mean, you
about?
listed Sweden and Finland. They've just
Well,
elected
bunch of
far-right
them.
governments, but
I mean,
but anyway,
these
like
things continue.
again, this is what I'm interested in talking about in terms of politics. I want to create a more equitable society for people. We should have socialized healthcare. Medicare for all. You should talk about that more on your program. You say you're in favor of it. I haven't really seen. I haven't seen much.
When you guys cherry pick stuff to talk about
we
music
should talk
or
about
whatever, and,
ending
like,
child poverty. I mean, it's funny. You should talk about ending
but
child
but you could
poverty.
have talked about my position on universal healthcare any one of these times. You never do. Why? It's not going to get traffic for you.
Well, I mean, you don't clip anything about universal healthcare. You should focus more
What are you
on it,
talking-
and then
what?
we would focus on it.
Sirius says, I'm already aware of the study he's citing. This study is a meta-analysis that includes as part of its sample conversion therapy studies. Yes, that's the one I'm looking at right here. The one I'm looking at, which I believe is the same one he's pulling from. It's been a little bit difficult for me to hammer down on exactly which study he's looking at. But if you take a look at this one, which I believe is the one he's talking about, the Rita Kirtu Kalitala Hano study, their citations were from Kenneth Zucker's clinic, which, let me just see if I can find that here. Hold on. Yes, here we go. There's his main citations. Why the increase in referrals? Zucker et al. Observed an increase in the number of adolescents. And by the way, just so that we remember who Zucker was and why he was heavily criticized, let's just go through the list of, this is facts. His clinic was shut down for abusing children, specifically to try and make them stop being trans. Methods used were 30 years out of date. The clinic assumed that all gender variant children needed to be clinically fixed. Children were pressured into being photographed without clothing. The clinic emphasized test treatments and methods with no scientific basis in evidence-based medicine. They asked prepubescent children highly sexual questions. Multiple former patients, parents, and therapists of former patients described treatment as disturbing and harmful. They hid affirming information from the patients. They regarded being cisgender, heterosexual, and gender conforming as the best outcome. They could not scientifically demonstrate conclusively what they were doing was not conversion therapy. And this is the guy whose work is being cited here. By the way, just so that we're clear, just so that we understand what's being discussed. I don't know if that's the exact study, but I believe it is one of two studies done by that person, both of which refer to Zucker. Just so we're clear.
Because, like,
what we try to do
when are we going to
is
be like, for no reason, let's just
time,
make a universal healthcare thing?
What we try to do in real time is correct right-wing lies, whether
talk
it's
about
you
abortion a
or
lot.
Dave Rubin or Steven Crowder. We do talk about abortion a lot.
Yeah.
We do.
What's my abortion position?
I'm not sure.
Why? You've not watched any of the 8,000 segments we've done on it?
I do know that you called that 10-year-old case a hoax, a political hoax.
The
if you want to
political maneuvers around it to change the law was a hoax.
Nah,
yeah, sure.
That's not what you said.
So
let's go back. I wish she had that clip. I'd love to see that, but whatever.
Well, how do you not know my position on abortion?
Notice that most of these types of studies use narrativizing instead of actual, neutral descriptions of the study procedure. Yeah, I know. It's the age-old thing. None of these people actually engage in any sort of meaningful analysis. They are looking to bolster their reputation by misrepresenting studies. The Steensma one gets misrepresented all the time. It's just fucking annoying.
I mean, you watch the show. You watch at any point, you can see the arguments we have.
I don't have a ton of time to watch all
You
your
specifically covered his episode with the serfs where they talked about it in depth, so it's weird that you don't know.
Reiterate your abortion position for me and I'll respond to it. Okay, in what way?
I think Roe v. Wade was the right decision.
Okay.
I think that life should be should be mandated, should be protected.
What's this supposed to be? What's this supposed to be? A gotcha? I don't know.
Under the Constitution at the federal level, and that it probably does make sense for the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade, but that means Congress needs to codify it.
Okay, but that's not going to happen, and that's because we don't have.
Well, that's a different question.
Because we need filibuster reform. So,
So I
I'm
think
not really
that,
interested in process. I'm interested in outcomes. As we get back to again the differences that we clearly have here. I don't really care who imposes the right to abortion in this country. I just care that we have a right to abortion in this country, and we don't.
Well, right.
anymore.
Yeah, I think at first when Roe v. Wade was overturned, I thought that it was probably good it would go to legislation.
Yeah, Killjoy. Yep.
Because the Supreme Court arbitrarily setting law is probably dangerous. But however, since then, I've looked at it and said it's a 14th Amendment question, the right to life. And, you know, looking back on that now and understanding Roe v. Wade actually was a pretty good decision. I think now at this point, you'd need some kind of codification. I don't know how the Supreme Court's going to go back on it, but that's a political conversation, not a personal perspective on abortion. So my view is pre-viability, it's individual discretion. Post-viability, it's probably going to require some kind of, depending on the circumstances.
Where do you draw the line of viability?
Can the baby survive on its own?
Okay. Well, 90% of abortions happen in the first trimester, which is the first 12 weeks.
Yeah.
99% happen in the first 20 weeks. The rest that happen, the 1% that you're talking about, which is overrepresented constantly for fear-mongering purposes, is the 1% that happen when the life of the mother is in danger or there's a issue with the fetus.
Well, there's no question.
So there's no need to parse and draw arbitrary lines, because what that does is it essentially, especially with rape and incest exemptions, which you speak about, it makes it seem like...
I'm not in favor of incest exemptions.
Okay, the one that we spoke about earlier, okay? I'm not even speaking about your specific opinion about this. I'm talking generally about the notions of abortion. You can't have rape and incest exemptions because it takes so long to prove those.
Wait, did he just say he's not in favor of incest exemptions? So he thinks that, like, if a dad fucks his own kid, that child should have to be brought to term? Jesus Christ, bro. Jesus fucking Christ.
Those cases
Timcest.
that it would completely
Timcest.
nullify the need for an abortion, because as the pregnancy is going along, you would be unable to perform the abortion in the time that it takes to prove that kind of stuff. So when that stuff is put into legislation, what it does is it waters down and makes the public seem like, oh, we're not so barbaric. That's why we should not be intervening in what doctors and patients are doing. I want people to be empowered over their own health care. Same thing with trans kids.
So you disagree with Roe v.
Same
Wade
thing
in
with
that
abortion. Sorry?
Do you disagree with Roe v. Wade in that regard?
Well, no. I want there to be an abortion.
Would you prefer Roe v. Wade stood?
Of course.
So then you would be against abortion after a certain amount of time.
I mean, Roe v. Wade essentially
Set the
created the
viability
viability standard, right?
So then you have a 14th Amendment question, whereas
No,
you would need some kind of government intervention post viability.
Yeah, I believe that doctors should be able to make these determinations, and it should not be. We should have a right to an abortion broadly, and doctors can make a decision.
To be clear,
real quick, I think you're in favor of the overturning of Roe v. Wade.
No, I'm not, because I would never want to overturn something to go backwards and then bring it up to the legislature where we have crazies and Republican nut jobs in the Senate, and there's a filibuster.
I don't know.
That doesn't provide us with the ability to codify.
I don't know what to say here, because I think it's fairly obvious that she's saying that there's more that needs to be done to address the issues with Roe v. Wade, but outright abolishing or outright undoing Roe v. Wade was damaging.
Because of the overturning of Roe v. Wade, you now have states like Colorado removing restrictions.
No. This isn't accurate. So Roe versus Wade protected at a constitutional level up to the second trimester for elective abortions, and then afterwards it was up to the states. So like
so it's even
Colorado could have.
This is the second contribution AJW has had here. I don't know if that's actually true though. I don't know about the nitty gritty of Roe v. Wade on that particular subject, but
extended this prior to. In fact, Andrew Cuomo did this before. So like just to clarify that.
Okay, never mind. I stand corrected. I thought that it was because I remember reading.
Let me just look it up. I want to see if he's correct.
He wrote about 14th Amendment kicks in upon viability, and then you have a constitutional right to life and all of these things, and there's questions around that.
Colorado may have passed that law in response to Roe versus Wade, but they weren't prohibited from doing so.
Yeah, it actually seems like he's correct here. Roe v. Wade protected up to 24 weeks and beyond left it up to the states. The absolute right is the first 3 months of pregnancy was granted by Roe v. Wade. There was minimal regulation on the second trimester, and states had the ability to choose third trimester. So the first 2 trimesters were basically protected by Roe v. Wade. He's actually correct on this. Credit. Yep. Credit where credit is due. He's correct on this.
It's because Roe versus Wade says at this point the states have no issue. It's a constitutional issue. And then in third trimester, which is why Roe versus Wade constitutionally is a ridiculous decision, they're like it's a states' rights issue because the Constitution obviously delegates the trimesters in the 57th Amendment somewhere.
And again, Tim, like the reality is I don't you've been perfectly nice to me here. I don't really care about you personally. I care when you say things that are harmful and
Like
wrong, like the hoax statement about
That wasn't wrong. That was an opinion.
It was wrong.
It's
It
not,
was
though.
completely factually inaccurate.
It's not factually inaccurate.
You called it a hoax because you know that your audience is going to feed into it, and then you parse it later so you have plausible
Well, that's your opinion,
deniability
but
about it.
But specifically what I said was,
Yeah.
and we talk about it in depth. I think the issue is just you don't watch the show. To be fair, I don't watch Majority Report. But if like I'm not gonna come out here and be like, you said this one time, this one thing. I've not watched the show, so I don't know exactly what you're talking about. But I said, yeah, the idea that you would take a tragic circumstance like this and then create a political story, put it out to the super PACs to try and change laws, that's a hoax.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Yeah.
How about the fact that you called the
grooming event.
shooter in the neo-Nazi Texas shooter who watched your program, you called that a false flag?
Because you don't even know anything about that story.
I do.
It was four clips of the episode, and you can see in the images he wasn't even subscribed to the channel.
Yeah, but he watched your show.
No, he didn't. He watched one guy.
Yeah, have you ever went to those time codes? He was highlighting specific, and I won't name the guest from the guest.
But
like,
he
I've
did
seen
watch
that.
your show.
Like this is
So
like
you're saying
a
he watched an
nasty
episode?
smear.
Sure, but do you understand
come
why?
on.
And he posted
That
about
one. Who was that one guy who
Why
watched
do you
Majority
think-
Report and then commented on what Sam did?
Why do you think that? But this was a neo-Nazi. Why do you think your content appeals to neo-Nazis?
Are you kidding me right now?
No, I'm just wondering why you think that.
Okay, I'm gonna do something I don't normally do, but that was an egregious, over the line statement where I don't know if you're intentionally trying to just generate clips that are nonsensical or you're just really that stupid.
Oh man.
The idea that because a Nazi watched
He is getting really mad. Actually, you can like literally see the redness.
your
Holy
show,
shit.
your show appeals to Nazis is like, look, if you want to have a real conversation, we have a real conversation. If you want to come
Well,
up here and
why'd you
do
call it
exactly what the
false
majority,
flag, though?
you want to do what the Majority
If you-
Report does, and exactly why Sam isn't welcome on my and many other shows. Feel free to do it, and I'm willing to have you on here. Did you know that? Like, I don't know about you specifically, but this is exactly why people don't like your show. Okay.
I think people like our show.
Yeah, maybe ask why.
Well, yeah, a lot of people do like the Majority Report. Actually, it's quite popular.
Why some of these higher profile personalities and networks won't have Sam on anymore. And he can
They're afraid of
cry.
him.
Oh, they're afraid of him. How about it's because you just claimed that my show appeals to Nazis? Which it
He
clearly
watched your
doesn't.
show.
Because this show is predominantly like moderate libertarian leaning types.
No,
but you
say
don't even
that
watch
and
it.
Okay, look, I gotta be 100% real. I'm sorry. I gotta be completely real with Tim Pool here. We've read the comments of his show. We read the. Do you guys remember when we went through the comments of his show when he kicked or when he made Ye so mad that like Ye left the studio and his own audience, who were visibly subscribers, like people who watch his show, were saying that he was cucked because he didn't let Ye be anti-Semitic enough? Do you guys remember that? I'm sorry, but Tim Pool needs to seriously, like, I mean, obviously he doesn't care. He knows that his show appeals to neo-Nazis. He knows that that's the case. And he just doesn't care. It's like an average viewer can go and look in the comments of his show and see the shit that's being said in there, the way that his community reacts when he provides even a little bit of pushback so that he can maintain his veneer. He has a problem with that if he was a serious person, I think that he should address. Like if I ever had that experience, if I did an episode of my show where I pushed back on Ye for anti-Semitism, and my subscribers were like freaking the fuck out and telling me that I wasn't based enough and that I was cucked for pushing back on anti-Semitism, we would be having a community purge. I would be banning from my Discord, from my channel, from my user base, all of those people who said that I was cucked for not letting Ye just do anti-Semitism. It's a serious problem that he should grapple with. Sorry, he just needs to deal with it.
That you say that because you're trying to draw a line and make the...
Sirius says, I can tell you for a fact his comment section has a not insignificant overlap with the most far-right YouTubers. As part of a research project, I scraped thousands of his and other right-leaning YouTubers' comments. The overlap was insane. I would love to see the data for that. I would love to see the data for that. That's incredible. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chariot. I really appreciate that. Chariot says, by the way, totally unrelated, but your hair looks great tonight. Thank you. My hair is finally getting to a length that I'm really happy with. So, yeah. Thank you so much.
Really far-right people that watch your show feel like their positions are a little bit more close to the mainstream than they actually are.
Okay, let's say for
So you called it a false flag, and then when you were proven wrong the next day, you said you thought it was funny.
Called what a false flag?
You called the claims that the neo-Nazi shooter watched your show a false flag.
I don't know if I said that. That sounds awfully specific.
I don't have the exact quote in front of me, Tim. But
so you don't know what I said? Where did you hear that?
Yes, I do. I would listen to you.
Did you say something like, it sounds like, I said, it sounds like a psyop to have this profile appear one day after the shooting where it's got like a bunch of screenshots on it or something?
Actually, wait, they did, wait, the Majority Report actually covered this. I want to see what they said about it. When do they play him? Let's see. Let's see what Tim said, because they played it on their show.
Get killed. Go ahead.
Any of the politics from either side is, yeah, we don't want these things to happen. We want these things to stop. We need to figure out what the issue is in our society, in our culture. I genuinely believe it's disassociation. It is a dejected society where individuals don't know or care about each other, and they seek validation or they seek to push some extremist ideology.
Maybe it's here. Hold on.
Do we know, or what is this?
This is him responding to the shooting.
Okay, good.
We have this from NBC News. What we know about the slain Texas Mall massacre suspect, Mauricio Garcia. Garcia, with a tactical vest, was armed with a rifle and a handgun. A senior law enforcement official said. Authorities said he was a suspected...
Oh, I'm sorry. What's that behind Tim's show? Oh, he's just got a couple of weapons there. All right, go ahead. Sorry, just looking.
Nazi sympathizer. Now, this story it's a tragedy. It's unfortunate. And we have, unfortunately, too many of these stories that end up happening in the media. I'm sorry, that end up happening and then end up hitting the media. So, I mean, the first thing I just want to say...
I'm sorry, can I get some clarification on that? The problem is we have too many of these stories in the media. No, I mean, too many of these stories that happen that end up hitting the media. Like I'm sorry, the media should not be covering.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, the problem is that they're highlighting.
We should only be covering stories when 9 people get killed. Go ahead.
Any of the politics from either side is, yeah, we don't want these things to happen. We want these things to stop. We need to figure out what the issue is in our society, in our culture. I genuinely believe it's disassociation. It is a dejected society where individuals don't know or care about each other, and they seek validation or they seek to push some extremist ideology. And then this whole thing creates a recipe for disaster. And I'll put it simply, I think it's multiculturalism. And not the idea that people of all different types are holding hands on the rainbow. It's that you have different communities stacked on top of each other.
Yeah, I could control F the transcript. Wait, how do I get the transcript on here? That's right, I forgot they do transcript. Here we go. Oh yeah, here we go. Here it is.
Get into the psyop. No ammunition.
Something's going to happen.
Yep.
Look what you made us do.
revealed Texas gunmen staked out massacre mall to monitor peak times 3 weeks before killing 8, and posted details on Russian social media alongside photos of Nazis, guns, and ammunition. You see, here's where we get into the PSYOP. No one knows if this Russian social media profile is actually belongs to this guy. A Bellingcat researcher named Eric Toller.
Yeah, no, he's literally saying that the entire neo-Nazi allegation is a PSYOP. Without any evidence, he just calls it a PSYOP. He doesn't say, guys, let's be careful. He literally says that the media is doing a PSYOP. That's actually worse than what Emma said. Emma was actually being easy on him on the show. He actually went further than that. He's denying it wholesale. He's saying he thinks this whole thing is a PSYOP that's being manufactured by the media.
Just said, I found this profile that looks like it's his. In fact, I'm pretty sure he even said, I didn't verify it, I don't know. Now, the photos that are coming out, I don't want to show many of them considering the sensitive
I'm sorry, but by this point, this has been verified. This has been verified by multiple...
Yeah, it's literally been verified all over the place. It's fucking stupid. So, again, just so we're clear, this is from the coverage that he says, oh, you didn't actually watch it. They watched it on the show, and he is actually more aggressive. He claimed not that the part of the guy watching his show was a PSYOP, but rather that the guy being a neo-Nazi entirely was a PSYOP. He argued that the media created a... Do you know what a PSYOP is? Can we be honest? A PSYOP is a term for psychological operations. It's when like a CIA type agency engages in basically a conspiracy to mislead en masse the public. That is an insane allegation, and he presents zero evidence for it. Nothing. He just says, well, I don't know about this, so I think it's a PSYOP, because it makes him and his show look bad, because it makes his political affiliations look bad. What a fucking Weasley liar.
Sure.
It really does sound to me like someone told you to say things and you don't know what you're referencing.
I'm not shocked that that is the only way that you're going to try to react to this.
To react to what? Like, okay, no, this is fairly obvious. So I'm willing to bet Sam was like, hey, ask him about this and say these exact things.
No, I came up with,
come up with original thoughts. Come on.
It is my original thought.
So no, it isn't. It's some guy posts a screenshot of one episode of a show he's not subscribed to.
Wait,
and you...
Emma did that episode. That was Emma's episode. What the fuck is wrong with Tim Pool? Tim Pool has Sam Cedar brain disease. He's actually, his brain is broken. This is one of the stupidest and most insecure things you could possibly say. Just looks so embarrassing right now.
You think that's an attack vector for something political, but it's a personal snipe that has no
It's actually pathetic. One of the most pathetic things about watching Tim Pool's content and reacting to anything that Tim Pool does is that I have to remember that there is actually an audience that is willing to eat this drivel. It's sad. It's actually sad. They're so... Their standards are so low. They just want to have their ideas confirmed. And so they're willing to let somebody who's this insecure, this boring, this fucking much of an NPC tell them how to think. It is genuinely pathetic. It's like, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. It's like watching a bunch of people be force-fed garbage from a garbage truck.
On any of the arguments we've made the entire show.
I disagree.
Yeah, true. As Sirius points out, it's also incredibly sexist to be like, oh yeah, you wouldn't come up with this on your own. Only a man had to tell you what to think. That's fucking stupid.
You disagree with what? With what? Elaborate.
I disagree that it has no bearing on what you've said throughout your entire show.
Like what? What did I say?
This was
come on.
the claim that you made.
Let's hear it.
I believe that your program appeals to a right-wing audience. And there's a reason that the neo-Nazi shooter watched your program.
And how do you know he watched the program?
Because he posted about it.
What did he post?
Tim.
What did he post?
He posted parts of an interview that you did.
No, he didn't. You're wrong.
He had 4 screenshots on his phone from
you
the
don't
same
even know what
episode.
you're talking about, and all you can do is laugh and say,
no, it's because you get specific to obscure
some
the fact.
guy
You
posted one thing one time, and that's the only argument you have.
It wasn't one time, it was 4 times. Actually, Actual Justice Warrior just admitted that it was 4 different ones, and now he looks like an idiot because he just agreed with Actual Justice Warrior pointing out that it was 4 separate times.
Did you go to the time codes that were in that episode? Because I did. I ran this down, and one of them was a clip of Elijah Schaffer, and like weirdly for this like neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter, he like it's Elijah saying that we shouldn't be emphasizing race specifically. No, he's a neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter.
Right, but Tim called it a false flag and then corrected himself the next day and then said he thought it was funny after a mass shooting.
I think that
people
someone
were calling
told you
him...
to say this and you don't actually know what you're talking about.
Man, this looks so bad for Tim. This looks so pathetic. Those were his actual words. Even his own fans have heard him say that. They heard him laugh about it. This looks so fucking bad for him.
I think that it's not shocking that you think that based on my gender.
Okay, you're not saying anything anymore.
But like I screen grab because I do YouTube clips, so I will screen grab a time code so I know where to go later. So like when I saw that, I knew, or I had a feeling, because obviously he's dead. So, or was he captured or was he killed?
I think he was killed.
Yeah, so he's dead, so he can't tell us. But like I think people screenshot, because this is why I do it, and you can find them in my phone, moments in things so that they can go back and reference that.
It wasn't just he posted them. He posted those timestamps to an episode of Tim Pool's show. That's genuinely concerning. And he had commentary on there as well, if I'm not mistaken. Can we bring this up? Hold on. Let me see if we can get them here. I want to see them real quick. I want to see if we can find an article. Let me just see if I can get an article real quick that has the screenshots. If anybody has the link to it, I would really appreciate it. If any of you have them on hand. This is a direct quote of Tim Pool. I gotta be honest, I think it's funny and I really just don't care. That was to him having his clips in there. Also, both of them were wrong. Oh, here we go, we got it. Hold on. We got it. We got him here. This is a Nick Fuentes clip here. Then we got Timcast IRL. We got Timcast IRL again. We got a different part of Timcast IRL and a different Timcast IRL. So he's got 4 of these. I want to see if we've got the commentary. Do we see him talking about do we see what he posted alongside those? I don't know if we've got them. I don't know if we've got that information here. Big fan of libs of TikTok. Timcast, this seems like a veiled CIA threat. Oh man, Tim's fans not doing so great. Yeah, sorry, Tim. It seems pretty concerning that somebody would be screenshotting your show a whole bunch of times right before they do a mass shooting, and that they would be uploading those to their social media profile. This wasn't just like, you know, his photo reel. This was things that he uploaded to a social media site. I wish we could have gotten the commentary that he put with those pictures. Anyway, let's continue. Let's continue. We got to get through this.
And I ran down both of those time codes. Neither
look,
one.
I get it, but look, man, this is the majority.
It's been long. 1 second. It's been a while. If you're here, make sure that A, you are subscribed to Demon Mama, and B, that you have pressed like on the stream. I'm going late for you. We're at 9 hours of streaming today. I have given you all the treat of treats. So much Demon Mama content, delivering on my promises, and just so you guys, just in case you ever worried whether or not Demon Mama is a devoted content creator who makes all kinds of cool stuff for you, just know this is the proof right here. So make sure you're subscribed, tell your friends about the show, and help me grow this wonderful viewer-supported show. Let's go.
Port.
Yeah, but it is a nasty smear. Like, you're doing it on purpose.
I will say I'm getting really, really, really tired, though. We have another, like, an hour to go. I don't know if we'll do the entire conversation, but I'm going to go a bit longer. A little bit longer. And then I got to stop because I have to rest. But let's keep
It's not a political statement. It's not a political argument.
You're like, he watched an episode of her show. I'm sorry, of his show. Like, that's...
There was that one guy who posted Sam Cedar a whole bunch, remember? The guy who killed all those people at the bar in Ohio?
I don't remember that case specifically.
Why did that guy watch Sam Cedar so much?
Why did Gavin...
He's just, by the way, he's just making that up. He's just completely making that up. Tim Pool can't grapple with the fact that a shooter posted multiple screenshots of his show, so he just makes something up out of his ass. Completely made up. That is just completely made up. It's pathetic. This is so embarrassing. This has got to be one of the most embarrassing Tim moments of all time. And that's saying a lot, because Tim Pool is a pretty embarrassing guy generally.
Why do you guys appeal to mass shooters? Why do mass shooters
There's a
talk
qualitative
about
difference.
Sam Cedar being so inspirational to them?
Why did Gavin Long?
Why is Emma Vigeland inspiring mass shooters?
Why did Gavin Long?
Why are you okay with porn being shown to children? Look, if you want to play a game of nonsense statements for political brownie points, feel free to do so. But I'll say it again.
Tim, I didn't mean to upset you.
This is exactly why Sam is not welcome on my show. But it's not something that I just one day was like, you know what? No, it's because I had serious conversations with networks and other high-profile individuals, and I love.
Can you name the high-profile individuals?
That's their business. But I absolutely love how the response is, they're scared of Sam. It's like, no, they despise him. He's a bad faith actor who does exactly what you just did.
Yeah,
We're having a conversation about scientific research, data, my position on what I like about DeSantis, and then you go, your show's for neo-Nazis. It's like, okay, dude, are you stupid?
I'm just stating facts.
Have you okay, this is like low brow. This is why you guys have 170 Dave Rubin videos. Do you think the average person cares about Dave Rubin?
No, I'm
no,
just
but
trying
you
to
guys
combat
get
it.
clicks by doing it.
It's
Hey,
fun.
how about you guys run a video about how Tim Pool got into an argument?
Wait, how would if the average person doesn't care about Dave Rubin, why do they get clicks for doing Dave Rubin's content? If Dave Rubin doesn't matter, why would it be a good strategy for them to do Dave Rubin videos? Unless actually people do kind of care about Dave Rubin and they want to see him get debunked because he's a stupid liar.
With a pro-lifer about how he's in favor of pro-choice policy. You didn't run that, did you? Because you guys are grifters. This is what you do. I can invite you on for a real conversation, and what do? Your show's for neo-Nazis. This is why you guys don't get invited places, because you're not having real conversations.
I don't really care about getting invited places.
Yeah, right. So go live in your grifter echo chamber where you guys can play songs with bad audio and then say, whoopsie.
I'm sorry, that audio thing really upset you.
Wait, have you ever
what
covered the
upsets
Gavin?
me is when I talk about Ron DeSantis
He's
making
actually so red right now. This is so embarrassing. This is one of the funniest meltdowns I've ever. This has got to be one of the best Tim Pool meltdowns I've ever seen.
fake things.
Also, do they do the whoopsie? I think they're mixing it up. I don't think Sam Cedar does a whoopsie. I mean they do it now. They put on him saying whoopsie on their soundboard now. But I don't think they did a whoopsie. If I'm remembering, they have a I don't think so. That's the one that they do. Whoopsie is from Mortal Kombat. Sam always does the I don't think so. They do that one. And they do the shofar. Do they do a whoopsie? I know it's toasty, but nobody fucking says that. Shut the fuck up, you idiots. Everybody thought it was fucking whoopsie at the time. Nobody thought it was fucking toasty. You people suck. Commenters suck. I don't think they do whoopsie.
To trick people, and that's what you guys do. It's kind of like, how about that?
We do AI images?
When you run audio that sounds bad to make a nonsensical video where you're like, Tim Pool sounds like Nickelback. It's like,
wow, dude, you got really bothered about that. Again, the insecurity just leaking off of the insecurity leaking off of Tim Pool right now is just, it's visible from space. It's qualified as light pollution in 20 states.
what you're doing is just trying to generate rage drama. It is internet blood sports level garbage. It doesn't answer any questions about the questions of pro-life and pro-choice, progressive tax policy. It doesn't answer questions.
Wait, somebody actually, okay. Gayfesh says above, they actually did do a mod to put Tim Pool's whoopsie into Mortal Kombat. And then Biceps and Bikini linked this. I'm sorry. Okay, nobody would make this if they didn't, nobody would make this if by the way, I'm just gonna take a second. Nobody would have made this if they didn't think what I said. I told you, everybody thought it said whoopsie because the audio in Mortal Kombat is ass and nobody knew whether it said toasty or whoopsie. Lots of people thought it said whoopsie. Anyway, let's watch it.
Whoopsie. Whoopsie.
See? See?
Whoopsie.
Finish
him.
Whoopsie.
Yeah, that's fucking incredible. All right, that's good. That's good as fuck. That's fucking good as fuck.
About how we're going to protect or we're going to help kids. All it does is drum up support from your base so they can hoot and holler and give you clicks. Then you complain, we can't get any advertisers. Maybe it's because you make lowbrow drama garbage.
No, I mean, the first hour of our program is the one that's free.
For
and
neo-Nazis, you mean? The one where that mass shooter watched Majority Report? Is that what you're talking about?
Good one, Tim. Good one, Tim. Literally making things up. Tim literally making things up to try and pivot away from the fact that a literal neo-Nazi mass shooter had 4 fucking pictures of his show on his social media. Oops. Sucks to be Tim Pool. Maybe you should deal with the Nazi problem in your audience. Again, let me just reiterate. It's not just the clips that were posted by a neo-Nazi mass shooter. That is a factual thing that happened. It's also the fact that if you go to Tim Pool's videos and you browse his comments, and apparently, though I haven't seen this data yet, I have heard that if you cross-reference the commenters to far right videos on YouTube, you will find that actually there's a huge overlap. But I can tell you, a cursory observation of Tim Pool's comments will reveal a sure lot of neo-Nazi posting in the comments. Let me just tell you, once again, I invite you, go look at the entire Kanye West saga of Tim Pool's show. There were multiple episodes where his own fans, people who've commented on his videos before, are just sitting there ragging on him because he didn't let the anti-Semitism keep happening. They said he was cucked for pushing back on anti-Semitism. That's a problem that the Majority Report, the Demon Mama, doesn't have. But Tim Pool does. Tim Pool has that problem.
The first hour of our program will usually
that guy's
have
name?
Social Security and Medicare
I can't remember that
like
guy's
kind of discussions, or we'll essentially talk to an expert on, say, policy in Latin America, that kind of thing. The stuff that's behind the paywall and then gets clipped is stuff where we respond to right-wingers. We want to get into the...
He got really mad when I said that he got kicked off of Bob's Burgers.
Oh, no, that's funny. He was joking, right? He was being sarcastic.
I didn't watch the clip. I just know that.
Yeah, he was
got mad.
hilarious.
He didn't get kicked off of Bob's Burgers. That's the joke. It's a joke that he got kicked off of Bob's Burgers. Bob's Burgers, he played a minor character on Bob's Burgers. He was never kicked off of Bob's Burgers. The character just hasn't reappeared because he played a minor character on Bob's Burgers. So he makes a joke that they wrote him out of the show, his minor character. This has been an ongoing joke that Sam Cedar has done for a long time. Tim Pool is an idiot for missing the joke. He doesn't even understand what he's talking about. Sam Cedar was not kicked from Bob's Burgers. He only voiced a small character role. It's so stupid. It's so embarrassing and stupid.
First of all, the creator is one of his best friends. Sam's like...
I don't know. Sam came to me and said he was upset that they kicked him up. They were removing his role from the show.
I think he was joking.
But used to be at TYT, and Gavin Long, who was the Baton Rouge shooter, watched, reposted, and did reactions to Young Turk's videos. A lot of them were straight misinformation. There was one in particular where they were going after a cop who slammed a woman, which, by the way, the cop acted inappropriately, but they wildly speculated that it was a black woman. It turned out to be a white woman. And there was a call in the video of like, what do you do if you see a pregnant black woman being assaulted by a cop?
Well, that's TYT's problem. Were they posting pictures of Emma Vigeland? That's like first of all, that would be TYT's problem. Just because Emma used to work at some point in this company, that doesn't make it Emma's problem. That's not Emma's show. They're not taking pictures of the Emma Vigeland show.
Gavin Long said he's going to step up. You can
also let's just remember, even if it was the Emma Vigeland show, do you want to know what episode was being screenshotted? It was an episode where Tim Pool invited neo-Nazi Elijah Schaefer onto his show. So maybe if you don't want to attract neo-Nazis to your show, maybe don't platform neo-Nazis on your show. If Emma Vigeland had a show where a random shooter took pictures of her show without context, that would be one thing. But if Emma Vigeland was hosting a neo-Nazi on her show, and then that neo-Nazi and then a neo-Nazi who was screenshotting the episode where you had a neo-Nazi on ended up going and doing a shooting, that would certainly be an issue of concern. This is just stupid.
Watch these videos, they're available online, and he shot.
Yeah, I don't think Emma worked at TYT in 2013. She joined during the 2016 election cycle. Yeah, well, again, this is desperation. This is just
I mean,
desperation.
that wasn't my comment.
I didn't say, no, hold on. I didn't say it was your commentary, but you're saying screenshots on this guy's phone, big problem. I got to bring it up right here. But
they weren't screenshots on his phone. He posted them to a social media site, you fucking lying piece of shit.
have you ever covered at all what inspired Gavin Long?
Because
he killed 4 police officers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. That wasn't my coverage, so I don't know. I was based in
What
New
about
York.
the guy in Dallas? Remember him?
That was a different shooting.
Sam, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to trigger you. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just curious where your standards are. Like, have you gone
Look at
after
this.
the
She's
host on the Young Turks for
clip
that
harvesting, clip farming? Is that what you're doing?
I don't know what you mean.
Okay, your demeanor changes.
Oh man, this looks so bad for Tim. This is so cucked. I bet the right-wingers have been making fun of him for this. Actually, I'd be curious to see his own comments. Interesting. I would love to see it. I bet he's getting made fun of by right-wingers for this part.
Before the show, to all of a sudden now you're going, what do you mean? I'm so sorry, I triggered you. Oh, geez.
Well, I mean,
get it. You guys are going to make clips.
I'm trying
you guys
to
are
do,
lowbrow grifter drama garbage.
I'm trying to.
You
want
to talk about the merits of policy?
Tone, so maybe that it calms you down a little bit.
You want to talk about policy, or do you want to just insult people?
I would love to talk about policy.
So continue, Sean.
Yeah. So if screenshots.
You want to talk about policy or insult people? I would love to talk about policy. Well, go ahead, other guest.
Which are of clips that weren't even him speaking, is Tim Pool inspiring the shooter.
Also,
then
yeah,
how come you've like
I'm
never done this commentary at a place you used to work at of direct inspiration? Like he saw a clip, cuts to himself saying, "I'm gonna step up because I'm the real one."
I've never heard of this. So.
Oh, that's interesting that you never heard of that.
Well, so it happened. Why do you think it is that your former program appealed to mass shooters so much?
I cover right-wingers, and I know that right-wing terrorism in this country dwarfs any kind of left-wing terrorism by like a 9-to-1 figure.
What does that do
I
with
might
what I
be
just asked?
underestimating because I cover the real threat in this country, which is right-wing terrorism.
Sure. So I'll ask again, I guess. Like, why do you think it is this mass shooter was inspired by your former program?
He's
I would have to
so
look
hard
into
here,
it
but it's
to make a smarter.
Do you feel
comment
bad
on
that he
it.
was inspired directly and admitted he was?
Sure. I mean, it's not.
Do you take responsibility?
It wasn't even my program. I worked there, but yeah.
So you were providing material support. Oh.
I don't know if she was there at the time. To be fair to you,
Sorry,
like,
I'm just scrolling through. I'm just scrolling through Tim Pool's Twitter right now, and all he's tweeting about is weird, seething, and extremely weird anti-trans post.
But I will say, it is interesting because the Young Turks did cover this shooting. And even though, again, reacted specifically to Young Turks videos covering the cops very poorly, propaganda inspired him to commit this violence, in my opinion.
If you want to talk about the Young
Hold
Turks,
on.
you should talk to them.
I would love to at some point in my life. But so he does this, but the Young Turks coverage of it called him just a sovereign citizen. So this would be categorized as that right-wing terrorism, even though he was inspired by a left-wing news organization, specifically left-wing.
I'll do a semi-segue. And I'll talk about, what irks me is like the Burisma scandal, for instance.
Thank you, Sirius.
Any kind of reasonable assessment over the story pre-Hunter Biden anything is pretty shocking. But it's not something you see in any of these quote-unquote left-wing media sources for like no reason. I think the best example is it is so omitted from the narrative that when we had Hunter Avalon on the show, he didn't even believe that Joe Biden admitted to engaging in the quid pro quo. And so I played the video for him. So what's troublesome is...
What are you talking about?
He's talking about the fire the prosecutor clip from Joe Biden. specifically. If you
But I'm
remember
not
that.
surprised you're not familiar with it, right? It doesn't exist in the
I
left's
mean,
echo chamber.
Well, it's funny. You call it the leftist echo chamber. I mean, I am a consumer of leftist news sources, but also I read right-wing ones just to check in on it. Centrist news organizations. I think this is a very, very specific echo chamber that I can't speak to. The Burisma thing, I look, I'm not going to defend Joe Biden. I mean, I'm a leftist. I'm to the left of Joe Biden. But this story, I mean, it's pretty much a nothing burger. The Durham investigation essentially had, or not the Durham, sorry, I misspoke. The investigation being done in the House right now is like looking into the whistleblower who's suspiciously gone missing, and they have an FBI tip for 17 different calls.
It's actually great too that I think that turnaround was a really good move on her part, being like, sorry, I'm not familiar. This seems like something that's very specific to your echo chamber, is a really good point, because this is something that actually should be used against Tim Pool all the time. He likes to say that other people are in echo chambers, and then he will talk about something completely deranged, like, oh, what about New York City subway pushing incidents? And you'll be like, what? And he'll be like, yeah, don't you know about that? Everybody's talking about it. And you're like, maybe in your bubble, bro. Maybe everyone in your bubble is talking about the New York City subway pushings. Maybe everyone in your bubble is obsessing over Hunter Biden's penis and Burisma. But actually, nobody gives a fucking flying shit about that stuff outside of your bubble. It's literally only the MAGA bubble that cares about the Hunter Biden shit. Remember the Hunter Biden laptop obsession? The right wing is fucking obsessed with the Hunter Biden shit, and no one else cares because it's not all that big. It's not like that big of a story. It's being looked into, and everybody who's it's not even that. It's like, I don't know, man. What do you want me to say? The laptop you think was Hunter Biden's laptop, and you've been obsessed about it for a million years, and there's basically nothing seemingly of consequence here? They were bringing it up when Wagner rebelled because they were like, oh, the Wagner Group rebellion is a distraction from Hunter Biden's penis. So stupid.
Between Hunter Biden and this oligarch.
That's weird.
It's all completely gobbledygook made up. But at the same time,
why are you defending Joe Biden like that? Like, why not just say, yeah, sure,
well,
let's screw that guy.
I'd love to criticize him on things that I think are actually real, like the fact that he's continued Trump's border policy and ramped it up, honestly, with Title 42, where he did sunset that because it was a part of the emergency and during COVID, but he's largely continued militarism around the border.
If Trump is the nominee, do you think he'll win?
No, I don't, but I think he will be the nominee.
So wouldn't you rather have, say, Bernie Sanders as the candidate for the Democrats?
Of course.
Obviously.
So isn't it in your interest then to say, by all means, investigate Joe Biden? If he's corrupt, get rid of him.
Well, I don't think, sure, you can do an investigation. Everything that's come out so far seems like it's bullshit, but I would rather criticize him on things I find more substantive.
Like, so.
This is, again, Tim Pool showing his bubble. Emma literally very easily criticizes Joe Biden, like severely criticizes Joe Biden. He's just, yeah, but what about Hunter Biden's penis and laptop and Burisma?
I can tell you definitively.
It reveals Tim's bubble completely.
Actually, it's not BS. I mean, certainly there are political elements of it, but I mean, Joe Biden. This is what I was talking about with Hunter Evelyn. Joe Biden's literally on camera saying that he threatened to withhold congressionally approved loan guarantees unless they fired Victor Shokin. Victor Shokin signed a sworn affidavit saying this was intentionally to protect Burisma from investigation.
Do you guys remember when Tim Pool and all of the right wingers tried to make fun of the Russiagate stuff by being like Vladisevich referred to this thing, and they would make fun of Rachel Maddow because she would just read off a big list of Russian names and nobody could remember any of them? Do you guys remember that fucking shit? Every single right-winger being like, oh, here comes Rachel Maddow. She's going to tell us about all these unknown names. He's literally doing the same thing right now. He's just listing off a bunch of names without context and going, what about Hunter Biden's penis?
Stated U.S. policy to fire Shokin. This was not a quid pro quo outside of
Joe
the United
Biden
States.
said if you don't fire the prosecutor, you're not getting the loan guarantees. That is illegal.
Okay.
That the vice president does not have the authority to withhold loan guarantees from a foreign nation that have been approved by Congress.
It was not because they were investigating Burisma. It was because of European policy.
Well, intent is immaterial.
But you're claiming it's a quid pro quo.
It is a quid pro quo for Joe Biden to literally say on camera, which he did, fire the prosecutor or you're not getting the loans.
No, it's not.
It's actually
this is weird. No, defending. I mean, it is.
He might. So the president might have the discretion to not do that, and Obama might have said,
Well, they impeached Trump for the same thing.
You represent me in that regard. So it's illegal for him to do that for the investigation. But like you guys are off into like a different point. The point you were making originally was that Hunter had never seen this clip, but you've seen the clip that they're referencing, right? Because he was making an echo chamber
I've
point.
read about it, but I read.
Do you know
that's very interesting because that clip was plastered all over.
No,
are you familiar with Gazprom?
That was plastered all over right-wing Telegram channels and my Discord. But I'm not in a bubble, obsessing over Hunter Biden's laptop and some fucking incomprehensible noise that may or may not have been anything at all, that has been apparently extremely looked into, and yet nothing meaningful has come out of it.
Mostly my workflow is I read like 50 pages of news before the show every day.
Look, honest question. Like, are you familiar with Gazprom?
No.
Are you familiar with the Qatar-Turkey pipeline?
The
Qatar-Turkey pipeline.
Oh yeah.
You are?
Yeah, I've heard about it.
Okay. Are you familiar with like U.S. Intelligence policy 2009 Syria and how this relates to Gazprom and Burisma and all this stuff?
Vaguely.
I don't understand how, if you have an understanding of that, you would just be like, all of that's true, but the Joe Biden stuff's not true, because it doesn't make any sense as to why you would defend Joe Biden in that way.
I just think
I don't think she's defended Joe Biden. I think she said it makes a whole lot of it's an imparsible noise, and there are better things to criticize Joe Biden on if you're a serious political actor. Like trying to parse out whether or not Joe Biden as vice president incorrectly asked for the firing of a prosecutor in the Burisma Turkey Qatar pipeline incident in a region of Ukraine with a corporation in Ukraine, Hunter Biden's laptop and penis. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Investigations largely
That
BS.
doesn't sound to me like she's defending him. In fact, it sounds like she was really willing to criticize Joe Biden, but not in the way that fit with Tim Pool's stupid bubble.
I'm not defending Joe Biden.
No, but I mean,
look
like,
into the investigation. If they want to do some sort of
know.
special counsel investigation outside of the political process, where it's not a Republican witch hunt, I'm all for that.
But here's what I'm trying to understand. You
Look
say
at that. Listen, she just said, I'm totally fine with him being investigated as long as it's not some stupid political witch hunt that's a time-wasting event.
think that the quid pro quo is not illegal. You think
It's not.
that-
It was stated European policy by the government.
You-
and
so-
you're connecting it and saying it's a quid pro quo based on a variety of different assumptions that have not been able to be proven yet in the midst of the investigation
Well,
in the House.
this I can't understand, right? When Donald Trump called Ukraine, it was called a quid pro quo, whether it was U.S. policy or not. It was. The president sets the policy. So if the president calls Ukraine and says, I got this video of Joe Biden, I'd like someone to look into it, he's impeached under a quid pro quo, right? Whether it is or isn't.
Because he was withholding aid to Ukraine.
Just like Joe Biden tried to do, right?
This was stated U.S. policy at the time.
And the president sets U.S. policy, right?
But if it's quid pro quo, what was he getting in
Yeah,
return?
but Joe Biden wasn't the president. I don't know.
Joe Biden?
Whatever.
Yeah.
This is all just nonsense.
Yes.
He said fire the prosecutor. The prosecutor had 12 to 14
presumably it would be the prosecutor that was investigating Burisma, but I do
What was Biden getting in return?
Right. Okay. So I'll tell you. First, the Viktor Shokin had about a dozen plus open investigations into Mykola Zlochevsky, the founder of Burisma, and I believe into Burisma as a.
By the way, this section probably has his right-wing bubble going abs. They're probably cumming their pants as they hear him say Burisma, Shokovsky, fucking Turkey Qatar pipeline, Joe Biden, Hunter Biden penis, Hunter Biden laptop penis, Hunter Biden crack cocaine. I bet they're fucking cumming themselves. But every single other person on the entire planet, their soul has died and they've gone to bed.
As an ancillary factor.
But I just want to say real quick, impeachment doesn't
and Shokin
necessarily.
was not investigating Burisma.
He was.
But
he was not.
Yeah. He. Okay, dude. Look, if you don't know about this, just don't say no. I can tell you definitively, he was. It was a huge issue. There were a dozen plus investigations open into Mykola Zlochevsky.
You're
In fact, to the point where
misrepresenting it.
Zlochevsky fled the country. Zlochevsky fled Ukraine amid these investigations. Upon Shokin's firing, returned to Ukraine. After Donald Trump then says, I want this.
Wait, it says here, I just did a quick search as to whether or not Shokin was prosecuting Burisma, and it just says flat out with a citation, no, Shokin was not prosecuting Burisma. While there had been an investigation, Shokin's former deputy, Vitaly Kasko, had said that it was dormant at the time of Joe Biden's intervention. So Shokin's own team said that they were not actively doing an investigation. There had been a previous investigation, but it wasn't active when this happened. Okay. I don't know. That seems pretty straightforward.
Looked into, Zlochevsky flees again.
Okay, but
It's
what was the
weird to me
quid
that
pro
you're
quo?
defending this.
What was Biden getting in return?
They presumably they would stop investigating Burisma, which is where his son
that's
worked
not
at.
it. The quid pro quo is
Infighting.
fire the prosecutor or I will withhold aid. Okay? You can say it was...
That's not proven.
But she's asking, no, he did say that. But she's saying it's not proven that he did that for personal gain. She's saying,
Yes. It doesn't
matter.
Where's
That's
the
not
benefit
the
for
question.
Biden?
Yes, but that's not illegal.
Can I clarify a legal
then
point
Trump's
real quick?
impeachment was not illegal either because what was his impeachment?
That's the exact point I want to clarify. Impeachment is not actually a real legitimate criminal process. It is a political process.
I understand that.
So like him being impeached for this like doesn't actually say anything to the legality.
Trump was not following United States policy. Biden
He
was.
sets the policy. He's the president.
Congress does.
No, they
we
don't.
have separations of powers
The
in this
president
country.
sets policy.
Not
for the executive branch. Congress isn't the one making calls to foreign diplomats.
They allocate the aid, but he's able to pull it under certain circumstances.
It's not just that. Foreign policy is set by the president. Wars are declared by
a
Congress.
huge portion of it.
Right. Okay, nothing's absolute.
Yeah.
But the idea that we would
even the right-wingers can't agree on Hunter Biden's penis.
elect a president to negotiate on our interests when it comes to the issues of military, and then we would be like, but in this one instance, he doesn't have the authority. What do you mean? He's the one who sets the policy.
No, he has the authority.
It was Barack. The argument is that Joe Biden wasn't.
We've been listening to them go back and forth about Hunter Biden's penis now for like 20 straight minutes. I just want to point that out. Talk about a bubble.
Engaging in a quid pro quo because it was a policy of our administration. Yeah, Obama had a policy.
A quid pro quo is when you get something personally in return.
So something for something is what it means.
Right, but the nature of the investigation that they're looking into is they're trying to say that there was a bribe via Hunter Biden, and there has been
Joe
no...
and Hunter. They say both of them.
Right, but there has been no actual evidence on that front.
Well, I'm not super concerned about what they may be investigating currently. Right now, I'm talking about it is the whole point of this was I can't believe we're even arguing it right now.
Man.
But
I don't understand why you, who's someone who has every reason to oppose Joe Biden, are like. He said it on camera, but you know what? It's fine. I don't get it. Like, just be like, yeah,
what
sure.
What do you mean? She just straight up dug into it. She just said she doesn't find the Burisma case compelling. That's all that she said. She said, the Burisma case makes no sense to me, and I don't find the evidence compelling, and you've been having a meltdown because your bubble is obsessed with Hunter Biden's penis.
Fine, I
but
guess.
She's making a very specific point that for it to be a quid pro quo, you have to explain how Biden benefited from this. So, like, it's not necessarily that she's disagreeing with what you're saying, although she's saying it's part of policy, but she's saying you have to actually, to complete this, like, basically you're 2/3 of the way there, that final third is how he benefited.
Biden was not in opposition to congressional policy,
but that's what
and
she's
Trump was.
talking about. I just
I'm talking about Joe Biden
the
threatening
difference.
to withhold loan guarantees goes against, it's not legal.
But you're talking past each other because she's saying that.
Sirius says, here's some, real quick, but here's some graphs my friend of mine compiled on right-wing terrorism. It so far outstrips other terrorisms, other types of terrorism the past decade, it's not even close. Yeah, it's off the charts. Oops, that's my chat. That's not the one I meant to grab. I meant to grab the other one. That was my chat. Here we go. Terrorist attacks from 2007 to 2018. Confirmed right-wing attacks, blue. Suspected right-wing attacks, light blue. Total attacks, so here we go. This is total right-wing attacks. This is the dark blue line right here. Total right-wing attacks outnumbers all others, except for in this 1 year, the unknown. Look at all of the other types, which include jihadist, confirmed black nationalist, suspected black nationalist, suspected left-wing, confirmed left-wing. All other types are vastly outnumbered by the right-wing attacks. People injured in terrorist attacks. Number of people injured or killed. Number of people killed. Damn, that's actually super interesting. I would love, that's a little, it's a little far, we were talking about that before. Holy shit, you're still streaming, Diva Mama, you're insane. Yeah, I decided to go hard today, but I'm gonna have to stop soon. We're reaching the 10-hour point, which is honestly a little too far. We should finish this, but I'm getting really tired of Hunter Biden's penis, so we might call it
There's a reason for that, and it's not corrupt related.
But that has nothing to do with what I'm saying, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. I'm just clarifying where you guys are miscommunicating.
Here, this is where I'll say I have differences with Joe Biden. First of all, I can't even understand why he hasn't or didn't, when he had a House and a Senate that was Democratic, push for any kind of single payer or socialized healthcare. I wish that was happening. He's certainly to the right of me on the border. The fact that he broke the rail strike, that's something that I'm deeply...
Also, by the way, real quick, compare the way Emma Vigeland is outlining her disagreements with Joe Biden's policy to the way that Tim Pool waffled around and avoided stating exactly what he agreed with Ron DeSantis on.
In opposition to, and I'm happy to discuss those kinds of things with you. But
I don't really want to get into the Burisma thing. It came up as an example of, I don't understand why there's a tribal need to defend Joe Biden.
It was
She wasn't defending Joe Biden. She spent most of this segment ragging against Joe Biden. She just says your fucking Hunter Biden's penis obsession is stupid. Okay, all right, everybody, we're getting close to the end.
It's not tribal. It was U.S. policy to get rid of corruption in Ukraine. Shokin was not investigating Burisma. Biden was in concert. He was continuing U.S. policy. Trump was in opposition to it. That is the difference in the hypocrisy that you're trying to highlight here.
You guys are going to go in circles on this. But why
I have to pull it up, but because we covered this a long time ago, I didn't want to do the whole Burisma thing, but my point was simply that having covered this to such extent, it is confusing to me the need to defend the Bidens on this one. I just
criticized Biden in a bunch of different
But I don't
ways.
understand why you're saying there was no investigation. You're just making...
Oh my God, he can't get over it. Okay, everybody. All right, we're calling it here. We're calling it here. I'm not listening to them going back and forth on Hunter Biden. I'm sorry. We're not going to gain anything from this. We've watched 2 hours of this conversation. We've reacted to a ton of it. I've commented on a ton of it. The conclusion, Emma Vigeland is incredibly, incredibly good at dealing with the likes of Tim Pool. Tim Pool came across looking like a highly insecure loser who didn't have any sort of preparation for this conversation. He was belligerent, annoying, and most of all, insecure. He continually obsessed about Sam Cedar. He continually accused Emma of comparing him to Nickelback by faking the audio, even though she straight up said and addressed that outright and said, we didn't change the audio at all. I'm telling you that. It didn't sound that great, but we weren't changing the audio to screw you over or anything, and he's still fucking obsessed over it. In my opinion, Tim Pool looked like a total loser in this conversation. Actual Justice Warrior may as well have not been there. Literally, the only thing that Actual Justice Warrior did was be the racist goblin in the corner, dropping crime statistics misleadingly when he could, make it seem like mass so that he could advocate for mass incarceration and so that he could advocate in favor of stop and frisk, which is an insane thing to do. The racist goblin, nobody likes him. Why was he even there? Who gives a shit? Tim Pool got absolutely clapped by Emma Vigeland, in my opinion, and Emma Vigeland is a treasure. I really appreciate the fact that Emma Vigeland has a spine and is willing to go to bat for trans people and is uncompromising on that. I'm serious. I seriously appreciate that. If any of you are going to send any clip of this stream to Emma Vigeland, let it be this. Emma Vigeland, seriously appreciate your willingness to stand up for what is right when it comes to trans people, to hold to your guns, to stick up for a community that is being insanely persecuted right now. And as a trans streamer and somebody who's been working in these spaces now for some time, I really, really appreciate it. I also really appreciate it as a longtime listener of the Majority Report. I think it's very encouraging to me to know that trans issues are taken seriously at the Majority Report. It actually means a lot to me on a personal level, in addition to on a political level. that's my conclusion of the Tim Pool versus Emma Vigeland debate. If you all had a good time with me tonight, I've been going really, really long, really hard for you all tonight. So leave some comments below, show some love, like and subscribe, and consider supporting the show. Thank you all for being here tonight. This has been a very interesting react, an infuriating react at points, but I gotta say I'm really impressed with Emma Vigeland's performance, and I'm happy to have gotten to react to it on stream. My lovely imps, now is the time when I must go rest because my back is hurting. It has been a almost 10-hour stream today. Don't you ever say I don't grind for you all, because you know I fucking grind for you all. Remember, rule number 1, do not fucking die. I will see you all very, very soon. Thanks for watching. Thanks for supporting me. And I've got a ton more stuff coming your way. Today was a huge success, and it's largely in thanks to you all. See you all very soon. Bye. And don't forget about Hunter Biden's penis.